Question: what would it be like to traverse into the world of Harry Potter and enter Hogwarts as a Chinese international student? Xiaoxiao, thank you for the invitation. I am currently in the United Kingdom, having just disembarked from the plane, and unfortunately, the weather is not in my favor, as it is drizzling lightly. As an ardent cat enthusiast and a devoted Harry Potter fan, one moment I was scrolling through a social media platform, and the next, I found myself transported into the Harry Potter universe. Xiaoxiao felt somewhat bewildered as she discovered that she was not human at all. So, it is said that after the establishment of the nation, animals are not allowed to attain sentience. But what is the meaning of this body I now possess, meow? Chapter 98, The Private Makeup Assistant. To the left upon entering, 2 dressing rooms and a makeup area had been vacated specifically for classmates to change their attire and alter their appearances. Xiaoxiao stepped inside, preparing to unlock her auspicious treasure chest. Auspicious, auspicious, comply with my wishes, open. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound erupted, and Xiaoxiao could only see 2 indistinct shadows spring forth from within, startling her immensely. What on earth? Xiaoxiao swiftly drew her wand, aiming it at the individual closest to her. Wait, do not be hasty. We are not ghosts. It was only then that Xiaoxiao distinctly perceived the appearance of the 2 unexpected visitors. The one speaking sported a striking mane of vibrant, multicolored waves. Her face was thickly coated in white foundation, with red and black eyeshadow artfully applied to her eyelids, and her lips painted a deep, dark purple. She was tall and slender, adorned in extravagant red and black form-fitting gown, her feet encased in sky-high heels, exuding an unmistakable flair. In contrast to her flamboyant companion, the other individual was dressed entirely in white, with even her hair, eyelashes, lips, and eyes being of the same hue. Xiaoxiao was at a loss for words. To summarize simply, her appearance was perfectly in tune with the festive atmosphere of the day. Who are you? Xiaoxiao queried, her face a canvas of confusion as she glanced at the chest on the ground, wondering if Uncle Tai had mistakenly given her the wrong box. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhuang, the makeup specialist, and this is Zhuang, the costume expert. We are your private makeup assistants. Private makeup assistants? Xiaoxiao was utterly perplexed. Does Uncle Tai have such a broad range of services? Is he even involved in the fashion and beauty industry? No. Zhuang waggled a finger from side to side. We are merely the latest offerings from Boss Tai. Although we may appear indistinguishable from living beings, we are, in fact, not sentient. The all-white Zhuang remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. She appeared somewhat dazed, as though not particularly intelligent. Xiaoxiao was not fully convinced by the duo, for their outlandish appearances made it challenging to regard them as reliable. However, since they were sent by Uncle Tai, there should be no issue, right? Furthermore, Xiaoxiao was not particularly skilled in makeup. Although this peculiar pair's aesthetic might be questionable, she recalled that today was Halloween. The makeup, of course, should be bold and daring. Very well, since Uncle Tai has sent you here. Xiaoxiao nodded. Please wait here. The masquerade will not commence until evening. All right, Xiao. At that moment, Draco's voice resonated from outside. Xiaoxiao responded and stepped out to find Draco anxiously scanning for her. What is it, Draco? Oh, there you are. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing her, though he still appeared somewhat anxious. There has been a slight issue. What issue? Xiaoxiao looked at him, utterly perplexed. My father just sent word, informing me that the Ministry of Magic has made a decision. If Huaxia does not provide them with an explanation before the end of today, they will announce a cessation of all relations with Huaxia, and you will undoubtedly be expelled. What? How can this be so sudden? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Did Uncle Lucius say anything else? My father has also come under suspicion from the Ministry of Magic due to his collaboration with your father. Although he appears unchanged, it is evident that Fudge is treating him with more distance. Draco exclaimed angrily. There were absolutely no signs. This scoundrel has reaped so many benefits from my family, and in return, he repays us in this manner. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, sensing that there was something amiss. The most significant point of suspicion was that Fudge, who was clearly in cahoots with Lucius, was now throwing him under the bus as a scapegoat. Moreover, Why would Fudge suddenly make such a decision? Had something come to light that caused him to fear exposure, prompting him to hastily seek a scapegoat to divert attention? Or were there ulterior motives at play? Regardless, Huaxiao must provide Fudge with a response by tomorrow. Otherwise, even if Xiaoxiao were to clear her name, it would not alter the inevitable outcome of her expulsion. Understand. Thank you, Draco, for informing me of this. Xiaoxiao forced herself to regain her composure. The day was still long, and she needed to contemplate what action she could take. I must inquire with my second uncle about the situation. Would you care to join me? Of course. Draco nodded without the slightest hesitation. The two departed with urgency, seeking a relatively quiet place with fewer people, where they could retrieve the long-distance communication mirror to contact Li Ming. However, after waiting for quite some time, Li Ming did not answer, prompting Xiaoxiao to frown. Her instincts told her that something must have occurred, so she called Su Wuma instead. After a brief wait, Su Wuma finally picked up. What is it, Xiaoxiao? Dad, I've heard that Fudge has issued you a final ultimatum. If you do not provide him with a response before the end of today, the Ministry of Magic will sever ties with the Huaxiao Alliance. Ah, you're already aware of this news? Su Wuma was somewhat surprised, but upon noticing Draco beside Xiaoxiao, he quickly understood. It was that Malfoy boy who informed you, right? This news is indeed true, but what? However, what they do not realize is that we have already uncovered the truth and provided him with a satisfactory response. We are merely lacking one crucial piece of evidence. What evidence? Xiaoxiao pressed for more information. I cannot divulge specifics. It is against regulations, Su Wuma replied, shaking his head. But I can offer a small hint. The key evidence is related to Fudge. Related to Fudge? Xiaoxiao's mind raced as she tried to grasp why the crucial evidence concerning the mysterious organization's attack on the Forbidden Forest will be linked to Fudge. Surely he could not be fabricating an excuse to sever ties with the Huaxiao Alliance by orchestrating a performance with the mysterious organization of Huaxia. Wait a moment. Upon this realization, Xiaoxiao suddenly paused. Su Wuma, noticing her expression, understood that she had come to a conclusion and could not help but smile in satisfaction. He had not disclosed any information to anyone. Perhaps his daughter knew, but that was unrelated to him. His daughter was simply too astute and had deduced it on her own. If that is indeed the case, does that mean we have no chance at all and will be left to bear the blame? Xiaoxiao's words left Draco bewildered and perplexed. Did Mr. Su say something? Why did it seem as though she knew everything? Or had he missed some crucial information? As long as we find the evidence, the Huaxiao Alliance cannot bear this burden. Chapter 99. The Hog's Head Inn. Understood. Xiaoxiao nodded. By the way, Dad, do you know what my second uncle is currently occupied with? I've tried to contact him several times without success. Your second uncle is busy handling this matter, especially since it occurred during his business trip. So he is naturally preoccupied. All right then, I have nothing else to discuss. I'll reach out if I receive any further news. Xiaoxiao remarked. Okay, Su Wuma nodded. By the way, Xiaoxiao, please be cautious at school. I worry that members of the mysterious organization may seek retribution against you. After all, you did eliminate several of their members in the Forbidden Forest. The mysterious organization is notorious for their vindictiveness and being merely a second-year student. It's difficult for Xiaoxiao to avoid being targeted. However, Xiaoxiao secretly hoped they would come today. Perhaps she could obtain crucial evidence from them. Of course, this is contingent on them not sending someone overly formidable. With Gang Danner not by her side, encountering a powerful foe would surely spell trouble. Xiaoxiao hesitated, contemplating whether to inform Dumbledore. Xiaoxiao, what are you pondering? Draco's voice suddenly interrupted, pulling her back from her thoughts. Nothing much. Just considering whether to share this with Dumbledore. I believe he doesn't need us to inform him, with his capabilities and status. He is likely already aware of any pertinent news. You're right, Xiaoxiao nodded. It seems we have little to do today aside from preparing for the masquerade ball. Let us go and see how they're progressing in the Great Hall. Xiaoxiao stood up, and Draco nodded in agreement as they made their way to the hall. The festive atmosphere of Halloween enveloped Hogwarts, with even the trees surrounding the castle adorned for the occasion. In the open spaces, several devilish snowmen were piled up, and ghosts flitted through the corridors, occasionally commenting on the festivities, as it was their special day to celebrate. The students who received invitations brimmed with anticipation. The masquerade ball, a novelty popular in the Muggle world, was somewhat foreign to those who had always lived in the magical realm, yet no one could resist their curiosity. Even Slytherin students, while verbally dismissing it as tedious, were nonetheless honest enough to carefully stow away their invitations. However, some of the upperclassmen, nearing graduation, showed little interest in attending the ball. In fact, some didn't even have time to participate in Hogwarts festivities. Nonetheless, Xiaoxiao understood. After all, the majority of Hogwarts students were participating. So the absence of a few seventh years was inconsequential. Hogsmeade Village. The Hogwarts Inn. Nestled at the corner of the main road in Hogsmeade. It boasts a history spanning several centuries. From both the outside and within, it appears exceedingly cramped and unkempt. The grime coating the windows is thick, allowing scant light to filter through, and the rough, worn wooden tables are illuminated solely by a few flickering candles that emit a dim, yellow glow. As one surveys the scene, the dust blankets everything from the floors to the ceilings, the walls, and even the bottles of butterbeer, rendering the tavern even more chaotic than the Three Broomsticks, albeit at a lower price. The Hogwarts Inn welcomes all patrons, and even those adorned in veils and masks go unnoticed. In fact, such attire is almost a fashion norm here, with many choosing to conceal their identities behind masks. At this moment, a stylish figure entered the establishment. Tall and slender, he stood approximately 6 feet 3 inches, clad in a long black coat with its collar raised, obscuring half of his face. A round black top hat crowned his head, and a half-snake scale mask concealed the upper portion of his visage, revealing only the pallid lower half of his face with lips so thin they barely bore a hint of brown. The man appeared suddenly at the entrance of the Hogwarts Inn, hands shoved into his pockets, silently observing the tavern before him. As others passed by, they instinctively recoiled from him, repelled by the dangerous aura that surrounded him, evoking a sense of fear. Creak. The man in the coat finally made a move, pushing open the slightly ajar, dilapidated door and stepping inside. Perhaps it was the black coat that accentuated it, but the hand that emerged from the long sleeve was ghostly pale, distinctly unlike a normal person-esque complexion, resembling that of a corpse. What a delightful aroma! The patrons within the Hogwarts Inn suddenly caught a whiff of an unusual scent, prompting curiosity. Here, in the Hogwarts Inn, the only prevalent odors were the pungent scent of what resembled mutton and the musky aroma of the men intermingled with the scent of liquor. Having grown accustomed to the foul smells of the tavern, the sudden appearance of this unfamiliar fragrance drew their attention, heads turning towards the entrance. "Oh, it's just a man. I thought it would be a beautiful woman," one patron exclaimed in disappointment, having imagined a mature beauty accompanied by alluring long legs, only to be met with a tall man dressed entirely in black. What a letdown! His companion chimed in agreement. The man in the coat paused, his gray-white eyes narrowing at the two men. The hand that had instinctively tightened around something in his pocket relaxed after a moment of contemplation. He merely stared at them for a few seconds before turning and striding toward the bar. The proprietor of the Hogwarts Inn, an elderly man with long white hair and a bushy beard, moved slowly as he meticulously wiped the glass in his hands. Behind him hung a portrait of a beautiful young woman, seemingly asleep. Despite the raucous environment, she remained undisturbed in her slumber. "A butterbeer, please." The man in the coat spoke in a low, raspy voice, as if he hadn't quenched his thirst for an eternity. The innkeeper, glanced up at him, feeling an unsettling discomfort in the presence of the man, though he couldn't quite articulate why. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded, setting aside the glass and preparing a butterbeer. The man in the coat slowly turned his head, meticulously surveying the surroundings, scrutinizing even the discarded bottle caps on the table with great interest. "Your butterbeer," approached, placing a large mug overflowing with frothy white foam before the man, nudging it towards him. "Keep the change." Clink. The man casually tossed a gold galleon onto the table, signaling he didn't require any change. "Ha, thank you." Pocketed the galleon with a slight smirk. The man in the coat lifted the butterbeer to his lips, taking a tentative sip. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar taste or something else. He only sampled a small amount before placing the mug back down. "I expected it to be more flavorful." Shot him a glance, a faint smile tugging at his lips, though he remained silent. After all, whether he enjoyed it or not was irrelevant as long as the payment had been made. At that moment, the creaking of the door echoed once again, and a figure clad in a full-face mask entered the inn. Draped in a black cloak, the newcomer ushered in a gust of cold wind and snow, causing the warm air within the Hog's Head to rush out in a flurry. The masked figure's gaze met that of the man in the coat, and he paused momentarily. Noticing the numerical insignia affixed to the stranger's chest, the man in the coat immediately recognized something and approached him, swift as the wind. "Waterfall Keeper." The code was matched, and the two exchanged knowing glances before retreating to a secluded corner to sit down. A newcomer? The man in the trench coat cast a fleeting glance at the number inscribed on the chest of his counterpart, 0869. Upon hearing his words, he remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. 0869 continued, expressing his bewilderment at why a newcomer had been dispatched on this mission, especially one adorned with the title of Special Operative. Nevertheless, He asserted his seniority, declaring that all actions here must be directed by him. Upon hearing this, the so-called special operative felt an unmistakable chill emanate from his presence. His gaze towards 0869 turning menacing. What? Do you contest my authority? 0869 chuckled softly. Even if you do, you must stifle it. A novice without even a star-sand cloak. And yet you dare to claim the title of special operative? Suddenly, 0869 halted, incredulity washing over him as he glanced down at his leg, where a dark green viper had somehow coiled itself, now raising its head between his legs and flicking its tongue menacingly. Were it not for your potential utility, you would already be a corpse, the special operative scoffed, his voice void of emotion, yet heavy with malice. 0869 understood that if he uttered another derogatory remark, the serpent would not hesitate to strike. Why, yes, my apologies, he stammered, hastily offering his contrition. The special operative did not command the snake to release him. Instead, he extended a pale finger and rapped on the table. Relay all the information you possess. 0869 nodded. Then, like a dam bursting, he divulged everything he knew. The target was Su Xiaoxiao, a diplomat's daughter hailing from Huaxia, specifically the youngest child of Su Wuma from the Huaxia Immortal Alliance. She was presently at school, preparing for a Halloween ball with friends, to be held in the wish-granting room on the 8th floor of the castle. Cautiously, 0869 glanced at the serpent coiled between his legs. Although it had not attacked, who would willingly endure such close proximity to a venomous snake? I have gathered that their school's newly appointed defense against the dark arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, is not but a charlatan, skilled in deception and vanity. He is scheduled to depart the school at 2 o'clock this afternoon, in half an hour, to select an outfit for tonight's gala at the elegant wizarding robes shop. At that moment, you may. The special operative nodded slightly upon hearing 0869's plan. Very well. Is there anything further to convey? Nothing more, 0869 replied. In that case, you may proceed with assurance. WH. Just as the special operative's words faded, the serpent lunged, sinking its fangs into 0869's neck. Its speed was blinding, and 0869 barely registered the flash before a sharp pain coursed through him, and he succumbed to darkness. This all transpired so swiftly that it went unnoticed by the other patrons. 0869 breathed his last. The deadly serpent, having fulfilled its task, slithered away from his lifeless body and into the sleeve of the special operative. He returned his hand to his pocket and stood, opening the door to step into the swirling snow. He seemed intimately acquainted with this place, showing no hesitation as he made his way towards the elegant wizarding robes shop. In the Pig's Head pub, the patrons remained oblivious to the incident in the corner, yet Aberforth Dumbledore, who had been discreetly observing everyone, captured the deadly scene in his gaze. He approached 0869's side, feigning concern for his condition. The 2 puncture wounds on his neck were dark and devoid of blood, instead congealed into dark red clots. Humph, another drunken fool, Aberforth muttered as he hoisted 0869's body, hastening towards the 2nd floor. A few curious patrons glanced over, but, seeing nothing amiss, resumed their conversations. Once upstairs, Aberforth laid 0869 on the bed and, retrieving a dagger, sliced open his skin. As he suspected, the man's blood had indeed fully coagulated. The serpent's venom was truly formidable. A single bite had claimed his life, solidifying his entire bloodstream. The man's attire bore a striking resemblance to that of the members of the organization that had assaulted the Forbidden Forest. Aberforth's suspicions deepened. To test his hypothesis, he carefully removed the mask from 0869's face. The moment the mask was lifted, a cloud of mist wafted upward and dissipated. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the man's soul had vanished entirely, further validating Aberforth's conjecture. I must hasten to inform Albus of this. At Hogwarts, the evening had settled in. The Great Hall, adorned by Professor Flitwick and the students, exuded a chilling atmosphere. The walls were alive with fluttering bats, and the floating candles had been replaced by jack-o'-lanterns. The ceiling, once a starry sky, now roiled with thunderous storm clouds, and the students could even hear the rumblings of thunder. Had it not been for the snowflakes clinging to their garments from outside, they might have believed it was genuinely a stormy night. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao sat in her chair, pointing at the large spiderwebs on the wall and the lifelike, moving zombie model positioned at the entrance. I bet Neville will be startled by zombie number 1 when he comes in. He might even faint. In truth, it wasn't he, just Neville. Other timid classmates entering the hall were equally startled, with several Slytherins nearly unleashing dark magic upon it. Even some professors, such as Professor Sprout and Professor Trelawney, were taken aback upon entering. When Professor McGonagall walked in, it was unclear whether she was startled, but Su Xiaoxiao was certainly alarmed by the piercing gaze cast her way, nearly leaping into Hermione's arms. With mere minutes remaining until the feast commenced, the professors had taken their seats, and the students were mostly gathered, creating a lively atmosphere. Were it not for the eerie and ominous environment, it would indeed feel quite heartwarming. Xiaoxiao yawned. Why hasn't it started yet? I'm already feeling drowsy. Remarkable that you can still feel sleepy in this ambience, Ron remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Suddenly, gasps filled the air as everyone realized that Xiaoxiao had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. It was utterly unbelievable. Did she usually drift off this quickly? Harry, bewildered, whispered to Hermione, who, equally perplexed, furrowed her brow, lost in thought. Normally, she did not behave this way. If this were a few days prior, Hermione might have thought Xiaoxiao was merely exhausted, explaining her rapid slumber. However, since learning about Xiaoxiao's newfound ability to have prophetic dreams, Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that her current state was linked to those dreams. Gently, Hermione leaned closer to Xiaoxiao, carefully resting her head on her shoulder for comfort. Should we wake her? Harry inquired with concern. The feast is about to begin. Hermione shook her head. Let her sleep. She will likely awaken soon. It's best not to disturb her now. All right. Harry nodded, turning his attention to the head table, where Dumbledore had risen to address the gathering. In truth, as Hermione suspected, Xiaoxiao had inadvertently slipped into a prophetic dream state. Within this dream, she found herself wandering through Hogwarts Castle. The decorations and the evening sky indicating it was still Halloween, albeit with a slightly darker hue outside. Continuing on, she beheld Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, who appeared to have intruded uninvited, brazenly attending their masquerade ball. His eyes, perpetually exuding charm, roamed the vicinity, seemingly captivated by the revelry, yet perhaps searching for something elusive. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Before Xiaoxiao could even process what was happening, a green light ignited before her. It was the Avada Kedavra curse. Having encountered it a few times prior, she was all too familiar with that ominous green light. Out of the corner of her eye, she discerned that she was likely in the dressing room of the Room of Requirement, seemingly alone, save for her assailant. The attack came so unexpectedly that she could not discern who had targeted her. For the moment the green light flashed, she jolted awake. Panting heavily, Xiaoxiao gasped for breath. Although it had merely been a dream, the suffocating sense of impending doom and danger felt overwhelmingly real. Noticing Xiaoxiao's awakening, Hermione hastily reached out to half embrace her, her countenance radiating concern as she inquired, "What is it, Xiaoxiao? Did you have a troubling dream?" Lockhart, Professor Lockhart. Others, drawn by the commotion, turned their attention to her dialogue with Hermione, their curiosity piqued by the mention of Lockhart's name. "You dreamt of Professor Lockhart?" Ron leaned in closer, glancing towards the professor's table where Lockhart was engaged in cheerful conversation with Professor Flitwick, who appeared rather indifferent to him. "Indeed. I saw him standing at the entrance of the Room of Requirement, eager to join our masquerade ball." As Xiaoxiao spoke, her gaze drifted towards Lockhart, who, seemingly aware of her attention, returned her look with a beaming smile, his eyes crinkling delightfully, raising his goblet in a toast. Watching him take a sip of his drink before turning his gaze elsewhere, his demeanor seemed so natural, devoid of any hint of wrongness. "He wishes to join our masquerade ball," Colin Creevey interjected curiously. "This is true. During breakfast this morning, we were all distributing invitations, and Professor Lockhart even inquired about it." "And did you give him one?" "No," Colin scratched his head, chuckling softly. "We only need students, so I didn't give him an invitation." "Very well." The matter was momentarily set aside as the others resumed their revelry, though Hermione continued to frown. "Aside from Lockhart, did you dream of anything else?" Hermione asked, her gaze fixed on Xiaoxiao. Although Xiaoxiao had only mentioned Lockhart, Hermione's intuition suggested that there was more to her dream, perhaps a nightmare that instilled fear within her. As a flicker of unease and confusion marred Xiaoxiao's otherwise composed expression, she was deliberately concealing something from everyone. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao's movements faltered for an instant, yet she quickly regained her composure. "Haha, nothing of the sort. I merely dreamt of Professor Lockhart and then awoke." "You are lying." Hermione met her gaze directly. "Your eyes betray you, Xiaoxiao. There should be no secrets between us, especially since I am here to assist you in documenting your prophetic dreams." Hermione's tone was gentle, yet filled with concern. "I merely wish to help you, Xiaoxiao." Xiaoxiao hastily averted her gaze. Hermione's penetrating stare made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Perhaps it was just an ordinary nightmare rather than a prophetic vision. "Tell me." Hermione's gaze remained unwavering. "Fine. I dreamt that someone cast Avada Kedavra on me." "What?" Hermione exclaimed, her voice rising, drawing the attention of others. "Such a significant matter should have been communicated to us immediately." "What happened? What is going on?" Ron asked, his cheeks stuffed as he had just been battling 2 fried chicken legs, oil and remnants smudging his mouth and hands. Not far off, Draco, intrigued by their conversation, sensed they were discussing something concerning Xiaoxiao and felt an urge to approach. However, being in Slytherin, he hesitated as they were in Gryffindor territory. Should he sneak over? He contemplated, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, only to catch sight of Pansy. Never mind, he decided. I'll wait until after we finish eating. Prophetic dream? Harry and Ron exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with astonishment. It sounded so thrilling. The focus is not on that right now, Hermione interjected, her brow furrowed. If this dream is indeed prophetic, does that not imply someone intends to attack Xiaoxiao? Is it Professor Lockhart? The Weasley twins, having overheard the conversation, chimed in. But why would he wish to harm you? I am uncertain. Xiaoxiao shook her head, casting another glance at Lockhart, who was still animatedly conversing with the professors beside him, much to Professor Flitwick's evident displeasure. My dream was not a coherent narrative, but rather two disjointed fragments. Thus we cannot ascertain that it was indeed Professor Lockhart who threatened me. Moreover, I do not believe he would resort to dark magic. In fact, he lacks proficiency even in fundamental spells, being merely adept at the Obliviate charm. Xiaoxiao's words plunged the group into silence. Her reasoning was sound. Reflecting on Lockhart's performance throughout the school year, it was evident that he had mismanaged nearly all the spells he attempted. For instance, during their first defense against the dark arts lesson, he had unleashed a cage of Cornish pixies, creating chaos in the classroom, ultimately requiring Xiaoxiao and Hermione to intervene. And during the incident when Harry was injured, Lockhart had mistakenly exacerbated the situation, resulting in Harry losing his bones. Given this, I will ensure your safety from now on. Hermione declared resolutely, I will not permit anyone to have the opportunity to be alone with you. No, the assailant may wield dark magic, and it would be exceedingly dangerous for you to remain by my side. Do you honestly believe I would allow you to face danger alone without intervening? Hermione replied in a tone that brooked no argument. Her concern for Xiaoxiao's safety was palpable. If her presence could alter the future, then so be it. And us. Ron added enthusiastically, with Harry nodding in agreement. How could we allow you to protect Xiaoxiao all on your own? Let us not forget that we are friends. Hey, so does that mean you lot do not consider us friends? The Weasley twins grumbled, while the other Gryffindors nodded in agreement, declaring, the members of HMC will always stand by Xiaoxiao. This declaration was not made lightly. Thank you all. Xiaoxiao felt profoundly touched. Perhaps they would not have to face this battle alone after all. What? Face this battle alone? We are all in this together. The group responded, bewildered. Xiaoxiao clarified. What I mean is, why not inform the professors and have them assist us in resolving this matter? After all, the opponent wields Avada Kedavra. That makes sense. But what if the professors do not believe us? Neville raised a concern, for it was merely a dream. What if they dismissed the notion of prophetic visions? The group fell into contemplation once more. Regardless of their belief, it would be prudent to inform them, Hermione suggested. However, I believe we should confide in just one professor we trust most. The others, especially the most suspicious one, Professor Lockhart, should not be informed for the time being. I concur. Harry raised his hand, and Professor Snape, I doubt he can be trusted either. Among the remaining professors, McGonagall was their head, but she likely would not believe in prophetic dreams. Ron stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although Professor Flitwick was quite formidable, he sensed there was something lacking in him. Perhaps it was authority. The only suitable candidate, Xiaoxiao remarked, is undoubtedly Professor Dumbledore. At this point, she fixed her gaze upon Dumbledore, knowing he alone would believe her words and acknowledge the existence of prophetic dreams. Dumbledore, perceptive as ever, seemed to sense her intent and lifted his head, their eyes meeting. From her expression, he deduced that she had something significant to convey. After a moment's contemplation, Dumbledore set down his utensils and stood up with an air of nonchalance. I believe I have indulged a bit too much this evening. I shall take a stroll to aid digestion. Professor McGonagall smiled at him. I, too, feel the need for a bit of fresh air. In the corridor outside the Great Hall, Dumbledore appeared to be awaiting someone. Before long, Xiaoxiao and the trio emerged. Draco, who had been observing their movements closely, hastily rose to follow Xiaoxiao as she departed. The five of them were now gathered. What brings you little ones to disturb me instead of enjoying the feast? Dumbledore inquired. Headmaster, are you familiar with prophetic dreams? Prophetic dreams? Dumbledore paused. Then his expression shifted to one of recollection. I have heard of such phenomena. Xiaoxiao succinctly recounted her prophetic dream and the events that had transpired. Upon hearing her, Dumbledore's brow furrowed in concern. His mind raced with speculation. Earlier that day, his brother Aberforth had informed him of the discovery of a mysterious organization's member's corpse at the Hogshead Inn. With Dumbledore's keen intellect and the context provided by Xiaoxiao's dream, he quickly pieced together the puzzle. The man in the trench coat, who did not appear to be alive, was likely the very individual intent on taking Xiaoxiao's life. But how was this connected to Lockhart? Could it be? Dumbledore suddenly recalled that Lockhart had sought him out that morning, mentioning plans to visit Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions in Hogsmeade that afternoon. Hogsmeade, the Hogshead Inn, the tailor's shop, and the trench-coated man. Dumbledore's gaze deepened as he arrived at a troubling conclusion. The current Gilderoy Lockhart was likely not who he once was. The notion that a mysterious organization sought to eliminate Xiaoxiao was entirely predictable, while Dumbledore was not intimately acquainted with this organization. The desire for vengeance is a hallmark of every nefarious group, a fact that any rational individual could surmise. Yet the question remained, why would this trench-coated man seek to eliminate a fellow member of his organization? Was it a conflict of interest, or perhaps long-standing enmity? Or was it possible that the trench-coated man was not a member of the organization at all, but merely an ally? In mere moments, Dumbledore contemplated numerous scenarios, including potential strategies. Regardless of the truth, we must treat this matter with utmost seriousness, he stated. I cannot act overtly, as this may alert our adversary or even backfire. Thus, I have devised a plan. You may listen and decide how to proceed. There's a plan? The group's eyes brightened, and they nodded in agreement. However, this is not an appropriate venue for such discussions. Please visit my office, and I shall elaborate on the details of the plan. Chapter 103. Old Dumbledore wants to kill me? Surely not. Are you suggesting that we disguise ourselves as Xiaoxiao and lay in wait in the makeup room to lure the adversary? Hermione pondered, her brow furrowed in thought. She felt a twinge of unease, yet given that this was proposed by Dumbledore, she hesitated to voice her concerns. Indeed, Dumbledore affirmed, his demeanor serious and devoid of jest. I understand the risks involved, but I assure you, no harm will come to you. I will have a professor discreetly safeguarding you, ready to intervene should the need arise. Furthermore, once the adversary realizes that Xiaoxiao is not among you, he will not waste time dealing with you and will immediately seek her out. It does seem plausible. The group nodded in agreement, and no further objections were raised. In the headmaster's office, the atmosphere grew somewhat somber and quiet. Dumbledore, however, maintained a light-hearted demeanor, casually standing beside Fawkes and gently stroking the phoenix's feathers. Fawkes emitted a low, indecipherable sound, shifting slightly aside, appearing somewhat weary. Little Dumbledore was nowhere to be found, and Xiaoxiao scanned the room for his presence, yet he remained elusive. How peculiar. Could it be that after Dumbledore discovered his desire to seek Grindelwald, he cast him aside in a fit of anger? Though somewhat absurd, the notion held a modicum of sense. Must I truly remain in the headmaster's office? It feels wrong for me to hide here, while everyone else risks danger on my behalf. Do not think like that, Xiaoxiao. We genuinely wish to assist you. Ron insisted. And Dumbledore has assured us that there will be a professor protecting us, so we shall be safe. Harry added, you should stay here. You have been protecting us in the ghost market, and now it is our turn. Yet Xiaoxiao sought to respond, only to be interrupted by the voice of Riddle echoing in her mind. This Dumbledore, what is it? The others looked at Xiaoxiao, puzzled by her sudden silence. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao silently queried Riddle in her mind. Nothing, she replied casually to the group, her outward demeanor suggesting guilt over the situation. While inwardly, she engaged in conversation with Riddle. He feels somewhat strange to me, Riddle commented. He gives me a sense of familiarity. A sense of familiarity? Xiaoxiao questioned, puzzled. Isn't that quite normal? After all, it was old Dumbledore who brought you from the orphanage to Hogwarts. If you aren't familiar with him, that would indeed be shocking. Not that kind of familiarity. I mean a deeper, soul-level familiarity, Riddle replied slowly, his voice tinged with confusion as if he did not fully comprehend this sensation. It's very peculiar, truly very peculiar. Soul-level familiarity? Xiaoxiao paused, glancing at Dumbledore, who was still amusing himself with Fawkes, although the Phoenix showed little interest, merely responding half-heartedly. Shortly thereafter, Hermione and the others took a few strands of Xiaoxiao's hair and departed to prepare the polyjuice potion. Xiaoxiao sat quietly in the headmaster's office, accompanied only by Dumbledore and Draco, who remained merely to keep her company. Am I truly going to leave soon? Draco frowned, reluctant to part from Xiaoxiao, a feeling more intense than ever. Though I do not wish to refuse you, I must, Xiaoxiao replied. However, I promise that once this is over, you may accompany me however you wish. You have my word. Draco's eyes lit up, his spirits lifted immediately. As time ticked away, only minutes remained until the masquerade ball commenced. As one of the hosts, Draco needed to join the others to oversee the event, especially with the impending threat of an assassin looming. Despite his trepidation, he felt compelled to act. He wished to protect Xiaoxiao. With Draco's departure, the headmaster's office was left with only Xiaoxiao and Dumbledore. Oh, and Fawkes the Phoenix, and Xiaoxiao's peripheral vision caught sight of the sorting hat. Wait, what was that? Xiaoxiao could not help but pause her sweeping, fixing her gaze upon the sorting hat. Beneath the broad brim of the hat, a slight opening revealed a small gap, through which she spotted a miniature Dumbledore crouching, frantically waving at her while his back was turned. How could little Dumbledore be hiding there? Confused, Xiaoxiao stood up, intending to approach, only to see the little one waving his arms wildly as if to deter her. What was the matter? Dumbledore noticed Xiaoxiao's movement and ceased his playful antics with Fox, looking up at her. It's nothing, Professor. I merely wish to take a closer look at the sorting hat. You know how captivating it is to children, she said casually as she strolled over to the hat, inadvertently concealing the little Dumbledore from view. The miniature Dumbledore made exaggerated expressions, occasionally pointing at the Dumbledore behind her. What? Xiaoxiao inquired, her brow furrowed in perplexity. Yet, she grasped one thing. The little Dumbledore did not wish to be discovered by the elder. Why? Was it solely due to Grindelwald's matters? Xiaoxiao was beginning to reconsider, especially in light of Fawkes' behavior today and Riddle's words. The more she pondered, the more she felt that something was amiss with the Dumbledore behind her. Suddenly, a formidable sense of danger surged from behind. Alarm bells rang in her mind, and her body reacted instinctively. Be careful. Under the sorting hat, the little Dumbledore gasped, just as a green light shot towards them. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed, as Xiaoxiao had instinctively grabbed a silver object nearby to deflect the attack, protecting the sorting hat and the little Dumbledore. A cacophony of shattering and clattering ensued. The silver object splintered in two, while the little Dumbledore, frightened, dove into the sorting hat. After rolling on the ground, Xiaoxiao regained her footing, her gaze locked onto Dumbledore. You are not the real Dumbledore. Who are you truly? Only now did she realize how late it was to discover this. The figure before her, no, the false Dumbledore, regarded her with a malevolent glint in his eyes. Unmasked murderous intent emanating from his gaze. Perhaps you have forgotten, but I have not. I remember quite well the slaps you delivered to me during last year's Quidditch match. Chapter 104. So, it is you, Voldemort. Last year, Quidditch match? The intense rivalry? Xiaoxiao's mind raced, suddenly connecting the dots. Quirrell was not right. You are Voldemort. So, you have known all along. The imposter Dumbledore, or more accurately, Voldemort masquerading as Dumbledore, stepped forward, his expression sinister as he fixed his gaze upon her. You have long been aware that I possessed Quirrell, that useless fool. Haven't you? Why ask me when you already know the answer? Xiaoxiao drew her wand, pointing it at Voldemort, her grip tightening involuntarily due to her anxiety. What have you done with Professor Dumbledore? Though she did not truly believe Dumbledore would come to harm, she was nonetheless quite worried. After all, Voldemort had brazenly infiltrated Hogwarts, impersonating the headmaster. But today was Halloween. Where could Dumbledore possibly be? Worrying about that old fool would be better spent worrying about yourself, Voldemort declared, raising his wand dramatically, Avada Kedavra. Reacting instantly, Xiaoxiao leaped aside, narrowly evading the dark magic. Disarm. Unyielding, Xiaoxiao retaliated. A mere parlor trick. Voldemort effortlessly deflected her magical attacks, wearing a relaxed expression, seemingly expending little effort. Do not waste your energy. You cannot strike me. The irony of Voldemort speaking such words while wearing Dumbledore's visage was not lost on Xiaoxiao, yet she could not afford to let her guard down, facing Voldemort. Any moment of relaxation could prove fatal. The office was in utter disarray. Fawkes had taken perch atop a cabinet, his demeanor suggesting he awaited the opportune moment. The portraits of past headmasters hung on the walls, their expressions wrought with terror. Some had even fled their frames, while others were vociferously cursing until a spell silenced them into submission. As Xiaoxiao contended with Voldemort, she scrutinized him thoroughly, searching for any sign of the silver band. Yet no matter how she looked, she could find none. Could it be that Voldemort was simply too cautious to wear it? A wave of despondency washed over her. After all, the silver band was designed to remain visible regardless of the wearer's form. Never mind, I'll give it a shot. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. Xiaoxiao began to chant the tormenting spell meant for Voldemort's silver band, her eyes fixated upon him, determined not to miss any reaction. Damn it, stop. For a fleeting moment, Voldemort was momentarily taken aback, his face contorting in pain as he shouted in rage. Was it effective? A flicker of hope ignited within Xiaoxiao. But before she could exhale in relief, Voldemort abruptly halted, a sinister smile curling upon his lips, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. I must sincerely thank you for such a splendid gift. In that moment, Xiaoxiao could sense the depth of Voldemort's hatred for her words, his gritted teeth prompting her to instinctively retreat a step. Monsters begone. Monsters begone. Xiaoxiao continued to chant the spell, yet Voldemort showed no sign of further suffering. Instead, his fury escalated as he advanced towards her. Why was this happening? Why had the spell failed? Are you wondering why your incantation had no effect? Voldemort looked down upon her, unrestrained resentment oozing from his gaze. That object was modified long ago, along with the spell you set. You intended to use it to control me, did you not? But you failed to account for the fact that someone had captured me beforehand and manipulated me with your own device. As he spoke, Voldemort's features contorted into a grimace. His eyes bloodshot like a demon's. Everything I endured at their hands. Today, I will ensure you experience it tenfold. Avada, suddenly, Fawkes, perched atop the cabinet behind Voldemort, let out a cry, diving toward Voldemort's back. The dark magic was instantly disrupted, and Xiaoxiao seized the opportunity to grab the sorting hat along with the little Dumbledore hiding beneath it, racing toward the exit of the headmaster's office. Xiaoxiao dashed forward, her mind racing. She could not go to the room of requirement. All the students were there, and she dared not risk placing them in danger. Seeking out the professors? That was a splendid idea, but Xiaoxiao was uncertain where the professors might be at this moment. After all, the feast had just concluded. They might be in their respective offices, but it was also possible they had taken the opportunity to visit Hogsmeade. As she pondered, she continued her descent, and the little Dumbledore crawled out from the sorting hat, perched upon her shoulder to keep watch behind her. He.S. coming. Run, run. Voldemort sneered, there's no escape. As he spoke, a black cloak suddenly materialized in his hand. Xiaoxiao glanced back and recognized it immediately. Wait, wasn't he that the starry cloak worn by members of the mysterious organization? Shock coursed through her. So, the they Voldemort referred to was the mysterious organization? Had they captured him and altered the spell on the silver band? This was infuriatingly coincidental. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that the battle in the Forbidden Forest had depleted 90% of her talismans, would she now be afraid of you, Voldemort? Although her magical abilities were commendable, facing a Dark Lord like Voldemort left her feeling rather uncertain. Her confidence stemmed from the numerous talismans she possessed. Now, all Xiaoxiao desired was to run faster, to distance herself, believing that the Starlight Cloak would not ensnare her any longer if the gap widened. Suddenly, a shadow loomed overhead. She glanced up to see darkness encroaching upon her, threatening to engulf her. No way, not this again. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but scoff as she spotted the staircase ahead. Seizing the moment, she leapt forward with all her might. Yet, she was a step too late. At the instant she jumped, Voldemort's Starlight Cloak enveloped her completely. Damn! The familiar pitch-black world reappeared, and Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress her low curse. I can give you 10 seconds to flee. Voldemort's voice echoed from behind, laced with mockery as he toyed with his prey. If you manage to escape my grasp, I might consider granting you a swift death. Chapter 105. Well done, Fawkes. The Starlight Cloak could not be dispelled from within. To shatter it, one must strike from the outside. This was the cloak's Achilles heel. The last time she encountered such a situation, Xiaoxiao had summoned nearby Dragonvine with the summoning charm, thereby achieving the goal of breaking the dark veil from the outside. However, at present, there was nothing nearby for her to summon. Fortunately, within the confines of the Starlight Cloak, the user was also affected and unable to see clearly. The test now lay in their hearing, reflexes, and endurance. If either party faltered in stamina and made a sound, the other, possessing keen hearing and swift reflexes, could unleash an attack in an instant. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, a sudden phoenix cry pierced the air. It was Fawkes. Xiaoxiao's heart leaped with joy as she prepared for an onslaught while shouting, Fawkes, over here. Boom. No sooner had Xiaoxiao's words left her lips than her previous position erupted in an explosion. At that moment, a brilliant beam of light appeared in the sky, and the Scarlet Phoenix, adorned with long golden tail feathers, dove straight towards Xiaoxiao. Fawkes swooped above her, grasping her collar with his talons, and in a flash, they vanished from the spot. Although the use of apparition was forbidden within Hogwarts, Fawkes possessed a unique teleportation ability that bypassed such restrictions. This all unfolded so suddenly, in mere seconds, that Voldemort had no time to intervene. Just as he intended to pursue them further, a familiar voice rang out from behind, Stand down, Tom. Voldemort's body stiffened, then turned, his eyes reflecting the figure of his opponent. It was Dumbledore, the real Dumbledore. Voldemort's expression soured. He glared at Dumbledore with malice, gesturing as the tattered Starlight Cloak, torn by Fawkes, drifted down from the sky, landing in his hand. Stand down? Voldemort scoffed coldly. Why should I? I am quite pleased with my current state. I am on the verge of attaining the immortality I desire. And you? At this juncture, Voldemort suddenly paused. Disdain and mockery etched across his face. You have grown old, Dumbledore. You cannot thwart me. I admit to my age, Dumbledore replied with remarkable composure. But to think that my powers have diminished because of it is a grievous misjudgment. Whether I have waned, we shall see. Voldemort abruptly raised his wand, Avada Kedavra. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao and Fawkes suddenly materialized inside the room of requirement. The unexpected appearance of Xiaoxiao startled everyone. Even Professor Flitwick nearly jumped out of his skin. Are you all right? They rushed towards her, and Xiaoxiao looked at them. This was a moment when they should be dancing and reveling. Yet now, I'm fine, she declared. Thankfully, Fox arrived just in time to save me. Hearing Su Xiaoxiao's praise, Fox proudly unfurled his wings, emitting a delightful melody. Perhaps one of the professors might be willing to assist Dumbledore? The Sorting Hat suddenly exclaimed, though I know he is formidable, more hands make for greater chances. Do they not? The Sorting Hat's words caught everyone's attention, and several professors exchanged glances. Snape flicked his hair dismissively. I will remain here. I'll go with Phileas, Snape said. You stay here and keep an eye on Lockhart. All right, Snape nodded, and Professor Flitwick had no objections. After inquiring about their location, Professors McGonagall and Flitwick hastily departed. Su Xiaoxiao found herself puzzled by what McGonagall had just said. What about Lockhart? What's wrong with him? Why must we keep an eye on him? Looking around, Su Xiaoxiao indeed did not see Lockhart. She wondered if he had been confined to the makeup room or elsewhere. What happened to Lockhart? What transpired while I was gone? She couldn't help but ask. At that moment, Hermione's Polyjuice potion effects had worn off, and she had returned to her original self. Recollecting the events, Hermione felt a shudder of fear. It happened like this. After I drank the Polyjuice potion and prepared everything, I pretended to be you and came here. Voldemort had indeed sent a professor to protect us, and that professor was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Rewinding time, Lockhart had indeed arrived at the room of requirement, feigning an inquiry about joining their dance. Initially, Hermione and the others intended to refuse, but Lockhart subtly informed them that he was sent by Dumbledore to protect them. Upon hearing this, although everyone felt shocked and confused, after all, Lockhart's displayed abilities were well known. They couldn't fathom why Dumbledore would choose him. They would have preferred Snape without hesitation. Nonetheless, they reluctantly accepted him into their midst. Subsequently, Hermione, disguised as Su Xiaoxiao, entered the makeup room, ostensibly to prepare for Halloween makeup. Yet her true intention was to check for any anomalies and whether she needed to replenish her Polyjuice potion. She certainly did not wish to reveal her identity at a critical moment. At that time, the makeup room was empty, as the makeup artists were in another room assisting other students with their styles. It was during this moment that Lockhart stealthily slipped into the makeup room. Aiming his wand at Hermione, he cast Avada Kedavra at me, and I had been on high alert due to the situation, so when he entered, I instinctively dodged. Hermione recalled, still shaken, her complexion pale. The green light of the killing curse grazed my body and struck the table behind me, instantly shattering it. The splintered wood hit me, and I was petrified, but I managed to draw my wand in time. Wait, I have a question, Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and asked. Why would Lockhart use the killing curse? He was under the influence of the soul-binding curse, Snape interjected suddenly, arms crossed, looking down at them. Moreover, his wand had been tampered with. Merely uttering the incantation would unleash a powerful killing curse. This sounds like something the Dark Lord would do, Harry remarked. You are indeed correct, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, gazing intently at Harry and the others. The individual who assaulted me, as well as the one who employed the soul-binding curse against Lockhart, is none other than Voldemort. Chapter 106, The Sword of Gryffindor. The name of the Dark Lord sent a collective gasp through the gathering, igniting a wave of unrest among the students, each face etched with terror. Even though their Halloween disguises masked their expressions. Fear not. Do not panic. With Dumbledore present, we shall remain safe. Hagrid interjected, swiftly attempting to reassure the crowd. Upon hearing Dumbledore's name, the students found some semblance of stability, yet their hearts were still gripped by dread. Su Xiaoxiao casually handed the Sorting Hat to Harry, while little Dumbledore climbed onto her shoulder, taking his place. Where's Lockhart now? Ron inquired. He is in the dressing room. His condition is rather poor, but just to be safe, we've tied him up. Inside the dressing room, Lockhart sat slumped on the floor, clearly in a daze, bound by several chains, with a towel stuffed in his mouth. His response was lackluster until he caught sight of Su Xiaoxiao, at which point he struggled against his restraints, emitting low whimpers. It seemed he had suffered greatly at Voldemort's hands. Such a pity. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, having hoped that with the basilisk subdued, Lockhart might endure until the end of the second year. Alas, he had succumbed to a fate of dementia, a cruel twist of fate. Suddenly, Su Xiaoxiao felt a strange sensation and turned to glance at the doorway. Aside from a few classmates lingering there, nothing seemed amiss. Had she sensed incorrectly? A frown instinctively creased her brow. What's wrong? Draco asked, perplexed, glancing between the door and Su Xiaoxiao, slightly unsettled by her reaction. It's nothing, she replied, shaking her head and redirecting her gaze. I must be overly tense. Just as she prepared to turn away, the ominous feeling surged again, more intense than before, as if it had exploded within her heart. Yet Su Xiaoxiao did not flinch to the side. She knew Draco was right behind her, and should she evade, he would be in peril. Instinctively, she pivoted and raised her wand, thrusting it forward. The abruptness of her action caused little Dumbledore to lose his balance and slide off her shoulder. What met her eyes was a serpent, its body suddenly enlarged. It resembled a creature that had been subjected to an enlargement spell, and Xiaoxiao watched in horror as a small snake, no larger than a rubber band, leapt into the air, its form swelling several times over, baring its sharp fangs as it lunged towards her. Impedimenta. Snape's response was swift, yet even so, he was a moment too late. The serpent's fangs pierced Xiaoxiao's hand, only to be instantly flung away by Snape's spell. A gash, approximately 3 centimeters long, marred the back of her hand, and in that fleeting moment, the venom coursed from the fangs, mingling with her blood. "Xiaoxiao!" Draco exclaimed, his eyes widening in alarm as he instinctively reached out to catch her as she began to falter. The wound on her hand was deep, with crimson blood threatening to spill forth, yet strangely, it appeared as if the blood had solidified, not a drop escaping, but instead visibly congealing into a frozen form. My hand, Xiaoxiao could feel the serpent's deadly venom swiftly spreading, her arm losing sensation. She felt nothing but cold and numbness. "Don't let it escape." Snape's voice cut through the tension, alerting everyone that the serpent was not far from Harry. Acting without hesitation, Harry drew his wand and aimed at the serpent. Stupefy. Harry's spell struck the serpent accurately, yet it inflicted no harm, inciting the creature's fury instead. Hissing, the serpent sprang up from the ground, once more lunging at Harry, who, startled, swiftly dodged aside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Harry fixated on the serpent, an unexpected series of hisses escaping his lips. The serpent froze momentarily, rearing up, flicking its tongue, and emitting hissing sounds intermittently. The two became locked in a gaze, the surrounding crowd holding their breath, while Snape wore an expression of peculiarity. Harry was speaking Parseltongue, a revelation that would astonish Snape for an entire year. Unbeknownst to the others, aside from Xiaoxiao, none knew what was exchanged between Harry and the serpent. However, it was evident their negotiations had collapsed. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent lunged at Harry, who, taken aback, rolled aside just in time. His wand flew from his grip, and the sorting hat was discarded on the floor. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry noticed something glinting within the hat. As the serpent sped away, the others drew their wands, but the crowd was too dense, and they hesitated to strike for fear of harming one another. In a sudden move, Harry reached underneath the sorting hat, drawing forth the sword of Gryffindor, then charged at the serpent, striking it with all his might. Hiss! The serpent let out a pained screech, writhing in agony. Suddenly, it bit off its own tail and shrank in size, swiftly fleeing the scene. Harry wished to pursue, but was halted by Snape. "Professor!" Draco shouted in terror, "Come quickly. Xiaoxiao seems to be in dire straits." "What?" The crowd gasped, rushing closer. Harry abandoned his pursuit of the serpent, sheathing the sword and hastening to her side. Snape, too, dropped his stern demeanor, striding towards her. "Everyone step back. Do not crowd around. Let me assess the situation." Snape's authoritative words had an immediate effect, prompting the students to retreat. He knelt beside Xiaoxiao, examining her condition. Suddenly, Snape's expression shifted dramatically. Outside the headmaster's office, the corridor bore the scars of a recent explosion, a gaping hole in the wall, debris strewn across the ground, remnants of magical assaults evident. Voldemort found himself at a disadvantage, facing 3 opponents. His starry cloak bore more than one hole, draping over him in a disheveled manner. Abruptly, Voldemort seemed to sense something. Now restored to his original form, a sinister smile crept across his pale, gray visage. "It appears my task has been accomplished." Voldemort, the very figure seen in the Hogwarts Tavern, had seemingly been granted a new vessel by a mysterious organization, though it bore the semblance of a corpse long deceased. Chapter 107, nearly consumed at the feast. His face bore the unmistakable marks of decay, and his pallid eyes sent chills down the spine. His high-top hat had likely been lost in battle, exposing his bald crown, along with a deep, fleeting imprint seared into his flesh, even into his very soul. Task completed? What task? The assassination of Xiaoxiao? The 3 professors exchanged glances of bewilderment. Voldemort was right here, while Snape remained behind to protect Xiaoxiao. How could Voldemort's mission possibly be fulfilled? At that moment, a tailless serpent, leaving a trail of blood, hastened towards Voldemort. "Nagini!" Voldemort exclaimed, swiftly lifting Nagini with a tender yet fierce expression, cradling her in his hands. "The sword of Gryffindor? Harry Potter, the boy who lived? I shall remember this." Suddenly, Voldemort paused for a moment, gazing at the severed tail of Nagini. However, it was but a fleeting instant before he regained his ruthless demeanor and tucked the shrunk Nagini into his pocket. "I shall return," he declared coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the 3 individuals before him. "When I do, I will make all of Hogwarts my vassal." Having uttered this ominous threat, Voldemort dramatically flung his tattered starry cloak and, along with his serpent, vanished from sight in an instant. Professor McGonagall attempted to pursue him, but was halted by a raised hand from Dumbledore. "There is no need," he said. "He will return." Dumbledore's eyes flickered with inscrutable thoughts as he gazed at the spot where Voldemort had disappeared. What we must do is prepare ourselves for the myriad possibilities that the future may hold. It was truly unimaginable that he had indeed come back. Professor Flitwick stowed away his wand, and now, having regained his composure, he realized the magnitude of the adversary he had just faced. He seems altered, in both appearance and essence, and I cannot shake the feeling that he is under someone else's control. Perhaps it is not merely an illusion. Dumbledore turned his attention to Professor Flitwick. "Let us refrain from discussing him for the moment. If I recall correctly, you mentioned that the task has been completed?" "Indeed," Professor McGonagall affirmed with a furrowed brow. "So what are we waiting for? Let us hasten to ascertain the situation." In the infirmary, Xiaoxiao had completed her resurrection. Perhaps due to her prior experience with death, she felt that her awakening this time was swifter. Draco and the others had remained vigilantly by her side, unwavering in their watch over her. The hour was now 7 in the morning. The Halloween ball had not taken place, and the atmosphere was steeped in a heavy and oppressive gloom, particularly following the tragic event of Xiaoxiao's demise, which had dealt a severe blow to them all. Were it not for Draco's fervent reassurances that Xiaoxiao possessed 9 lives and would indeed awaken, their spirits would have been even more disheartened, potentially jeopardizing Hogwarts operations. Moreover, had it not been for Draco's clarifications, they might have hastily arranged for her burial in China. Dumbledore had communicated the matter of Xiaoxiao's rebirth to the Su family in China. In his words, her family had the right to be informed, and he included the fact that this marked her second life spent. Under pressure from the others, Draco reluctantly recounted the details of her first demise to lend credibility to their claims. This was the reason why they were willing to believe that Xiaoxiao had not truly perished. Otherwise, they would have sealed her in a coffin and sent her off for burial in the night. The subsequent proceedings were well understood by all. The sound of the Swono would signal the arrival of food for the entire village. The response from China had yet to arrive, but it was anticipated soon. Gilderoy Lockhart had been admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, likely to remain there for the rest of his days. At that moment, Xiaoxiao was peering into a mirror held by Harry while enjoying the peeled grapes Draco had fed her, scrutinizing her own eyes. "It seems my eye color has lightened a bit," she mused. "Does it?" Draco set down the plate, cradled her face in his hands, gently turning it toward him, and leaned in to examine her eyes closely. As she gazed into his handsome visage from such proximity, a peculiar impulse stirred within her, though she managed to suppress it. 2 of her 9 lives had been squandered. Riddle's voice echoed suddenly. "TSK, I truly do not know what to say to you. If you don't know, then refrain from speaking," Xiaoxiao quipped, her lips twitching. After all, no one would ever resent having more lives, herself included. Yet, what was destined to happen would come to pass, and there was little she could do about it. All she could do was continually enhance her strength and strive to preserve the remaining 7 lives. "It has indeed lightened," Draco frowned, concern etched across his features. "How many lives do you have left?" 7, he inquired. "You could have evaded it. How could you be so foolish, not knowing to dodge? Losing a life so carelessly is even more foolish than Crabbe and Goyle. If you hadn't been behind me, I would have undoubtedly dodged," Xiaoxiao retorted, pouting. "Honestly, not only do you fail to express gratitude, but you also resort to personal attacks. You are truly unbelievable," Draco exclaimed, although his tone was laced with exasperation. Internally, he was filled with an indescribable emotion. What a fool, an idiot, a simpleton. Harry, holding the mirror nearby, opened his mouth several times as if to interject, but ultimately remained silent, casting a forlorn glance at the two. "I really shouldn't be here. I ought to be under the bed." At that moment, Hermione, Ron, and little Colin rushed in, and upon seeing Xiaoxiao truly awake and well, they all breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoxiao, it is such a relief to see you are all right," Hermione exclaimed, enveloping Xiaoxiao in a tight embrace. Xiaoxiao could detect the catch in Hermione's voice. In truth, Hermione had shed tears the previous night, deeply worried for her friend. "We promised to protect you, yet it resulted in your injury." "It's all right, Hermione. I have many lives and fear not." Xiaoxiao chuckled, ruffling Hermione's hair. "No tears now. It wouldn't be a pretty sight. You always say that." Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, wiping away her tears. "During the time you were unconscious, we gathered a petition and, based on yesterday's events, drafted a clarification. I also took numerous useful photographs, particularly the one of you being attacked by that snake. This will serve as crucial evidence." Little Colin chimed in. "The Dark Lord has joined a mysterious organization. He was commanded to come to Hogwarts to kill you. And his pet snake did indeed act thus, which is sufficient to prove that you are not affiliated with the mysterious organization. I captured other evidence as well." We've just submitted it to the Daily Prophet. We should see it in the latest edition soon. Chapter 108. It is Nagini. Student Su. It seems you are now well. Your parents have come to see you. Please follow me. At that moment, Professor McGonagall's voice rang out from outside. Su Xiaoxiao, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded and got out of bed, slipping on her shoes as she made her way over. Professor McGonagall led her toward the headmaster's office. The damaged walls outside the office had been repaired, leaving only Filch to clean up the remnants. Upon seeing McGonagall and Su Xiaoxiao approach, he nodded slightly to McGonagall before casting a bewildered glance at Su Xiaoxiao, as though he had seen a ghost, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Filch was internally astonished. She truly came back to life? The magic from China is astonishing. Inside the headmaster's office, before Su Xiaoxiao even stepped in, she heard her mother's booming voice. Hogwarts is indeed the safest place in the magical world. Clad in a qipao, Li Yunshu sat gracefully on the sofa, her smile concealing an undercurrent of anger as she regarded Dumbledore. It is fortunate that my Xiaoxiao has 9 lives. Otherwise, I would have come to find nothing but her lifeless body today. Mom. Su Xiaoxiao, hearing her words, realized her mother was genuinely furious, her tone dripping with sarcasm. To prevent her from losing her temper and confronting Dumbledore, Su Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, "Dear mother, I am quite well now, so please do not be angry. It is not good for your health. You still care about my temper? I had long warned you that you would encounter numerous tribulations here, compelling you to retreat and return to China. Just look, it has barely been a while, and such events have already transpired. Moreover, you concealed from us such a significant matter as losing a life last year. Do you not regard me as your mother, nor your father?" Li Yunshu's tone grew increasingly agitated, her eyes slightly reddening. Su Xiaoxiao understood her mother's concern and refrained from retorting, merely nodding silently. After much admonition, Li Yunshu's heart felt somewhat eased as she tenderly caressed Su Xiaoxiao's cheek, filled with both warmth and helplessness. "Let us return home, Xiaoxiao. Mother truly cannot bear to witness you suffer any further harm." Su Xiaoxiao felt her nose tingle with emotion. Truth be told, she was somewhat swayed, momentarily entertaining the thought of decisively leaving all of this behind and returning to China. However, upon seeing Dumbledore, the character she most revered across her 2 lifetimes, a living embodiment of wisdom, alongside Hogwarts, which had become her second home over the past 2 years, and her dear friends Draco, Hermione, Harry, and Ron, she found herself hesitating. "I still wish to stay, mother." Ultimately, she could not bring herself to forsake her desires. Li Yunshu was not entirely satisfied with this response and seemed poised to continue speaking. "All right, dear, do not press Xiaoxiao. Let her make her own choice." Su Wumao finally interjected, enveloping Li Yunshu in his embrace, sighing as he looked at Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, having your own thoughts is a commendable thing. Your mother does not wish to control your life. She is simply deeply concerned for you and cannot bear to see you harmed. Although your mother and I share the same sentiment, wishing for you not to remain here, we shall not interfere further. Yet, should you ever change your mind, know that we shall always stand behind you." Su Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into her parents' embrace, tears streaming down her face. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall silently observed this family expressing their feelings, inevitably becoming enveloped in the poignant atmosphere, lost in their own complex memories. All right, there are others present. Do not cry so heart-wrenchingly," Su Wumao said with reddened eyes, gently patting Su Xiaoxiao's back. "You still have the talisman that Master Lin gave you, right? You must keep it close. Do not take it off, understand? Do not worry, Dad, I know." Su Xiaoxiao wiped her eyes and retrieved the talisman that hung around her neck, showing it to him briefly before placing it back safely. "You have 7 lives left. Do not be careless like yesterday. Do not always rely on your abundance of lives," Li Yunshu admonished. "You must regard these 7 lives as one." "I understand, mother." Su Xiaoxiao nodded obediently. After a few more admonitions, Su Wumao and Li Yunshu cast apologetic glances at Dumbledore. "We are truly sorry for causing you to witness this." "It is quite all right. I understand," Dumbledore replied, opening a drawer and retrieving a box, placing it on the table and unveiling its contents. "What is this?" Su Wumao inquired, eyeing the box's contents. A severed tail resembling that of a snake, still stained with blood, its dark green markings adding an air of mystery. What was peculiar, however, was the black ring encircling the area near the severed end. Su Wumao scrutinized it closely, a sudden realization dawning upon him. His expression shifting. "This appears to be the tracking ring of a mysterious organization?" "The tracking ring? Indeed, it is the tracking ring," Su Wumao affirmed. "The tracking ring is a tool primarily used by the higher-ups of the mysterious organization to enslave and control others. Alongside the tracking ring, there exists a remote control that can inflict torment on its wearer." "Whose tale is this? How did it end up here?" This was severed from the snake that attacked Xiaoxiao, struck down by Harry with the sword of Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall explained, though she had not witnessed the entire event. She had inquired with Snape and Harry. The snake had escaped swiftly, leaving behind this severed tail. The snake. Xiaoxiao pondered. Wait, could it possibly be Nagini? After all, Nagini transforms into a green snake, and the one who sought to kill me yesterday was Voldemort, and Nagini is his pet. Upon this reflection, it became clear that the severed tail belonged to none other than Nagini. Nagini, a tragic figure, once a kind and pitiable woman cursed to become a snake, ultimately lost her lover and her identity, forever bound to Voldemort as his pet, only to be slain by Neville with the sword of Gryffindor. Her life was a tragedy, and even in death, she found no peace. Now, she was under the control of a mysterious organization, the implications of which remained uncertain. Chapter 109. Regarding the mass sale of the Daily Prophet. Nagini? Upon hearing this name, Dumbledore felt a vague sense of familiarity, yet upon reflection, he could not recall any specific memory associated with it, only that it sounded somewhat familiar. How do you know its name? Professor McGonagall inquired, her curiosity piqued. You see, during my confrontation with Voldemort, I heard him mention the name of that snake, Xiaoxiao replied, fabricating a lie not out of malice, but rather to avoid drawing too much attention to the original story. She deemed it sufficient for Dumbledore to be aware. Furthermore, explaining this to Professor McGonagall would be complicated. She could not divulge that she had traversed through time, particularly since Sue's father and mother were present. Thus, the excuse of consulting Master Lin's divination could no longer be used, as Sue's parents were aware that Master Lin had not made such predictions. Xiaoxiao feared that her secret of not being the original soul of this body would be uncovered. She could hardly fathom the consequences if this protective family learned the truth. May I take this? Su Wuma gestured toward the severed tail within the box. The Chinese Immortal Alliance is actively pursuing the members of the mysterious organization. This could assist us in locating their stronghold. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. It holds no value for us. If it can aid you, please feel free to take it. Thank you, Su Wuma acknowledged, sealing the box and casting a concealment charm over it. After securing the box, Su Wuma and Li Yunshu rose, preparing to depart from Hogwarts. In addition to visiting Xiaoxiao, we have another very important matter to attend to, Su Wuma stated. You shall likely learn of it this afternoon. This is a matter of such significance that it could impact the entire magical realm. Upon uttering these words, Su Wuma and Li Yunshu utilized a shrinking spell to leave Hogwarts. A matter of such gravity that it could affect the entire magical community? Su Xiaoxiao pondered, though she sensed it was likely related to the Ministry of Magic. Furthermore, it was highly probable that the Chinese Immortal Alliance had discovered crucial evidence to vindicate their innocence, which could spell serious repercussions for Fudge. All of this remained uncertain, and only time would reveal the truth. In the headmaster's office, Su Xiaoxiao was asked some inconsequential questions by Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall before taking her leave. At noon, during mealtime, Su Xiaoxiao savored the nutritious meal prepared especially for her by Peeves and the others while responding to the concerns of those around her. At that moment, a flurry of owls flew in, each clutching a copy of the newspaper. Dun nonchalantly tossed a copy of the Daily Prophet before Su Xiaoxiao, then executed a remarkably graceful glide before Simo, audaciously snatching the slice of bread he was poised to consume. Hey, that's mine, Simo exclaimed, reaching out to reclaim it. But Dun was far swifter, flapping its wings and soaring away. With a look of indignation, Simo had no choice but to retrieve 2 more slices, slathering them anew with his favorite jam. Almost every student had reserved a copy of today's Daily Prophet, eager to glimpse the collective clarification they had penned for Su Xiaoxiao. As Su Xiaoxiao unfolded the newspaper, she indeed found on the front page the carefully arranged clarification prepared by Hermione and her friends, along with a joint letter and photographic evidence taken by little Colin. According to a description provided by Hannah Abbott, a student from Hufflepuff at Hogwarts, Su Xiaoxiao exhibited remarkable bravery and kindness. She was the first to venture into the Forbidden Forest to assist the unicorns in peril, even vanquishing many members of a sinister organization, which ultimately brought her grave danger. Just last night, this mysterious organization dispatched agents to Hogwarts to assault Su Xiaoxiao. Fortunately, after sustaining injuries and losing consciousness, she awoke, having suffered no severe harm. The portrayal of Su Xiaoxiao momentarily stunned her. Something felt amiss. In order to prevent panic, we reached a consensus to make a few minor modifications. We omitted the Dark Lordess name to alleviate fear and refrained from disclosing your 9 lives, merely to protect your privacy and abilities, which might also serve to confound our adversaries. How thoughtful of you, Hermione. Thank you. Su Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance her way and continued perusing. Another student from Gryffindor, Colin Creevey, provided a plethora of compelling evidence. The accompanying photographs, taken by him, were sufficient to demonstrate that Xiaoxiao was not a member of the mysterious organization, nor did she harbor any nefarious intentions. Moreover, it was well known that the last person to slander her was still serving time in the underwater prison of Huaxia's Sun Moon Lake. Everyone understood the implications. Upon reaching the latter sections, Xiaoxiao could not suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Who edited this? Everyone understands? Surely, it wasn't he some half-blood wizard who wrote this? Following that, the subsequent content consisted of a joint clarification letter signed by nearly all students at Hogwarts. The densely packed newspaper, filled with signatures and photographs, was truly a spectacle. Today's edition of the Daily Prophet not only sold exceptionally well within Hogwarts, but also stirred significant upheaval within the magical community. Additionally, the widely scrutinized ultimatum issued by the Ministry of Magic to the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance was circulating, yet no further developments had emerged, leaving the bystanders in a state of curiosity. Consequently, with no updates from the ministry, the onlookers diverted their attention to rallying support for Xiaoxiao. Although a small faction speculated that she was merely seeking publicity, such dissenting voices were exceedingly faint, swiftly drowned out by the overwhelming wave of support. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius was savoring the exquisite tea delivered by Sue's father that morning, his demeanor untroubled and devoid of the anxiety that had plagued him the previous day. It seemed he possessed everything well in hand. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Narcissa rose to answer it, only to find a haggard-looking Fudge standing on the threshold, forcing a smile upon seeing her. Mrs. Malfoy. Bang. Narcissa unceremoniously slammed the door shut. Dobby, who was preparing tea and desserts for Lucius, was startled, nearly dropping the tray he held. Perhaps buoyed by his good mood, Lucius merely cast a fleeting glance at Dobby. Refraining from reprimanding him, Dobby was utterly astonished. Chapter 110, Fudge's Downfall. Under normal circumstances, such a lapse would have incurred Lucius's wrath, and he would have exacted a severe punishment. Lucius, I know you're home. Let me in. I have no one else to rely on. Please help me. Fudge shouted from outside, attempting to persuade those within to relent and admit him. Narcissa gracefully settled beside Lucius, inquiring, Are you planning to ignore him all day? Lucius raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth curling upwards, his eyes glinting with derision. Why should I see him? He thinks he has found a reliable ally and expects me to take the fall for him. How absurd. Ah, Connolly, you finally displayed some backbone. Yet it has cost you dearly. Outside, as Fudge realized Lucius had no intention of emerging, he cast off his facade, unleashing a torrent of invective. Lucius Malfoy, you treacherous, self-serving, ungrateful scoundrel. Do you think your alliance with the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance will keep you safe? Utterly foolish. Since you've chosen to abandon me in my hour of need, don't blame me for dragging you down with me. Bang. In the midst of his tirade, Fudge was abruptly silenced as the door swung open, revealing Lucius, who brandished his serpent-headed wand. A chilling expression etched upon his face. If you dare utter another word, you shall find no mercy. You wouldn't. Fudge gasped in terror, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. I am the Minister of Magic. You cannot lay a hand on me. Minister of Magic? Lucius mocked, looking down upon him with a sneer. Regrettably, today you are no longer that. You. Fudge's face turned ashen, his lips quivering as he seemed on the verge of uttering something else, but ultimately he faltered, forcing a sycophantic smile and nearly pleading, Lucius, please help me one last time. I beg you. I truly do not want to lose my position, considering how often I have heeded your counsel enough. Lucius interrupted coldly. When you threw me to the wolves to divert attention from yourself, did you ever consider my predicament? Now leave my estate at once, while I still have the restraint not to act against you. With the stakes made clear, Fudge recognized that persisting would only lead to his expulsion, and it was better to depart with some semblance of dignity. As he turned to leave, Lucius finally withdrew his gaze, scoffing as he returned to the room. Narcissa approached him, asking, Have you considered a successor for the next minister? Not yet, Lucius replied, shaking his head. There is a proposed candidate from Huaxia who inquired about my opinion. I did not acquiesce. Narcissa pondered, having long since discerned Lucius's thoughts and intentions through their years of acquaintance. You're concerned that Huaxia might use this appointment to gradually seize control of the entire wizarding ministry of Ingwa? Lucius nodded slightly. Regardless of their intentions, we must remain vigilant, and thus, I plan to nominate myself for the position of Minister of Magic. Lucius's gaze flickered, his tone laced with ambition. With the Malfoy family's influence and wealth, a few well-placed gifts and promises could garner him a considerable following. Lucius understood the wizarding society of Ingwa well. They did not require a particularly capable leader, merely someone to lead them. As long as he offered them a few incentives, support would naturally gravitate toward him. Time passed swiftly, yet for those awaiting developments, the brief span of 2 hours felt akin to 2 centuries. Breaking news. Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge has just been dismissed. In the Gryffindor common room, Colin, the leader of the intelligence team of HMC, burst in with an exuberant expression, brandishing the freshly released Daily Prophet, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Let me see. Fred suddenly appeared, snatching the newspaper from Colin's grasp. He and George then clambered onto a table, each holding one side of the newspaper, and began to read aloud with fervor. Fred declared, Cornelius Fudge, in order to terminate the collaboration with the Chinese Wizarding Alliance, has deliberately conspired with a nefarious, mysterious organization, using the unicorns of the Forbidden Forest as leverage to forge an alliance with them. George chimed in. This hypocritical and selfish individual colludes with the mysterious organization merely out of fear that his position and power may be jeopardized in the future, while slandering the Chinese Wizarding Alliance and the innocent Lucius Malfoy. Fred continued. He has long suspected that the collaboration with the Chinese Wizarding Alliance would yield tremendous benefits for the magical world and firmly believes that, in stark contrast, everyone will deem him utterly ineffectual and dismiss him from his post. George added, as an aside, this fellow must be suffering from a persecution complex. The justification for his numerous misdeeds is merely a figment of his own fears. How utterly reckless. Fred agreed, indeed. And what is the outcome? Xiaoxiao is already itching to know what comes next. Having been dismissed, who will be the next Minister of Magic? Let me check. Oh, here it is. George responded. Due to the suddenness of the situation, the ministry was unprepared for personnel changes, but they planned to elect a new Minister of Magic through voting. Voting? The others expressed curiosity. Is there a provision that allows students to participate in voting or elections? There is no explicit mention that students cannot vote, but standing for election is out of the question, George quickly clarified. They will announce several candidates the day after tomorrow, and we can send our ballots to the ministry via our post. Oh dear, Xiaoxiao suddenly shook her head, a pensive sigh escaping her lips, drawing Hermione's attention. What's the matter? Nothing, just feeling a bit contemplative, Xiaoxiao replied. Life is truly unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in another sausage. Xiaoxiao certainly wouldn't disclose to them that she was reflecting on the tempest her butterfly effect had wrought upon the magical realm, which had escalated to unforeseen proportions. Fudge's early downfall and Voldemort's affiliation with the mysterious organization left her pondering whether the plot would indeed veer off course. The thought was rather exhilarating. Chapter 111, A Special Ball. In the Gryffindor girls' dormitory, Xiaoxiao finally relaxed. She would not be expelled, and Fudge had been ousted. Although Voldemort's return and his alliance with the mysterious organization was somewhat unexpected, Xiaoxiao deemed it manageable. Yet, the thought of facing not just Voldemort, but the entire mysterious organization was daunting. Moreover, the Halloween masquerade ball, which had been anticipated, ended before it even began, leaving a sense of regret. Especially since she had prepared so many whimsical costumes for everyone. At that moment, Duin suddenly flew in through the window, clutching a letter in its beak. Xiaoxiao waved her hand, and Duin released the letter into her palm before landing with a thud on the table, cocking its head at her, seemingly begging for food. As Xiaoxiao retrieved some birdseed from her pocket to feed it, she admonished, Duin, you've grown so plump. If this continues, you'll be unable to fly. On the day you can't fly, I will certainly take you to the kitchen and hand you over to Pippi. Duin, who had been enjoying its meal, immediately halted, its eyes widening in terror as it gazed at Xiaoxiao. Coo! It protested vehemently, indignant at the notion that it could not indulge a bit more. You can't expect a bird to fly without feeding it. Speak another word, and I shall stew you, Xiaoxiao threatened. Duin promptly complied, shuffling away from her and curling up on the table, gazing up at her with a pitiful expression. Look at you, so pathetic. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but laugh, then opened the letter. Dear Xiaoxiao Su, it read, tonight is the night after Halloween, a special occasion that should not go to waste. Thus, I formally invite you to attend a special ball at 9:30 p.m. in the room of requirement. Your punctual attendance is essential, or I shall be exceedingly displeased. Yours, Draco Malfoy. Xiaoxiao found herself amused by his earnestness. After reading it several times, she tucked it away into her drawer. The night after Halloween? Is such a holiday even recognized? She mused. However, since it was an invitation from Draco, she felt compelled to attend, viewing it as an opportunity to compensate for the previous day's disappointment. What shall I wear? Xiaoxiao pondered as she rose to prepare her outfit for the evening's rendezvous. Though the ball was still some time away, she wished to be ready in advance. Xiaoxiao, what are you up to? Hermione entered just as Xiaoxiao was holding up several garments to gauge their suitability. Oh, Hermione, you're just in time. Please help me choose which dress would be best for dancing. Dancing? Hermione looked at her incredulously. Is there a special occasion today? I was unaware that Hogwarts was hosting another ball. Oh, never mind that. Just help me pick something. I'm in a quandary. Hermione nodded resignedly, refraining from further inquiries. and focused on assisting her. Ultimately, they settled on a stunning white gown with a flowing black, starry tulle overlay, adorned with exquisite black roses at the hem and waist, exuding elegance and allure. "You look absolutely breathtaking," Hermione exclaimed, gazing at Xiaoxiao with genuine admiration. "Thank you," Xiaoxiao said, feeling a bit bashful as she fiddled with the hem of her dress. Indeed, she looked beautiful. The gown accentuated her figure, lending her an air of sweet sophistication, shedding the youthful innocence for a more refined charm. "This will be the one," Xiaoxiao finally declared. "I'll help you with your hair," Hermione offered, ushering Xiaoxiao to sit in a chair, eagerly grabbing a comb. "I shall make you look utterly stunning. Then I shall rely on you, Hermione." At 9:25 p.m., feeling somewhat shy about her splendid attire, Xiaoxiao requested Hermione to borrow Harry's invisibility cloak, draping it over herself as she made her way to the room of requirement. Stepping inside cautiously, she found the room still adorned as it had been during the Halloween masquerade, albeit with fewer frightful decorations and more vibrant flowers. The ambience was dim, yet her night vision allowed her to navigate comfortably. "Draco?" Xiaoxiao removed the cloak, tentatively calling his name as she took a cautious step forward. Suddenly, the lights blazed to life, accompanied by a melodious, romantic tune, illuminating the stage where a figure clad in a white suit stood. Draco seemed to have made an effort to present himself well. His smooth blonde hair was styled into a dashing, tousled middle part, and a charming smile graced his fair face, accentuated by the tailored white suit that elegantly showcased his physique. At the moment he spotted Xiaoxiao. Draco's Adam's apple bobbed slightly. Draco's pupils narrowed slightly as he regained his composure. He stepped forward, bowing slightly, one hand behind his back while extending the other towards Xiaoxiao. "The beautiful Miss Su, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance?" Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze, which had been momentarily captivated, her ears tinged with a faint blush as she nodded gently. She stepped forward, placing her hand in Draco's outstretched one. His hand was warm and enveloped her palm entirely. Observing her hand enveloped by Draco's and the diminishing distance between them, it felt as if she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat with every breath. The air around her was infused with Draco's delightful scent, reminiscent of creamy milk candy, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Suddenly, two fluffy cat ears sprouted atop Xiaoxiao's head, their tips twitching slightly, instantly capturing Draco's attention. "Your ears." "What? What ears?" Xiaoxiao looked up, her gaze colliding with Draco's, which was filled with a blend of warmth and delight. "Your cat ears have appeared. Are you startled?" Xiaoxiao instinctively shook her ears, and indeed, they were there. Her cheeks flushed crimson as her eyes darted away, defensively stating, "I merely wanted them to breathe a little. You know, keeping them confined would be detrimental." "You're absolutely right," Draco replied, his gaze flickering as he tightened his grip on Xiaoxiao's hand, while his other hand settled on her slender waist. Keeping them confined could indeed lead to ruin. If cat ears can suffer from such confinement, might there be other special things that could as well? Chapter 112. In your presence, affection far exceeds rationality. What special things? Xiaoxiao seemed to realize something. Her eyes drifting off, her cheeks erupting in a flush. "This isn't suitable for children. You shouldn't say such things." The more Xiaoxiao pondered, the more she felt a sense of unease. Her face felt hot, and the hand resting on her waist seemed to radiate even more warmth. Draco paused for a moment, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Not suitable for children? But it's merely a matter of feelings. Why would that be inappropriate?" Xiaoxiao froze, mortified. "Oh, how embarrassing. Feelings are just feelings. Why substitute them with something special?" The phrase kept inside is truly misleading. Oh no, this was it. Her image was ruined. She needed an excuse to divert the conversation. "Ahem, never mind that. What do you mean by feelings being kept inside?" Xiaoxiao quickly shifted the topic, fearing that if they continued, this chapter would be censored. "Well, suppressing the blossoming of one's feelings, whether physical or emotional, can indeed lead to detriment, wouldn't you agree?" Draco's lips curled into a subtle smile, his eyes sparkling as if stars were twinkling within them. "Much like your cat ears, they too need to be allowed to breathe." As Xiaoxiao heard Draco's breath above her, she could feel the tension in his body, which was slightly taut. What was he nervous about? Confused. She looked up and found Draco gazing deeply into her eyes. His expression was unlike his usual self, typically proud and self-assured. Now it bore a tender intensity. As Xiaoxiao stared into his eyes, she felt herself drifting away, lost in his tenderness and deep affection. "Wait, affection?" Xiaoxiao. Draco's voice suddenly broke through her chaotic thoughts, pulling her back to reality. His tone was low yet slightly youthful, filled with unwavering resolve. Xiaoxiao instinctively responded. "The feelings I have long suppressed within my heart can no longer remain hidden," Draco declared, his gaze fixed upon hers with unwavering certainty. "I, Draco Malfoy, formally request Though Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat naive about such matters, having lived 2 lives, she understood the gravity of the situation. Yet even with clarity in her heart, her mind was blank, merely staring at him, even as Draco leaned closer. Su Xiaoxiao, will you be my girlfriend? Buzz. It was as if a grenade had exploded in her mind, leaving her utterly stunned. Looking into Draco's eyes, which sparkled with anticipation and trepidation, her heart raced even faster. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao hesitated. Her hesitation stemmed from many reasons, the most pressing being her concern over the prophecy of the future. What if she couldn't endure it? Would Draco then be left a widower? But if she followed her heart, gazing into Draco's luminous eyes, she found herself once again entranced by his gentle gaze, her body instinctively responding as she nodded. I would be delighted. Her body was far more sincere than her thoughts. Or perhaps, affection outweighed rationality. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao's response, Draco's earlier anxiety dissipated, replaced by joy as his eyes sparkled solely with her presence. I knew you would never refuse me. Draco joyfully embraced Su Xiaoxiao, pulling her tightly into his arms. He towered over her, causing her cat ears to perk up before relaxing, his golden hair brushing against them, making them quiver. Once Su Xiaoxiao regained her composure, a smile crept onto her lips. Let her savor the moment. As for the future, to hell with it. She found it hard to decline. She didn't want to see disappointment in Draco's eyes. Wrapping her arms tightly around Draco, she reveled in the warmth of his embrace, filled with a scent she adored. The romantic music continued in the background. And on this ordinary yet extraordinary night, 2 young souls exchanged their affections and danced together. The following day, Su Xiaoxiao once again departed the Slytherin common room alongside Draco. Unlike their previous aloofness, a genuine affection now blossomed between them, evident in their every gesture, their fingers intertwined, creating a captivating sight. Snap! As Pansy emerged from her room, she was met with this infuriating scene, completely unaware that she had instinctively crushed her crystal glass in her hand. It was evident how furious she was at that moment. Su Xiaoxiao. Pansy's eyes seemingly sparked with flames, embodying a stark contrast between Western and Eastern approaches to conflict. The latter often favors patience, adhering to the notion of revenge being a dish best served cold, while the former tends to be direct and confrontational. Evidently, Pansy belonged to the latter category. She dropped the shattered glass, heedless of her bleeding hand, rushing towards them. I will not allow you to hold Draco's hand. Absolutely not. Before Su Xiaoxiao could react, Draco furrowed his brows, protectively shielding her behind him as he pushed Pansy away. What is wrong with you, Draco? Pansy's voice was sharp and incredulous. You actually pushed me? If I don't push you, am I supposed to stand by and watch you attack my girlfriend like a rabid dog? Draco's patience with his childhood companion was wearing thin. Girlfriend? Pansy's reaction was as if she had been struck. You chose this Gryffindor over me. I refuse to accept this. I was the one who knew you first. I have always been by your side. Only I am worthy of you. She, a Gryffindor, is unworthy of being your girlfriend. Enough. Draco interjected, his countenance darkening. If you utter another disparaging remark about Xiaoxiao, I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Draco, you. Pansy attempted to retort, but upon perceiving the impatience and disdain in Draco's gaze, she fell silent. Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shyly touched her nose while gripping Draco's hand tighter. Their relationship was open and mutual, and Pansy's interference only served to make her feel like a fool. Believing that Xiaoxiao was intimidated, Draco gently patted her head. Do not mind her, let us go. Chapter 113. Xiaoxiao, will you prioritize romance over friendship? In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Xiaoxiao and Draco dismissed the earlier incident from their minds. Although Xiaoxiao initially felt a twinge of guilt, she quickly realized that she was, in fact, the legitimate girlfriend and had no reason to feel remorse. Her spirits lifted, she followed Draco to the Slytherin table to dine. The other students, whether from Slytherin, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, or Ravenclaw, were astonished. The reason was simple. Today, Xiaoxiao and Draco had been excessively intimate, drawing everyone's attention. At the Gryffindor table, Hermione noticed the scene and instinctively clenched her fists. Ron and Harry exchanged glances, swallowing hard, and discreetly shifted away. Hermione's aura was decidedly off. It was prudent for them to eat in silence to avoid her wrath. How infuriating. Hermione suddenly slammed her fist on the table, startling both Harry and Ron. What's wrong? Neville, sitting across from them, looked alarmed and cautiously inquired. Xiaoxiao went on a date with Malfoy last night. Good heavens, what was Malfoy thinking? Xiaoxiao is only 12. Well, isn't it possible that Malfoy and Xiaoxiao are the same age? What? My word, Xiaoxiao has been lured over there to dine. Hermione paid no heed to Neville's words, her eyes fixed on the opposite table. Her expression akin to that of a farmer whose prized cabbage had been ravaged by a pig. This cannot stand. I must devise a plan to coax Xiaoxiao back. Resolved. Hermione leapt from her chair, head held high as she strode purposefully toward the other table. Xiaoxiao. Hermione approached Xiaoxiao and Draco, who were holding hands while Draco fed her a generous portion of food. Hermione, what brings you here? Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her mouth full of the neatly cut steak Draco had offered her, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Clearing her throat, Hermione glanced at Draco, who was watching her with a guarded expression, causing her lips to twitch. Ron mentioned he was feeling a bit unwell, so I came to inform you. Would you like to go check on him? Unwell? Why would you seek Xiaoxiao for that? You should escort him to Madame Pomfrey instead, Draco interjected, annoyance creeping into his tone as he glared at Hermione. Fortunately, I acted swiftly. Otherwise, Xiaoxiao might have run off with someone else. Although Hermione is a girl, how can one be sure? Draco's thoughts grew increasingly troubled, tightening his grip on Xiaoxiao's hand. He regarded Hermione with suspicion. Not to be outdone, Hermione shot him a defiant glare. What do you know? Regardless, Xiaoxiao is coming back with me. Absolutely not. Draco immediately countered, unwilling to concede. As the two prepared for a verbal clash, Xiaoxiao, startled, quickly interjected, calm down. No fighting. Draco, I'll go with Hermione for a moment. You keep eating while I check on Ron. Make sure you return. Draco frowned. You still have lobster left to eat. I know. Xiaoxiao stood and followed Hermione away from the Slytherin table, returning to Gryffindor. Hermione felt elated. Indeed, in Xiaoxiao's heart, friends held paramount importance. Ron, how are you feeling now? Xiaoxiao inquired, finding Ron stuffing his face. Ron looked up, bewildered. He was about to claim he was fine when he caught Hermione's intense gaze, causing him to swallow nervously and cautiously respond. I feel not very good. Catching Hermione's approving nod from the corner of his eye, Ron sighed in relief. Does your stomach still hurt? Stomach ache? Ron was momentarily puzzled until Harry nudged him, prompting him to nod vigorously. Yes, indeed, my stomach really hurts. Oh, it's agonizing. Ron's performance was rather lackluster, and Xiaoxiao's initial concern morphed into exasperation, largely due to Ron's theatrics. Even Hermione and Harry shook their heads in resignation, with Hermione contemplating abandoning the charade altogether. Forget it, I confess, Xiaoxiao, I tricked you. Ron is perfectly fine. I said that deliberately to lure you back to us, Hermione stated, a hint of possessiveness evident in her voice. This revelation startled Xiaoxiao. Though she and Draco were also friends, seeing her so closely involved with him made Hermione uncomfortable. Xiaoxiao, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Not at all. Xiaoxiao finally understood Hermione's feelings. She was worried that Xiaoxiao might prioritize romance over friendship. I am with Draco, but that will not lessen my bond with you all. Hermione, her expression complex, sighed and chose not to argue further, instead smiling and nodding. This is what you said. Do not forget us friends once you have a boyfriend. I will uphold my word. Xiaoxiao replied earnestly, causing Hermione to chuckle as she finally brightened. Xiaoxiao hugged her and then took her hand to sit at the table. Let us eat. We have classes soon. Are you not going to be with Malfoy? Not anymore. Xiaoxiao replied, it's merely mealtime. There will be plenty of time for that later. Hearing this, Hermione beamed with joy. However, a certain second-year Slytherin was far from pleased. Then I shall head over there. Draco resolved, standing up to make his way across the hall. A nearby classmate was taken aback. Hey Malfoy, where are you going? To the Gryffindor table? Yes. Is there a problem? Draco frowned at the individual. That's rather inappropriate. If it were Xiaoxiao coming over here, it would be fine. But if you go over there and our head of house sees, he will surely be displeased. Draco hesitated briefly, glancing at the staff table to see Professor Snape absent, which eased his mind considerably. I do not care. I am going over now. Nearby, Pansy watched the scene unfold, her anger boiling as she gripped her fork tightly. Yet, despite her frustration, she knew she had lost utterly and that there was nothing she could do. Chapter 114, Candidates for the Minister of Magic. The list of candidates for the Minister of Magic was announced today, and to Draco's astonishment, his father was among them. Colin hurried over to Xiaoxiao and the others, his enthusiasm palpable. As a dedicated observer of events, Colin was either consuming gossip or on the verge of doing so every day. Really? Let me see, Draco exclaimed, his expression one of genuine surprise. Clearly, Lucius had not mentioned this to him. As Draco took the newspaper from young Colin, he raised it with both hands, while Su Xiaoxiao nestled closer, slipping between Draco's arms to stand before him, sharing the contents of the paper in a manner reminiscent of being embraced. Draco was quite pleased with Su Xiaoxiao's gesture, relishing the impression of her reliance on him, which elevated his mood significantly. He gently rested his chin atop her head. Their height difference allowed them to maintain this intimate posture, with Su Xiaoxiao comfortably leaning against him, enveloped in a sense of ease and contentment. This display elicited a sense of injury among many single individuals. Let me see, aside from Uncle Lucius, there's also Albus Dumbledore, Rufus Scrimgeour, Kingsley Shacklebolt, Barty Crouch. Amelia Bones, and Dolores Umbridge, Su Xiaoxiao remarked. Among them, Dumbledore garnered the most votes, followed by Uncle Lucius. Albeit with a substantial gap, Dumbledore's tally exceeded Lucius's by over 500 votes. It appeared that the next Minister of Magic would indeed be Dumbledore. Draco felt a twinge of disappointment. He would have preferred his father to be elected instead. Others, however, were quite elated, holding Dumbledore in high esteem. Yet, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, asserting, I doubt it. Dumbledore will not assume the role of Minister of Magic. If he truly wished to, he wouldn't have declined the ministry's numerous invitations before. Why? Harry inquired, perplexed, as he believed Dumbledore would genuinely take on the ministerial position. Perhaps due to his age. Indeed, Dumbledore is the people's choice, but he is quite old, and managing the entire Ministry of Magic is undoubtedly a taxing endeavor. I suspect, given his temperament, he would find it unsuitable. That does make sense. Does that imply my father has a considerable chance of being elected? Draco's eyes brightened, and his countenance regained its confident glow. As it stands, it seems so, Su Xiaoxiao mused, stroking her chin. Personally, I don't mind. As long as the Minister of Magic isn't that Umbridge character. Umbridge? I know her. She occasionally visits my father, Draco commented. I don't particularly dislike her. But I can't say I like her either. Why are you so averse to her? Because during my attendance at the Wisengamot, she constantly targeted me. Attempting to accuse me of wrongdoing, Su Xiaoxiao replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Draco was momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted with indignation, exclaiming, actually, I was just joking. I too detest Umbridge. The group fell silent. Draco, your mood swings are incredibly swift. Should we cast our votes as well? Ron interjected, raising his hand. This is a significant matter, and I believe we should all participate. Indeed. Who knows, if the candidate we vote for is elected, they might just take care of us. The Weasley twins jested. Hearing this, Draco's eyes gleamed with a newfound idea. Everyone could vote for my father, and I could persuade him to fulfill one of your requests. Su Xiaoxiao looked up in surprise. From this angle, she could distinctly see Draco's defined jawline and his alluring, fair Adam's apple. Is that true? Would Uncle Lucius agree? If that is the case, I have a suggestion. With her hair brushing against Draco's neck, a tickling sensation arose, prompting him to gently ruffle Su Xiaoxiao's hair as he inquired in a deep voice. Of course it's true. But I must first write a letter to my family tonight to seek my father's opinion. But what if Uncle Lucius disagrees? Su Xiaoxiao's question momentarily stumped Draco. He contemplated but found no answers, eventually conceding that shouldn't be the case. May I hear your suggestion first? My suggestion is quite simple. If Uncle Lucius is indeed elected, could we avoid the whole discrimination against half-blood wizards and the supremacy of pureblood theories? Su Xiaoxiao stated earnestly. Setting aside other matters, if even this fundamental assurance cannot be provided, I doubt students from the other three houses would cast their votes for Uncle Lucius. Although it may not significantly alter the outcome, judging by the current votes, Uncle Lucius's second place is likely at risk, given the narrow margin between him and Barty Crouch. Who is in third? Su Xiaoxiao is right, Hermione chimed in, affirming with seriousness. Everyone knows my background, so if I were to vote, I would choose someone who does not discriminate against those of Muggle descent for the important role of Minister of Magic. Me too, Colin chimed in, raising his hand and nodding vigorously. Draco's expression shifted to one of concern. Although he had developed a more accepting attitude toward half-bloods and Muggle-born wizards since meeting Su Xiaoxiao, and could even engage with them playfully, he was acutely aware of his father's staunch adherence to pure-blood supremacy. He understood that his father would never acquiesce to such a suggestion. I will attempt to persuade my father, Draco resolved, unwilling to give up. Perhaps, in his father's eyes, the role of Minister of Magic held greater significance than the doctrine of pure-blood supremacy. However, he mentally braced himself for a possible reprimand but felt indifferent. He had grown accustomed to it. Despite his enduring reverence for his father, after spending time with Su Xiaoxiao, he inexplicably began to entertain rebellious thoughts. Perhaps it wasn't rebellion per se. Draco merely believed that some of his father's actions were indeed misguided. This might echo the saying often attributed to the Chinese. One who stays near vermilion becomes red. One who stays near ink becomes black. Well then, I await your good news, Su Xiaoxiao encouraged him. Just then, the magical mirror in her storage bag suddenly chimed. Su Xiaoxiao promptly retrieved it, discovering it was a call from Huang Yunyan. With no classes in the afternoon, everyone was free to chat and gather in the room of requirement. Since Halloween had passed, the room, which served as the base for HMC, had shed its frightening decorations and transformed back into a cozy lounge. Draco went to a nearby table to write his letter while Su Xiaoxiao settled onto the soft sofa, connecting with Huang Yunyan. Chapter 115, Wang Fugui, Wang Fugua. Xiaoxiao. I heard you were attacked. How are you now? Are you all right? Huang Yunyan's concerned voice resonated as soon as the connection was made. Beside her were Feng Shiyang, Xiaoxiao, and a cute girl with a princess-cut fringe whom Su Xiaoxiao recognized as Tai Xinxin, the daughter of Uncle Tai Gongon. I'm fine now. Su Xiaoxiao replied with a smile, greeting the others. Long time no see, Xiaoxiao, and Xinxin. Long time no see. The three smiled back. And Tai Xinxin blinked her large eyes, inching closer to Huang Yunyan. We'll be able to meet soon. I heard the Minister of Magic in Inghua is about to be replaced, which means the spatial portal to Hogwarts can reopen. You all are quite well informed. Su Xiaoxiao remarked with a hint of surprise. However, this semester is almost over, and unless you come next semester, I estimate you might arrive in a few days. But you will need to leave before Christmas. Why? Xiaoxiao tilted his head in inquiry. I was looking forward to participating in your school's Christmas activities. Oh, you're mistaken. Christmas here is akin to the spring festival back home. Hogwarts has no activities, and will be on winter break. Oh, I see. Xiaoxiao's expression fell slightly. Having recently read several foreign fairy tales, he had envisioned the potential festivities at Hogwarts during Christmas. Even imagining the presence of a Christmas wizard. Ahem, do not forget to mention that matter to Xiaoxiao. Feng Shuyang cleared his throat, offering a gentle reminder. I almost forgot. Huang Yunyan tossed her radiant red hair, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiaoxiao, do you recall the other day when you inquired about Principal Wang Fuguei? I remember, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. But what is the story behind it? I still cannot comprehend. Ha ha ha, let me tell you. Huang Yunyan began to giggle uncontrollably before she could even start. Ha ha ha, the Wang Fuguei you saw that day. Ha ha ha, he is not the principal at all. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoxiao sighed and turned her gaze to the composed Feng Shuyang among them. Shuyang, perhaps you should explain. All right, Feng Shuyang nodded. The principal of the Immortal Cultivation Academy is named Wang Fuguei, Fuguei meaning wealthy and prosperous. He has a twin brother named Wang Fuguei, the very one you encountered in the spatial transmission room. No wonder, Su Xiaoxiao remarked. I thought, how could the figure of a school leader be like that? It's not that the principal must appear grand. But the Immortal Cultivation Academy is, after all, the foremost institution in Huaxia. The leader ought to present a more, well, conventional image. Wang Fuguei is indeed quite unconventional. Feng Shuyang tapped his head thoughtfully. It is said that he fell severely ill in his youth, suffering from a high fever for 3 days and nights. After recovering, he was left with a mental condition, resulting in a cognitive capacity akin to that of a young child. I see, Su Xiaoxiao mused. He is indeed a pitiable person. Wait, then at the international court last time, why did Ouyang Xiaoguang show no reaction when he heard Wang Fuguei's name? Since he knows Wang Fuguei, why didn't he correct me and say that Wang Fuguei is the principal? Was he unable to distinguish between Fuguei and Fuguei? Or was it deliberate? It feels like he did it on purpose. That's how it is. We should get to rehearsal. Xiaoxiao interjected suddenly. As soon as he spoke, the other three cast him disapproving glances. Rehearsal? Su Xiaoxiao's curiosity was piqued. What rehearsal? Nothing much, Feng Shuyang replied. Just a task assigned by the school. All right, I really mustn't say more. Goodbye. With that, he cut off the communication before Su Xiaoxiao could respond. What is going on? So mysterious. Su Xiaoxiao pouted, putting away the telescope. She looked up at Draco, who had just finished writing a letter. Will you accompany me to the Ollery? Draco folded the letter, sealed it with wax, and looked at Su Xiaoxiao with anticipation. Why not? Su Xiaoxiao jumped off the sofa, naturally linking her arm with Draco's. Let's go? At the Ollery, Draco entrusted the letter to an owl for delivery. What did you write about? Su Xiaoxiao asked curiously, as she gradually shared her snacks with the owls. Nothing much, mainly about your suggestions and the help with the elections. Along with a few other matters, he replied. For instance, I informed Mrs. Narcissa about our relationship and mentioned that I would like you to come to my home for this year's Christmas. You didn't mention our relationship? Su Xiaoxiao tilted her head inquiringly. Just as Draco was about to affirm, she continued. Actually, I think we can wait a bit before discussing this. I want to gauge your parents' views and impressions of me first. If they don't like me, I'd like to prepare myself mentally in advance. How could they not like you? Draco immediately refuted. Although my father's attitude might be less favorable, I am quite certain that my mother adores you. Really? Su Xiaoxiao scattered the remaining food to the owls, saying, I can sense that Aunt Narcissa doesn't dislike me, but I am a bit worried about Uncle Lucius. While Lucius's innate arrogance might lead him to treat everyone the same, Su Xiaoxiao still felt that he wasn't particularly fond of her. Seeing her look of melancholy, Draco bit his lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of something not far from the forbidden forest, accompanied by Hagrid's booming voice. Instantly capturing his attention. Look, are those unicorns? Draco took Su Xiaoxiao's hand and moved to the window to observe, drawing her attention away. She leaned against the windowsill, astonished as she gazed at the forbidden forest. And there's Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and others. Wait, is that my second uncle? It seems so. Draco nodded. There is also someone with a Xiaoxiao face next to your uncle. I don't recognize him. Xiaoxiao, do you? Xiaoxiao squinted, trying to discern, but eventually shook her head. I don't know. I've never seen him. What are they doing there? Draco speculated. Could they be delivering unicorns? Chapter 116. The New Powers of the Darkened Unicorns. Rather than guess, it was better to act. Xiaoxiao and Draco hurriedly left the Ollery, heading straight for Hagrid's hut. A dozen unicorns stood there, calm and gentle, evidently having become much more familiar with humans, even showing less aversion to male presence. Some even affectionately nudged Li Ming and the person beside him. Hagrid, with a heart full of compassion, attempted to stroke the head of a nearby adult unicorn, which hesitated for a moment before lowering its head to accept his touch, further tugging at Hagrid's heartstrings. How noble and pure these creatures are. Yet now they appear so fragile, evoking deep sympathy. Mr. Chin, what did you mean when you said that several unicorns have darkened? Professor McGonagall inquired, puzzled. Li Ming, a distinguished professor of medicine from the Immortal Cultivation Academy and the deputy director of the Shinnong Healing Institute of the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, explained. During our treatment, we found that some unicorns had a weaker resistance and could not withstand the effects of the darkening incense. However, intriguingly, they possess a strong survival instinct and have developed a kind of tissue that can integrate and accommodate the toxins of the darkening incense, allowing for coexistence. We refer to this as anomalous tissue. This anomalous tissue has facilitated the evolution of these unicorns, selectively incorporating traits from the darkening incense, resulting in a new breed of darkened unicorns. Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowing slightly. Darkened unicorns sound akin to dark creatures. What distinguishes them from normal unicorns? The differences are quite pronounced, particularly in appearance, abilities, and temperament, Qin Shiming responded. In terms of appearance, darkened unicorns possess deep black fur, horns, and eyes, with their horns glowing red when they attack. Their temperaments are vastly different from normal unicorns. They are irritable, quick to anger, combative, and highly aggressive. Just as he spoke, Xiaoxiao and Draco approached. Second uncle. Professors. Oh, and Hagrid. Xiaoxiao. And, the blonde boy, what are you doing here? Li Ming turned, surprised to see them. Draco Malfoy. Draco's mouth twitched slightly. Oh, I know, the Malfoy boy. I know you. Li Ming cleared his throat awkwardly, redirecting the conversation. You two still haven't told me how you came to be here. We were just at the Ollery and happened to see you here, so we came to take a look. Xiaoxiao explained, her gaze wandering among the unicorns, seemingly searching for something. The unicorns remembered Xiaoxiao, recalling her scent and the blessings of unicorns they had bestowed upon her. Consequently, they began to gravitate towards her, with several little unicorns nuzzling her legs and emitting pitiful whimpers. This sight tugged at Xiaoxiao's heartstrings, prompting her to crouch down and gently stroke them, her eyes brimming with tenderness. I'm sorry I couldn't arrive in time that day. A mature unicorn shook its head, attempting to comfort Xiaoxiao. It seems they are quite fond of you, Qin Shiming remarked with a hint of surprise. I have conducted research on this species. While they typically exhibit affection towards females, such overt familiarity is rare. This was because Xiaoxiao had once saved a unicorn. Draco crossed his arms and lifted his chin with pride, declaring, moreover, Xiaoxiao has also received the unicorn's blessing. No wonder, Qin Shiming nodded in understanding. That explains everything. Xiaoxiao did not respond. Instead, she inquired of the unicorns about Angela's whereabouts. Angela was the unicorn that had nearly succumbed to Voldemort's vampiric grasp during their first year. You mean she is with a few mutated unicorns? Xiaoxiao turned to Li Ming upon hearing this. In the ring from my second uncle? The news caused her heart to skip a beat. If she was indeed with mutated unicorns, did that imply Angela had also succumbed to darkness? Xiaoxiao stood up and gazed at Li Ming. Second uncle, where are those corrupted unicorns? They are here, Li Ming replied, raising his hand to remove the spatial ring he had previously given to Xiaoxiao. Since they are quite troublesome to manage, we temporarily placed them in your spatial ring. And the steel egg? Steel egg? Li Ming looked puzzled. You mean the giant snake? At this juncture, Xiaoxiao discreetly glanced at Professor McGonagall and the others, relieved to see no reaction from them, aside from Hermione and Professor Dumbledore. The other professors were unaware that she had taken the serpent as a pet. Oh, it's also inside, Li Ming said. Surprisingly, your giant snake is rather imposing, though its abilities can be somewhat perilous. Ahem, setting aside the snake for now, I believe Mr. Chin still has something to discuss. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, redirecting the conversation. My apologies. Xiaoxiao chuckled bashfully. I shall continue then. Qin Shiming recalled where he had left off, nearly forgetting his train of thought due to the interruption from the two children. Lastly, the capabilities of the corrupted unicorns. Under the influence of the Dark Organization, these unicorns have developed a new magical ability that allows them to unleash a red magical energy akin to the Cruciatus Curse from their horns. So powerful, Draco was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting uneasily towards the unicorn beside him as he instinctively pulled Xiaoxiao aside. Observing Draco's reaction, Qin Shiming chuckled, "Fear not. The normal unicorns do not possess such abilities. Moreover, the corrupted unicorns cannot use this special power at will." He elaborated. They can only transform into the Cruciatus-like ability and store it in their horns after consuming a certain amount of blood. That sounds terrifying, Xiaoxiao frowned. Then they cannot be returned to the Forbidden Forest, otherwise it would be chaos. That is why we are here, Li Ming explained. Not only to bring back the unicorns that have returned to normal, but also to consult with Mr. Dumbledore. If there are no better suggestions, I have a proposal. We could allow them to remain in Huaxia, where we can conduct further examinations and treatments. If they can be rehabilitated, we will subsequently bring them back. If not, we may have to take necessary measures, he concluded. Chapter 117. The Monument Deep in the Forbidden Forest. Necessary measures? Hagrid immediately thought of a dire possibility. His eyes wide with fear. Please do not harm them. These little ones have already suffered enough. Seeing that he had misunderstood, Qin Shiming chuckled and shook his head, quickly clarifying, No, it is not as you think. Minister Li's necessary measures refer to enforced taming. Enforced taming? Professor Kettleburn, the Care of Magical Creatures instructor, was suddenly intrigued. What does that entail? Would you mind sharing? Of course, it is quite simple, Qin Shiming nodded. It is well known that the deities in Huaxia are real. Though they do not dwell in this realm, they can manifest in corporeal forms and have been watching over us. Deities in Huaxia have a penchant for taming magical beasts as mounts, and even the most malevolent creatures can be tamed into benevolent beings. So, your enforced taming involves entrusting the corrupted unicorns to the deities of Huaxia? Kettleburn's expression turned sour, as he had hoped to learn a few tricks from them. Have you maintained contact with the deities of Huaxia? Clearly, Dumbledore's focus was not on the magical creatures. To be precise, yes, Li Ming replied. However, we cannot reach the higher-tier deities. We can only interact with those of a slightly lower rank. For example, the director of the Huaxia Alliance for Immortal Affairs, Tai Gongon, has many magical potions in his monster supermarket, which he procured through connections with the disciples of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord? He is a transcendent deity. One that is exceedingly difficult for us to contact, Li Ming succinctly explained. If deities exist in Huaxia, Hagrid interjected suddenly. Does that imply that other countries also have their own deities? Perhaps we could learn from the Huaxia Alliance and attempt to contact Merlin. A commendable suggestion. But that is where it ends. Dumbledore extinguished Hagrid's excitement with a firm tone. Regardless of whether we succeed in contacting him, we should not disturb him. Oh yes, sir. You are right. Hagrid nodded obediently. In that case, I entrust the corrupted unicorns to you. Dumbledore addressed Li Ming and Qin Shiming, regardless of the outcome. I will be grateful to you both. It is merely our duty, Li Ming replied, then turned his attention back to Xiaoxiao. I still need to use this spatial ring temporarily. I will return it to you tomorrow. By the way, would you like your snake back first? It seems to have been rather displeased staying inside. Really? Please hand it over. I will find a place to let it out and see. Xiaoxiao felt puzzled, thinking it unlikely, as the steel egg had remained in the Chamber of Secrets for a millennium without issue before encountering her. Li Ming removed the spatial ring and handed it to her. By the way, I might as well return the unicorns to the Forbidden Forest. I know where their habitat is. Dumbledore nodded. Go ahead. Do you need Hagrid to accompany you? Xiaoxiao pondered briefly before shaking her head. Draco is sufficient on his own. With that, she grasped Draco's hand and led the unicorns into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Behind them, several adults watched the pair depart, their expressions bemused. Li Ming smacked his lips and turned to Dumbledore. Headmaster, does your school not mind early romantic relationships? Dumbledore's lips curled into a slight smile as he winked at him. Isn't youth precisely about such things? Xiaoxiao, do you think they would wish to return to that place? Draco held Xiaoxiao's hand, glancing back at the group of unicorns, unable to suppress memories of the scene he had witnessed in the Forbidden Forest, where the unicorns had made their home. He never wanted to relive that moment. It was horrifying and heart-wrenching to behold. So many pure and kind unicorns lay slain in pools of blood. Not even a single wizard could bear to witness such a sight. They said they want to go back and take a look. Xiaoxiao conveyed the sentiments of the unicorns. After all, this was a place she had inhabited her entire life. Regardless of what had transpired in the past, given the present opportunity, it was only natural to revisit. The two of them, accompanied by a herd of unicorns, traversed the Forbidden Forest in silence. The dim and tranquil woods exuded an air of danger. Yet with so many companions by their side, any lingering fears were rendered inconsequential. Following the path etched in her memory, they soon arrived at the former dwelling of the unicorns. The metallic scent of blood had nearly dissipated, yet the corpses had vanished without a trace. It was not as though they had been devoured by beasts. There were no remnants left behind, suggesting that someone had meticulously cleaned the area. Xiaoxiao crouched down, furrowing her brow as she inspected the ground, where faint signs of disturbance remained, reminiscent of a thorough cleansing. Suddenly, Draco's voice rang out from ahead. Xiaoxiao, come quickly. What is it? Xiaoxiao rose and trotted to Draco's side. Before them lay a patch of level ground. The soil beneath their feet was somewhat loose and bore a deeper hue than elsewhere, as if it had recently been turned over. Daisies blossomed vibrantly in the clearing, their white petals gleaming like small stars against the somber backdrop of the forbidden forest. However, this was not the most striking feature. As Xiaoxiao approached Draco, she noticed a stone tablet standing nearby, inscribed with words, "The kindest and purest beings in the world rest here. Please do not disturb them." Who placed this here? Draco inquired with curiosity, seemingly realizing that he had been the one to unify the burial of those bodies and transplant many white daisies. I, too, have buried 2 unicorns in this place, Xiaoxiao stated gravely, her gaze lowering as memories of that fateful day and the 2 unicorns she had slain resurfaced. A strand of hair from the great unicorn remained preserved in her storage pouch. What? Draco appeared even more perplexed. He wished to ask, but upon seeing Xiaoxiao's expression, he restrained his curiosity. It was evident that this was a painful recollection, and Draco had no desire to witness her suffering. Who is there? A somewhat familiar voice suddenly emerged from the front. Xiaoxiao stood up to look, spotting a blurred figure. The upper half was human, while the lower half was equine. It was Forenza. Forenza, it's us. Xiaoxiao and Draco. She called out to him. Before long, Forenza leapt before them, and upon seeing the herd of unicorns behind Xiaoxiao, his face brightened with astonishment and joy. I see, the stars did not deceive me. The Forbidden Forest has not entirely lost these gentle beings. Did you do all this? Xiaoxiao asked, astonished, pointing to the patch of daisies. Forenza nodded. After you departed, I left my kin and found this place to lay them to rest. Unicorns are sacred, even in death. His gaze was profound, filled with the wisdom of nature, which favors those who harbor goodwill towards unicorns. Those who trespass into the Forbidden Forest to hunt unicorns shall undoubtedly face the consequences they deserve. A flicker of anger crossed Forenza's typically serene visage as he mentioned the mysterious organization. His eyes swept over the unicorns before him, and his mood began to settle. My apologies, I momentarily lost composure. Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's nothing. Anyone would feel angered in such circumstances. After all, who could refuse a unicorn? If anyone could, they deserve a good thrashing. At that moment, the herd of unicorns behind them suddenly emitted a low whimper, their voices imbued with sorrow. One by one, the foremost unicorns knelt, lowering their heads towards the direction of the blossoming daisies, as if in silent tribute to their fallen friends. Forenza joined them, kneeling in solemn respect. Xiaoxiao and Draco exchanged glances, and without a word, they instinctively bowed their heads in unison. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the white daisies to sway gracefully, while the tender green leaves brushed against the stone tablet, producing a faint rustling sound. A solemn and melancholic atmosphere enveloped the area. After a while, the unicorns raised their heads and stood, reluctantly making their way deeper into the forbidden forest. Are you leaving? A large unicorn, seemingly the leader, approached Xiaoxiao and gently nudged her leg. Xiaoxiao sighed, stroking its head. Go on, lead your kin to a safer place, far from human eyes, and live well. With a snort, the large unicorn nodded at Xiaoxiao before turning and trotting to the front of the herd, guiding the remaining unicorns into the depths of the forbidden forest. At that moment, Forenza approached them. I must take my leave as well. They require a new, safer refuge, and I can assist with that. Go on, they need you, Xiaoxiao nodded. Forenza turned and departed, while Xiaoxiao and Draco stood at the spot, waving goodbye. This scene was oddly poignant. Draco rubbed his eyes, exhaling a heavy sigh. Xiaoxiao looked up at him and couldn't help but chuckle. Are you crying? Absolutely not. Draco vehemently denied. The wind merely caught me off guard. Of course, you are a man who seldom sheds tears, Xiaoxiao teased, rolling her eyes. However, it is getting late, and we still have one more matter to attend to. What is it? Draco asked, slightly taken aback. Then he saw Xiaoxiao smile faintly as she waved her hand. In a flash of light, the massive serpent creature, Steel Egg, materialized before them. Draco froze in place. Memories of their time together in the space ring flooding back. Oh, he exclaimed, jumping behind Xiaoxiao in sheer panic. Why didn't you give me a heads up? I could have prepared myself. Xiaoxiao feigned surprise. I thought you had grown accustomed to being with Steel Egg after all that time. Wait, Draco. This is a Slytherin pet. Surely, you aren't afraid of it? Afraid? Draco's expression stiffened. How could I be frightened? That's utterly ridiculous. Then why are you hiding behind me? Look how adorable Steel Egg is. Internally conflicted, Draco mustered the courage to step forward. But upon glancing up at Steel Egg's drooling maw filled with sharp teeth, he retreated once more. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Xiaoxiao regained her composure. Observing Steel Egg's demeanor, which appeared less spirited than before, prompting her curiosity. Steel Egg, what has been troubling you lately? Master, Steel Egg hissed. Can you grant me a request? What is it? Xiaoxiao inquired, perplexed. Could you remove those dark figures? Or perhaps take off the black veil over my eyes? And I shall deal with them myself. Can you tell me why? Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Because they are truly very bothersome. Steel Egg seemed to be choosing its words carefully, and they persistently disturb me. Had it not been for your uncle's threat forbidding me from harming those unicorns, I would have long ago dispatched them with a single swipe of my tail. I'm truly sorry, Steel Egg, Xiaoxiao lamented, though I wish to assist you. Those corrupted unicorns cannot be slain. They still require healing. However, rest assured, tomorrow will bring you liberation. Is that so? How splendid. Steel Egg felt an immense relief wash over him. But, my master, I have a small request. What is it? The serpent creature did not respond immediately, instead raising its tail, concealed within the underbrush. With this movement, Xiaoxiao and Draco discerned a dark object hanging from its tail. Upon closer inspection, Xiaoxiao gasped. It was indeed a corrupted unicorn. It was fiercely biting Steel Egg's tail, and despite Steel Egg's tough exterior, blood was seeping from the wounded area. Further scrutiny revealed multiple lacerations on Steel Egg's body. Though not deep, they were numerous, evoking a pang of sorrow in Xiaoxiao. Loosen your grip, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, brandishing her wand and casting a spell at the corrupted unicorn, which immediately released its hold and collapsed to the ground. Phew! The unicorn, cloaked in darkness, was enraged by the fall. It quickly regained its footing, snorting angrily, its forelegs scraping the ground restlessly, poised to charge. Hiss! Steel Egg positioned itself protectively in front of Xiaoxiao and Draco, glaring down at the unicorn. Should it dare to harm its master, it would not show mercy. Chapter 119. Riddle. This is a profanity that should not be uttered. Xiaoxiao was profoundly moved, astonished by Steel Egg's unwavering loyalty. The corrupted unicorn emitted a deep, hoarse cry, lowering its head to target Steel Egg with its menacing horn, before launching itself forward with alarming force. Steel Egg braced itself for the kill. But Xiaoxiao swiftly jumped atop its massive form, signaling for restraint, and then drew her wand. Bind swiftly. The tip of her wand conjured a long, thick rope that shot forth, ensnaring the corrupted unicorn tightly. Thud! The unicorn lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Well done, Xiaoxiao. Draco cautiously stepped away from Steel Egg, approaching Xiaoxiao. Observing the struggling unicorn, Draco worried that a single rope might not suffice, prompting him to draw his wand as well. Bind swiftly. 5 ropes shot out in rapid succession, firmly securing the corrupted unicorn. The unicorn thrashed angrily, breathing heavily, its dark eyes seeming to blaze with fury as it attempted to discern the identity of its assailants. Merlin's beard. Wait, does Merlin even have hair? Draco mused, a nonsensical thought flitting through his mind, before he shook his head, wondering what on earth he was thinking. This evolved unicorn was indeed fierce. Yet subduing it proved rather simple. Xiaoxiao nodded. But if it has had its fill of blood, you would not be so confident. In that case, it could unleash a piercing curse before we even have time to bind it. That's true. Draco shivered at the thought, following Xiaoxiao as she crouched before the creature. For reasons unknown, she felt an odd familiarity with this unicorn. Hesitating, she tentatively spoke. Angela? The struggling, corrupted unicorn momentarily stilled, but just as quickly, it resumed its frantic demeanor. A reaction? Xiaoxiao's eyes brightened with hope. Could it truly be Angela, or was it merely coincidence? Angela? Is that you, Angela? Xiaoxiao continued to call out, while Draco remained silent, intently watching, wand at the ready, prepared to strike at the first sign of aggression. The unicorn emitted a soft whimper, seemingly battling within itself, as a flicker of its dormant rationality was awakened by Xiaoxiao's voice. It struggled, releasing a series of sorrowful cries. The difference between a corrupted unicorn and a normal one was that they had lost their ability to communicate. Yet now, upon hearing Xiaoxiao's calls, Angela's last remnants of reason stirred within, yearning to respond. It fought to approach her despite the overwhelming chaos attempting to drown its clarity. Angela whimpered in pain, its fragmented thoughts struggling to form coherent words. Xiaoxiao strained to listen. No, I won't harm you. What is it saying? Draco whispered. Xiaoxiao shook her head. It seems Angela has lost its ability to articulate, yet it is still striving to communicate with me. Its earlier sentiment was likely a desire not to harm me. Suddenly, Angela convulsed in agony, curling its body tightly. Xiaoxiao noticed something glimmering within its darkened eyes. As the shining object fell, she realized it was its tears. Despite its body being tainted by darkness, Its tears remained crystalline and pure. Su Xiaoxiao felt a wave of compassion, yet she knew she was powerless. She had previously attempted to alleviate the suffering of the unicorns afflicted by corruption with healing powers, but to no avail. Yet seeing Angela's distress ignited a voice within her urging her to try once more. What if it succeeded? Are you about to use that power again? The one that saves 1,000 at the expense of your own well-being? Just as Su Xiaoxiao was about to act, Riddle's indifferent voice echoed in her mind. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, Su Xiaoxiao sensed a shift in Voldemort's tone, seemingly more concerned than before. It's just an illusion. It must be. You're overthinking it. I have no interest in your well-being, Riddle scoffed. But your demise would also lead to my own, so, begrudgingly, I must caution you. How foolish of her to feel touched by this. Rest assured, I will only attempt it. I will not perish. Su Xiaoxiao replied in a similarly cold tone. One does not know whether to call you a fool or an idiot, Riddle taunted. Have you forgotten the unicorn blessing bestowed upon you during your first visit to their habitat? I recall, Su Xiaoxiao dismissed his scornful tone. But how does that relate to alleviating Angela's suffering? Clearly, you're neither a fool nor an idiot, but rather a simpleton. Wait, where did you learn that term? You ought to be looking into something more substantive while perusing my memories. Oh dear, hasn't he gone through the 25 gigabytes of educational material stored in my e-drive? Has he? Panic began to rise within Su Xiaoxiao. Though much of that content was rather unseemly, a few pieces were quite valuable. Riddle chuckled softly before reverting to his indifferent self. The unicorn blessing instills tranquility, calms the spirit, and can even purify. I know that. I've experienced it firsthand. Su Xiaoxiao acknowledged. So, you mean I can still employ it, correct? What must I do? You truly are a simpleton. Enough with that term. It's an insult. Not a synonym for fool or idiot. Su Xiaoxiao felt her fists clenching, and Draco, observing her, was perplexed, unable to comprehend the sudden surge of her anger, especially after she had just appeared so melancholic. However, Riddle saw no issue with describing her in such a manner. Do you still wish to save it? If not, then let it be. I require some rest. Of course I do. Su Xiaoxiao inhaled deeply. For Angela's sake, she endured. Chapter 120, Xiaoxiao's New Magic. What should I do? Su Xiaoxiao composed herself, closing her eyes to truly feel that latent power within her. Riddle genuinely felt a bit drained. He pondered why he seemed so much like a caretaker at this moment. By sensing it, you may attempt to control it, channeling it into your wand. The wand serves as an excellent conduit for releasing energy. It is not merely a tool for casting spells, but possesses many astonishing capabilities. You must learn to utilize the things around you wisely. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaoxiao calmed her mind, following Riddle's advice. She slowly closed her eyes, attentively sensing the marvelous power buried deep within her heart. Draco, growing more bewildered, could not fathom why Xiaoxiao had suddenly shut her eyes. Yet, he refrained from interrupting her. Gripping his wand tightly and surveying their surroundings, ready to unleash magic at the first sign of danger. At that moment, Draco was startled to see a gentle white light emanating from Su Xiaoxiao, illuminating the surroundings. The ethereal glow intensified, swiftly converging towards the tip of her wand. Then, he witnessed Su Xiaoxiao open her eyes, her gaze fixed on Angela, as she brandished her wand, exclaiming, "Healing beam," as the words left her lips. The radiant light from the wand coalesced into a brilliant point at its tip before shooting forth, gently enveloping Angela. Gradually, Angela calmed, lifting her head slightly, her once dark eyes reflecting the soft white glow. This familiar sensation stirred memories of her past life here, soothing the violent instincts within her, bringing her tranquility. The fierce aura dissipated, and her gaze began to regain its serenity. Thank you. Once calmed, Angela seemed to regain her ability to speak, much to the astonishment of Su Xiaoxiao and Draco. Angela, how do you feel? I feel less pained. Angela blinked. The orb of white light surrounding her still intact, draping her like a delicate veil of luminescent white, creating a breathtaking sight. It seems she is all right. Draco exclaimed in amazement, surprised by Su Xiaoxiao's unexpected prowess. That spell felt almost like it was of your own creation, didn't it? Should I release her? Su Xiaoxiao pondered briefly before nodding. Yes, but let us leave one rope for safety's sake. After all, this new magic, infused with the blessing of a unicorn, makes me feel uncertain. While she appears restored now, what if the white light fades and she reverts? That would be quite catastrophic. Understood. Draco nodded, using magic to untie the 5 ropes binding the unicorn, leaving just one. Though still tethered by a single rope, it was far better than being bound by 6. Angela gazed at Su Xiaoxiao, shifting slightly as she attempted to inch closer to her. I wish to stay by your side, to repay you for saving my life 3 times with the remainder of my existence. That's quite unnecessary, Su Xiaoxiao replied, patting Angela's head. Yet, she couldn't shake the feeling that Angela's fur seemed to have turned white in places, resembling a zebra with its black base and white stripes. Xiaoxiao gasped in astonishment. As the white stripes multiplied, the surrounding luminescence began to fade. What is happening? Draco inquired with curiosity, unable to contain his intrigue. Xiaoxiao shared his wonder. And just then, Riddle's voice chimed in at an opportune moment. This is the effect of the fusion between the unicorn's blessing and your inherent healing powers. Furthermore, its strong sense of self-awareness has stimulated what that individual referred to as an anomaly, suggesting it is on the verge of evolution once more. Is that true? Xiaoxiao exclaimed, momentarily forgetting Riddle resided in her mind, startling Draco beside her. What do you mean by true? Draco asked cautiously. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just conversing with Riddle. Xiaoxiao smiled sheepishly, gesturing to her head. This new magic was inspired by him. He saved Angela. He just mentioned that under these conditions, Angela is poised to evolve again. Evolve again? Draco blinked, then turned to Angela. It does seem plausible. What might she become this time? His curiosity piqued. Anticipation danced in his eyes. I believe I can suppress that frantic sensation now, Angela remarked, a hint of surprise lacing her tone. Yet, I feel as though there is another me within my being. Another you? Xiaoxiao paused, shocked. Could it be that she has evolved a second beast form? Soon, the radiant light vanished entirely. Angela transformed from a solid black unicorn into a zebra unicorn. Staring for too long was slightly disorienting, yet undeniably impressive. Her eyes had also reverted to a white scara with black pupils, appearing far less menacing. I truly believe I won't suddenly become aggressive again. Angela expressed her joy, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Xiaoxiao was astounded. If this new magic was so potent, could it work on other corrupted unicorns as well? You are overthinking this. Riddle's voice pierced through her thoughts like a splash of cold water. This unicorn is a unique case. A special bond exists between you, and she willingly resists her inner turmoil under your call. Her self-awareness is remarkably strong. The other corrupted unicorns? Let alone their current state of self-awareness. Your bond with them is far too weak for this new magic to take effect. But what if it does work? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of reluctance. Riddle chuckled lightly. Do as you wish, feel free to try, but if you get hurt, that will be entirely your own doing. With that, he fell silent once more. Xiaoxiao contemplated, ultimately sighing as she dismissed the idea of attempting it. Their time outside had grown late. Lingering any longer would surely prompt professors to come searching for them. It is time for us to depart, Xiaoxiao declared, untying the last rope from Angela before standing up, glancing at Steel Egg and Angela. She made a decision. You two should remain here for the time being. Once we return, I'll borrow the ring from my second uncle, and then I'll come back to retrieve you to the castle's hidden chamber. Chapter 121, One-Time Magic? Steel Egg and Angela were left temporarily behind. Xiaoxiao and Draco hurried back to Hagrid's hut. Professors Dumbledore and the others had already departed, leaving only Hagrid and the porcelain doll busily tending to the pumpkin patch outside. Upon spotting the duo, Hagrid paused his work, waved, and called out with a smile. Hey, Xiaoxiao, young Malfoy, you've finally returned. If you had been any later, I would have had to venture in to find you. Draco observed him with a scrutinizing gaze. You seem rather unconcerned, don't you? Hagrid seemed to have been caught off guard, clearing his throat with an air of unease. How could it be? Ahem, well, the professors have gone to the spatial transfer room. Your second uncle asked me to convey that you should go find him directly upon your return. All right, thank you, Hagrid. Watching the two depart hand in hand with great enthusiasm, Hagrid couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, bending down to continue tending to his pumpkin patch. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he stood up abruptly, gazing in the direction the pair had vanished, his expression one of astonishment. What on earth is going on with those two? In the spatial transfer room, the semester was nearing its end. Perhaps it would be best to reopen it next academic year. Just as they reached the entrance, Xiaoxiao and Draco overheard a discussion about the opening time of the spatial transfer room. They're back. Li Ming noticed the two standing at the door and smiled, waving them in. How is Steel Egg? Is it all right? Second uncle, shouldn't you be more concerned about why I took so long? Xiaoxiao replied, her expression darkening. The Forbidden Forest was indeed perilous. How could her second uncle not inquire about her well-being? Li Ming looked at her in shock. Do you still need to ask? Compared to you, I believe the golden-haired boy requires more attention, don't you think? The golden-haired lad, feeling called out, quickly interjected. My name is Draco Malfoy. That is of little consequence. Li Ming glanced at him before turning his attention back to Xiaoxiao. You appear to be quite fine. So hand over that ring for now. I'll return it to you tomorrow. After a moment's thought, Li Ming revised his statement. Forget it. It's too troublesome to make a trip. I'll just hand it over to the Phoenix of Light later. Is this really my second uncle? Xiaoxiao pouted, removing the spatial ring and handing it to him. All right, we'll take our leave now. If anything arises, don't reach out. Farewell. Li Ming took the ring and waved goodbye to Xiaoxiao before turning to bid farewell to Professor Dumbledore and the others with polite formality. Together with Qin Shiming, he stepped onto the spatial transfer platform and whoosh, they departed. When can two people stand on this thing? Xiaoxiao pondered, bewildered. Professor Dumbledore winked at her. According to Mr. Li, this spatial transfer platform has been recently upgraded, rectifying the limitation of transferring only one person at a time, and now accommodates up to 5. How could my second uncle have neglected to inform me of this? Xiaoxiao felt her fists clench in frustration. Next time, I must find an excuse to get back at him. Professor, did you just say the spatial transfer platform will be postponed to next semester? Draco inquired. Dumbledore nodded. That is the current plan. However, the specific regulations will only be established once the new Minister of Magic takes office. Do you believe you will be suitable for the role? Although Xiaoxiao already knew the answer, she couldn't help but ask. Dumbledore chuckled softly, shaking his head. I am quite aged. Such opportunities should be entrusted to the more capable youth. All right, children, the Great Hall should be serving dinner now. I suspect you are all hungry. Indeed, Professor. We shall not intrude any longer. Xiaoxiao understood this was a cue for them to leave, so without further ado, she took Draco's hand and exited the spatial transfer room. In the evening, Xiaoxiao sat on the floor of her dormitory, carpeted with a plush covering, fervently waving her wand. At that moment, Hermione entered after washing up, sitting beside her and curiously asking, Xiaoxiao, what are you practicing? Ah, Hermione, come quickly. I want to demonstrate a new spell I invented today. The moment Hermione learned it was an original creation of Xiaoxiao's, her interest peaked as she sat attentively. Ahem. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and raised her wand. Healing light beam. Whoosh. The tip of her wand emitted a burst of white light, resembling a freshly ignited firework. But unlike the firework, this brilliance lasted only a fleeting moment. Xiaoxiao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Ahem. That was a mistake. Let me try again. All right. Hermione nodded earnestly. Healing light beam. Whoosh. This time, there was a slight improvement. The white light lingered for an additional second compared to before. Why can't I seem to produce it now? Xiaoxiao wondered, examining her wand, suspecting it might be malfunctioning. Don't worry, Xiaoxiao. With more practice, you'll surely succeed. Hermione. The little angel extended her fist to cheer her on. I believe in you. Ah, Hermione, you're so kind. Xiaoxiao hugged her and continued her examination of the spell. But I used it perfectly well this afternoon. Why is it failing now? That's because the power of the unicorn's blessing has already been expended. You fool, Riddle suddenly interjected. You used it on Angela, so of course, you can't produce it now. While I appreciate your timely response, could you refrain from calling me a fool? Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. Your words are pushing me to the brink. Heh, Riddle scoffed, falling silent. Glancing at her wristwatch, Xiaoxiao stood up. I'm heading to the Forbidden Forest, Hermione. Would you like to join me? Sure. Hermione nodded, grasping Xiaoxiao's outstretched hand and using it to rise from the floor. During dinner that evening, Xiaoxiao recounted the events involving Steel Egg and Angela in the Forbidden Forest to her friends, so Hermione was not surprised by the destination. As the two exited the dormitory, they encountered Harry and Ron, who had been waiting in the common room. Thus, the quartet departed the common room once more, and unsurprisingly, they soon spotted Draco in the corridor. Looks like everyone is here. Draco casually walked up to Xiaoxiao and took her hand, with Hermione flanking her on the other side. For some reason, Xiaoxiao felt a sense of unease, particularly when Hermione tightened her grip on her arm. Ahem. Let us set off quickly. Chapter 122. It's all about fate. In the castle corridor, Filch spotted the group, but said nothing, pretending not to see them as he turned away with Mrs. Norris in his arms. Ron chuckled. Suddenly, I feel like we bribed someone. Be confident. Just shake off that feeling. Harry patted his shoulder. Let us hurry, or Filch will regret it. The 5 of them made a hasty exit from the castle, heading straight for the Forbidden Forest. Passing Hagrid's hut, they found him still there. Upon spotting the girls, Hagrid furrowed his brow and called out, Hey, you lot. What are you doing wandering outside so late? Hagrid. The group greeted him, and Xiaoxiao replied, We're going to fetch 2 friends. Just pretend you didn't see us. Without waiting for Hagrid's response, they dashed toward the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid stood bewildered in the wind, shaking his head in disbelief, before calling for Fong and the porcelain doll and returning to his hut. In the Forbidden Forest, the former unicorn habitat, Steel Egg and Angela were ignoring each other, exhibiting a hint of animosity. Steel Egg occasionally flicked its tail, unintentionally hitting Angela, who would retaliate in kind. Though their skirmishes were not particularly fierce, neither was willing to yield. Steel Egg, Angela. Upon hearing Xiaoxiao's voice, both creatures perked up, seemingly racing to reach her side. Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in alarm. While Steel Egg could halt in time, Angela was charging straight at her, and there was no way to stop her. Quickly, restrain her. Hermione swiftly drew her wand and cast a spell. Draco was a beat behind her, initially startled, but his expression soon morphed into one of indignation. Angela was once again ensnared and tumbled to the ground, raising her head with a look of sorrow directed at them. Ahem, my apologies. The situation was rather urgent, and I acted on reflex. Hermione stowed her wand away, apologizing softly. Angela stared intently. Xiaoxiao stifled a laugh and promptly lifted the spell from Angela. The steel egg wagged its tail joyfully, relishing the spectacle. Woo-woo. Angela, looking quite pitiful, sidled up to Xiaoxiao, her eyes brimming with tears. This sight tugged at Xiaoxiao's heartstrings, prompting her to gently pat the creature's head. It seemed Angela's scheme had succeeded, as she turned to the steel egg and gave it a slight nod. You cunning unicorn. The two were clearly vying for affection. Harry looked on in bewilderment, feeling a wave of curiosity wash over him. Ron was equally stunned. Was this truly the unicorn he had envisioned? Draco frowned, pondering. Damn it, now I have two rivals. All right, let us not make a fuss. It's getting late, and we must attend to business, Xiaoxiao said, patting the unicorn's head. Well, Angela should be fine. She can enter the castle as long as she dons the invisibility cloak. However, the steel egg is too large for it to conceal. Perhaps we could try the shrinking charm? Hermione suggested. I happen to know the incantation. Shall I give it a whirl? Yes. Xiaoxiao nodded eagerly. Shrink away, Reductio. A beam of light shot forth, striking the steel egg. In an instant, its considerable form began to diminish gradually. We've succeeded, Hermione exclaimed joyfully. Now, the steel egg can easily enter the castle. Let us proceed at once, Xiaoxiao declared, picking up the steel egg and placing it in her pocket. Subsequently, Harry retrieved the invisibility cloak and draped it over Angela. With everything in order, they departed from the location, making their way toward Hogwarts Castle. Upon their return, they temporarily settled Angela and the steel egg in the Chamber of Secrets, where they peacefully slumbered until the next morning. The weather in the magical realm was growing increasingly frigid. Although the common room boasted a fireplace, the chill still permeated the air. Xiaoxiao, a southern sprite accustomed to eternal spring under a spell, found it difficult to adapt to this biting cold even after a year. Achoo! Xiaoxiao couldn't suppress a sneeze. Gazing out the window, she noticed a blanket of white. It appeared a heavy snowfall had occurred overnight and was still ongoing. This dreadful weather. I must don my thermal leggings, she muttered, leaping from her warm bed and rummaging through her pile of clothes to find a few pairs of leggings. Hastily pulling on a fleece-lined pair. As she washed up, Xiaoxiao observed her reflection in the mirror, noting the subtle change in her eye color. They had lightened once again. This realization confirmed her suspicion that with each use of her life force, her irises became paler. She pondered what hue they might eventually become. Xiaoxiao, are you ready? Hermione's voice suddenly called from outside. I'm coming. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, Xiaoxiao ate while awaiting the arrival of the Phoenix. However, after a lengthy wait, the majestic bird did not appear. Instead, Draco received a letter from home. Xiaoxiao. Draco, disregarding everything else, left the Slytherin table and rushed to her side, pushing Neville aside to sit next to her. My father has replied. What does it say? Xiaoxiao asked. Currently enjoying a plate of honey-glazed chicken. After more than a year of training, Pip had almost entirely transformed Hogwarts' menu into Chinese cuisine, save for a few desserts. Draco unfolded the letter and quickly scanned its contents. It says, my father has rejected our proposal. It seems that changing his pureblood supremacist views will require considerable effort. This outcome doesn't surprise us in the slightest, Ron remarked, shoveling a hefty spoonful of Yangzhou fried rice into his mouth. Right, Harry? Harry, busy with his ribs, nodded in agreement, unable to speak. Not talking doesn't make you mute. Draco scoffed. Did it mention anything else? In an effort to prevent further squabbling, Xiaoxiao quickly interjected. Draco naturally tucked the letter away, revealing that it contained other information as well. Lady Narcissa expressed her approval of his relationship with Xiaoxiao, while Lucius showed little reaction, leaving Draco uncertain of his stance. He dared not share this with Xiaoxiao, especially since she had just requested yesterday not to disclose their relationship to their families. Nevertheless, this matter must be addressed before the Christmas holidays, as Lady Narcissa mentioned wanting Draco to bring Xiaoxiao to the manor this year. All right, Xiaoxiao nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. Now, we can only leave it to fate. With Dumbledore stepping down, it remains to be seen who will win the people's favor, Uncle Lucius or Mr. Crouch. Chapter 123, A Cold? Draco clearly felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. Anyone would wish for their father to be elected, even though he recognized that some of his father's beliefs were misguided. This morning's class was potions, and everyone rushed to finish their meals and head straight to the classroom. Achoo! The potions classroom was as cold as the Slytherin common room, and Xiaoxiao couldn't help but sneeze again. Across the room, Draco was attentively listening to the lecture while discreetly keeping an eye on her. When he heard her sudden sneeze, he could no longer remain seated. Goyle, you oaf, you're blocking me. Draco snapped impatiently. Goyle hastily shifted back. And as Professor Snape was preoccupied with his usual targeting of Harry, Draco swiftly sent a magically enchanted paper crane soaring towards Xiaoxiao's desk. The enchanted crane fluttered, landing gently in front of her. Xiaoxiao sniffed and picked it up, glancing at Draco. Openite. Though Draco remained silent, Xiaoxiao deciphered his message through his lip movements. She turned to glance at Professor Snape, ensuring he was distracted, and quickly unfolded the crane. Are you coming down with something? Do you need a potion? Although I haven't learned that potion yet, there should be instructions in the book. By the way, do cat demons catch colds too? If you need a potion, are there any contraindications? Just nod if you need it, and after class, I'll brew some for you. Of course, if you're merely cold, I can lend you my robe. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle, shaking her head in amusement, marveling at Draco's unexpected warmth. How had she missed this when watching films or reading the original stories? But it mattered little now. He was, after all, hers. Yet she firmly believed that she was not falling ill. After all, she was a cat demon. How could a cat demon catch a cold? Afternoon. The infirmary. Achu. Xiaoxiao lay in bed, swathed in thick blankets, sniffling incessantly. Draco remained by her side, caring for her. Hermione had initially intended to stay, but Ron had called her away, claiming it was to give the young couple some privacy. Hermione was disgruntled but had no choice. After all, Ron had a point. Sulking, she left for the library to gather information, reasoning that, according to Xiaoxiao, magical creatures rarely fell ill, let alone caught colds. While the library might lack information on magical beings, perhaps the stack of books Xiaoxiao had gifted her would contain something useful. Strange. Madame Pomfrey stood at Xiaoxiao's bedside, her expression perplexed. Why hasn't the potion worked? Achu. Xiaoxiao lamented, regretting her earlier bravado. What do you mean it hasn't worked? Draco frowned. Didn't she just take the potion? If I recall correctly, a common cold is easily remedied. It should resolve within moments. Why has so much time passed, and not only has Xiaoxiao shown no improvement, but her condition has worsened? That is precisely what perplexes me. Madame Pomfrey approached to assess Xiaoxiao's condition. Her temperature had soared to an alarming 104 degrees, her body radiating heat. Such a fever could be fatal to a frail muggle, yet for a wizard, it was more bearable. As for a cat demon, that fell outside Madame Pomfrey's area of expertise. When did you first notice something was amiss? Unable to discern any immediate issue, Madame Pomfrey inquired, hoping to extract useful information from Xiaoxiao's account. Does sneezing count? Let me think. I believe it began this morning. At the time, I thought those sneezes were quite normal. After all, I've never heard of a demon catching a cold, Xiaoxiao reflected. Just sneezing? Madame Pomfrey pressed on. Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, merely sneezing. How peculiar, Madame Pomfrey remarked, her furrowed brow remaining tense. And how are you feeling now? Not too bad. Aside from feeling a bit cold, Xiaoxiao replied, sniffling. Oh, and I have a strong craving for spicy hot pot. Does that count? Spicy hot pot? Duck and pig blood? Xiaoxiao licked her lips, her desire intensifying. Blood? Madame Pomfrey gasped, taken aback. This is a first for me. Stay here. I need to consult with Professor Dumbledore. As Xiaoxiao lay on the bed, idly toying with her space ring, the phoenix appeared at noon, delivering the ring into her hands. In truth, it was shortly after lunch that she had collapsed in class. It was sudden, yet she regained consciousness just as rapidly. Had it not been for her unusually high fever, Madame Pomfrey might have suspected she was feigning illness to escape class. Do you truly wish for it? Draco inquired, gently touching her forehead. If you really want it, I could fetch Peeves. Actually, I have an even stronger craving than for spicy hot pot, Xiaoxiao hesitated to say. What craving? Draco asked, intrigued. Xiaoxiao's expression grew complex. She was unsure how to articulate her thoughts, but felt reluctant to keep them from him. Draco remained silent, merely observing her. I have a rather strange notion, she began, her voice dropping to an unnatural whisper. I feel a desire to take a life. Draco was taken aback, his expression one of shock. To take a life? Why would you think such a thing? He stammered, swallowing nervously. And out of nowhere, too. I don't know. Xiaoxiao sighed, lowering her head. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she began to call out Riddle's name in her mind. He was so knowledgeable and resided in her thoughts, able to delve into her memories. Perhaps his intellect could shed light on her predicament. Riddle? Wake up. Riddle? Hello? Xiaoxiao called out internally for what felt like an eternity, yet received no response. This was utterly abnormal. Surely he wouldn't deliberately ignore her? With that thought, Xiaoxiao summoned the power of their pact, attempting to compel him to respond. But to no avail. It was as if her calls had vanished into silence. It felt as though Riddle had disappeared from her mind entirely. How could this happen? Panic began to set in for Xiaoxiao. What's wrong? Draco asked. his expression filled with concern. Snapping back to reality, Xiaoxiao gazed at him in disbelief. Riddle is gone. What? Draco was momentarily stunned before realizing the gravity of the situation. Isn't that a good thing? Xiaoxiao shook her head. If I had removed him from my mind myself, that would be acceptable, but his disappearance was sudden, and it coincides with this peculiar time. The power of the pact remains, my sudden illness today, and this unexplainable urge to take a life. It's hard not to associate Riddle's sudden absence with these events. Indeed. That does seem to hold merit, Draco mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. What should we do now? Should we wait for Dumbledore? For now? That seems to be the only option, Xiaoxiao sighed, her eyelids drooping as she gazed at Draco, unconsciously licking her lips as she looked at his pale neck. Draco shivered, feeling as though her gaze was somewhat unsettling. Was it just his imagination? Soon after, Madame Pomfrey entered alongside Professor Dumbledore. How do you feel? Dumbledore asked as he approached Xiaoxiao's bedside. I heard from Poppy that you have a strong craving for blood. No, not blood. I merely want spicy hot pot. Xiaoxiao hurriedly clarified, fearing Dumbledore might misunderstand. I want to eat other things too, like super spicy hot pot. Madame Pomfrey, hearing this, placed a hand on her chest, feigning reproach. So you only wanted something spicy? You truly scared me when you mentioned wanting duck and pig blood. Dumbledore could not help but fall silent for a moment. Setting that aside, what caused your sudden illness and collapse today? He pulled up a chair to sit and checked her temperature, his brow furrowing in concern. This is abnormal. Both Xiaoxiao and Draco grew anxious. Am I going to die? That is not what I meant, Dumbledore winced, his eye twitching slightly. I'm referring to your temperature. It's quite irregular. However, I am not well versed in the ways of the Chinese demon race. As a cat demon, don't you have any idea why this is happening? Xiaoxiao shook her head. As far as I know, demons generally do not suffer from ailments like fevers or colds. However, I have just formed a hypothesis. What hypothesis? Dumbledore inquired. Xiaoxiao hesitated, glancing at Madame Pomfrey. Understanding her unspoken request, Dumbledore turned to Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, could you kindly step out for a moment? Madame Pomfrey nodded, albeit puzzled as to why they needed privacy, but complied with Dumbledore's request. As the door closed softly behind her, Draco sensed Xiaoxiao was about to reveal something significant. He remained quietly beside her, watching intently. Professor, it seems Riddle has vanished. Dumbledore's expression grew serious, the weight of her words sinking in. When did this occur? It should have been today, though I can't pinpoint the exact moment he disappeared. However, I suspect it is connected to my sudden illness today. This is something I need to inform your family about, Dumbledore stated gravely. I cannot offer you adequate assistance. Perhaps your family can aid you. Xiaoxiao hesitated before nodding. Rather than face a scolding, she was more concerned about Riddle's current state. Dumbledore rose. I will contact them now. In the meantime, rest well. Okay. Xiaoxiao obediently nodded, then turned her gaze to Draco, handing him the ring. Don't forget about Steel Egg and Angela. Draco understood, taking the ring as he and Dumbledore exited together. Despite her current state, Xiaoxiao did not forget the two children still trapped in the cold chamber. Achoo! Sneezing, the infirmary fell silent, and fatigue washed over Xiaoxiao. She snuggled deeper into her blankets, turning over as she gradually succumbed to slumber. Time passed, and eventually, Xiaoxiao awoke, glancing outside to find it was already evening. The infirmary was empty, and she felt puzzled. Where were her parents? Had they not come by all afternoon? Madame Pomfrey? Xiaoxiao lifted the covers and touched her forehead. Finding no lingering sensation, it seemed her fever had subsided, and her nose was no longer congested. Had I healed myself? Riddle? Xiaoxiao tentatively called out in her mind. As expected, Riddle offered no response. Surely, he wouldn't deliberately ignore me? Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of frustration. It wasn't as if I could summon the powers of our pact either, she thought. The infirmary was deserted, and Madame Pomfrey was nowhere to be found. Adding to her dismay, Draco and Hermione were absent as well. Frustration consumed her. Clad in her shoes, Xiaoxiao ventured outside. She had no idea what time it was. The outside world was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any presence. She glanced at her wrist. The watch Draco had gifted her remained, yet for some inexplicable reason, the hands had inexplicably ceased to move. Frowning, she tapped the watch a few times. How strange, isn't this a magical watch? How could it have stopped so mysteriously? After several attempts yielded no results, Xiaoxiao resigned herself to the situation, surveying her surroundings in preparation to return to the dormitory. In the castle's corridor, a few candles flickered, their flames wavering in the breeze created by her hurried pace. Upon reaching the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, she lifted her chin, ready to utter the password, only to be struck by an unsettling realization. Where was the fat lady? The space where her portrait once hung was now a blank. Gray void, devoid of any image or frame. Suppressing the rising tide of anxiety, Su Xiaoxiao scanned her surroundings and noticed that the other portraits had transformed in a similar fashion, all gray and empty. How could this happen? She reached into her sleeve, trying to retrieve her wand, but after rummaging for what felt like an eternity, her fingers found nothing. The unease within her intensified, and instinctively, she touched her neck. A small measure of comfort came from the fact that the protective talisman given to her by Lin Jingxi was still there. Bang! Bang! In a fit of desperation, Su Xiaoxiao kicked the door with all her might. The resounding noise echoed through the corridor as she hoped to attract the attention of anyone nearby, anyone at all. Even Filch would suffice. Bang! The door swung open. Chapter 125, The Realm of the Mind? Encountering Riddle. The common room was entirely empty, the fireplace roaring with flames that crackled softly. On the table sat several cups of steaming hot tea, seemingly left by someone who had just departed. Su Xiaoxiao dashed toward the dormitory, knocking on each door in vain, discovering not a single soul. It was utterly bizarre. She almost sprinted out of the Gryffindor common room. She ventured to the Great Hall, then to the classrooms. Everywhere she went, it was a desolate void, as if the entire castle were inhabited solely by her. Having run for quite some time, she had explored nearly all the locations, save for a few. Yet, the outcome was becoming increasingly apparent. Su Xiaoxiao was on the verge of giving up. She sat upon the moving staircase, cradling her chin in her hands, her gaze vacant and unfocused. The staircase shifted beneath her, yet she remained unresponsive. How could this be? Am I dreaming? But why does it feel so real? When will I awaken? Would jumping from here jolt me awake? Lost in her thoughts, as the staircase continued to move, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a flickering light from the direction of the headmaster's office. Hope ignited in her eyes. She sprang to her feet and headed straight for the office. Inside, the light was dim, reminiscent of the faded portraits upon the cold stone walls. Upon reaching the headmaster's office, she refrained from uttering any password and simply stood there. The imposing stone statue rotated to reveal an ascending staircase. Su Xiaoxiao restrained her excitement and slowed her pace, cautiously ascending the steps. Innately feline, she made no sound, her body tense with vigilance. Although she was unaware of the whereabouts of her wand, she was, after all, a cat demon, a being adept in magic, sorcery, and enchantments. Hiding by the door, Su Xiaoxiao peered inside. Fox was absent, as was that familiar figure. Since she was here, there was no need for stealth. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from within, startling Su Xiaoxiao. Riddle? She stepped out from behind the door and spotted him at the desk. In his youth, Riddle was undeniably handsome, clad in a Slytherin robe. His posture impeccably straight, his complexion pale and cold. He lifted his gaze to a blank portrait before him. From this angle, all Su Xiaoxiao could see was the sharp contour of his profile. What brings you here? Wait, where is this place? Though she was acquainted with him, Su Xiaoxiao did not lower her guard, already prepared for action. Why so tense? Riddle tilted his head slightly, a hint of a smirk on his lips. His gaze shimmering. Well, one might say we are rather intimate friends. He emphasized the words intimate and friends, which, while easily misconstrued as ambiguous, felt like traps and dangers to Su Xiaoxiao's ears. You still haven't answered my question. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she gathered her strength. Having perused all of Su Xiaoxiao's memories several times, Riddle was well aware of her capabilities. It was this very ability that had allowed her to defeat the troll in her first year. The extraordinary ocular attack conjured illusions upon direct eye contact, ensnaring her opponents in her control, a rather troublesome power, even surpassing that of a basilisk. Heh! Riddle chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. This is the place where I typically dwell within your mind. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback. You've built a Hogwarts in my head. Riddle could no longer contain his laughter, but quickly resumed his indifferent demeanor. I assure you, I am not so dull. Its existence in your mind is a question you must ponder yourself. Very well, that answer is somewhat acceptable, Su Xiaoxiao nodded. My second question is, how did I get here? That, you must ask yourself. Riddle turned to approach her, urging her to reflect. Think carefully about what you did before arriving here. Before awakening, Su Xiaoxiao recalled. I closed my eyes and went to sleep. What of it? Isn't that normal? Riddle inhaled deeply, striving to maintain composure amidst the emotional turmoil. Aside from that, let me think. As he approached, Su Xiaoxiao instinctively retreated, prompting Riddle to express his exasperation. Before sleeping, I was calling for you. Yes, that's right. This morning, I sneezed several times, then fainted and was taken to the infirmary, my fever soaring to 104. Shortly thereafter, I regained consciousness but was inexplicably overwhelmed by a strange desire, a desire to kill. Su Xiaoxiao regarded Riddle. And I called you to inquire whether your intelligence could shed light on this, but you inexplicably failed to respond. It was as if I could not reach you at all. Riddle lowered his gaze, deep in thought. Do you know what this is about? Su Xiaoxiao inquired. Riddle seemed to have not heard her, remaining lost in contemplation. What is the matter with you? Xiaoxiao could not help but ask loudly. Riddle snapped back to attention. Glancing at her, I am uncertain. There are still things you do not know? Well, it is understandable that you might not be aware of such matters. Xiaoxiao sighed, her gaze drifting to the portrait Riddle had been observing, suddenly noticing something, her eyes widening in surprise. Who is that indistinct figure in the painting? It seems somewhat familiar. Upon hearing this, Riddle's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned his head, locking eyes with the figure in the portrait. The deep, enigmatic green of his gaze betrayed an unmistakable intent to kill. Without replying to Xiaoxiao, Riddle abruptly seized her and dashed out of the headmaster's office. Xiaoxiao, who had intended to move closer to discern the identity of the figure in the painting, was startled by Riddle's sudden action, gripping his arm tightly, fearing she might fall. What is happening? Silence. Don't attract her. Riddle admonished in a low, grave tone, his demeanor chilling. Xiaoxiao was taken aback again. What sort of entity could compel the infamous Dark Lord to flee without a fight? Uncertain of the situation, she recognized that now was not the time for conversation. So she obediently fell silent, her mind racing with thoughts of the indistinct figure she had seen in the painting, feeling an eerie sense of familiarity. Chapter 126. The figure in the painting Riddle moved with incredible speed. Despite holding Xiaoxiao with one arm, his agility remained intact as his gaze flitted across the grayish-white portraits on the walls, assessing whether the figure in the painting was in pursuit. Suddenly, a cacophony of manic laughter erupted behind them, brimming with a murderous frenzy, sharp and jarring. Xiaoxiao instinctively glanced back, finding nothing but emptiness. Yet the laughter drew alarmingly closer. However, her focus was elsewhere. That wild laughter sounded hauntingly familiar, as if it were her own voice. The realization sent a chill down her spine. Impossible, right? As she pondered this, the indistinct figure in the painting materialized on the left wall, and a deep green laser shot forth from its eyes, hurtling toward Riddle. Riddle, already alert, swiftly sidestepped, the laser grazing his cheek and slamming into the wall behind him, leaving a deep gash in its wake. Xiaoxiao gasped, clearly sensing Riddle's discomfort as he let out a muffled grunt, stumbling slightly. Are you all right? She contemplated making a run for it, but Riddle held her tightly. Don't move. If you die, I'll share your misfortune. His icy gaze was terrifying, and a shallow wound appeared where he had been struck, slowly healing. Ha ha ha. The figure in the painting reveled in its success, unleashing a barrage of lasers towards them. Riddle propelled Xiaoxiao into the corridor, agilely leaping over the stairs and directly into the Slytherin common room. Fortunately, there were no portraits displayed within. Once they reached a semblance of safety, Riddle released Xiaoxiao, his face marred by distaste. He sank into the sofa, gingerly touching the wound on his cheek, frowning slightly. Xiaoxiao landed in a crouch, initially poised to express her frustration, but realizing the inappropriateness of the moment, she stood and sat across from him. Are you okay? She inquired, glancing at the injury on his cheek. Actually, I could. You wish to employ your healing abilities on me again? Riddle discerned her intentions, scoffing lightly. I am but a soul. Your powers are ineffective against me. Fine. Xiaoxiao retorted, feeling thwarted. Now, could you enlighten me about the figure in the painting? I am uncertain, Riddle replied. But I can assert that the figure is profoundly connected to you, likely born from you. Me? Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback. But upon reflection, it made sense, as this was her world. However, after hearing your previous account, I have formed a hypothesis. What is it? This place must have come into existence when you felt unwell today. Prior to that, I had no awareness of this world within your mind. Furthermore, did you not claim that you could not summon me in the real world? I, too, could not sense you until you entered here. Wait. Did you not say you had been surviving here all along? Xiaoxiao tilted her head, puzzled. Why the contradiction now? Riddle cast her a sidelong glance, casually stating, I was deceiving you then. During such a dire time, you were still bent on deceiving me. I merely sought to test whether you could still perceive my thoughts in this realm, Riddle explained. And the outcome is that we can no longer read each other's minds in this space. You always find a way to justify yourself. Xiaoxiao had previously prided herself on her verbal prowess until she encountered Riddle. Continue. In this realm, I am incapable of wielding magic, not even wandless spells. However, you should be unencumbered. Riddle regarded her, anticipating her response, and understanding her unspoken thoughts, interrupted. No one can manifest here, and what I meant was, you can cast spells wandlessly or employ your enchantments and sorcery. Xiaoxiao, feeling somewhat thwarted, gazed at him with a complex expression. I can't shake the feeling that you're deceiving me again. You can still hear my thoughts, can't you? You think too much. I simply excel at mind reading. Riddle shot her a glance. Especially against someone as naive as you. How dare you? That is profanity. Children should refrain from such language. Riddle stood, playfully patting Xiaoxiao's head, the wound on his cheek having healed completely. Let us go. That entity should have departed. We must quickly locate the exit, or we shall remain trapped here indefinitely. Even I? Indeed, Riddle said, already at the door, gently peering through the crack to survey the outside. Xiaoxiao stood up, discontent, and approached him. Through the window, she could vaguely see the shimmering lake outside, swarming with colossal squids, gliding back and forth like sentinels. What are you looking at? Hurry up and follow me. Riddle's voice called from outside, prompting Xiaoxiao to retract her gaze and hasten after him. The corridor outside was dim and uninviting, and she quickly caught up to Riddle, remaining alert. Where are we headed? Xiaoxiao whispered, cautious not to draw the indistinct figure closer. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten the reckless shouting she had done upon entering. It must be said, Xiaoxiao possessed remarkable luck. First, we must exit the castle. Riddle replied without looking back. She should only traverse the portraits within the castle. As long as we leave this place, we will be safe. What if we remove all the portraits? Xiaoxiao suggested. Do you think I wouldn't consider a method you could think of? Riddle retorted disdainfully. Additionally, I must inform you that there is no exit on the first floor and the windows are sealed. We cannot take a shortcut. We must find the hidden door. Xiaoxiao exclaimed, unable to suppress a groan. All right, let us hurry. I don't want to be trapped here forever. Suddenly, the eerie laughter echoed again ahead, causing both to halt and glance toward the source. 2 rows of portraits adorned the wall, making it difficult to discern where the figure might be. Chapter 127. The giant octopus below, she must be among those portraits. Riddle crouched down, frowning at Xiaoxiao. I need to charge ahead, but I cannot bring you along. Having you with me will certainly alert her as it did before. You focus on clearing the path. I will handle the rest. As Xiaoxiao completed her transformation, she instantly morphed into an orange cat. Riddle, without uttering a word, retracted his gaze and focused ahead, seemingly assessing the trajectory for a sprint. With his body tensed like a bowstring, he surged forward like a bolt from a crossbow. Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, exhibiting agility that even surpassed his own. Like a streak of orange meteor, she elegantly leaped upon the walls, treading lightly along the edges of the portraits, akin to a sprite in flight. Suddenly, the shadowy figures within the portraits detected Riddle's presence and unleashed a barrage of emerald lasers in his direction. Freed from Xiaoxiao's constraints, Riddle deftly evaded, swiftly exiting the realm of the portrait. This way, he called out, and Xiaoxiao darted to his side in the blink of an eye, the duo disappearing from this floor in no time. Upon my arrival in this place, I scoured nearly the entire castle, as I encountered not a single soul. Xiaoxiao remarked breathlessly as they ran, yet I have found no exit. However, there are still a few locations I have yet to explore, one of which is the original main entrance. I have been to the original main entrance, but it offers no means of escape, Riddle replied. What other places remain? Let me think. There's the room of requirement, the classroom with the trapdoor, the hidden chamber, and the dungeon. Riddle pondered, deducing that the dungeon and hidden chamber, being underground, were unlikely to lead to an exit, especially with the main door set there. Let us first seek the room of requirement. With that decision made, they accelerated upward at nearly their maximum speed. This time, fortune favored them. They encountered no shadowy figures along the way. They surged straight to the 8th floor, the location where the room of requirement was said to manifest. However, oddly enough, despite having previously entered the room, they now found themselves floundering like headless flies, utterly unable to locate the entrance. We must hurry. There are portraits here as well, Xiaoxiao, having reverted to her human form, warned, gazing warily at the pale portraits. The room of requirement should be here, yet its absence indicates something amiss. The entrance must either be concealed within the vanished room of requirement, or perhaps the room has simply ceased to exist, aiming to confound us. Let us investigate other areas. If we still cannot find it, we shall return to continue the search for the room of requirement. Riddle swiftly resolved, and Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. She transformed back into an orange cat, and together they departed the 8th floor. Uncertain of the whereabouts of the portrait, they proceeded smoothly to the classroom with the trapdoor. As anticipated, the familiar creature was absent from within. Riddle opened the trapdoor, frowning as he peered into the darkness below, unable to discern the situation. There shouldn't be any devil snare down there. Xiaoxiao ventured forward, crouching to peer inside. Her night vision finally came into play, revealing the absence of the devil's snare. Yet an array of other peculiar entities awaited them. Do not descend just yet. There appear to be something akin to octopus tentacles down there. How strange. What could possibly account for such a phenomenon? Xiaoxiao raised her hand, gathering a sphere of lightning within her palm before tossing it below. With a crackling sound, the lightning erupted, illuminating the dark passageway. The bolt of energy struck the long, thick tentacles, instantly scorching them. The creature emitted a pained roar, thrashing its massive appendages in a frantic search for its assailant. The floor beneath them trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. Thank goodness for my cleverness. Had we descended directly, who knows what fate would have befallen us? Xiaoxiao remarked, her expression one of relief. Riddle furrowed his brow. Noting that the light from the lightning was fleeting and unable to cast any spells, he turned to Xiaoxiao. Can you perform magic without a wand? If so, please illuminate the area below. Surprised by his courteous tone, Xiaoxiao responded with a playful smile. Why the sudden politeness? As expected, she earned a roll of the eyes from Riddle. Without further ado, she snapped her fingers, conjuring a glowing orb at her fingertips. Shall we descend? Xiaoxiao inquired, raising her sparkling thumb in front of Riddle. The sudden brightness of her thumb, resembling an oversized light bulb, nearly blinded him. Move it further away, he instructed. With a cheeky grin, Xiaoxiao complied, but Riddle couldn't shake the feeling that her previous antics were intentional. You should go down first to scout, Riddle suggested, glancing into the abyss. Although Xiaoxiao's thumb light remained bright, it still failed to illuminate the depths adequately. Why are you not concerned about my potential demise now? Xiaoxiao pouted, casting him a mournful look. Riddle shot her a sidelong glance. So you would prefer to send me, a defenseless soul, down to appease the beast? Well, I wouldn't mind seeing you squirm. Xiaoxiao chuckled, relishing in her small victory. Just wait, I'll venture down and scout the path. With that, she transformed back into an orange cat, but her tail glowed as if it were adorned with a lantern. Riddle couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This creature certainly did not exhibit the sharpest wit. Embarrassed, Xiaoxiao chuckled softly, causing the light at the tip of her tail to vanish. Then, with a graceful leap, she descended into the darkness. With her night vision, she clearly observed the surroundings below, landing silently and smoothly without a hitch. Hiding behind the octopus creature to scrutinize its every movement. The colossal octopus had calmed, seemingly of low intelligence. After initially failing to detect its attacker, it lay there nonchalantly, occasionally flicking its crimson, sucker-covered tentacles. As Xiaoxiao regarded the massive creature, she instinctively licked her lips, pondering the origins of such a creature. Where could a creature of this size possibly come from? Moreover, how could it survive in an environment devoid of water? Glancing up, she noted Riddle still peering down from above. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to explore the interior for any potential exits. If none existed, she would simply depart. If she found one, she would return to retrieve Riddle. With her mind set, Xiaoxiao stealthily set off, traversing the lengthy corridor with great care. Chapter 128. She emerged from the Mirror of Ariste. After passing through several rooms, Xiaoxiao arrived at the spot where the Mirror of Ariste was once kept. Strangely, the mirror, which ought to have been absent, stood before her. Approaching cautiously, she speculated whether the exit might be hidden within its depths. Gradually, her reflection materialized within the mirror. Curious, she watched her mirrored self, waiting for a sign, but nothing remarkable occurred. The Mirror of Ariste failed to reveal her innermost desires. Lifting her left hand, her reflection mirrored the gesture. She tilted her head, her reflection following suit. Wait a minute, this isn't the real Mirror of Ariste. What am I doing here, acting like a fool? Xiaoxiao turned to leave, intending to search the room for anything of interest. Unbeknownst to her, the reflection in the Mirror of Ariste did not turn away but remained, its sinister gaze fixated on her retreating figure. The eyes flickered, shifting from a light hue to a deep, haunting shade. In this chamber, aside from the mirror, nothing else appeared suspicious. Xiaoxiao meticulously searched every nook and cranny, her only discovery being that the wall behind the Mirror of Ariste was damp for some unknown reason, as if a vast expanse of water on the other side seeped through. Why is there water here? What lies beyond? Xiaoxiao clenched her fist and rapped it against the wall several times, instantly leaving traces of moisture upon her knuckles. Behind her, within the depths of the Elysian mirror, Xiaoxiao slowly turned, as if fixated on every movement she made. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth, forming an astonishing arc that few could achieve. Much like the ghastly grin of a slit-mouthed woman, her visage emanated an unsettling aura. As she stepped forward from the mirror, her pace deliberate and sluggish. 1 step. 2 steps. Although Xiaoxiao's figure appeared to draw farther from the mirror's surface, ripples akin to those on a disturbed water surface began to emerge upon the Elysian mirror. Suddenly, a foot extended from within, followed by a leg, an arm, and a body, until Xiaoxiao truly emerged from the depths. She stood upon the ground, gradually acclimating to her corporeal form. As if still adjusting, she rotated her neck and body, emitting creaks reminiscent of a long-dormant, rusted machine being reactivated. Her movements were eerily reminiscent of a zombie, with deep green eyes radiating an unsettling glow that added to the air of terror. At last, having completed her adjustments, Xiaoxiao slowly turned and took a step forward. What sound? Her ears twitched slightly as she abruptly turned to look. Behind her lay only the vast expanse of the magical mirror. The wall sconces flickered intermittently, producing crackling sounds, causing Xiaoxiao to furrow her brow. Uncertain if she had merely misheard. Time had passed, and she needed to hasten back to rendezvous with Riddle. With this thought in mind, she made her way towards the door. As she passed the Elysian mirror, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted, and her body reacted instinctively, darting sideways just in time. Bang! The ground where she had just stood erupted in a shower of debris from two forces colliding. Turning her head, she beheld a figure before the Elysian mirror, an entity bearing an uncanny resemblance to herself, eyes wide with madness. No, it was not an exact replica. Xiaoxiao's eye color was significantly darker. Hiss! A raspy sound escaped Xiaoxiao's throat as she glared intently at her doppelganger, her eyes shooting forth green beams of light, launching another attack. Xiaoxiao dodged frantically, narrowly avoiding several laser beams that struck the ground beside her, sending shards flying. A cloud of realization darkened her expression. This creature's eyes, its attacks, and its voice were all identical to the shadow she had seen in the painting. No wonder she had felt a sense of familiarity upon first encountering it in the principal's office. The figure in the portrait was indeed her own. Why had this entity emerged from the Elysian mirror? Shouldn't it remain confined within the portrait? Xiaoxiao bit her lip. Evading was no longer a viable strategy. She needed to retaliate. Zing! Bolts of lightning erupted from her palms, aimed directly at her counterpart. Yet, the doppelganger remained unfazed, standing still with a manic grin. Fixated on Xiaoxiao, the bolts struck her, igniting a cacophony of electric sparks as she staggered, her skin charred, yet she felt no pain. Instead, she tilted her head and touched her face with her fingers. Cold blood was wiped away, and Xiaoxiao inspected the blood on her hands, bringing them closer to her nose for a sniff. Yet, this was not the most shocking part. She extended her tongue and licked the blood from her fingertips, a satisfied expression blooming on her face. What a perverse sight. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but scoff at her own reflection. Yet her doppelganger seemed to revel in the taste of blood, eager to feast upon more. However, the wounds on her face healed rapidly, the blood coagulating into scabs. Realizing that there was no more blood to consume, her counterpart's demeanor shifted to one of rage, her gaze fixated on Xiaoxiao. An unmasked greed and thirst for blood gleaming in her eyes. She yearned to kill the person before her, to devour her, to drink her blood, to utterly supplant her. Such thoughts flooded her mind, and under the influence of frenzy and bloodlust, her body surged forward towards Xiaoxiao. What the hell? Xiaoxiao was taken aback, unleashing her palm lightning in frantic bursts. Yet, the creature remained undeterred, its movements only slightly hindered. The more Xiaoxiao attacked, the more exhilarated it became, charging towards her with maniacal laughter. Xiaoxiao ceased her assault, realizing this monstrosity felt no fear. In fact, the more she struck, the more invigorated it appeared, truly terrifying. Abandoning her offensive, Xiaoxiao turned and fled. To escape, she transformed into an orange cat, sprinting frantically back the way she had come. Upon witnessing her sudden metamorphosis, her doppelganger paused, tilting its head in observation. Then, as if learning something, it too transformed, morphing into a beast with deep green eyes and a coat of black and red fur. Xiaoxiao dared not slow down, racing ahead until she reached the first chamber, the lair of the giant octopus. Unfortunately, the octopus had completely blocked the exit, and it appeared agitated, its 8 long tentacles thrashing violently against the walls and floor, causing dust and debris to rain down. Chapter 129, The Madness of the Second Personality? With the giant octopus ahead and a deranged fiend behind, Xiaoxiao skidded to a halt, glancing back and forth before leaping, hiding behind a fallen stone. Meanwhile, her counterpart, resembling a rabid beast, sniffed the air, drool dripping from its bared teeth as it sought Xiaoxiao's presence. However, its attention was increasingly drawn to the giant octopus. Such a sizable creature would surely prove delectable. Xiaoxiao licked her lips, her eyes betraying a palpable desire for blood and food. The giant octopus felt the weight of her gaze, but, in her feline form, Xiaoxiao was too small for it to notice immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, she pounced onto one of its tentacles, her sharp claws sinking into its flesh, and she bit down fiercely. The giant octopus thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge her and send her crashing to the ground. But like a relentless parasite, she clung on with all 4 paws while her mouth continued to tear at its flesh, quickly rendering the tentacle a bloody mess. From her concealed vantage point, Xiaoxiao observed this gruesome scene, silently mourning the octopus for a brief moment. 1-2. Mourning complete. It was time to make her escape. Scanning her surroundings, Xiaoxiao calculated her route upward. There was but one path to freedom, albeit a challenging one. She would have to step atop the octopus's head. Otherwise, she would have to wait for it to leave, which seemed unlikely given the current situation. Bang! Bang! As Xiaoxiao pondered her escape, the giant octopus, realizing it could not shake off the persistent nuisance, grew increasingly frantic, flailing its tentacles wildly, sending more debris crashing down, even causing cracks to appear in the walls. Oh no, it can't be about to collapse, can it? Xiaoxiao felt a pang of panic, yet her peripheral vision caught sight of water pooling on the ground. Where did that water come from? Soon, she noticed that not only was the floor wet, but water was also seeping from the cracks in the walls. Following the flow of water, she spotted a large hole beneath the wall, obscured by the octopus's massive body, from which the water flowed. It appeared the giant octopus sought to escape through this opening, yet its size rendered it unable to fit, as the gap was scarcely wider than half of its girth. Xiaoxiao was evidently dissatisfied with the taste of the giant octopus, yet she continued to savage it, tearing off a substantial chunk of its flesh and spitting it onto the ground. She relished the visceral sensation of flesh being separated from flesh, which brought her immense inner satisfaction. It was perplexing that Riddle, amidst such a tumult below, exhibited no curiosity or uttered a single sound. This led Xiaoxiao to question whether he was still stationed above. Suddenly, the giant octopus expelled a copious amount of black ink, attempting to drive Xiaoxiao away with this tactic. Concurrently, it repeatedly battered against the opening, causing it to widen rapidly. Soon, half of its body had passed through, while the other half struggled in vain. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoxiao sprang forth, leaping onto the ladder and ascending with great speed. With a thud, she landed and instantly transformed back into her human form, swiftly closing the hatch behind her. She exhaled sharply, taking a moment to calm her racing heart. But as she surveyed her surroundings, she found no sign of Riddle. The door was slightly ajar, suggesting he had ventured out. After a brief respite, Xiaoxiao rose and departed, determined to locate him and inform him of the figure that had emerged from the portrait. It seemed that the figure's emergence was somehow linked to her encounter with the Eris mirror. She found it baffling that this version of the Eris mirror could not reflect her innermost thoughts, but instead released the figure from the painting. Furthermore, it struck her as odd that in Mr. Yuan's room, which was supposed to be filled with a devil's net, there existed only a giant octopus. However, upon reflection, she realized that this was not reality but a manifestation of her inner world, and thus, the abnormalities within should not be interpreted through the lens of normalcy. Rather, they hinted at underlying issues within Xiaoxiao herself. The figure in the painting, aside from its eye color, bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Yet its personality was entirely antithetical. If the Eris mirror here could be likened to a mirror of opposites, it might awaken the other side of Xiaoxiao, liberating her from the confines of the portrait. Perhaps the figure was indeed awaiting this moment, anticipating the day when Xiaoxiao would stand before the Eris mirror, rescuing it from the confines of the frame and ultimately replacing her. Xiaoxiao could perceive the insatiable greed in its gaze. The intense desire was almost palpable, and she, not being foolish, understood its implications. Now, Xiaoxiao harbored a conjecture. Perhaps this castle, devoid of a visible entrance, was a manifestation of her subconscious protective mechanism. Her subconscious had sensed the presence of a dark side, thus constructing a castle without exits to confine her within the portrait, with layers of shackles designed to prevent her emergence and replace the current Xiaoxiao. In other words, this dark side could very well be her alter ego. Putting aside her complex emotions, Xiaoxiao recognized that the figure, representing her frenzied alter ego, was entangled beneath the hatch with the giant octopus. Therefore, she could now roam the castle unrestrained, no longer needing to be wary of the gray-white portraits on the walls. While uncertain of Riddle's whereabouts, her intuition suggested he had ventured into other unsearched chambers. After some contemplation, Xiaoxiao made her way downward, intending to explore the Chamber of Secrets first. Wondering if it might harbor the basilisk that her subconscious had conjured, an idea suddenly struck her as she swiftly arrived at the washroom where the myrtle resided. Heading straight for the sink, signs of recent use were evident, likely indicating Riddle's presence, confirming her suspicions. Then, facing the faucet adorned with a serpentine design, she began to speak in Parseltongue. Open. As her command fell, the sink parted automatically, revealing a descending passageway leading to the Chamber of Secrets. Without hesitation, Xiaoxiao leaped into the opening, skillfully making her way toward the chamber. Chapter 130. The door to the bottom of the Black Lake. The passage remained dark and damp, the ground littered with the white bones of small creatures, which creaked beneath her weight. After navigating the lengthy corridor, Xiaoxiao arrived inside the chamber. The mouth of the Slytherin statue stood agape, leaving her to wonder whether Riddle had entered or something had emerged from within. Cautiously, she approached, and within the statue's dark mouth, she discerned a hidden path. Nearby, she spotted a trail of fresh footprints leading inside, likely Riddle's. "Riddle, are you in there?" She called into the darkness, her voice echoing back, yet receiving no reply. Hesitating momentarily, she transformed into an orange cat and ventured deeper. Her padded feet seemed to be equipped with a silencer, making no sound as her light green eyes remained keen, even in the darkness. Uncertain of where this hidden passage led, she felt herself descend for a while before the terrain began to level out, revealing a fork ahead, more accurately, a split in the conduit. A wave of damp and foul odor assaulted her senses. Instinctively, she held her breath, perplexed as to why she could even smell anything in her inner world. The rancid stench was nearly overwhelming, and Xiaoxiao couldn't help but mentally berate Riddle. Regardless, she knew she had to press on. Gritting her teeth, she took a few steps back, then leaped forward, carefully selecting clean spots to land upon. Unsure of Riddle's precise location, she relied on the faint traces of footprints visible on the ground. After an indeterminate amount of time, just as she felt as though she might succumb to the stench, a sudden commotion ahead caught her attention, accompanied by a faint glimmer of light. Xiaoxiao dashed forward, her pupils dilating in response to the unexpected brightness. She soon found herself in a spacious area, an unfamiliar chamber. To her astonishment, she discovered that beneath the Slytherin statue in the chamber, there connected yet another place. More excitingly, the castle's entrance was here. It appeared Riddle had exited before her. This fellow truly could not be trusted. Before her stood a massive oak door. Xiaoxiao felt tears of joy welling up. It was her first time feeling such exhilaration at the sight of a door. Tentatively, she pushed against it, only to find it immovable. "Not now. Don't fail me at this crucial moment." Xiaoxiao understood that the doors of Hogwarts were notoriously temperamental, yet she had never encountered such an issue herself, having only seen Neville and Ron occasionally getting pranked by the doors, left stranded outside. The doors of Hogwarts were whimsical, growing stronger against the weak and weaker against the strong, relishing the opportunity to toy with students. With no time to waste, she raised her hand, crackling with a thunderous energy, and declared, "I believe you wouldn't want to experience the sensation of being struck by lightning, would you?" The oak door seemed to sense the menacing charge in the air, trembling slightly before emitting a soft click, slowly swinging open. "Now that is more like it." Xiaoxiao smirked, retracting her hand, and stepping through the doorway. A wave of suffocating pressure and the torrent of lake water enveloped her, catching her off guard as she inhaled several mouthfuls of icy water. Instinctively retreating, she discovered that the door had already closed behind her. Damn it! Unable to restrain her internal exclamations of frustration, she floundered in the lake for a few moments until she cast a water-repelling charm, regaining her equilibrium to maintain her form in the water. Soaked to the skin, the dampness clung uncomfortably to her, and only upon reaching the shore could she dry herself. Thus, why was there a lake behind that grand door? Xiaoxiao felt both vexed and perplexed. However, her immediate priority was to locate Riddle. Yet, should she fail to find him, she would leave this place on her own. Clearing her mind, Xiaoxiao surveyed her surroundings. She found herself beneath the Black Lake, its depths revealing a myriad of smooth stones, polished by the current, and wispy strands of black water plants forming a verdant jungle. The water was a deep emerald green, adorned with statues of mermen and stone abodes, the latter serving as dwellings for the mermen, albeit not particularly pleasing in appearance. Their skin was a grayish iron hue, their long, unruly dark green hair tangled, and their eyes, along with their jagged yellowed teeth, were far from inviting. They wore necklaces made from rough ropes strung with pebbles, suggesting they were not creatures of low intelligence. In addition to the mermen, there were colossal squids and their companions, the Glindalow water monsters. Much like their masters, the Glindalos were not charming, resembling little devils of the water. They sported horns atop their heads, their bodies a pale green, with long, powerful fingers that were surprisingly fragile. Easily broken, they fed on small fish and had a penchant for attacking humans. Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance startled these creatures of the Black Lake. Several mermen bared their sharp yellow teeth, gripping their tridents tightly, their eyes trained warily on her. Simultaneously, a horde of Glindalos swam swiftly towards her, their elongated fingers outstretched, faces contorted in mockery. Seeing this, Xiaoxiao quickly called out to the mermen, "Hold on. I am one of you." The mermen, astonished that she could communicate with them, made a series of strange sounds, signaling the Glindalos to halt. Communication was possible. Xiaoxiao sighed in relief as the horde of Glindalos parted, clearing a path. A particularly robust-looking merman approached, regarding Xiaoxiao with suspicion. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I cannot adequately explain myself. I can only assert that I am a good person," Xiaoxiao replied, exasperated, raising her hands in a gesture of helplessness. She truly did not know how to clarify her circumstances, especially since this was her inner world, a realm conjured by her subconscious. Although perplexed as to why she could not exert control over this space, it was a bitter realization for Xiaoxiao, rendering the experience akin to a lucid dream. I came through that door over there, she continued, though I am uncertain why it connects to your territory. I mean no offense. Additionally, I wish to inquire if you have seen a boy. Xiaoxiao gestured, anxious that the merman might not comprehend her reference to a boy. So she elaborated further. Upon understanding, the merman leader grew even more vigilant. That intruder? What is your relation to him? Chapter 131, The Forbidden Room. It seemed Riddle had indeed done something amiss to provoke their ire. As Riddle's master, Xiaoxiao promptly asserted, I am not acquainted with him. No, I do not know him. Her emphatic tone was compelling, and the merman appeared to accept her words. However, the merman leader remained skeptical. Perceiving her reaction as somewhat excessive and suspicious, he aimed his trident at her, prompting the other mermen to adopt a defensive stance, baring their teeth at her. Hey, no need to be so agitated. Xiaoxiao genuinely wished to avoid conflict here. She was not adept at underwater combat, and most of her abilities were constrained, such as her palm lightning. Although her innate ability, the eye technique, could be deemed an area attack, the sheer number of enemies surrounding her made it impossible to guarantee that all would be affected. Thus, she aimed to stabilize the situation, hoping to avoid a confrontation. I truly do not know the individual you speak of, Xiaoxiao reiterated. I am rather curious. What has he done to warrant your confinement of him? He has offended us. The merman leader replied darkly. Even if we reject being defined as human, we are not mere creatures of low intellect, driven only by hunger and slumber. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao comprehended. If that were the case, it was quite reminiscent of Riddle's typical rhetoric. She could vividly envision him, brow furrowed, casting a disdainful gaze upon them, laced with sarcasm. Ah, I see. That is indeed his fault, Xiaoxiao declared gravely. How can one indulge in species discrimination? This is utterly unacceptable. Her words seemed to soothe the merman somewhat. The merman leader, appearing somewhat convinced that Xiaoxiao was indeed unfamiliar with the individual in question, gently waved his hand, lowering his trident. The other mermen followed suit. Very well, if you have no further business, you may depart. We have other matters to attend to. As they turned to leave, Xiaoxiao quickly called out to them. The merman leader paused, slightly turning back, a look of curiosity on his face. Is there something else? Well, I would like to ask. Suddenly, not far away, a massive squid began to thrash and swim erratically, sending waves crashing through the lake. The tumultuous waters hitting her face, causing her to lose her balance. The swaying water plants ensnared her ankles, and in an instant, her hands transformed into claw-like appendages, sharp and precise, severing the aquatic vegetation. The mermen gripped their weapons tightly, warily observing their surroundings. The unusual behavior of the colossal squid signified an impending danger. The turmoil stirred by the squid not only affected their immediate vicinity, its numbers were vast, and they shared a unique connection, capable of receiving a collective signal even from great distances. Other giant squids and similar colossal aquatic creatures converged towards a singular direction, stirring the entirety of the Black Lake. Various creatures fled in panic. While not far from Xiaoxiao's location, in a stone-carved prison, the merman guards sensed something amiss, swiftly brandishing their tridents and departing the area. Riddle, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and peered through the window, observing the tumultuous waters outside. The lake was frothing, waves surging, and countless colossal aquatic beings swam towards one destination. Suddenly, a vast shadow loomed overhead, followed by a violent impact that shook the prison, causing it to tremble and tilt dangerously. Riddle beheld an extraordinarily massive squid, its size immeasurable, crashing against the prison, sending it into disarray. The prison, battered by the forceful collision, could not withstand the onslaught of water and began to crack. As the structure began to collapse around him, Riddle seized a fragment of stone that had been dislodged, using it to widen the fissures further. Just before the stone prison was entirely submerged, Riddle finally escaped, swimming furiously upward. Below him, the stone edifice crumbled like ruins into the sediment, clouding the lake's waters even more. Riddle glanced in the direction the aquatic creatures had fled. Curiosity piqued about what transpired there, yet reason dictated that his foremost priority was to escape. Whatever they were engaged in was of no consequence to him. Resolute, he swam in the opposite direction, questioning why he did not ascend. Initially, he made an attempt, but the surface of the lake was frozen solid, and given his current strength, he could not possibly break through the thick layer of ice. Furthermore, he had overheard from the mermaids that a miraculous structure had suddenly emerged in the Black Lake, one that no one had ever entered. Nevertheless, they all understood one crucial matter. They must never allow the entity sealed within the castle's portrait to enter. Deep down, They had always prioritized the protection of that chamber, as if they were inherently destined to guard it and prevent the sealed being from gaining entry. Riddle was aware of what that entity was. It was the key to escaping the inner world. As for Xiaoxiao, Riddle was indifferent to her whereabouts at present. After all, this was her inner world, and she could not perish. At most, she would be slain and replaced by that shadow. Indeed, Riddle had always known that the shadow was Su Xiaoxiao's second personality. Moreover, prior to Su Xiaoxiao's entrance, he had conversed with her second persona. As for the content of that conversation, Riddle raised his head with a knowing glint in his eyes. Gazing at you, the reader, I believe you would not wish to experience the taste of the killing curse. On the other side, Su Xiaoxiao had finally managed to escape the troublesome aquatic plants, but the murky waters of the lake did not provide a pleasant visual experience, hindering her observations. It was the dark personality. Wasn't she sealed within the castle? How could she have suddenly arrived here? The mermaid leader seemed to know what was causing the disturbance, and Su Xiaoxiao absorbed his words entirely. Everyone, hurry and stop her. We must not allow the dark personality to enter the room. The dark personality? My second self? She actually chased me all the way here. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, while simultaneously feeling puzzled about the room they spoke of. Why must they prevent her second personality from entering? What was so special about that room? Su Xiaoxiao increasingly sensed that the place was far from ordinary. Perhaps it was indeed related to escaping the inner world. After all, the second personality yearned to leave this place and replace her, didn't she? Chapter 132, The Room of Requests. You lot, stand guard outside the room. Absolutely no one is permitted to enter. Yes. The mermaid leader dispatched several generals to guard the room, while he led the remainder to assist the colossal squid and aquatic creatures in intercepting the second personality. The generals, accompanied by their respective Grindylow legions, shifted direction and set off towards the room. Observing this, Su Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed. That room was likely the key to leaving the inner world. As long as she trailed them closely yet discreetly, she could find the room and escape from here. With that thought, Su Xiaoxiao felt a surge of excitement. As for Riddle, Su Xiaoxiao had grown weary of him. He was a highly duplicitous and perilous individual. The danger he posed was not solely due to his identity as Voldemort, but also because of his intellect. 7 or 8 out of 10 of Riddle's statements were lies. And the longer she spent in his company, the greater the chance of being deceived. Moreover, Su Xiaoxiao was acutely aware of her inability to match wits with him. In other words, trust was non-existent between them. Her inclination to redeem him was waning, and Riddle's seemingly compliant demeanor was merely a facade born of contractual obligation. He was compromising for the sake of survival. The two had tacitly abandoned each other. One had found a new path, while the other had unilaterally severed ties. The mermaids were frantic. The task of guarding the room seemed inscribed in their souls, a mission they would fulfill even at the cost of their own lives. Thus, they remained oblivious to Su Xiaoxiao tracking them from a distance. Navigating through the dense, swaying aquatic plants, past the exquisitely carved snail homes, through the tumultuous lakebed, and amidst swarms of fish monsters, Su Xiaoxiao finally observed the mermaids come to a halt ahead. It seemed they had deliberately taken a longer route to evade pursuit. Yet, even so, they had underestimated Su Xiaoxiao's tracking skills and failed to shake her off. Unbeknownst to them, she was right behind. The mermaids and Grindylow appeared to hold the room in great reverence. They stopped before it, resting their tridents against their backs, with one fist pressed to their chests, their long tails upright, bowing slightly towards the room. Su Xiaoxiao hid behind a rock, astonished at their display. However, what shocked her even more was that the room that prompted such profound respect was none other than the long-lost Room of Requests. No wonder it couldn't be found within the castle. It had been concealed within the Black Lake all along. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but click her tongue, her conviction that the exit lay within the Room of Requests growing stronger. Yet, no matter how excited she felt, she forced herself to remain calm. She needed to devise a plan to slip inside while they were distracted or find a way to lure them away. After completing their bow, the mermaids directed their respective Grindylow subordinates to spread out around the Room of Requests, meticulously guarding it. Their vigilance was such that even a small fish swimming innocently past would be instantly attacked and killed. Furthermore, Su Xiaoxiao witnessed the generals emitting a peculiar series of cries that were sharp and piercing, seemingly summoning something. Not long after, several colossal squids approached. Among them was a giant octopus that looked somewhat familiar. Upon confirming the wounds on its body, yes, it was the one targeted by the second personality beneath the trapdoor. To her astonishment, this giant octopus was indeed part of the protective faction. Su Xiaoxiao recalled how she had once struck it with her palm lightning and silently apologized to it. With the addition of the gigantic aquatic creatures, Su Xiaoxiao's plan to sneak inside was swiftly dashed. She believed that even if she possessed the ability to transform like the Monkey King, turning into a fly to enter, she would still be skewered by their tridents. After all, if she were to see a fly buzzing in the water and directly colliding with the room of requests, she would find it highly suspicious. It was quite a tricky situation. Xiaoxiao felt that if she exposed herself, she would surely be recognized by the giant octopus and mistaken for the second personality. Since the second personality bore an identical appearance to her, and she had harmed the octopus, it would undoubtedly perceive her as its adversary. The difficulty of leaving this place increased significantly. Xiaoxiao gazed longingly at the room of requests, feeling utterly despondent. Wait, perhaps there was still a way. If the giant octopus had indeed encountered the second personality, could she not exploit this fact, using her ocular technique and transformation abilities to divert their attention? She need not lure them all away. Merely drawing their focus would suffice. The more she contemplated this, the more feasible the idea seemed. Therefore, she casually caught a small fish that had been swimming nearby. Using her magic to transform it into the likeness of her second personality, then controlled it to swim forward. Xiaoxiao concentrated intently on guiding the fish, and soon enough, the giant octopus and several mermaid generals noticed the fish that resembled the second personality. Initially, the generals did not think much of it, having only seen her recently. But the giant octopus became suddenly agitated. After a flurry of bubbling exchanges, the expressions of the mermaids shifted dramatically. This human is actually the dark personality. How could they have spent so much time with her without realizing it? A wave of humiliation surged from within as the merfolk issued their commands. And the Glindalos extended their slender fingers, rushing forth with claws bared. Observing this, Xiaoxiao swiftly maneuvered her fish to flee into the distance. The octopus, which had suffered greatly in the castle, seized this as an opportunity for revenge and pursued vigorously. As they drifted further away, only a few merfolk commanders and 3 colossal squids remained around the House of Wishes. Although the challenge was still formidable, the difficulty had diminished considerably compared to before. Time could no longer be squandered. She had to enter the House of Wishes before the octopus returned. Her eye technique was activated in an instant. Seizing the moment when the 3 large squids swam slightly farther away, Xiaoxiao charged forward. Her eyes, glowing with a verdant light, remained bright and eerie even in the murky waters. It's you. Chapter 133, the third persona? The merfolk commander spotted her and, as he called out, was entranced by her gaze, slipping into a hallucination. The other merfolk brandished their tridents, attempting to attack Xiaoxiao, but upon glimpsing her luminous green eyes, they immediately lowered their weapons, dazedly swimming away and clearing a path for her. Meanwhile, the giant squids had taken notice and were swiftly approaching. Xiaoxiao swam fervently towards the House of Wishes, leaving a trail of fallen merfolk and Glindalos in her wake. Just then, a trident whizzed past her, embedding itself deep into the wall of the House of Wishes ahead. Startled, Xiaoxiao quickly positioned herself in front of the entrance and turned to see Riddle, adorned with a pair of cat ears, the second persona, and the relentless merfolk closing in on them. The trident that had just flown by was hurled by the merfolk towards Riddle and the second persona, who narrowly avoided it. Goodness! Xiaoxiao's eye technique was dispelled, and those she had enchanted began to awaken. She would not wait for Riddle to arrive. Before the merfolk could attack her, she hastily entered the House of Wishes. Riddle caught sight of Xiaoxiao's figure, just as a giant octopus collided into him from behind. Riddle dodged, then seized its tentacle, using its speed and strength to propel himself closer to the House of Wishes. The second persona unleashed frenzied attacks on the nearby merfolk. The unknown blood mingling with the lake water, the scent of carnage invigorating her, compelling her to unleash her full destructive capabilities indiscriminately. Most of the merfolk focused on the second persona, with only a handful paying attention to Riddle. Riddle adeptly evaded numerous assaults, utilizing everything in his surroundings, and finally reached the front of the House of Wishes. He forcefully opened the door and stepped inside. The moment the door closed, several tridents were lodged against it. Their attempts to stop him were ultimately too late. An increasing number of merfolk and gigantic aquatic creatures converged, encasing the second persona in a tight embrace, resembling a massive, writhing ball of flesh. They sought to eliminate her through this brutish method. After all, they had already allowed 2 inconsequential individuals to enter the House of Wishes. But this significant figure was absolutely not to be let go. The mass of flesh grew denser, evoking a sense of dread and an unsettling urge to lose one's sanity from a distance. Suddenly, the mass erupted violently, a powerful shockwave radiating outward, even affecting the heavy ice layer above, forming web-like fissures. The second persona's expression contorted in rage, her body enveloped in a green mist, which spread following the explosion. Wherever the green mist traveled, aquatic plants withered, and fish floated belly up. Those sentient aquatic beings paused, their faces reflecting gloom and sorrow, appearing as if they had lost all will to live. This seemed to correspond to Xiaoxiao's healing abilities, manifesting as a capacity for despair. Seeing that no bothersome entities were there to disrupt her, the second persona grinned wickedly, swiftly approaching the House of Wishes. With eager anticipation, she placed her hand on the door and pushed forcefully. Bang! A tremendous repulsive force instantly rebounded against her, sending her body flying back into the aquatic vegetation. The second persona, face contorted in frustration, extricated herself from the greenery and charged once more. Yet, she was repelled again. In the real world, Xiaoxiao jolted awake. The familiar ceiling, the recognizable scent, the comforting bed, and the familiar Xiaoxiao. "You're finally awake," Hermione exclaimed, her voice tinged with tears, her face alight with joy and concern. Draco finally wore a slight smile, surrounded by others, Harry, Ron, the professors, and Xiaoxiao's parents. As she moved her body, Xiaoxiao realized she was bound to the bed. Confusion clouded her mind as she looked at everyone. "Why am I tied to the bed?" She truly could not remember. Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "Xiaoxiao, you nearly turned Hogwarts upside down, did you know? It was terrifying. Did I do something?" Xiaoxiao asked, completely baffled. She had been within her inner world the entire time. How could she have caused chaos at Hogwarts? Wait, could it be that something had controlled her body when her consciousness entered her inner world? Li Yinshu's face was etched with worry and care as she sat beside Xiaoxiao, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. During the time your conscious self was absent, a secondary persona hidden deep within your mind emerged and controlled your body. She is extremely irritable, highly aggressive, and destructive. And she hurt many classmates. What? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Wasn't he the second persona sealed within the inner world of Hogwarts? Could it be that she possessed yet another persona? This couldn't be true. If that were the case, Merlin beard. Why couldn't any of her other personas be more docile? Are the classmates all right? Rest assured, they are all fine, Professor McGonagall reassured. Anxious not to provoke Xiaoxiao further and risk awakening that persona again. "So, you all tie me to the bed?" Xiaoxiao continued. "Am I beyond saving?" She couldn't help but think this way. If this situation were easily resolvable, she wouldn't have woken up bound to a bed. Moreover, she hadn't escaped from her inner world on her own strength. A silence fell over the group. Su Wuma stepped forward with a smile. "What do you mean? Beyond saving? Of course, there's hope. It's just a bit tricky." Li Yinshu shot him a glare, then turned back to gently stroke Xiaoxiao's forehead. "Don't worry, Xiaoxiao, you will be fine. We have already contacted those in Huaxiao regarding your condition, and they are discussing a solution. They will soon find a way to treat you." Although she knew her mother was trying to comfort her, Xiaoxiao nodded. "How long have I been like this?" 2.5 days, Hermione recalled vividly. "Your aunt and uncle arrived 2 afternoons ago and rushed over immediately upon learning of your situation. Miss Su, I wish to know what your primary consciousness has been doing during these past 2 days. Dumbledore suddenly inquired. Was it in a state of slumber? Or was it something else? To be honest, I'm not quite sure how it happened. My primary consciousness was trapped within the inner world. Xiaoxiao explained the events that transpired within her inner world. So, could it be possible that the dark persona referred to by the merfolk is actually the mad persona I released from the Eris Mirror? 2 completely different entities? Chapter 134, The Cat-Eared Riddle. The existence of 2 personalities is not entirely implausible. Xiaoxiao's words cast a somber atmosphere over the gathering. At that moment, she suddenly sensed the binding power of the contract with Riddle, and a dark laser shot forth from her forehead. Li Yunshu's gaze sharpened as she swiftly intervened, ensnaring the dark light within a transparent bubble. As everyone peered inside, they witnessed the dark mass gradually morphing into a figure. Riddle? Xiaoxiao recognized the individual, mirroring Dumbledore's astonishment. No, Dumbledore's surprise eclipsed Xiaoxiao's. Is this? I have emerged? Riddle paused momentarily, then erupted with elation, incredulously examining his own hands, taking in the familiar yet foreign infirmary. Oh, and the familiar professor. He had presumed that departing from Xiaoxiao's inner world would leave him ensconced within her mind, never anticipating that he would materialize directly into the realm of reality. However, once the initial thrill subsided, Riddle became acutely aware of his predicament. He was merely a memory, a fragment of a soul, devoid of Ginny's life force. Thus, it was not an exaggeration to say he was utterly powerless. Professor, I never imagined we would meet again. Riddle's gaze flickered past the others, fixating intently on Dumbledore across from him. Riddle, Dumbledore returned the gaze. I too did not foresee our reunion in such a manner. Although their dialogue seemed quite ordinary, an inexplicable tension lingered between them, as if some unseen force was at play. Wait, since you have emerged, what about the second personality? Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled, vividly remembering that before leaving her inner world, the second personality had been trailing behind Riddle. Her words interrupted the silent contest of wills. Riddle raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You've reminded me. She is right behind me. Considering the time, she should be emerging soon. Once she vacates your inner realm, you shall forever vanish from this world. At this point, Riddle abruptly halted, entirely unfazed, reclining comfortably in the bubble with his arms crossed, exhibiting none of the discomfort one would expect from being confined. Having spent so long in your company, I find myself somewhat reluctant. Nevertheless, I would still prefer to engage with the more deranged version of you. How dare you curse our dear Xiaoxiao? This is utterly unforgivable. Li Yunshu seethed with anger, rising to her feet, raising her hand to compress the bubble, tightening its grip on Riddle's soul fragment. Humph. Riddle emitted a muffled grunt, though evidently in pain. The smile at the corner of his mouth only widened, a perfect reflection of Su Xiaoxiao's deranged persona. A fierce glint flashed in Li Yunshu's eyes as she gradually exerted more force. Darling, do not act impulsively. Su Wuma, realizing her intent, hastily grasped her hand to interrupt her spellcasting. Do not kill him yet. He has sprouted cat ears, and I fear his connection to Xiaoxiao is too profound. Recklessly taking his life may adversely affect her. Su Wuma's words instantly reminded everyone that Riddle indeed sported 2 black cat ears atop his head. Li Yunshu felt somewhat aggrieved. Yet recognizing the validity of Su Wuma's caution, she reluctantly relented, sparing him for the time being. Riddle remained unfazed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Su Xiaoxiao, eagerly anticipating the emergence of the deranged second personality. So, why has he developed cat ears? Su Xiaoxiao queried, perplexed. Could this be a side effect of the contract? Did your brother not inform you of its potential repercussions? Professor McGonagall inquired. The revelations she had encountered in recent days were increasingly astonishing, particularly the fact that Riddle resided within Su Xiaoxiao's mind. She had only discovered this just yesterday. Now, witnessing Riddle in the flesh, she was finally coming to terms with this information. He was also uncertain, as no one had ever utilized a contract symbol to bind a mere fragment of a memory. You truly possess audacity to engage with such an ambiguous entity without consulting us. And now look at the colossal mess you have created. Li Yunshu expressed her ire, yet felt helpless. Her foolish child was simply too stubborn, oblivious to whom she had inherited this trait. Su Wuma mused inwardly. Xiaoxiao's stubbornness is undoubtedly inherited from her mother. Well, the deed is done. We must now focus on how to resolve this situation. Li Yunshu remained irate, shooting a glare at Su Wuma before lapsing into silence. Su Xiaoxiao, too, dared not speak, fearful of further provoking her mother's ire. Thus, we can only await the arrival of individuals from the Huaxia Immortal Alliance. Dumbledore surveyed the group, then turned his attention back to Riddle. Furthermore, to prevent any unforeseen events, I propose we confine him for the time being. Agreed. The others expressed no objections. Then I shall escort him away. Dumbledore gestured, and the bubble containing Riddle floated toward him. Minerva, Severus, let us depart and grant them some space. Very well. The 3 professors turned and exited. Li Yunshu, along with Su Wuma and Su Xiaoxiao, exchanged a few words before leaving as well, intending to prompt the Huaxia Immortal Alliance. Now, only Draco and the others remained. Once the adults had departed, Draco rushed to Su Xiaoxiao's side, concern etched upon his face as he took her hand. Xiaoxiao, do you feel unwell? If you do, I can help free you. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, responding, I am fine, let things remain as they are. If I were to suddenly lose control and harm you all, I would be filled with regret. I currently find myself perplexed by one question. Why have I suddenly manifested 2 personalities? Moreover, one is more sinister than the other. Su Xiaoxiao's expression reflected her disillusionment. 2 personalities, one mad, the other dark, were indeed exceedingly troublesome. Perhaps this is connected to the contract with Riddle? Hermione pondered aloud. The side effects of the contract symbol remain unknown. Thus we can hypothesize that Riddle's soul has been influencing your mind all along, while you, in turn, have been impacting Riddle. The 2 of you mutually affect one another. His character has birthed within you 1 or 2 dark and deranged personas, while your influence over him may simply be the manifestation of those cat ears. At this juncture, Hermione paused momentarily before continuing. However, I suspect there are additional traits we have yet to uncover. Riddle must have undergone transformations beyond mere appearance, possibly even in terms of mentality and other internal aspects. You make a compelling point, Ron remarked, somewhat bewildered. If only I could fully comprehend it. Hermione shot him a disdainful glance. Chapter 135, The Shinong Healing Institute. Su Xiaoxiao could no longer muster the courage to sleep, terrified that should she drift off, she might once again enter her inner world. Although she now knew where the exit lay, she sincerely wished to avoid reliving that experience. Yet, to forego sleep was increasingly difficult, as fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Xiaoxiao, are you hungry? Harry suddenly suggested. Perhaps we could enjoy hot pot. It would be both warm and less likely to induce sleepiness. Oh, how delightful. Upon hearing the mention of hot pot, Xiaoxiao instantly perked up. Summoning Dobby, the house elves prepared a plethora of ingredients, setting up a cauldron by Xiaoxiao's bedside to boil the hot pot. Before long, the enticing aroma of spicy broth wafted through the air. Although Xiaoxiao was bound to the bed, with Draco and Hermione present, she merely had to open her mouth to consume as much as Ron. Pure bliss. After finishing the hot pot, they accompanied her, engaging in conversation and playing cards, employing every tactic imaginable to keep Xiaoxiao awake. By the following morning, everyone bore the marks of fatigue, sporting dark circles under their eyes. Oh, Harry yawned, prompting Hermione and the others to follow suit, yawning one after another. It was not until the late morning that individuals from the Huaxiao Immortal Alliance's Shinong Healing Institute finally arrived. However, Deputy Director Qin Shiming did not arrive. He remained in Huaxia to further investigate the Darkened Unicorn. This time, it was Yang Lizong, the director of the Shinong Healing Institute and an elder of the Maoshan sect, who came with his team to Hogwarts to address the issues concerning Xiaoxiao. The results of the Minister of Magic election have been announced. Young Colin came early today to visit Xiaoxiao, bringing with him a plethora of news. Barty Crouch has been elected as the new Minister of Magic. Barty Crouch? Xiaoxiao recalled that he was a serious and resolute individual, known for his staunch opposition to Voldemort, which earned him considerable renown and made him a likely candidate for minister. However, when it was revealed that his son was also a Death Eater, his reputation plummeted, leading to Cornelius Fudge being appointed to the position instead. Unexpectedly, after some time and the whims of fate, due to Xiaoxiao's premature downfall of Fudge, Barty Crouch has now triumphed over the adept and cunning Lucius Malfoy, emerging as the new Minister of Magic, a veritable miracle. It was indeed quite surprising. She had previously thought Lucius would be the one elected. Just as she was speaking, the doors suddenly swung open, and a large group entered the room. At the forefront were Dumbledore, Su Wumao, Li Yunshu, and Yang Lizong, who stood alongside Dumbledore. However, Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape were absent, as they were occupied with classes. After exchanging polite greetings and assessing the situation, they swiftly transitioned to the matter at hand. Dressed in Taoist robes, with a goatee resembling horns, and a glossy gourd hanging at his waist, Yang Lizong exuded an air of drunkenness that made him seem somewhat unreliable. He approached Xiaoxiao with a cheerful smile, removing the gourd from his waist. Don't be afraid, little one, relax. I am an old friend of your grandfather, so you might as well call me Grandpa. I have heard from Xiao Mo and Yunshu about your situation. It is somewhat complex, but it is treatable. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a cup from the nearby table floated over. He then unscrewed the gourd's lid and poured its contents into the cup. The moment the lid was removed, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Here, child, drink this first. As the cup was brought to her lips, Xiaoxiao could distinctly smell the scent of alcohol and involuntarily exclaimed, "This is alcohol." "Oh, don't worry, dear, just drink it." After glancing at her parents, who nodded in approval, she steeled herself and drank the liquid in the cup. Although it was indeed alcohol, Xiaoxiao discovered that it tasted sweet, devoid of any alcoholic flavor, and was refreshingly smooth. Unable to resist, she took several more sips until the cup was empty. How's that? Not bad, right? Yang Lizong had anticipated her reaction and put the cup aside, taking a hearty swig from the gourd himself. What is this? It smells like alcohol. Yet it doesn't taste like it? Xiaoxiao inquired, her curiosity piqued. The flavor of this water changes according to one's desires. I have a penchant for wine. Hence it presents as fine spirits. Since you do not drink, it appears to you as something non-alcoholic. Yang Lizong spoke with an air of antiquity. Yet Xiaoxiao understood him, marveling at the revelation and yearning for another cup. However, a wave of drowsiness suddenly washed over her, and she panicked. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she dared not close her eyes and succumb to sleep, not wanting to return to her inner world. Yang Lizong seemed to have anticipated this. He looked at Xiaoxiao, his smile radiating reassurance. Sleep now, child. When you awaken, everything will be as it should. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxiao felt a wave of calm wash over her, finally surrendering and closing her eyes. Soon, she fell into a deep slumber. Whether it was due to that cup of water or not, Xiaoxiao's sleep was remarkably peaceful, even producing gentle snores. The others watched with bated breath, anxious that she might suddenly awaken. Do not fret. She has just consumed Yang Zhigan Lu and is now in a deep sleep. The child is utterly exhausted and deserves a good rest, Yang Lizong assured the group, reattaching the gourd to his waist. Come closer. Let us examine the child. Understood. The others from the Shinong Healing Institute, upon receiving the instruction, quickly moved forward, forming a circle around Xiaoxiao's bedside. They produced 4 mirrors from their storage bags, positioning them on the walls above her head, to either side of her body, and in front of her feet, arranged in a cross formation. They then connected the mirrors with red strings adorned with bells, simultaneously chanting incantations. Instantly, beams of golden light erupted from the mirrors, illuminating Xiaoxiao. The bells on the red strings began to move gently, seemingly searching for something. As they glided along the strings, they emitted not a single sound. Everyone held their breath. And Dumbledore appeared captivated by this method, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. Suddenly, the bell stopped at the center of Xiaoxiao's forehead. It seemed as if an invisible force was influencing it, causing the bell to tremble and emit a series of urgent sounds. Found you. Yang Lizong's lips curled into a smile, his eyes sharpening like those of a hawk as he locked onto her. Then his fingers danced swiftly, forming seals with remarkable speed. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had performed only 2 movements within a brief span of 2 seconds, yet in reality, he had executed 9 hand seals in that time. Ding! Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from his fingertips, slicing through the bell and directly striking the second personality. The moment the golden light made contact with her, it coiled around her like a constrictor, and Yang Lizong's fingers curled, tightening the grip on the second personality, who sensed the danger and began to roar and struggle fiercely to break free. Yet the more she resisted, the tighter the golden light bound her. The second personality's form loomed larger within the mirror. Crack! A startling sound of shattering erupted as the mirror above Xiaoxiao's head exploded, yet the shards did not fall. Instead, they transformed into specks of light and vanished. With the shattering of this mirror, the others also fractured and ceased to function. This set of devices, known as exploring the void and manifesting the real, was a one-time use tool. Once utilized, regardless of success or failure, all 4 mirrors would shatter, and the red strings could no longer be used, requiring the segment tied to the bells to be worn by the user for 81 days. Once the time was completed, it had to be burned, while the other red strings needed to be incinerated on the same day. As the mirrors shattered, Yang Lizong swiftly pivoted, the golden light pulling the second personality out of reality. She was fierce and seemed to possess limitless strength. Even tightly bound, she struggled and roared. Yang Lizong acted decisively, conjuring a ball of golden red flames in his hand, which surged towards the second personality along the golden light. The instant the second personality encountered the flames, the small fire erupted into a roaring blaze, and she let out a wretched scream, green smoke billowing from her form. Still want to resist? Humph. Yang Lizong recognized the nature of the green smoke, and with a cold snort, he retrieved a gourd from his waist. He then tilted his head back and took a generous swig of Yangji Ganlu, puffing his cheeks out before directing a vigorous spray of the liquid towards the green smoke. A miraculous scene unfolded as the green mist, emanating from the second personality, was instantly purified upon contact with the mist of Yangji Ganlu. You think you can contend with me? Yang Lizong observed the second personality being consumed by the flames, disappearing entirely, yet his expression remained relaxed, as if he had merely dealt with an insignificant ant. Task completed. He clapped his hands, took another sip of Yangji Ganlu, and laughed heartily as he strode towards the door, leaving the finishing touches to his subordinates. Truly impressive, Master Yang. The dignitaries surrounded Yang Lizong as he exited, leaving behind only the staff of the Shinong Healing Center, who were busy with the final tasks. At this moment, one of the attendants, focused on tidying up a shattered mirror above Xiaoxiao's bed, was startled when she suddenly stirred. He glanced down, only to lock eyes with Xiaoxiao's deep, forest green gaze. Xiaoxiao gradually awoke from her slumber, stretching languidly and emitting a satisfied sigh. Halfway through her stretch, she suddenly sensed something amiss, opened her eyes, and discovered she was lying on the dormitory bed, her shackles absent. Has she truly recovered? Sitting up, she instinctively pinched her thigh. Ouch! This isn't a dream. Hooray! Grandpa Yang, as expected of the elder of the Maoshan sect and director of the Shinong Healing Center, had merely allowed her a restful sleep. And now everything was back to normal. It was nothing short of miraculous. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 9:30 in the morning. Apart from her, the dormitory was empty. She was also unaware of the day's schedule or what classes Hermione and the others were attending. As her stomach growled, signaling its need for sustenance, Xiaoxiao threw off the covers, dressed swiftly, and exited the dormitory. Outside, the weather was splendid. The sun shone brightly, melting the snow, leaving only patches of dirted snow in the shadows. Unsure of her classes for the day, Xiaoxiao decided against searching the classrooms and instead made her way directly to the headmaster's office to catch up with old Dumbledore. Rock sugar stewed pear, she exclaimed confidently, but the statue remained unresponsive. Has the password changed? No matter, she had others. Layered rice cake, glutinous rice ball, lotus pastry, white rabbit candy. As she recited the latter passwords, her tone shifted from certainty to uncertainty. Sugar dumpling. At that moment, A familiar voice echoed behind her. Instantly, the statue rotated, revealing an ascending staircase. Turning around, Xiaoxiao saw Professor McGonagall in her green robes. Seeing her, Professor McGonagall appeared pleasantly surprised, hurrying over to inspect Xiaoxiao closely. You look well. When did you wake up? Is there something you need from Dumbledore? I just woke up, Professor. Xiaoxiao replied. I'm unsure how long I've been asleep or what classes are scheduled today, so I came to chat with the headmaster and inquire about my days of slumber. Oh, how unfortunate. Dumbledore has been invited to attend Minister Barty Crouch's inauguration ceremony. However, you can ask me your questions as well. I can provide answers. Thank you so much, Professor. It's nothing. However, you must wait here for a moment while I deliver these documents. Professor McGonagall raised the papers she was holding, and Xiaoxiao realized she had not even noticed them before. What is this? She inquired, catching sight of the word recruitment on the cover, piquing her curiosity. These are documents for hiring new professors, along with some course applications, Professor McGonagall revealed briefly before entering the headmaster's office with the files. Xiaoxiao stood outside, her mind racing as she speculated about the new courses and professors being recruited at Hogwarts. Yet, this semester was nearly over, and any new courses or professors would not be seen until the next term. Before long, Professor McGonagall emerged, and together they departed the headmaster's office, making their way toward her own office. Professor, do you have any snacks? Xiaoxiao asked as she settled onto the sofa, surveying the office. There was nothing on the table or in the cabinets. She hadn't intended to ask, but her hunger was too insistent. Hungry? Professor McGonagall glanced at her, then waved her wand, causing an assortment of pastries to appear on Xiaoxiao's desk. Thank you, Professor, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she immediately grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. You've only slept for half a day, Professor McGonagall said, her gaze settling on the red cord around Xiaoxiao's neck, noting the talisman hanging alongside it. You must wear that red cord for a total of 81 days without removing it. After that, you can safely take it off and burn it. Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback, glancing down to discover the red cord still around her neck. She picked it up, noting the bell attached, which emitted no sound when gently shaken. I understand. Xiaoxiao nodded, tucking the bell back into her clothing for safekeeping. By the way, what about Riddle? He has been imprisoned, and Dumbledore has assigned magical creatures to guard him, ensuring his safety. Is it truly secure? Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smirk. But since this was Dumbledore's decision, she refrained from voicing further concerns. What are your plans for him moving forward, Professor? That will depend on Dumbledore's judgment, Professor McGonagall replied. Now let us discuss something else. Your parents have returned, and they asked me to remind you that if you plan to go home for Christmas, you should let them know. Of course, Professor. I'll write to them shortly. After finishing her snack, Xiaoxiao departed from Professor McGonagall's office. Thanks to the incident with her second personality, she had enjoyed several days off, allowing her to dictate her own schedule for returning to school, which was quite delightful. This Christmas, she would be spending it at Malfoy Manor. Though she had initially considered visiting Hermione's home, Draco's enthusiastic invitation compelled her to reluctantly agree. As for her dear brother Harry, he would naturally be staying with Ron. However, since she was unsure of Voldemort's whereabouts and the Dursleys had forgotten Harry's existence, Xiaoxiao planned to cast an additional protective charm for him. As Barty Crouch took office, he enacted several decrees. Although he was pure blood, he did not share Lucius's extreme belief in blood supremacy. Among the new regulations, he introduced a protection and anti-discrimination clause for half-blood wizards, which garnered widespread approval within the wizarding community, yet also sparked severe discontent among Lucius and his faction. Additionally, there were a few standard regulations that everyone accepted, facilitating smooth implementation. However, the matter of half-blood wizards remained contentious. As for Riddle, his whereabouts remained a mystery. Xiaoxiao had stealthily searched the castle at night, but found no trace of him, leaving her perplexed. The castle was not exceedingly vast. Where could Dumbledore possibly be hiding him? However, Xiaoxiao was merely curious. She had no desire to meet Riddle at the moment, although a faint bond of contract still lingered between them, merely indicating that he had yet to vanish. Soon, everyone eagerly anticipated the long-awaited Christmas holiday. Xiaoxiao had already packed her belongings and was now idly waiting in the great hall for Draco to arrive. Fortunately, she had Hermione by her side. Otherwise, boredom would have consumed her. As for Harry and Ron, who knows, they were probably still asleep after our lengthy game of Do Di Zhu yesterday, Hermione remarked, stifling a yawn. Indeed, Xiaoxiao peeled a white rabbit candy and popped it into her mouth. By the way, what protection spell did you cast on Harry? Hehe. It's an escape protection spell. The moment he is attacked by magic, he will be instantaneously transported to my side, disregarding spatial distance. Extremely handy. Unlike the blood protection charm Harry already possesses, which has limitations on time and specific individuals who cannot be touched, Su Xiaoxiao believed her spell to be far superior. As they chatted, Draco finally made his appearance. Having changed out of his school robes, he wore a well-fitted shirt and trousers, topped with a tailored deep green waistcoat adorned with an exquisite silver chain medal. His posture was impeccably straight, and he cradled a small flower pot, exuding an air of nobility. "Shall we go?" Draco beckoned to Su Xiaoxiao, who bid farewell to Hermione with a hug and skipped over to him. On the Hogwarts Express, Su Xiaoxiao and Draco sat together, with her comfortably leaning against him, occasionally munching on snacks he offered. "This Christmas holiday, we might have to spend outside," Draco remarked casually. Why?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired, puzzled. Draco shrugged. "My father was not selected, and Barty Crouch has issued directives that my father is loath to accept. So he has been preoccupied with battling Crouch. My mother, weary of his complaints, decided to take us on a trip to unwind. Not bringing Uncle Lucius? Just the three of us," Draco pondered. "Oh, and Dobby." Speaking of Dobby, Draco suddenly recalled something. Right, I haven't punished him yet." "What?" Su Xiaoxiao looked bewildered. "Did you forget? I told you I would punish him." Draco peeled a banana, taking a bite himself. "Now that we are on holiday, I must fulfill my promise. A gentleman must always keep his word." As he spoke, he gestured, ultimately bringing the banana to Su Xiaoxiao's lips, unaware that he had already bitten it. She leaned down and took a bite. "So how do you plan to punish Dobby?" Draco noticed Su Xiaoxiao eating the banana he had already bitten, momentarily stunned. Glancing between the banana and her, a blush creeping to his ears. "What's wrong?" Su Xiaoxiao looked at him quizzically. Draco cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor as he finished the remaining banana. "It's nothing. I already have a plan for Dobby's punishment, but I can't tell you just yet. You'll find out when we return." "All right, but you mustn't do anything too excessive," Su Xiaoxiao said with exasperation, "or else you'll see how I punish you." "Punish?" Draco, recalling something, instinctively swallowed hard, a flush returning to his cheeks. Ahem. He coughed lightly. "Are you tired? Would you like to take a nap?" Su Xiaoxiao glanced out the window and suddenly felt rather drowsy. Nodding, "You sit over there." Draco shifted aside, and Su Xiaoxiao transformed into her cat form, leaping into his embrace and drifting off to sleep. Though the compartment wasn't cold, it was not particularly warm either. Su Xiaoxiao cherished Draco's body heat and pleasant scent. Such a warm and secure embrace was an opportunity not to be missed. Draco carefully cradled her, occasionally tenderly pinching her ear tips, using the warmth of his fingers to warm her slightly chilly ears. Chapter 138, Stormy Express, a delivery guaranteed. Upon disembarking from the Hogwarts Express, Su Xiaoxiao immediately spotted Narcissa and Dobby waiting for them not far away. "Aunt Narcissa." The two hurried over, and Narcissa looked at their joined hands with a motherly smile. "Truly, my son is remarkable," Narcissa silently praised in her heart, casting Draco an approving glance. Su Xiaoxiao could not fathom why Aunt Narcissa wore such an expression. It seemed somewhat strange, as if there was something she and Draco were concealing from her. Malfoy Manor. Uncle Lucius was not home. To be precise, he had been absent for many days due to the new directives, and each time he returned home, he would annoy Narcissa, who preferred to ignore him, leading him to stay at the Ministry of Magic instead. The vast manor felt eerily silent, with the white peacock in the backyard occasionally letting out a mournful call. "You two should pack your things. We depart tomorrow," Narcissa instructed from the sofa, where Dobby was preparing her tea. "Bring a few extra pieces of clothing. The temperatures have been quite low lately." "All right, Mother," Draco nodded, taking Su Xiaoxiao's hand as they ascended the stairs. Narcissa watched their retreating figures, increasingly satisfied with each passing moment, a smile lingering on her lips. Once Draco returned to his room, he rummaged through his wardrobe, seemingly preparing clothes for their trip. He then pulled out a pair of unworn socks and tossed them aside. "This won't do. Father will surely scold me," Draco mused, heading to the adjacent room. "Xiaoxiao, may I borrow the extendable ears?" "Sure, but what do you need them for?" Su Xiaoxiao asked, retrieving the item from her bag and handing it to him. Draco smiled mysteriously. "You'll find out soon enough." With that, he hurried back to his room with the extendable ears in hand. Su Xiaoxiao stood in place, puzzled, unable to decipher Draco's intentions, and decided to continue organizing her belongings instead. While packing, she merely rearranged her already sorted clothes, discarding those unsuitable for travel, and added a few daily necessities. Mission accomplished. After a while, Draco returned with a triumphant grin, returning the extendable ears to her. "All done." Su Xiaoxiao accepted the device and stored it away. Draco nodded, wearing an inscrutable expression that left Su Xiaoxiao bewildered. That evening, dinner was prepared by Su Xiaoxiao and Narcissa together. Although Lucius was still absent, the household felt more lively without him. Compared to Lucius, Narcissa was not as strict. Though the dinner table remained quiet, the atmosphere was undeniably different without Lucius's presence. Draco also seemed considerably more relaxed. After dinner, Narcissa watched as the two returned to their respective rooms. Good night, children. Good night, Aunt Narcissa. Good night, Mother. Sweet dreams. The next day, Narcissa awoke early, as she did every morning, spending a moment in the garden, feeding the peacocks and admiring the flowers. Suddenly, she sensed an energy fluctuation behind her and turned to see an energy vortex materializing in midair, followed by a radiant divine bird soaring out. If Draco and Xiaoxiao were present, they would instantly recognize this bird. It was indeed the Phoenix of Dawn. The radiant phoenix glanced at the astonished Narcissa, then let out a melodic cry before diving towards her. Startled, Narcissa instinctively drew her wand, yet before she could conjure a spell, the divine bird abruptly vanished, transforming into a cascade of luminous particles that gracefully descended to the ground. These glimmering specks coalesced into a parcel. Approaching it, Narcissa noticed a bilingual label affixed to the package: Storm Express, guaranteed delivery. Storm Express? Tentatively shaking the box, she confirmed its safety before gingerly opening it. Inside lay two unknown objects meticulously wrapped in layers of bubble wrap: a larger snail and a porcelain doll with distinctly Eastern features. Holding them in her hands, Narcissa was left utterly perplexed. What on earth were these items? Souvenirs? As she pondered, the snail and the doll suddenly stirred, causing Narcissa's complexion to pale. She instinctively tossed them away. As the snail and doll hit the ground, a flash of light enveloped them, and they expanded into two animated young girls, each exhibiting a unique expression. This spectacle startled Narcissa, who immediately aimed her wand at them. Who are you? Please, do not be alarmed, madam. We mean you no harm. The snail maiden, although frightened due to her timid nature, was puzzled by the wand being pointed at her. Narcissa remained skeptical, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. The porcelain doll, seemingly indifferent, surveyed her surroundings. Is this to be our workplace? The environment seems acceptable. They even have animals? Ugh. I utterly detest cleaning up after them. Despite her complaints, the doll swiftly appeared beside the peacock, a broom appearing in her hands as she began to sweep. Narcissa was taken aback, instinctively calling out for Dobby. In an instant, Dobby appeared at her side, bowing respectfully. Madam, get them away, quick, Narcissa exclaimed. But her words were cut short as she noticed the doll's actions. Was she cleaning? Dobby looked up in confusion, and upon seeing the doll performing his duties, his eyes widened in anger. Stop this at once. That is Dobby's job. Who is this big-eared, big-eyed creature? Go away. The porcelain doll, irritated, waved the broom splattered with peacock droppings dismissively towards Dobby. Goodness! Dobby yelped, hastily dodging. What is happening outside? Why is it so noisy? Just waking up, Xiaoxiao, still in a daze, was momentarily convinced she was at Hogwarts until she realized. No, this was Malfoy Manor. When had the estate ever been this lively? After dressing quickly, she exited her room, only to collide with Draco, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Thankfully, he steadied himself, catching her in his arms. Why the rush this morning? I heard a commotion outside and thought I should check. Together, they descended the stairs. Upon reaching the courtyard, the noise had ceased. Narcissa stood at the entrance, stroking her chin, gazing at the three busy figures bickering over tasks, deep in thought. This Xiaoxiao was left speechless. Why were there a porcelain doll and a snail maiden competing with Dobby for chores in Malfoy Manor? Was she still dreaming? Draco, equally astonished, mused. Storm Express is remarkably swift. What? Narcissa suddenly turned to him with a probing gaze. How do you know what was written on that box? Because I placed the order. Draco began, but then hesitated. Mother, let me explain. Narcissa crossed her arms, scrutinizing him. Go on, I'm listening. Xiaoxiao, equally curious, stood beside Narcissa, mirroring her stance with arms crossed, tilting her head at him. Chapter 139, The Estacin. No wonder he had mysteriously borrowed a telescope from her yesterday. It was to order the porcelain doll and the snail maiden online. However, Xiaoxiao couldn't fathom why, despite the ample space and Dobby's diligent management, Draco suddenly decided to procure these magical beings from China. Draco cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoxiao before quickly averting his gaze. Mother, since we're going on a trip today, it's essential to have Dobby assist us, but the household also requires proper management. Therefore, I knew that these two little sprites existed in China, which would also showcase our family's distinguished status. After all, we are the first family in the British magical community to have Chinese sprites. Furthermore, consider this my Christmas gift to you both. Really? Narcissa regarded him with skepticism. Xiaoxiao, having heard this, remained unconvinced. She sensed that Draco had more to reveal, particularly regarding the most crucial reason. Yet, these were merely her speculations, and she was uncertain. Of course it's true, Draco asserted earnestly, nodding his head. That's somewhat acceptable, Narcissa conceded, casting a glance at the porcelain doll and the snail maiden. She felt relatively satisfied with these two servants, though she was somewhat displeased with the doll's temperament. Nevertheless, That was inconsequential now. They were all set to depart for Austria and had no time to dwell on such matters. You two go wash your hands. We shall leave after breakfast. All right. After their meal, Narcissa summoned Dobby, who was preparing to engage in a dish-cleaning competition with the porcelain doll. With a snap of his fingers, in the blink of an eye, everyone, including himself, vanished. Austria. In an instant. Xiaoxiao and the others found themselves in a lavishly decorated, antiquated hotel lobby. Numerous individuals clad in robes and even pointed wizard hats stood about. To their sudden arrival, only a few cast curious glances, while most maintained an air of calm. Judging by their reactions, it was evident that these individuals were wizards. This is the Estes Inn, catering exclusively to pureblood families. The proprietor, Slaughter Estes, is an old friend of our family. He is quite amiable, and all our travel arrangements have been coordinated by him. Narcissa briefly introduced before leading them to the front desk. The front desk was manned by a gentleman dressed in a white shirt and black waistcoat, sporting a black top hat and a pair of small mustaches. Upon noticing Narcissa and her companions, a warm smile spread across his face. "Cece, welcome. Your arrival is a delight. Oh, Draco, look how handsome you've become. You've grown taller." His gaze then shifted to Xiaoxiao, who was busy examining her surroundings, revealing a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "And who might this be?" "Draco, mind your manners," Narcissa reminded him. Draco promptly stepped forward to greet the gentleman politely, who smiled and nodded with a nurturing demeanor. "This is Xiaoxiao, from a pureblood family in China," Narcissa introduced. "Rafuda, you haven't changed a bit." "Haha, is that so?" Rafuda beamed, relishing the compliment. "You too, Cece, remain as youthful and beautiful as ever." Narcissa smiled. "I had previously reserved a room here." "Oh, my mind. I was so elated to see you that I nearly forgot the matter at hand," Rafuda exclaimed, lifting his hat slightly in apology before replacing it. He turned to a rack filled with keys, gesturing with his fingers as 3 keys floated down. "Here are your room keys," he said, indicating the room numbers. "By the way, this one is for you." As Slughorn spoke, he retrieved a piece of paper from the cupboard, on which the travel guide was inscribed. "Wishing you a delightful holiday and a Merry Christmas," he exclaimed. "Merry Christmas." Narcissa took the travel guide and key from him, tossing them to Dobby behind her, before bidding farewell to Slughorn and preparing to ascend the stairs with her 2 children to tidy their rooms. They trod upon a staircase adorned with a sumptuous layer of golden velvet carpet, guided by a house elf sporting a pink bow hairpin, and soon arrived at the 3rd floor. The 3 rooms were adjacent to one another, and intriguingly, each was uniquely decorated. One room emanated a crisp, wintry chill, another boasted a verdant natural theme, while yet another offered the soothing essence of a beach breeze. It was utterly enchanting. Of course, there were also some rather thrilling options. For instance, a room themed around the enigmatic allure of vampires, another where a non-venomous snake would burrow under your covers at night, and a room featuring a bed that truly resembled a coffin, complete with a mummy's corpse lying in the adjacent one. Furthermore, the inn had a peculiar regulation. No guest could choose their desired room. Accommodations were assigned entirely at random. It was quite mad, indeed. Nevertheless, this establishment garnered numerous accolades due to its exceptional service, exquisite decor, and overall hospitality, quickly becoming the favored destination among pureblood families. Over time, the Estes Inn emerged as the most sought-after lodging within the pureblood community, attracting visitors from Austria and surrounding nations. Despite the steep costs, it only served to reinforce their status as members of a noble lineage. Narcissa's room was themed around avian creatures, filled with charming birds and beasts. The bed and sofa were fashioned like nests, creating a cozy and secure atmosphere. The ceiling was enchanted, allowing one to gaze upon a cerulean sky by day and a starry moonlit expanse by night, accompanied by melodious birdsong, truly delightful. Little Sue was fortunate as well. Her room, situated in the middle, embraced a vibrant oceanic theme, awash in shades of blue. Magical fish floated midair, and the shimmering waves gave the illusion of being submerged beneath the sea. However, what captivated Sue the most was the large bed shaped like a scallop. Upon lying down, the shell would close around her. Yet, rather than feeling claustrophobic, it was magically enhanced to ensure a gentle, tranquil ambience, with soft, deep-sea blue light promoting restful slumber. Unfortunately, Draco's luck was not as favorable. His room was themed around ghosts, and although it bore the name, the spirits within were nothing like those at Hogwarts. The apparitions here bore no resemblance to ordinary beings. Many were missing limbs, and some even engaged in grotesque antics, such as rummaging through their own innards or skipping rope with their intestines. The scene was not only terrifying but utterly repulsive. The furniture was equally unsettling, resembling hearts and livers, while the bed was a ghastly sight, a hollowed-out giant's corpse, adorned with blood-red linens that made Draco genuinely uneasy. Chapter 140. Dobby, I truly will be grateful. Draco had taken refuge in Sue's room, having returned to her own quarters. Narcissa was oblivious to the moment Draco had slammed the door upon entering his ghostly-themed room, leading him to flee to Sue's sanctuary. Draco, surely you aren't frightened? Sue teased, shaking her head as she began to unpack her belongings from her storage bag. Draco, feeling the sting of her words, averted his gaze awkwardly and pretended to engage with the magical fish that swam before him. Of course not. I merely dislike the decor of that room. I find this oceanic theme quite appealing. It reminds me of the Slytherin common room. Really? Sue was evidently skeptical, her mischievous eyes darting around as she scrutinized the bed, which seemed ideal for mischief. But I only have this one bed here. Draco instinctively glanced over, and his mind conjured an image of him and Sue nestled together in the slightly snug bed, with the scallop gently enveloping them as night fell, casting a dreamy, deep blue glow over them. Unaccountably, it felt rather intimate. A faint blush crept onto Draco's cheeks. Ahem, he cleared his throat. Well, it wouldn't be out of the question if you were amenable to it. Sue expected him to shy away, but instead, he continued, we could always sleep on the floor. Ah, the floor? Yes, that would work too, Sue replied, straightening her posture, adamantly refusing to acknowledge any misinterpretations on her part. Draco tilted his head, gazing at her with innocent curiosity. You weren't thinking of anything else, were you? What were you imagining? What? No, absolutely not. I am a most serious person. Sue vigorously shook her head in firm denial. Is that so? Draco stepped closer, his eyes shimmering with mischief, a smile playing at the corners of his lips as he fixed his gaze on her. Then why is your face so flushed? Sue instinctively touched her cheeks, only to find Draco's teasing expression when she looked up. You did that on purpose, she exclaimed, suddenly realizing that Draco was merely jesting with her. Oh no. Has this child truly been influenced by me to tease? All right. Let us gather our things quickly so we don't keep your mother waiting, Draco said, adopting a serious demeanor as he tousled Sue's hair, moving aside to begin organizing his belongings. Seeing that he had resolved to share a room with her, Sue contemplated this and decided it was acceptable. Worst case scenario, she could simply transform into a cat at night. How clever of me. As for the extra room, Draco intended for Dobby to occupy it, sparing him the need to stay in the basement with the other house elves. This arrangement was both economical and convenient. Wait, why was he even considering being frugal? How peculiar. Meanwhile, upon learning he would also have a room, Dobby was overwhelmed with emotion, shedding a few tears. Until he entered that very room. Still touched? Dobby indicated that he was too frightened to move. After tidying up, it was already noon. The Estes Inn prepared exquisite meals for its guests, and behind the lobby, a grand buffet awaited. Although Narcissa had intended to reserve a private room, her spontaneous decision to travel left her without a prior reservation, resulting in no available private dining spaces. Thus they had to resort to the bustling buffet on the first floor. While it was somewhat crowded, the patrons were all purebloods, ensuring no breaches of etiquette would occur. Choose whatever food you fancy. I shall wait for you over there, Narcissa instructed, having already selected her meal, turning to the two little ones trailing behind her. All right, Aunt Narcissa. Yes, Mother. I want this. And this. Wow, this looks delicious. Sue had quite the appetite, as one might expect during a growth phase. And indulging a bit more was entirely reasonable. Draco moved with an elegant grace, even in the act of selecting his food, each gesture exuding noble refinement. During their delightful meal, Sue inquired, Aunt Narcissa, where shall we go next? Narcissa looked up, suddenly exclaiming, I apologize. I forgot to mention that earlier. Children, it is as follows. I have just encountered a friend, a fellow classmate from our days at Slytherin, and we have made arrangements to meet. Thus, for the next few days, you two shall have to entertain yourselves. Sue Xiaoxiao and Draco exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. But we were merely going out for a meal, Narcissa declared, waving to a lady not far away, who appeared to be the friend that had unexpectedly joined her. I have finished my meal, you two may take your time. I shall see you in the evening. With that, Narcissa elegantly set down her knife, dabbed her mouth, and rose from her chair. Although we may not dine together tonight, I shall endeavor to make it happen, she added, before departing without so much as a backward glance. Slightly dazed, Sue Xiaoxiao and Draco lost their appetite. It seems my mother has taken the travel guide with her, Draco remarked nonchalantly, prodding at his steak with little enthusiasm. So, where shall we venture next? Sue Xiaoxiao set down her utensils and shook her head. I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Estes has a backup of the travel guide? Her suggestion sparked a realization in Draco, and the two of them, lacking any further desire to eat, made their way to the front desk. A multitude of guests stood in line, and Mr. Estes appeared quite busy. Nonetheless, they approached him and inquired, Mr. Estes, do you happen to have any travel guides available? I apologize, please hold on a moment, Mr. Betis, Slaughter replied with a smile to the man before him, then turned his attention to Draco and Xiaoxiao. Noticing Narcissa's absence, he quickly masked his smile. Ah, it is you too, Slaughter remarked. What do you wish for? A travel guide, sir, Xiaoxiao stated. A travel guide? Slaughter's gaze flicked to the impatient Mr. Betis, prompting him to greet the man with a smile before opening a drawer and retrieving a piece of paper without even glancing at it, handing it to them. This is subject to an extra charge, just to inform you. Wait, we have to pay for this, Xiaoxiao exclaimed, astonished. This is outrageous. However, Slaughter paid them no mind, attending to the next guest in line. Xiaoxiao contemplated arguing, but Draco pulled her away. Come now, Xiaoxiao, it is merely a travel guide. This small fee is manageable for my family. But look at his attitude. It is entirely different from when we arrived in the morning. Xiaoxiao retorted with frustration. Does he think we are easy prey simply because there are no adults accompanying us? Chapter 141, For a Greater Cause. As Xiaoxiao continued her tirade, Draco led her outside. She vented in Chinese, a language that none but Draco could comprehend, which only made her seem more animated to onlookers. Do not be upset. Look over there, it seems lively. Would you like to see? I recall you enjoying bustling environments. Draco pointed to a gathering of muggles not far ahead, where a man dressed as Santa Claus was merrily distributing festive candies to everyone. Having vented her frustrations, Xiaoxiao felt her anger dissipate and nodded, following him toward the cheerful scene. Ho ho ho, what lovely little friends. Here, take this, it's a lucky candy. Merry Christmas. The Santa Claus extended 2 pieces of candy, wrapped in reindeer and bell motifs, to Xiaoxiao and Draco. Thank you. Xiaoxiao accepted the reindeer-wrapped candy, but just as she was about to unwrap it, Santa halted her. Wait, child. Opening it directly will cause the lucky magic to vanish, he said, mumbling what sounded like a spell, then gently blew on the candy. There. Now it is ready. Before you consume them, remember to say the spell, de la chance. Fortunate to have previously consumed a translation potion. Xiaoxiao understood the phrase meant luck in French. As they departed, Draco regarded the candy with an air of disdain, hesitating to unwrap it. Lucky magic? Muggles are merely muggles. They can only deceive themselves. It's still a form of blessing, Xiaoxiao countered, yet she refrained from uttering the incantation, deeming it too silly. Ripping open the packaging, she found a Mozart ball, a type of chocolate treat prevalent in Austria, which tasted neither particularly exquisite nor unpleasant. Let us consult the travel guide and explore a place, she suggested. All right, Draco agreed, retrieving the travel guide he had yet to examine since acquiring it. As he unfolded it, he was taken aback by the contents. The illustration depicted a tall, stern tower perched atop a mountain, exuding an eerie aura, surrounded by snow-capped peaks that instilled an involuntary shiver. The inscription read, in Gothic font, for a greater cause. Beyond that, there was naught else. What is it? Xiaoxiao inquired, peering closer. Upon reading the content, her expression mirrored his shock. This tower, this phrase. Newengard, the first Dark Lord. How did this come to be in Slaughter's possession, and how did it end up in our hands? For a greater cause, Draco instinctively recited. No sooner had he spoken than a powerful pulling force emanated from the paper, drawing them both into its depths. On the bustling street, their figures vanished in an instant, and even the paper itself inexplicably disappeared from sight, causing a stir among the muggles. Somewhere in Austria, amidst a continuous expanse of snow-covered peaks, a foreboding, cold, and dark tower stood, seemingly abandoned for ages, encircled by towering walls. The relentless winds and snow eroded this ancient edifice, with snow being the only color that contrasted against its darkness. This was Newengard, a prison for its creator. In this desolate realm, 2 small figures suddenly appeared at the entrance, appearing frozen in place until a gust of frigid wind prompted Xiaoxiao to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, the very paper that had transported them materialized from the air, gently floating down into Draco's hands, unaffected by the biting breeze, as if imbued with magic. For a greater cause, Draco instinctively muttered, glancing up at the towering entrance, where the eroded inscription remained visible despite the cold. Uncertain whether he had merely recited the phrase or was attempting to leave in the same manner, the paper showed no signs of exerting its pull again, leaving them still present. Newengard? We have arrived at Newengard. Xiaoxiao finally regained her composure, her expression a mix of astonishment and complexity as she surveyed their surroundings. Her gaze ultimately fixating on the imposing, oppressive tower ahead. She gazed at the pinnacle of the tower, uncertain whether it was an illusion or reality. At the highest window, she seemed to glimpse a shadowy figure standing there, observing her. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that silhouette vanished. Newengard? Draco was somewhat taken aback. He had heard that name before. Wait, isn't this the prison that is renowned alongside Azkaban? Draco surveyed the surroundings. recalling snippets of what his father had mentioned during his childhood, though his knowledge was scant. Half a century ago, Grindelwald had nearly dominated the entire wizarding world, achieving feats more formidable than the current Dark Lord, until he was ultimately vanquished by Dumbledore. As far as I know, this place was established by him. Yet it ironically became his prison. Xiaoxiao nodded. It's quite a pity, isn't it? Of course. I don't mean the fact that he nearly ruled the entire magical realm. Shall we venture inside? Inside. Draco peered into the depths of the tower and thought better of it. Although this place had been abandoned for a long time, it was still home to Grindelwald. What are we afraid of? Let us go and see this once magnificent old man. Without further ado, Xiaoxiao grasped Draco's hand and employed a shrinking spell, swiftly closing the distance to the tower. This place, much like Hogwarts, was enchanted to prevent apparition. Before long, Xiaoxiao and Draco found themselves at the entrance of the tower. Ermengarde could hardly contain Grindelwald. In fact, the main gate was merely closed without a lock. No guards? And the gate isn't even locked? Draco was astonished. How could it actually hold him? It seemed less like imprisonment and more like self-imposed confinement. As Xiaoxiao spoke, she stepped forward and slowly pushed open the long dusty door. Creak. The rusted metal door emitted a sound that was grating to the ears, and Xiaoxiao stepped inside, her face alight with curiosity. Is he in there? Behind her, Draco's voice was tense yet tinged with anticipation. He not on the first floor. You may enter first. Xiaoxiao's voice resonated from within. Can I refuse? Though he uttered those words, Draco nonetheless stepped forward, slowly making his way inside. Chapter 142, filling all unresolved matters. Desolate, eerie, damp. The air was thick with the stench of decay, the floor was filthy, and dust lay strewn about, each step leaving a dark imprint. Xiaoxiao surveyed the place with curiosity, noticing Draco hesitating at the entrance, and she shook her head, pulling him in. Draco followed closely behind her, gripping his wand tightly. Thus, they ascended together towards the upper floors. The ancient staircase spiraled upwards, its length and height unknown. On the top floor, in a dark room furnished only with a tattered blanket-covered stone bed, stood a frail, ragged old man at a window formed by narrow slits of black stone, gazing out at a scenery he had observed for decades, lost in thought. Suddenly, he turned to look in the direction of the door, as if sensing something fresh. The old man's voice was deep, yet it bore a certain magnetic richness. His figure was slightly hunched, his white hair tangled like a bird's nest, and his sunken blue eyes resembled dust-covered jewels, lacking luster. He was Gellert Grindelwald, the most formidable dark wizard of the magical realm. Once resplendent and celebrated, he now resembled a soulless puppet, confining himself within the tower he had built with his own hands. His body was alive, yet his spirit had long departed from this world, akin to a living corpse. The words he had just uttered marked the first time in nearly 50 years that he had spoken. He remained motionless, uncertain why the two children had come here, perhaps by accident, or perhaps on an adventure. Grindelwald could not tell, nor did he wish to know. If they were here to kill him, what fear did he have of corporeal death, having lost his soul? Soon, footsteps echoed from outside. Xiaoxiao searched room by room, ascending from the first floor to the top, while Draco felt as if his legs might give out. Observing Xiaoxiao, he noted her unwavering excitement, and he couldn't help but wonder, was she not fatigued? At last, they reached the final room, where Grindelwald had awaited them for some time. Pushing open the ajar door, they were met with near darkness, the only illumination filtering through the narrow slits of black stone, mingling with the wind and snow as they entered this cold, shadowy chamber. A gaunt old man stood with his back to them, facing the light, braving the biting wind and chilling snow, motionless. He had grown accustomed to the cold and the dark. Yet, this faint glimmer of light remained beautiful in his eyes. Grindelwald? Xiaoxiao immediately recognized him, her eyes brightening. I was pondering whether to find you. It seems fate has conspired to bring me to your door while on a journey. Hearing her words, Grindelwald offered no reaction. Yet his voice reached them. What do you seek from me? I have nothing to offer you. No, it's not that I need you, nor does he. Xiaoxiao shook her head. It's Dumbledore. Draco stood in shock. Grindelwald's body stiffened. He seemed as if he might turn around, but remained still, shaking his head instead. You are deceiving me. He gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Albus, he does not require me now. Not in the past, nor in the future. Grindelwald's eyes were heavy with fatigue. I always believed I could take decisive action, yet it turns out I am the weakest of all. Regarding his latter statement, Xiaoxiao found herself unable to refute it. It seemed Dumbledore himself never anticipated he could truly act. Yet, he still held back, for otherwise, Grindelwald would not be imprisoned here. Considering the passage of time, the grass on his grave should have grown tall by now. There are clearly no guards. The gate is not locked. Why do you not leave? Draco was still preoccupied with the earlier question. Even though Su Xiaoxiao had provided him an answer, he remained puzzled. Moreover, as far as I know, you can freely enter and exit even Azkaban, which is guarded by numerous Dementors. Why refrain from escaping? Grindelwald murmured. I am but a living corpse. Even if I were to flee, what would it matter? Furthermore, it was he who killed me. As he spoke, a trace of sorrow crossed Grindelwald's visage. And you, do you hate him? This question plunged Grindelwald into silence. Hate. It is likely that I do. Yet why does my heart feel more sorrow than resentment? Love? It was once love. And now? He suddenly recalled the shattered blood pact from years past. Grindelwald continued to remain silent. What he could ascertain was that Dumbledore's feelings towards him had shattered alongside the blood pact. Draco wished to inquire further, but was halted by Su Xiaoxiao's shake of the head. Do you truly not wish to see him again? Su Xiaoxiao spoke again, drawing Grindelwald from his reverie. Yet he would always call your name in his dreams. Grindelwald lifted his gaze. I was young, unaware of matters of the heart. Mr. Grindelwald, I wish to ask, if one dreams of a person at night and murmurs their name, what does it signify? You do not understand matters of the heart? Draco regarded her incredulously, but wisely refrained from disrupting the moment. He was uncertain as to why Su Xiaoxiao was so insistent on persuading Grindelwald to leave this place and seek out Dumbledore. But since this was her chosen course of action, he felt compelled to support her. Grindelwald remained silent, yet beneath his calm exterior, turmoil churned within him. The storm outside raged on, showing signs of intensifying. How do you know all this? Grindelwald could not restrain his curiosity. Su Xiaoxiao's lips curled into a sly smile. Splendid, he had taken the bait. I once gifted him a living and sentient figure made of dough, which Headmaster Dumbledore cherished and always carried with him. It was during the headmaster's absence that I learned of these matters from the little Dumbledore, the very figure itself. Furthermore, the little Dumbledore has been clamoring to find you. Find me? Grindelwald echoed, bewildered. Because he knows you are needed by Dumbledore. Its purpose is to ensure the happiness of its master, that is, Dumbledore. At this juncture, Grindelwald began to grasp the implications, a subtle stirring within him. So, will you accompany us? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with hope as she gazed at him. Why are you so determined to persuade me to leave? Grindelwald finally turned to face her. Noticing the two children before him, an Eastern girl and a boy exuding an air of pure blood lineage. Now it was Su Xiaoxiao's turn to be taken aback. Why was she so insistent on urging him to depart? What is your relationship with Dumbledore? Grindelwald inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. The Eastern girl's appearance bore no resemblance to Dumbledore. She must be one of his students. I simply do not wish to witness any regrets between you two. Su Xiaoxiao replied sincerely, and this was indeed her heartfelt statement. Unlike other time travelers, she harbored no desire to become the third Dark Lord, nor did she aspire to save the world. She adored the Harry Potter universe and cherished its vividly fleshed-out characters. If she were to articulate a singular purpose, it would be to rectify the regrets that lingered in the hearts of the fans, to mend all that remained unresolved. Chapter 143, Rebirth Through Nirvana. Grindelwald's lips twitched, his azure eyes narrowing slightly. This answer was one he had never anticipated. Simply to avoid witnessing regret, Su Xiaoxiao's gaze was earnest and fervent, bright and imbued with a persuasive force. Suddenly, Grindelwald felt his long-dormant heart begin to thrum with life. Not just you and the headmaster, but others as well. Those whom I care about, Su Xiaoxiao continued, glancing at Draco. My wish is neither excessive nor insufficient. It merely encompasses you all, and that encapsulated the essence of her journey through time. Su Xiaoxiao had always held this belief within her heart. Do we know each other? Grindelwald queried, perplexed by her demeanor, which suggested a familiarity stretching back years. You may not know me, but I know you, Su Xiaoxiao smiled. Indeed, many people in the world recognize you. I am but one among them. It seemed he had unwittingly become the object of her admiration. Grindelwald mentally categorized Su Xiaoxiao as one of his followers. I am old, my body is far from its former vigor. Grindelwald sensed that she merely wished to rekindle the ideals and pursuits of his youth, yet he now yearned to languish in complacency. If you still hold to my philosophy, I cannot offer you any assistance. No, I simply wish to aid you and Headmaster Dumbledore, relieving you both from the torment of longing and regret. Grindelwald began to perceive her as somewhat foolish. He wished to refuse her, but as he met her gaze, the words of rejection transformed into something else. If I were to agree, what would you do? You agree? Su Xiaoxiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Grindelwald shook his head. No. I merely said if. Then that settles it. Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully. First, you must leave this place, that is certain. Then I shall assist you in restoring your health. You cannot meet the headmaster in this state. And then? Grindelwald continued to inquire. Then, of course, I shall arrange a meeting between you and the headmaster. Su Xiaoxiao was already brimming with anticipation, but given the sensitivity of his identity, she needed to plan carefully, perhaps altering his identity or helping him to cleanse his public image? Mr. Grindelwald, do you desire to be reborn or continue presenting yourself in this guise? Grindelwald paused in contemplation. Rebirth sounded appealing. Yet choosing that path would mean bidding farewell to all he had labored for in his illustrious past. Starting anew? If it pertained to his relationship with Albus, he would be willing. But as for his achievements, perhaps it was best to let go. He was old, and his time had long since passed. I recall that Albus kept a phoenix named Fox, correct? Indeed, Xiaoxiao affirmed, and suddenly it became clear to her. So he had chosen the path of rebirth. Then, Mr. Grindelwald, are you prepared to embrace your new life? Grindelwald did not respond immediately, but instead turned to gaze out the window, where the cold wind howled and the snow lashed mercilessly against the grand edifice. Though dilapidated, it still stood resolute. I am ready. A gust of frigid wind swept through the window, clearing the dust from Grindelwald's weary eyes. His physical state was exceedingly poor. Having been imprisoned for nearly 50 years in a cold, damp tower, devoid of sunlight and nourishment, he required thorough recuperation. Thus, after careful consideration, Xiaoxiao resolved to first settle him in China, allowing him to restore his health while simultaneously crafting a new identity for him. As for his name, Grindelwald had already devised one, Allert Gebulet. It was derived from fragments of Albus Dumbledore and Gellert Grindelwald, woven together. They would return with that very piece of paper. Gebulet, or Grindelwald, recognized the paper and understood its function. It was imbued with a form of disapparition magic, and by uttering a specific incantation, one could activate the magic to transport themselves to a predetermined location. This paper belonged to a devoted follower of hers, who had been delivering food to her for over 40 years. Gebulet felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on how nearly 50 years had passed. Yet he had never learned this person's name. Strafter Esters. Draco interjected, we obtained it from him. He runs a highly renowned inn in Austria within the pure-blood wizarding community. Thriving and wealthy. I suspect he may not truly be your devoted follower. Otherwise, why did he not provide you with nutritious food, warm blankets, and clothing? Gebulet shook his head. No, he initially did deliver provisions, but I rejected them. Enough of this. It is time for us to depart. Gebulet cast one last glance at the place he had inhabited for nearly 50 years, realizing that upon leaving, the former Gellert Grindelwald would truly cease to exist. He withdrew his gaze, steeling his resolve. Having made the decision, he would not waver. Clutching the paper, Gebulet recited, for the glory of the magical world. As the words left his lips, the familiar, potent pull enveloped them once more, and in an instant, the three were drawn into its embrace, the paper vanishing from sight. Moments later, their forms materialized in a lavish room adorned with Grindelwald's portrait upon the wall. Gebulet merely cast a fleeting glance at it before redirecting his attention elsewhere. The room contained a bookshelf, a wooden desk, and a chair, suggesting it was a study. Gebulet approached the desk, inspecting the items upon its surface. That law makes us akin to rats dwelling in the sewers. The law compels us to conceal our true selves. The law mandates that those under its jurisdiction cower in fear, lest we reveal our identities. Greblet set it aside. These were words he had once spoken during a speech at an underground amphitheater. It was surprising that this slaughter had retained them until now. Were we directly led to Slaughter's study? Xiaoxiao assessed her surroundings and spoke unconsciously. It appears so, Draco nodded. At that moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside. Someone is coming. Draco exclaimed in a panic, glancing at Xiaoxiao and Greblet, his face etched with anxiety. Do not fret. My boy, Greblet replied calmly. It is likely Slaughter. I shall communicate with him. No, I do not trust this individual. Thus I have an idea. Due to the travel guide incident, Xiaoxiao's impression of Slaughter had plummeted significantly. Although he had indirectly assisted her in locating Grindelwald, she did not feel compelled to express gratitude for his unintentional help. She raised her hand, showcasing the ring on her finger, and Draco promptly understood her intention. Soon, the door to the study swung open. Slaughter hurriedly entered, his face a mask of confusion, and began rummaging through the room. Where could it be? How could it be missing? Damn it. I hope it is not in the hands of those two children. He seemed to be searching for the magical flyer that would lead to Nurmengard. Wait, it seems someone has tampered with the items on my desk. Slaughter abruptly halted, his gaze sharp, fixating on the documents that Greblet had previously disturbed. Meow? A sudden cat's meow echoed from outside, and Slaughter whipped his head towards the window, where it was ajar, leaving behind a few faint paw prints. It was merely a cat. Instantly, Slaughter dismissed his suspicions. Chapter 144, Didi delivers, at your service. Downstairs, transformed into a cat, Xiaoxiao gracefully and nimbly traversed the protruding bricks of the wall, then, relying on her memory of the interior layout of the Estes Inn, leaped through the third-floor window. Huh, where did that stray cat come from? In the corridor on the third floor, A couple had just exited their room and were startled by a golden-orange cat that had jumped in through the window. Meow. Xiaoxiao darted away swiftly, leaving them no time to react, disappearing around the corner, and then, once alone, quickly reverted to her human form. The couple paused in surprise. The man was Mr. Bartis, whom Xiaoxiao had encountered earlier when he was first in line at the front desk requesting a travel guide. Wait, this is the third floor, right? Mrs. Bartis suddenly realized something and approached the window to confirm. How did it get up here? Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao had returned to her room. A flash of white light from the space ring on her finger announced the sudden appearance of Greblid and Draco. Greblid stood momentarily stunned, as if still processing the scene from the space ring. Indeed, times have changed, Greblid murmured, his perception of Xiaoxiao significantly elevated. Being recognized by a basilisk and a unicorn surely indicated her exceptional qualities. Her future prospects seemed limitless. Xiaoxiao, unaware of Greblid's thoughts, only noticed the inexplicable look in his eyes. Draco, could you please bring him some food? I need to notify someone in Huaxia. All right, Draco nodded and exited. Greblid, appearing disheveled, surveyed the ocean-themed room. Xiaoxiao drew her wand, and with a flick, restored cleanliness. Greblid was instantly transformed, his greasy and tangled hair becoming voluminous and smooth. The dust on his skin vanished, revealing his originally fair complexion. He appeared completely rejuvenated. Suddenly, Greblid sensed something, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. What is it? Xiaoxiao inquired. Greblid opened his mouth, and 2 pink bubbles floated out. Apologies, apologies. Xiaoxiao chuckled sheepishly, saying, well, please have a seat for a moment. With that, she retrieved a long-distance mirror and sat on the starfish sofa, contacting her dear friend Huang Yunyan, who was far away in Huaxia. She dared not mention this matter to her family. From a practical standpoint, she was aiding Grindelwald in his escape, and if her father, who worked in the Huaxia Immortal Alliance, were to discover this, he would undoubtedly disapprove of her actions. Hence, she could only rely on her good sister. Oh, little girl. Haven't you been enjoying a romantic getaway with your young man? What brings you to chat with me? Huang Yunyan, with her vibrant red hair, greeted her with a smile as she glanced into the mirror. It seemed she was outdoors, as Xiaoxiao could see the snow-covered scenery behind her. Cough, let's get serious. I have a favor to ask you. All right, what is it? Huang Yunyan found a small pavilion to rest in and sat down on a stone bench. Xiaoxiao briefly explained Greblid's situation. You're incredible. This was Huang Yunyan's heartfelt assessment. What were you thinking? Why meddle in someone else's escape? Truly looking for trouble. I'm furious. In the mirror, Huang Yunyan scolded Xiaoxiao animatedly. Xiaoxiao shrank back like a quail, and when she felt it was appropriate, she discreetly redirected the mirror. He is still here. The image of Greblid appeared in the mirror, arms crossed and expressionless, staring back at them. Your friend, is quite talkative. Instant social embarrassment. Huang Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, having unknowingly been scolded by Xiaoxiao several times in her mind. This little brat. Why didn't she warn her earlier? Now she had openly spoken ill of him. She was truly in a bind. However, who is Huang Yunyan? How could she be intimidated by such a minor social blunder? The person is right here. No need to repeat myself later. Huang Yunyan stated seriously. I do not care what you were doing before, but since my dear Xiaoxiao has foolishly decided to assist in your escape, as her best friend, I cannot remain aloof. Here is the plan. I have no classes this afternoon, and I will send someone to pick him up right away. We just need to adjust his body and change his identity, right? Does his appearance need to change as well? Oh, and nationality too. Your queries sound as though you are the head of a criminal organization. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but remark, changing identity and all, isn't that illegal? You've already helped someone escape. Why worry about whether I'm doing things the right way? At this point, Huang Yunyan shot her another glare. Hurry up and give me the address so I can contact someone. The address is in Austria. After hanging up with Huang Yunyan, Draco returned. Shortly thereafter, several house elves appeared, bearing trays of food, which they set down before departing. Quickly eat up. This afternoon, you shall embark on a new life in Huaxia, under a fresh identity. Greblid nodded, elegantly seated on the sofa, indulging in the sumptuous meal. Although he had been imprisoned in Nurmengard for over 40 years, it had not diminished some of his ingrained habits. Elegance was one of them. At 4 in the afternoon, the person sent by Huang Yunyan finally arrived. Didi delivers, at your service. May I inquire if this is Mrs. Xiaoxiao, lover of peculiar delicacies? Upon opening the door, a man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and white gloves, stood before Xiaoxiao. His expression grave as he spoke rapidly and fluently. Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. Behind them, Draco couldn't help but emit a soft chuckle, quickly covering his mouth in an attempt to stifle it, while even Greblide wore a look of barely contained amusement. This Huang Yunyan. Xiaoxiao smiled on the outside, but internally she had uttered countless expletives. Indeed, please come in. How infuriating. yet she had to maintain a smile while acknowledging that name. The DD driver entered. Which one should I deliver to? Or is it the three of you? Just him. Su Xiaoxiao pointed at Greblite. Very well. Who will cover the cost? Since it is an international fare, the charge is slightly higher, totaling 250 renminbi. I'll pay. Su Xiaoxiao seemed like a great fool as she retrieved 250 in cash from her storage bag. After the driver took the cash, he adjusted his glasses. And beams of light shot forth, enveloping Greblite, who then vanished in an instant. Please be sure to give a good review for worker number 0518. The driver concluded, revealing a smile that showcased 8 gleaming teeth. Then, with a whoosh, he too disappeared. I never imagined you had such convenient services over there. How splendid. Draco stood beside Su Xiaoxiao, marveling. Indeed, Su Xiaoxiao proclaimed proudly, when you marry into Huaxia, there will be even more delightful discoveries awaiting you. All right, Draco instinctively agreed. But suddenly, he realized something, staring at her in shock. Wait, shouldn't it be you marrying me? Chapter 145, Mastering the Art of Deception. It's all the same. Let's not dwell on that. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hand nonchalantly. Come on, let's go have dinner. Draco paused, but it was barely past 4 o'clock. Oh, but I'm starving. Let us go. Su Xiaoxiao tugged Draco out the door. As they passed the front desk on the first floor, Su Xiaoxiao glanced around, noticing that Slaffit was absent, leaving only a house elf on watch. How surprising. It turns out house elves do not only work at Gringotts. Su Xiaoxiao withdrew her gaze and left the hotel with Draco. When they returned from outside, night had already fallen, illuminating the street with vibrant colored lights. The shops lining the roads sparkled with various star-shaped and round lights, adorned with Christmas trees that glimmered enticingly, capturing the attention of passers-by. Su Xiaoxiao bought an array of items. Her shopping prowess left Draco astounded, had it not been for the storage bag. Carrying so many large bags would surely have exhausted him. Upon returning to the hotel, the interior was festively adorned in the spirit of Christmas. In the center of the lobby stood an enormous Christmas tree, nearly reaching the ceiling, twinkling with magical galaxy lights that sparkled like real starlight. Topped with a grand star that gleamed beautifully. Such a colossal tree. Regardless of the cost, Su Xiaoxiao could confidently assert that Slaffit had not made a poor investment. Sir, which price range of decorations would you like to choose? A house elf stood beside a price tag at the base of the tree, addressing an elegantly dressed gentleman with proper etiquette. We have over a dozen types available. The most popular is this snowflake design. However, based on your appearance and attire, you must hail from a prominent family, and only a unique decoration can match your elegance. I recommend this planetary series, which, though more expensive, I believe 15 galleons would be inconsequential for you. Indeed, you have a discerning eye. The wizard was flattered by the elf's praise and immediately pulled out 15 gold galleons, tossing them into the elf's money pouch to purchase a Jupiter ornament, then directing the elf to hang it on the Christmas tree. TSK, I must say, this fellow truly knows how to make money. Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim. Quite impressive, but compared to our family, it falls a bit short, Draco remarked. Lifting his chin proudly, Su Xiaoxiao immediately rolled her eyes. Arrogant brat, you've returned. While they were chatting, Slaffit suddenly spotted them and approached with a stern expression. Where are the items? What items? Su Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, fully aware of what he meant. How amusing. With such an attitude, who is he trying to intimidate? Draco, having caught on, recognized Slaffit's duplicitous nature, behaving one way in front of them and another behind their backs. Thus, he naturally met him with disdain, crossing his arms and glaring contemptuously. Enough chatter. That item is clearly in your possession. Slaffit lowered his voice, suppressing his frustration, mindful of the other guests nearby. Earlier today, you came to the front desk asking for travel guides. Where are they? Oh, you mean that? Su Xiaoxiao, seeing his anxious demeanor, deliberately slowed her speech. Let me think. Where did I put it again? Quickly bring it to me. Oh, why are you in such a rush? We're just 2 little kids who just got back from outside. We're quite tired and haven't eaten yet. We have no energy, and our minds are rather muddled now. Where did that item go? Not eaten. Draco couldn't help but glance at her. They had just returned from eating. This little girl seemed to be concocting a scheme. Slaffit was about to be played. Draco stood beside Su Xiaoxiao, keenly anticipating the unfolding drama. Slaffit quickly understood. It seemed she was negotiating with him. Clenching his fists, a flicker of coldness crossed his eyes. Who said children were innocent and easy to deal with? This is innocence? This is being easy to deal with? This child was cunning enough to threaten him. Taking a deep breath, Slaffit continually reassured himself. She is merely a greedy little brat. Treating them to a meal is within his means. What would you like to eat? I can have it prepared right away. That sounds good. But I need to confirm, can I eat whatever I want, as much as I want? Of course. Slaffit gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, you said it. Su Xiaoxiao gave him a thumbs up, casually pulling over a guest. Handsome uncle, The boss just agreed that I can eat as much as I want without charge. Please confirm this for me. I'm afraid he might deny it when he sees me eating too much later. The individual caught off guard by Xiaoxiao's call was momentarily stunned, but then nodded. Fanfic had always enjoyed a good spectacle and relished participating in such occasions. He found the little girl, who sweetly called him handsome uncle, utterly charming. For who could refuse a sweet, adorable, and beautiful little girl? Though the boy beside her wore a perpetual scowl, it didn't deter Fanfic from affectionately ruffling the little girl's hair. Draco glared daggers at that large hand, his face paling. How could that man dare to touch Xiaoxiao's head? Absolutely not. Xiaoxiao, quickly move away. Draco silently screamed. Just as he prepared to intervene, Xiaoxiao finally stepped aside, and that hand retreated. Uff, what amusing little friends. Fanfic observed their playful interaction. Slafford's face turned an ominous shade of green. He anticipated that the child would seek a witness. This unexpected turn left him with an uneasy premonition, despite having no intention of reneging on his word. Let us go eat. Xiaoxiao cheerfully darted toward the buffet, calling out, handsome uncle, you should join us too. After all, the boss didn't specify how many people can eat for free. Haha, you little schemer. Prince could not help but shake his head with a smile. Yet his body moved with an undeniable honesty towards the gathering. He found Xiaoxiao's words quite sensible, and after all, who would refuse a free lunch? Draco sprinted ahead of Prince, catching up with Xiaoxiao while casting a glance back at him, as if to say, hey, this kid. Prince found it amusing. Did they truly regard him as some sort of pervert? Attention, everyone. Today, the boss announced that my friends and I can feast to our heart's content. No charges. Xiaoxiao declared cheerfully. Such a splendid benefit is meant to be shared, so tonight, dinner is on me. You are all my friends. Slafter was momentarily taken aback. Wait, what just happened? How did it suddenly turn into her treating everyone? The critical point was, it was free. Free. Wait, no? Oh dear boss. Please don't be so polite at this time. It's a festive occasion, right? Everyone else is having events. We all understand your generosity. Xiaoxiao interrupted him with a bright smile. Thank you so much for your generosity, dear boss. Now, I will trouble you and your kitchen elves. Slafter was nearly seething with rage, barely suppressing the urge to spit blood. Chapter 146. Good night. It was intentional. It had to be. Slafter's inner fury was ablaze. But with numerous patrons around, he could only endure it. So she was treating the whole place. He could afford it. As long as he had the magical flyer in hand. Umph. A glint of cold light flashed in Slafter's eyes. Xiaoxiao found a spot to sit. Draco settled beside her, while Prince unceremoniously took a seat on her other side with a smile. Draco, not particularly hungry since he had just dined outside, glanced at Xiaoxiao and noted her enthusiastic ordering of a grand feast, which struck him as odd. Did she possess an insatiable appetite? Before long, the restaurant was bustling with the little elves, and the aroma of delicious food wafted through the air. As Xiaoxiao indulged in her meal, she occasionally sent portions into her spatial ring. Although she could not finish it all, she had 2 eager pets awaiting their dinner. Though the spatial ring contained sufficient livestock for them to feast upon, a change of flavor was necessary, was it not? Prince was slightly surprised. While he was unsure of the magical properties of her ring, her actions were indeed rather novel. Gradually, as the meal approached its conclusion, an impatient Slafter returned to Xiaoxiao's side, this time adopting a more affable demeanor, his smile resuming the warmth he had previously displayed. Miss Su, young Master Malfoy. Did you find the meal satisfactory? Quite decent. Xiaoxiao replied with a sidelong glance, reclining in her chair and rubbing her full belly with a satisfied belch. What about the travel guide? Slafter's gaze sharpened as he focused intently on her. Oh dear, I forgot to mention, upon glancing at the content of that item, I deemed it not a travel guide and carelessly discarded it. What? Discarded it? Slafter was struck dumb, disbelief etched across his face. Such an important item. How could you misplace it? And where did you toss it? Quickly tell me. Huh. Mr. Esters, I was merely jesting. Here, the item is right here. Xiaoxiao seemed quite pleased with his earlier panic, wiping her mouth before producing the magical flyer from her pocket. Here you go. Slafter, unmindful of her words, snatched the flyer eagerly, inspecting it thoroughly before letting out a sigh of relief. The congenial aura surrounding him dissipated instantly. Although he still wore a smile, it did not reach his eyes. Thank you, he said, narrowing his eyes slightly. Wishing you a pleasant evening. With that, he hastily departed, needing to rush to New Mongard to deliver a meal to Grindelwald. Xiaoxiao discerned the underlying message in his words, realizing that she would have tasks ahead this evening. Although she was uncertain of the methods Slafter might employ for revenge, she felt no trepidation. The item bore magical energy, suggesting it was more than just a travel guide. Prince suddenly interjected, is Slafter so eager for that flyer that he would willingly allow you to deceive him? Oh, that's not quite right. It's a mutually agreeable arrangement. How could it be called deception? Xiaoxiao retorted with confidence. Moreover, I merely mentioned I was hungry. He offered to treat us. I cannot take the blame for that. What a clever little rascal you are. Prince chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Now, it's getting late. You two should return to your rooms to rest. By the way, you are a Malfoy, correct? Where are your parents? Prince suddenly turned to Draco. They are still outside, with their friends, Draco replied. Although he did not wish to engage in conversation, he understood the basic courtesies, especially considering that Prince was also from a pureblood family. Let me escort you back, Prince offered, rising to his feet and looking at the pair. Very well, let us go. The three ascended to the third floor. How coincidental. I reside directly across from you, Prince remarked. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. Wait, handsome uncle. Xiaoxiao suddenly called out. May I see your room? Prince was momentarily taken aback, while Draco appeared puzzled. Although he did not understand Xiaoxiao's reasoning, Prince nodded and opened his door for her to explore. His room, somewhat incongruous with his persona, was adorned with a cute pink cat theme. Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled. Handsome uncle, can we swap rooms? Late at night, Narcissa hurried back. She had plans with her close friends for the following day. Thus she needed to wash up and retire early. As she passed by Xiaoxiao and Draco's room, she initially intended to knock and check in on them, but reconsidered, fearing she would interrupt them, and ultimately returned to her own room. As the door closed, the corridor fell silent once more. Moonlight cascaded through the windows, casting a silvery glow upon the floor. Inside Xiaoxiao's room, the shell bed had closed, indicating that its occupant had succumbed to slumber. Magical fish frolicked in the air, occasionally releasing bubbles that produced faint popping sounds. Suddenly, the fish froze, their forms flickering as if their magic was unstable, threatening to vanish at any moment. Within the room, the deep blue light abruptly extinguished, plunging the space into darkness, and the soothing sounds of the tides ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Drip drop. An unexpected sound of water droplets hitting the floor resonated distinctly in the now silent room. Then, a sudden red glow illuminated the area. Astonishingly, the original decor had undergone a complete transformation. The once comforting shell bed was replaced by a grotesque, disemboweled corpse bed. The cheerful swimming fish morphed into terrifying phantoms, and blood-stained walls were marred with faint handprints and ominous phrases, while eyeballs occasionally rolled across the floor, scrutinizing the scene. The earlier sound of dripping was emanating from a pool of blood above, falling onto the bed where the sleeper lay. The phantom seemed to receive a command. Drawing closer to the bed, one water ghost suddenly opened its mouth, blowing a chilling breeze toward the slumbering figure on the bed. As it did, the water on its body transformed into droplets that fell onto the sleeping person's face. Next door, in what was originally Draco's room, Dobby trembled in a corner, shivering. It had not wished to stay here, but could not defy its master's orders, so it huddled in the corner, resolved to endure the long night with eyes wide open. However, just as it battled with drowsiness, the room before it underwent a sudden transformation. Soothing shades of blue and beloved fish appeared, banishing the terrifying decorations and frightful phantoms. As it gazed around, a romantic underwater scene unfolded before its eyes. Dobby was instantly taken aback. What was happening? Fixating on the comforting shell-shaped bed nearby, the overwhelming urge to sleep surged once more, and Dobby could no longer resist, moving toward the bed. Although unaware of the events that had transpired, Dobby knew that Master Malfoy had permitted it to stay here, and it was merely fulfilling its master's command, for Dobby could not defy his words. Oh, how greatly Master Malfoy had changed. Since being with Miss Sue, he had become so much kinder. Filled with gratitude, Dobby nestled into the shell bed, anxiously yet comfortably drifting into slumber. Equally ensconced in dreams were Draco and Xiaoxiao. Chapter 147, Dream Kiss. A delightful, pastel-themed cat room. The floor was adorned with a plush carpet, while the sofa, balcony, and bed were scattered with adorable cats, some lounging, others playing or resting. Draco lay upon the sofa, while Xiaoxiao slumbered soundly on the plush bed in the bedroom. Unbeknownst to her, visions danced behind her closed eyelids as she rolled over, burying her head deeper into the covers. The gentle rhythm of her breaths mingled with the soft purring of the cats. Time passed, and soon the room was filled solely with the sound of purring. The cats, sensing something amiss, suddenly turned their gaze toward the bed, some even arching their backs and leaping down. Xiaoxiao awoke from her dreams. In the darkness, her eyes sparkled with a keen light, and as her gaze inadvertently swept across the mirror, she noticed the deep green glow reflecting from her eyes. Sitting up, she smiled at the two sleeping cats on the bed, gently stroking their heads, her smile widening. Then, she lifted the covers and quietly descended from the bed, barefoot. Making her way to the living room, Draco lay on the sofa, covered by a blanket, with a sleeping Siamese cat nestled on his chest. In his slumber, Draco seemed to attempt to turn, but hindered by the weight of the cat, he merely twitched a couple of times before giving up, ultimately letting out a soft grunt without waking. In the darkness, Xiaoxiao stood at the doorway, quietly observing Draco on the sofa. Sensing something, the cats in the living room abruptly lost their drowsiness, curling up and watching her with wide eyes. Even the Siamese cat perched on Draco's chest sensed the disturbance and swiftly jumped down, hiding beneath the sofa to observe Xiaoxiao. Finally, Draco rolled over, facing outward. Xiaoxiao continued her movement, softly approaching Draco, then bending down to gaze at his sleeping face. Though the room was enveloped in darkness, she saw him with remarkable clarity. Warm breaths brushed against Draco's face, seemingly disrupting his dreams. Leaning in closer, she reached out her hand, gently poking his cheek. Her fingertip glided from his forehead down his prominent nose, finally resting upon his thin lips. She could feel Draco's even breaths against her finger. Suddenly, perhaps dreaming of food or something else, Draco unexpectedly licked his lips with his tongue. The tip of his tongue grazed her fingertip, sending a jolt through Xiaoxiao, leaving her momentarily frozen. Delicious. Draco smacked his lips, as if savoring some delightful treat. Xiaoxiao retracted her finger, staring at his moist lips, pondering what to think. Abruptly, she slowly lowered her head, inching closer to him. The warmth of their breaths intertwined, soft yet imbued with an inexplicable assertiveness. Yet, it was merely a fleeting contact before they parted. Xiaoxiao instinctively licked her lips, finding nothing to taste. Yet, gazing at his lips, an inexplicable desire to savor them surged within her. Suddenly, she seemed to have an epiphany. A smile graced her lips as she looked toward the ceiling, where there was nothing at all. Then, she straightened up, greeting that direction. Just then, a commotion of voices and shouts erupted from outside the door, causing Xiaoxiao to pause, glance toward the entrance, and then retreat back to her bedroom, settling back into bed. On the sofa, Draco turned over, licking his lips before continuing his peaceful slumber, showing no signs of waking. The next morning, Draco lazily opened his eyes, sitting up with vigor as he rose from the sofa. The sofa was indeed comfortable, but for some reason, after a full night's sleep, his arms felt sore and his chest ached. Nevertheless, he had slept well and even dreamt a delightful dream, one in which Xiaoxiao prepared a grand feast for him and personally fed him. It was simply too wonderful. Lost in thought, Draco glanced toward the bedroom where Xiaoxiao was. "Xiaoxiao, are you awake?" Draco called softly, gently knocking on the door. After a moment of silence with no response, he concluded she was still asleep. Pondering for a moment, he decided against disturbing her. Instead, he turned to wash up and planned to head downstairs to prepare some breakfast, ensuring she wouldn't be hungry upon waking. Inside the bedroom, Xiaoxiao seemed to have awakened long ago, now sitting dazedly on her bed, unconsciously touching her lips, her face etched with confusion. Last night, it seemed she had dreamt something. In her dream, she perceived herself from a godlike perspective, or rather, from a third-person ghostly viewpoint, witnessing her sleeping form in bed. Then, inexplicably, she awoke in the middle of the night, played with the cats, and then went to kiss Draco, even greeting him. It was utterly shocking. Could it be that her soul had left her body? Or was she sleepwalking? Or perhaps everything that transpired last night was merely a dream? Xiaoxiao's mind was a jumble. She had considered every possibility that came to mind, yet each answer felt elusive, leaving her frustrated. Ah, how maddening. Xiaoxiao suddenly flopped back onto the bed, flailing her limbs, startling the cats, who quickly leaped down. Forget it, she thought. What does it matter if it was real or not? A kiss is a kiss. After all, Draco is my boyfriend. Even if it wasn't a real kiss, she could always make it up later. With that thought, Xiaoxiao felt a wave of comfort wash over her. Wait, didn't someone just knock on the door? It was only then that she registered the sound. Quickly putting on her shoes, she descended from the bed and opened the door, only to find Draco was nowhere in sight. Where could he have gone? Stepping out of her room, she coincidentally bumped into Prance, who was simultaneously opening his door. "Good morning, Uncle Handsome." Xiaoxiao greeted him cheerfully. Prance, sporting dark circles under his eyes, displayed a complex expression of bitterness, helplessness, and sorrow upon seeing her. "Good morning, Prance," he hesitated. "Shall we switch rooms back tonight?" Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. Why would we need to switch rooms? Wasn't he also fond of that romantic ocean theme? Just as Prance opened his mouth to respond, the door next to him swung open. Dobby, having enjoyed a restful sleep, stretched as he stepped out. Upon seeing Xiaoxiao, he quickly reverted to his obedient demeanor and greeted her. "Good morning, Miss Sue." "Hey, good morning, Dobby." "Miss Sue, where did the master go?" "I must thank him for allowing me to sleep in such a lovely room," Dobby exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. This was Dobby's first time experiencing such splendid accommodation, and it touched him deeply. Lovely room. Xiaoxiao's expression turned quizzical, surprised to discover Dobby was a fan of the macabre. "A macabre? No, Miss Sue." Dobby shook his head. Although the initial atmosphere was indeed terrifying, it later transformed into a romantic oceanic theme at night, complete with a wonderfully soft-shell bed, allowing Dobby to enjoy a restful slumber. Prance appeared bewildered, while Xiaoxiao was filled with questions. My room suddenly turned into a horror theme last night, Prance exclaimed, visibly furious. What on earth is going on? I have never heard of the Estes Hotel changing the style of a room that is already occupied. Oh dear. Xiaoxiao gasped, covering her mouth, while Dobby blinked innocently, seemingly confused by the situation. Wasn't that ocean-themed room switched by the young master? Chapter 148, Prance's Expulsion. Prance stormed off, determined to confront Slaughter and demand an explanation for this madness. Meanwhile, Dobby fidgeted nervously like a child who had done something wrong, anxiously blinking his big eyes. Miss Sue, did Dobby do something wrong? Xiaoxiao shook her head. No, you did nothing wrong, Dobby. It was the mischief of the Estes owner. How could Xiaoxiao not see through this? It was Slaughter's retaliation against her. That was precisely why she had suggested switching rooms with Prance last night. She had thought adults wouldn't be too frightened by such things. But she never anticipated Prance's reaction would be so extreme. However, considering the circumstances, who wouldn't be terrified if they were peacefully sleeping in a romantic ocean-themed room, only to have it transform into a haunted house, complete with terrifying ghosts playing face-to-face games? After a while, Draco returned, bringing breakfast. After they finished eating, Prance happened to come back. Seeing him still fuming, Xiaoxiao curiously asked, did the owner not compensate you? Compensate? Huh, I couldn't even find him. Prance plopped down onto the sofa, startling a nearby sleeping cat, which shot him an indignant glare before leaping away. The front desk is still managed by that fairy. And when I asked where Estes had gone, it told me it didn't know. Prance felt as if he had been played for a fool. He must be doing this on purpose. Prance gritted his teeth. He's now hiding in fear of his crimes. Yet I shall steadfastly wait for his return. This matter cannot be left unresolved. Well, I support you. Xiaoxiao nodded seriously. This was Prance's battle to fight. After all, neither she nor Draco had suffered any losses. Although it felt somewhat unfair to have tricked him, she absolutely wouldn't foolishly reveal the truth. Draco, having observed everything and knowing the truth, silently gave Xiaoxiao a thumbs up. Truly, she was remarkable, unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. What shall we do today? Draco asked Xiaoxiao. By the way, what do you want for a Christmas gift? Go out to have fun? I have a splendid suggestion. Why don't we all go together? Prance's eyes lit up, as if the anger he had just displayed had evaporated. You? Didn't you say you would wait here for Estes to return? Draco replied, a hint of skepticism in his voice. I've changed my mind. Prance declared matter-of-factly, unable to resist the whimsy of this childish man. Their delightful duo transformed into a trio. Draco's expression turned melancholic. Prance led them to the Shunbrin Palace. The magnificent palace, sprawling across a vast area, attracted many visitors even in winter. It boasted 12 uniquely charming courtyards, where orange trees, cypress, and flowers created a fragrant garden panorama throughout the seasons. The freshly fallen snow added an air of mystery and elegance to the palace. Today there is a concert here. Perhaps you will enjoy it, Prance said as he strolled ahead. A concert? Draco scoffed. Are you still interested in Muggle music? Not at all. Prance shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. What I refer to is the annual Coachella Magical Music Festival. Coachella Magical Music Festival? Xiaoxiao was taken aback. That event exists in HP2? What is it? The Coachella Magical Music Festival is a 3-day musical exchange held at a non-fixed venue every Christmas, featuring renowned stars from the wizarding community, drawing crowds eager to experience the allure of music. Draco puffed out his chest proudly and shot a glance at Prance. Our family receives an invitation every year, although we have never attended. Why not? Xiaoxiao asked, intrigued. Because the organizers do it to deliberately provoke Lucius. Prance seemed to know something, clearing his throat to continue. The organizer is a half-blood wizard with an extreme personality. Upon learning of the purebloods' disdain for half-bloods, he began to reciprocate with a disdain for pureblood families. At one gala, Lucius made a disrespectful remark, and the organizer retaliated. Before this incident, Lucius always attended the Coachella Magical Music Festival, but since then, especially after that half-blood became the organizer, he has never returned. As for what young Malfoy mentioned about receiving invitations every year, that was true, but whether the contents of the invitation were sincere or sarcastic remained uncertain. Draco frowned at Prance's words, displeasure evident in his gaze. That's not true. Admit it, young Malfoy. The truth is as such. Prance shook his head. Who doesn't know that your father is always high and mighty, arrogant and feudal? Most wizarding families, apart from a few pureblood families that maintain good relations with you, harbor dissatisfaction towards your father. Otherwise, Barty Crouch wouldn't have been elected this time. The last remark struck a painful chord in Draco, unable to contain himself any longer. He drew his wand with a furious motion. Enough. You, a disowned individual, have no right to speak of my father. What? Xiaoxiao caught a whiff of drama and immediately perked up, her ears perked with interest. Prince Fanfic. Having willingly fallen from grace by marrying a muggle and even fathering a mute daughter, what a disgrace to pure-blood families. Shut up. Prance could not tolerate insults toward his family. Draco's words evidently drove him to the brink of madness. Wands clashed, and the atmosphere plummeted to a freezing point. Surrounding muggles paused, murmuring in confusion, unable to comprehend why these two were suddenly agitated, as if about to clash. However, why were they wielding sticks? Could this really escalate into a fight? As the situation escalated, Xiaoxiao realized she could no longer merely spectate. She quickly stepped between them, playing the peacemaker. Let's all be friends. Put down your wands, and let us not ruin our harmony. Turning to Draco, she took his hand, playfully shaking it. My dear boyfriend Draco, don't be angry, please put down your wand, alright? Even though he had been angry just moments ago, facing Xiaoxiao's rare display of affection, Draco felt his resolve waver. His face flushed, and he reluctantly lowered his wand. Seeing this, Xiaoxiao turned to Prance. Handsome uncle, I believe you wouldn't stoop to the level of a child. Would you? She winked at him. Gazing at the innocent and pure Xiaoxiao, Prance felt a moment of nostalgia, as if he were looking at his daughter. If not for her inability to wield magic, little Annie would not have become so withdrawn, shutting herself off from the world. Little Annie was 3 or 4 years younger than Xiaoxiao, a delightful age when she ought to have enjoyed a carefree and joyful childhood just like Xiaoxiao. Recollecting her thoughts, Prance gradually calmed down. I apologize, I acted impulsively, he said with a hint of remorse, retracting his wand. The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat. Are we still going to see the concert? Prance pondered for a moment. Forget it. I shall take you to experience a muggle amusement park instead. Chapter 149. Shifting blame to Voldemort, is there a problem? No. Draco swore he would never again set foot in a muggle amusement park. Even if he did, he would never partake in roller coasters or freefall towers again. He nearly lost his lunch. Draco's already pale face turned an even ghastlier shade. Upon returning to the inn, Xiaoxiao found Slughorn standing at the door with a gloomy expression, seemingly awaiting someone. Suddenly, Slughorn spotted Xiaoxiao and Draco, his spirits lifting as he called out to them. Wait. Xiaoxiao halted, regarding him with curiosity. Is there something you need? Did you not visit the location on the flyer yesterday? Slughorn fixed his gaze firmly on Xiaoxiao's face, as if trying to glean some truth from her expression. Yet, she maintained her innocent demeanor, revealing no signs of deceit. No, what happened? What's south that place? It looks terrifying. Is it in Austria? You don't know? Slughorn felt a nagging suspicion that Xiaoxiao was lying, yet her expression seemed earnest. What should I know? Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance with remarkable skill. Slughorn's heart sank. People from Neumont have gone missing. This is a significant matter for me. Grindelwald's fate remains unknown, and you are my only lead. After all, besides me, you were the only one to have interacted with the magical flyer. Wait, perhaps the child handed the magical flyer to someone else for viewing? Slughorn pressed on. Besides you two, did anyone else see the flyer yesterday? Xiaoxiao contemplated before nodding gravely. Yes. Who? Slughorn's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. It was a man in a high cylindrical hat wearing a trench coat. His skin was pale, resembling that of a corpse, with grayish-white eyes and thin lips. Oh, and he had an intense fragrance. Upon hearing this, Slughorn quickly rifled through his memory of recent acquaintances, meticulously sifting through potential candidates. Unfortunately, he had no recollection of such a person. Did they arrive in Austria recently? Slughorn speculated. Just then, Prance's voice resonated from behind Xiaoxiao. He had just returned from purchasing some items and had allowed Xiaoxiao and Draco to return to the inn first, not expecting to find them at the door, along with the individual he had been searching for since the morning. Prance's eyes blazed with fury. Slughorn, do you not owe me an explanation? What? Faced with Prance's formidable presence, Slughorn momentarily faltered. What? You dare ask me what? Recalling the events of the previous night, Prance finally unleashed a day's worth of pent-up frustration. I was sleeping soundly in a shell bed when suddenly it transformed into a ghastly corpse, and a horde of terrifying ghosts began to torment me. Shouldn't you provide a reasonable explanation? Slughorn stood dumbfounded, his gaze flitting between Xiaoxiao, Draco, and Prance. As realization dawned upon him, yet remained elusive. Wasn't he that room meant for Miss Sue? What do you mean? Draco glared icily at him. Are you implying you intended to frighten Xiaoxiao last night? No, of course not. How could I possibly do such a thing? Slughorn hastily denied. I merely asked out of curiosity. He certainly did not dare to admit his intentions. These children belonged to the Malfoy family, while he had a bit of wealth. It did not equate to opposition against the Malfoys. Although his demeanor might shift slightly in the absence of their guardians, it was limited to that. So, you do not intend to compensate me? Prance's tone grew increasingly frigid. Slughorn shook his head fervently. Of course, I will. This was my oversight. And I am willing to assume the corresponding responsibility. He needed to hasten his search for Grindelwald and could not afford to waste time on such matters. How about I waive all your expenses here? Prance considered for a moment. That works, but it must include the two of them as well. Slughorn's face contorted with difficulty, yet he clenched his teeth and nodded in agreement. Austria. The Kochira Magical Music Festival. Behind the 12th courtyard of the Vienna Palace, a grand musical celebration was underway. Enchanted with a spell to block all Muggle detection, they could neither observe nor enter. Even if they managed to step inside, they would be unable to sense or touch anything. It was as though this space existed independently, carved out from the world. Magic served as the entry ticket. At that moment, a man in a high cylindrical hat approached leisurely, hands tucked in his pockets. The sun cast shadows from the brim of his hat across his face, obscuring his grayish-white eyes. Following a heavy snowfall, the number of visitors was sparse, yet there were still several present. A few individuals were engrossed in conversation, holding a newspaper. Yesterday afternoon, 2 children were seen disappearing into thin air. It's simply unbelievable. That must be magic, right? A bystander exclaimed in astonishment. Disappearing into thin air? If it's not magic, I truly cannot fathom any scientific explanation. Moreover, there were numerous eyewitnesses. Who knows? Another person chimed in, rolling their eyes. But you're a bit behind the times, didn't you hear? The officials have debunked it, and those who claim to be witnesses have stated they were mistaken. They merely saw a street magic performance. The individual clutching the newspaper couldn't help but smirk at such a flimsy rationale. I can't believe I fell for it. Not far away, the man in the trench coat stood quietly, listening intently to their conversation, a storm brewing in his eyes. Suddenly disappearing children? The man extended his hand from his pocket, letting it hang naturally by his side. Something seemed to writhe at the cuff, slithering down his sleeve and pant leg. No one noticed this peculiar scene. Soon after, a minuscule, inconspicuous snake swiftly made its way toward the group. If someone had scrutinized closely, they would have observed that this snake had no tail. The little serpent quickly ascended onto a chair and stealthily slipped into the man's clothing. Unaware of the danger lurking, Dan continued to engage in fervent discussion with others and merely felt a slight itch, reaching to scratch but discovering nothing amiss. Unbeknownst to him, a tiny snake had nestled within his garments. Nagini burrowed into his sleeve, fixated on the contents of the newspaper. Meanwhile, the man in the trench coat, who was none other than Voldemort, found himself flooded with images of what Nagini had witnessed. Damn it, the backward Western Muggle society has no photographs of those 2 children. While this could not entirely be blamed on the local Muggle society, Voldemort's lamentation was not without merit. It could only be said that the rapid development of Xiaoxiao had outpaced them. While they were still utilizing newspapers, Xiaoxiao had already advanced to surveillance technology. Of course, the surveillance here differed vastly from the technological monitoring of Su Xiaoxiao's past life. Xiaoxiao's surveillance was a product of both technology and mysticism. Chapter 150, A Special Christmas Gift. After failing to acquire any useful information, Nagini departed from the Muggle and returned to the embrace of Voldemort's cloak. Voldemort turned and vanished from sight in an instant, unnoticed by all except for a young boy, seemingly around 5 or 6 years old. He tugged at his mother's hand and pointed towards the direction in which Voldemort had disappeared, exclaiming, "Superman! Gone! What?" His mother turned to look, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. When Narcissa returned, she found Su Xiaoxiao and Draco engaged in cheerful conversation with the exiled member of the Fanfic family, from whom she learned that their expenses had been entirely waived. Narcissa was taken aback. On Christmas Eve, Mrs. Narcissa did not spend the evening with her close sister, but instead took the 2 of them away from the Esther's Hotel. However, before departing, she called Draco aside for a private word, excluding Su Xiaoxiao from their conversation, which piqued her curiosity, though she chose not to comment. Upon their exit, Su Xiaoxiao noticed the 2 behaving mysteriously. Upon sensing her gaze, Narcissa offered her a friendly smile. Indeed, it all felt rather inexplicable. Su Xiaoxiao felt a bit dazed, increasingly curious about what they had discussed. "Aunt Narcissa, where are we going?" "To the Schönbrunn Palace," she replied. On this Christmas Eve, a grand parade was being held at the palace. Su Xiaoxiao was somewhat astonished. Had Lucius been present, he would undoubtedly have opposed attending such an event, given that it was filled with Muggles. Yet, surprisingly, Mrs. Narcissa had consented. Though Su Xiaoxiao understood her to be more progressive than Lucius, she could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. It was not yet time for the parade to commence, yet many Muggles had gathered in anticipation. Whether it was due to Narcissa's connections, they found themselves at the front, enjoying VIP treatment, surrounded by bodyguards who kept them separate from the Muggles. This phenomenon immediately drew the attention of some muggles. Who was that important figure? Such an impressive display, they speculated. Soon, the opening ceremony commenced. Beautiful fireworks burst forth in the night sky, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. Following this, the first float made its grand entrance, a sleigh pulled by enormous reindeer, with people dressed in festive attire energetically greeting the crowd. Surrounding the float were individuals adorned with festive makeup, swaying to the rhythm of the music, while the muggles on either side waved and cheered, creating a lively spectacle. Xiaoxiao was swept up in the infectious atmosphere, waving enthusiastically at those aboard the float. As the finale approached, only one float remained to make its appearance. Beside her, Draco and Narcissa exchanged a glance before seamlessly blending into the crowd, leaving Xiaoxiao unaware of their departure. She was eagerly anticipating what the last float would reveal, as she gazed towards the entrance of the floats. Under the eager watch of the crowd, the grand finale float finally made its way into view. The first thing she noticed was a massive golden-orange cat head with striking green eyes. Upon seeing this float, Xiaoxiao froze momentarily. Why did it seem so familiar? Wait, isn't that her? Xiaoxiao was taken aback, but quickly composed herself, eager to share her discovery with Draco, only to realize he was nowhere to be found. Where's my Draco? Panic set in. How had she lost him? Observing her distressed expression, Narcissa couldn't help but chuckle softly, gently patting her shoulder as she motioned. Don't worry, look over there. What? Xiaoxiao instinctively turned her head to follow Narcissa's pointing finger and spotted a slender, upright boy with golden hair standing atop the cat float. Fireworks erupted behind him, casting a flickering glow upon his face. The audience was puzzled, wondering why only a single child occupied the grand finale float. Yet amidst all the gazes, Draco's eyes remained fixed on Xiaoxiao. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the cacophony around them seemed to fade into silence, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Draco smiled at her, and as the float glided past, he descended from the cat's head and extended his hand towards her. Without hesitation, Xiaoxiao placed her hand in his, and with a gentle tug, he pulled her up. Stumbling slightly, she fell into Draco's embrace, who caught her with a swift motion. The surrounding audience instantly grasped the situation, erupting into an even more fervent cheer than before. Xiaoxiao, Merry Christmas. Draco leaned down, his gaze filled with affection. Do you like this gift? If it were just this, it would hardly satisfy me. Xiaoxiao replied playfully. Draco seemed to have anticipated her response. Suddenly, he whistled, and a magnificent owl soared from behind, circling around them before releasing a small box that fell into Xiaoxiao's hands. What is this? She inquired with curiosity. Open it, Draco said, his expression tender. As she lifted the lid, a black, green, and silver tricolored badge with a serpent motif lay inside, inscribed with the Latin phrase, Sanctimonia vincit semper, meaning purity will always prevail. This is our family crest, Draco explained. Accepting this signifies your intention to marry me and become Mrs. Malfoy. Xiaoxiao's expression shifted as she tilted her head. Draco, you can't still be holding on to that offhand remark I made that day, can you? Draco replied earnestly. Every word you speak stays etched in my heart. Regardless of the circumstances, having accepted my gift means you are to marry me, not the other way around. Unable to contain her laughter at his serious demeanor, Xiaoxiao found him utterly adorable. But then a thought struck her. Did Aunt Narcissa know about their relationship? Draco paused, chuckling resignedly. It seems I cannot deceive this clever little cat. Ahem, our relationship is rather evident. Of course, my mother would notice. But she adores you. And this gift was suggested by her. Xiaoxiao glanced back at Narcissa, who was watching them with a maternal smile, waving at her. Her cheeks flushed crimson. How embarrassing, she exclaimed, burying her face in Draco's embrace. So, Aunt Narcissa had known all along. How had she managed to keep it a secret? Moreover, it appeared Draco had been aware of the situation as well. All right, it's nothing to fret about. Would you like to see more fireworks? I've prepared a surprise display just for you. At his words, Xiaoxiao lifted her head from Draco's shoulder. Draco smiled softly against the light and pointed behind him. The owl soared high, emitting a series of calls, and soon a cascade of fireworks erupted, each resembling adorable kittens. Along with the inscription, Draco Malfoy will always be with Xiaoxiao. Chapter 151, A Turbulent Battle. Draco Malfoy and Xiaoxiao shall be together forever. Xiaoxiao gazed dreamily at the fireworks. Draco was indeed quite romantic. Wow, such beautiful fireworks. The spectators around her lifted their heads in appreciation. Look, is that an orange cat? How adorable. Wow, are those big brothers and sisters on the float? Mom, I want fireworks like that too. She marveled at the innocent romance of childhood, realizing she was losing to a child's ability to charm. Wait, what is that firework? How cool. A little boy clutching a toy airplane suddenly pointed at one of the mini fireworks, a green one, and exclaimed, "A snake is actually emerging from the skull's mouth." It wasn't just this boy. Others also noticed the particularly jarring firework. Though it was called a firework, it was unlike others. For while the others dissipated mere seconds after bursting, this one lingered in the sky, unaffected by the explosions around it. It was decidedly peculiar. Xiaoxiao, Draco, and Narcissa also recognized it, their expressions turning grave. "It's the dark mark," Xiaoxiao blurted out. "Is Voldemort nearby?" Draco's countenance shifted, instinctively pulling Xiaoxiao closer for protection. "Unclear, but the odds are high." Xiaoxiao scanned the crowd, attempting to locate the Death Eaters hidden among the throngs of people. However, the number of spectators was overwhelming, compounded by the night and the festive Christmas attire, making it nearly impossible to spot the Death Eaters. "We still don't know their intentions. Let South leave this place for now," Xiaoxiao urged, tugging Draco as they leapt down from the towering float, racing towards Narcissa's position. Narcissa had already set off towards them the moment she recognized the dark mark. Although the reason for the Death Eater's sudden appearance was unknown, her sole concern was for Draco. And, of course, her future daughter-in-law, Xiaoxiao. She just wanted them both to be safe. For reasons unknown. Perhaps because they saw the two hurriedly descending from the float with serious expressions, some spectators began to panic, even spreading rumors of a terrorist attack, which ignited chaos. Just as Narcissa was about to reunite with Draco and the others, she was pushed further away by the surging crowd. Her face showed urgency, and she had even drawn her wand, ready to cast a spell. At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted from the direction of the 12th courtyard. This unexpected blast seemed to solidify the fears of a terrorist attack, sending everyone into a frenzy. With screams and cries erupting as the once jubilant crowd transformed into a frenzied herd of sheep amidst wolves. Aunt Narcissa, Xiaoxiao watched helplessly as they drifted farther away. No matter how hard she tried to push forward, the tide of people swept her away. Yet, the hands of Xiaoxiao and Draco remained tightly clasped, both fearful of losing one another, instinctively gripping each other's hands tighter. Meanwhile, behind the 12th courtyard, a massive stage suddenly materialized on the once empty lawn, where a group of individuals clad in vintage robes were wildly waving wooden staffs, unleashing beams of laser that obliterated countless chairs. The stage was left in utter disarray. These individuals appeared to be divided into two factions. One group, led by a man in a trench coat, consisted of masked figures in dark robes, seemingly a cohesive organization, all centered around the trench coat man. The other group was a motley crew, a haphazard assembly of various individuals, appearing as an impromptu opposition force. If Xiaoxiao and her companions were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that the trench coat man was none other than Voldemort, while the masked figures were his loyal Death Eaters. The other side lacked a leader. The wizards who had come to attend the Coachella Magical Music Festival were mostly unacquainted, and it was a remarkable feat that they could unite temporarily against the Death Eaters. A myriad of magical attacks erupted, resulting in injuries on both sides, but thus far, no fatalities had occurred. Voldemort stood calmly on the stage, Nagini coiling around his shoulder, whispering something in his ear. "No need to rush. Before that, we must secure that item." Voldemort gently stroked Nagini's head, seemingly to soothe her. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on a specific direction, his eyes piercing through the chaotic crowd to lock onto one individual. That person was none other than the organizer of the Coachella Magical Music Festival, St. Johnard. At that moment, Johnard had his arms crossed protectively over something in his possession, desperately attempting to flee, but no matter how fast he ran, Voldemort's gaze remained fixed upon him. Voldemort drew a pitch-black wand, aiming its tip at Johnard, his lips barely moving. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light shot forth, hurtling towards Johnard's back. Danger! Johnard's hair stood on end as an overwhelming sense of impending doom washed over him. He dared not look back. Instead, he instinctively bent low. At that precise moment, the lethal curse soared just above him, striking someone in front instead, who collapsed instantly. Johnard was drenched in cold sweat. Realizing he had been exposed, without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into an eagle, his claws tightly grasping a metallic sphere. The sphere bore a faint seam, suggesting it contained something within. Voldemort, witnessing his transformation into his animagus form, merely snorted, and several spells shot towards him, indicating he had no intention of letting him escape. Johnard flew rapidly, employing cunning maneuvers, avoiding a direct flight path to evade the sudden magical onslaught from behind. Soon, he soared away from the chaos, heading towards Xiaoxiao and her companions. Voldemort's eyes flickered before he vanished from his position. Nearby the stage, many muggles caught in the crossfire of the wizarding battle were injured, with numerous lives lost. This sudden upheaval left the muggles in a state of panic, deeply questioning whether there truly existed a god or magic in this world. Whether or not God was present was uncertain, but they were now undeniably witnessing magic. Amidst the turmoil, a wizard skilled in evasion managed to escape, sending a distress signal towards the Ministry of Magic. At the Ministry, Barty Crouch, who had been engaged in a heated verbal spar with Lucius, sat solemnly in his office chair, surveying the mountain of paperwork before him, feeling utterly overwhelmed. Exhaustion was etched across his features. At that moment, a staff member rushed in, anxiety evident on their face. Minister, we received reports from Austria. Death Eaters have appeared and attacked the Coachella Magical Music Festival, revealing hidden magic to muggles and resulting in numerous injuries and even deaths among them. What? Barty crouched, jolted upright, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the staff member. Is the information accurate? Has Voldemort been sighted? The staff member nodded, affirming the truth of the report, adding that the Auror office had already dispatched some Aurors to respond. By the way, the leader is none other than the resurrected Voldemort. Chapter 152, Crisis in the Magical World. A chill surged from the depths of Barty Crouch's heart. He understood the implications of Voldemort's sudden resurgence. The magical community had only begun to stabilize, and now, just as she was preparing to develop it further, war was about to recommence. He decisively issued orders, dispatching over a dozen Aurors for support. Simultaneously, he prepared to inform the magical society of Voldemort's return. Though this certainly incites a sense of unease among the populace, Barty Crouch deems it imperative for them to be informed and adequately prepared. As for negotiations with the Muggle leaders, they must await the conclusion of matters in Austria. Barty Crouch calms himself, methodically issuing commands and dispatching a messenger to notify Dumbledore. At that moment, Dumbledore is engaged in discussions regarding potential collaborations with Principal Wong at the Huaxia Immortal Cultivation Academy. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall remains the sole authority at Hogwarts. When an owl from the Ministry of Magic swoops in through the window, McGonagall opens the envelope, and her expression instantly shifts to one of grave concern. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius occupies his study, meticulously polishing his serpent-headed wand. Outside his chamber, the house elf is busy, muttering to herself as she toils away. What a miserly master! Unwilling to provide even a decent meal. Is it customary for affluent families in the West to be so stingy? The more she contemplates, the more incensed she becomes. Damn it, when she brews his tea, she will ensure to add a little something extra. The house elf scrubs the floor vigorously, and as she passes by the study, she spits contemptuously at the door. Within the study, a frown emerges on Lucius's forehead. Once Draco returns, he will have some pointed questions for him. What on earth is the matter with these two peculiar servants? Just the other day, upon his return, he was nearly ambushed by these two ruffians. And after several skirmishes with the one called the house elf, neither could best the other, exacerbating Lucius's already foul mood. Suddenly, the dark mark on his left arm reacts violently. Lucius's expression changes dramatically. He hastily rolls up his sleeve, and the dark mark appears to writhe, as if alive. Lucius understands the implications. The Dark Lord has returned and is summoning his army of Death Eaters. Instinctively, he reaches to press his hand upon it, but hesitates. Caught in a moment of internal conflict, his gaze flickering with ambiguity. Soon after, he rises and retrieves an ancient box from the third shelf down on the left side of the bookcase. Within the box lies a telescopic device, which Lucius activates without hesitation, reaching out to the Su family far away in Huaxia. Xiaoxiao and Draco manage to extricate themselves from the throng, scanning their surroundings but finding no sign of Narcissa. What should we do? We lost contact with Mother. Draco anxiously glances around. They are currently in the 10th courtyard of the Vienna Palace, where chaos reigns as people flee in all directions, swept along by the crowd. The sounds of explosions and fierce combat echo behind them, though they are oblivious to the exact nature of the conflict. One thing is certain, the Death Eaters are undoubtedly involved. This is troublesome. With so many Muggles injured, the Ministry will have a hard time managing this. It all hinges on what Barty Crouch, the new minister, will do next. If he fails to satisfy public expectations, Lucius will undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine him. Xiaoxiao snaps back to the present and says to Draco, "The fighting over there is beyond our intervention. We should return to the hotel. Perhaps Aunt Narcissa is there." Agreed. The two nod and head toward the exit. Yet, as they take a step forward, a magic attack suddenly hurtles toward them from behind. Xiaoxiao, possessing an innate sense of impending danger, instinctively throws herself onto Draco, and beside them, the magical assault crashes into the ground, sending a shower of dirt and stones flying. A glimmer of lethal intent flashes in Xiaoxiao's eyes as she whips around to see a Death Eater lurking behind a fountain. He had been pursuing a wizard from the battlefield and had just slain him when he spotted Xiaoxiao and Draco, seemingly blinded by bloodlust. He cast a spell toward them. Seeing their swift evasion, the Death Eater is momentarily surprised, but dismisses it as mere luck. only to be taken aback further when the young girl glares fiercely at him. A smirk creeps onto his masked face as he raises his wand once more. This time, he unleashes the killing curse. Xiaoxiao raises her hand, and a massive boulder flies forth to shield them. Bang! The boulder shatters instantaneously under the force of the Avada Kedavra, and as the sharp fragments rain down towards Xiaoxiao and Draco, an invisible force suddenly deflects them away. Draco, having risen without either of them noticing, grips his wand tightly and conjures an invisible shield that intercepts the debris. The Death Eater is momentarily astounded. What a fortunate turn of events. 2 stragglers caught in his net. He licks his lips, regarding them with predatory intent, completely uninterested in the abilities they just displayed. However, as he raises his hand again, darkness suddenly engulfs his vision, and he collapses to the ground, unconscious. The green light in Xiaoxiao's pupils fades as she retracts her ocular power. Approaching the fallen Death Eater, she retrieves her wand and aims it at him. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light, and he falls silent. This marks Draco's first encounter with Xiaoxiao's decisive brutality, and he shivers involuntarily. It reminds him of the fierce glare she had exhibited in the depths of the Forbidden Forest, a stark contrast to her usual lively and endearing demeanor. Xiaoxiao instinctively searches him, but, regrettably, finds nothing of use. Let us move. Surely more Death Eaters will arrive soon, and we must depart quickly. She keeps her wand drawn, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances that may arise. Just then, the sound of flapping wings reaches their ears. They instinctively look up to see a majestic eagle circling overhead, seemingly clutching something in its beak. Squinting, Xiaoxiao discerns that it appears to be a small metallic sphere. The eagle swoops down toward them with an almost sentient grace, and Xiaoxiao watches with caution, gripping her wand tightly. Should it display any aggression, she will not hesitate to strike it down. Suddenly, a green light arcs toward it. Xiaoxiao's pupils constrict. She recognizes it as the killing curse. The eagle plummets, and Draco instinctively reaches out to catch it. Oddly, despite being struck by Avada Kedavra, the eagle still breathes faintly and even blinks at Draco. What on earth? But now is not the time for curiosity about its survival. Xiaoxiao looks toward the source of the curse and sees numerous Death Eaters approaching, led by none other than Voldemort himself, resurrected with the aid of a mysterious organization. Chapter 153, Battle. Xiaoxiao, I never imagined you would truly survive. Voldemort toys with his ebony wand, his smile devoid of warmth, exuding an aura of icy menace. You have not perished. How could I? Xiaoxiao responds fearlessly, meeting his pale gaze head-on. I am somewhat surprised that one as proud as you, Voldemort, would willingly become a pawn of the mysterious organization. Her voice is soft, yet clear enough for all present, including the Death Eaters, to hear. Her words immediately capture their attention. A mysterious organization? What is that? The Dark Lord they serve has willingly become a subordinate? Most of the Death Eaters express disbelief. Voldemort's expression darkens. He facilitated my rebirth, granting me the gift of eternal life, and in return, I assist him with his endeavors. This is merely a conventional partnership. Voldemort elucidated this rare arrangement, seemingly addressing Xiaoxiao, yet in truth, it was more an effort to solidify the loyalty of his Death Eaters. Xiaoxiao chuckled softly. It was the first time she had learned that such a partnership could exist, wherein one party must don a collar that could be controlled by the other. The collar she referred to was, of course, the silver band that had become deeply embedded in Voldemort's soul. This item had originally been a grand gift from Xiaoxiao during her first year. But who could have foreseen that a mysterious organization would intercept it along the way and alter its enchantments? However, should Xiaoxiao come into contact with that silver band, she would have the opportunity to reactivate it. Yet, she perceived that reaching him would be an arduous task. Upon hearing the mention of the collar, the curve of Voldemort's lips vanished. Their conversation faltered, and Voldemort abruptly raised his hand, casting a spell with fervor. Avada Kedavra. The battle was imminent. After evading the attack, Xiaoxiao deftly placed Draco into her spatial ring, and in an instant, a flash of light heralded the arrival of Angela and Steel Egg. She no longer cared about the Muggles. Whether they witnessed the events unfolding mattered little. Today's spectacle would likely culminate in the magical world being thrust into the public eye. Never underestimate the power of Muggles in disseminating information, even if they were still in an era dominated by newspapers. Yet, that was sufficient. Moreover, in this critical moment, Xiaoxiao considered herself no grand humanitarian concerned with the greater good. She merely understood that her actions would render her safer and more likely to prevail. The massive form of Steel Egg immediately captivated the attention of all present. A basilisk. It was indeed a basilisk. The Death Eaters were struck with dread. Although the creature's eyes were veiled, the overwhelming aura of intimidation remained palpably clear. Furthermore, the uniquely patterned black and white unicorn evoked an odd and perilous sensation. For the more enigmatic the creature, the more it ignited the imagination. They had tacitly agreed that this was a formidable dark entity. Voldemort scoffed, waving his hand dismissively as the severed Nagini fell to the ground, instantly growing to a size nearly comparable to that of the basilisk. A pack of cowards. What is there to fear? Just avoid looking into its eyes. Attack that girl. Bring her to me alive or dead, and there shall be rewards. Voldemort rallied the spirits of his Death Eaters, and upon hearing his words, they indeed regained their earlier bravado, raising their wands and charging towards Xiaoxiao. A plethora of dark curses rained down upon her, without reservation. Xiaoxiao sprang into action, swiftly removing the veil from Steel Egg's eyes and standing confidently atop its head. Steel Egg opened its maw, emitting a piercing shriek akin to a venomous cobra, unleashing twin jets of toxic venom from its fangs. The two Death Eaters in the front were instantly splattered with the noxious liquid, their skin corroding and decaying in an instant. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion, Steel Egg cast aside a line of Death Eaters. Angela, not one to be outdone, had been in competition with Steel Egg for attention and, having finally garnered an opportunity to showcase her prowess, seized it with fervor. With a low growl, she shed her white markings at a visibly rapid pace. The whiteness in her eyes consumed by an inky blackness. Darkness, malevolence, and ferocity enveloped her. Angela unleashed the dark power that had long been suppressed within her. Sensing the multitude before her, she scraped her forehooves against the ground, then surged into the crowd like an arrow loosed from a bow. The horn atop her head flickered with a crimson glow. She craved blood. More blood. As if attuned to Angela's desires, Steel Egg swept several Death Eaters before her, and Angela violently thrust her horn, piercing the heart of one unfortunate Death Eater. With a fierce yank, she withdrew her horn and stomped down upon several others. The sickening crunch of breaking bones echoing in the air. The unicorn feasted upon the remains of the fallen Death Eater, extracting their still-beating heart, devouring it bite by bite. With each morsel consumed, the red glow of her horn intensified. Dark curses struck her form, but failed to inflict any harm. Xiaoxiao maintained vigilance over her side of the fray, continuously casting protective spells for Angela. Any Death Eater attempting to cast the killing curse upon Angela barely uttered a syllable before Steel Egg sent them flying with a flick of its tail. More Death Eaters, having inadvertently gazed into Steel Egg's eyes, immediately lost their vitality. This form of demise was, without a doubt, the most gratifying and euphoric for those present. Voldemort, however, was not merely an observer. For reasons unknown, he and Nagini, upon viewing Steel Egg's eyes, remained unaffected. Xiaoxiao observed that Nagini's eyes seemed to be covered by a peculiar layer. It resembled a contact lens, likely a treasure that conferred immunity to Steel Egg's lethal gaze. Xiaoxiao speculated that it must have been provided by the mysterious organization. Voldemort, like her, stood atop Nagini. The two faced each other, their murderous intent unmasked. Avada Kedavra! Two voices rang out almost simultaneously, as the tips of their wands unleashed twin streams of green lethal energy. The two magical forces collided, creating a scintillating orb of light that alternately drew nearer to Xiaoxiao and surged toward Voldemort, neither able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 154. All spells must end. Fiendfire. Suddenly, a red beam shot forth, directly targeting Voldemort. At that moment, he found himself unable to advance or retreat. If he ceased casting Avada Kedavra to defend against the magical assault from the unicorn, he would be struck by Xiaoxiao's killing curse in an instant. Conversely, if he chose not to evade, he would have to endure the unicorn's magic, likely falling prey to Xiaoxiao's spell as well. Regardless of his choice, he would invariably suffer loss. Yet if countless thoughts raced through his mind in an instant, reality, however, afforded Voldemort little time for contemplation. This was not a moment for deliberation. Gritting his teeth, a glint of ruthless determination flickered in his eyes. The red and green beams of lethal energy surged forth simultaneously, and Voldemort abandoned Nagini, allowing her to bear the brunt of the two attacks. He himself swiftly evaded to safety below. Even prior to her enhancement, Nagini possessed immunity to many spells, including Avada Kedavra. Following her fortification, while the specifics of her augmentation remained unclear, Voldemort held great confidence in her ability to withstand these two assaults. His only concern was the red beam emitted by the aberrant unicorn. Voldemort remained unaware of its nature, but, with his profound sensitivity to magic, he could sense an immense energy emanating from it. It bore power rivaling that of Avada Kedavra. Nagini was simultaneously struck by the two formidable spells, unleashing a cry as her massive form diminished significantly. Swiftly restrain. Disarm. A sudden unfamiliar voice echoed behind him, followed by a torrent of magical attacks raining down. Xiaoxiao turned to see the Aurors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. Voldemort is there. Without uttering a word, Xiaoxiao promptly identified the leader, old Voldemort. Quickly capture him. Do not let him escape. The Aurors cast astonished glances at Xiaoxiao. Yet the urgency of the situation compelled them into action, charging towards Voldemort. You think you can apprehend me? Voldemort sneered, standing motionless as he observed the encroaching Aurors, casually stowing away his wand. This gesture immediately drew the attention of the onlookers, who became increasingly vigilant. Xiaoxiao discreetly patted the steel egg, instructing it to retreat slightly. Although she was unaware of Voldemort's impending move, it was undoubtedly wise to step back at this juncture. Suddenly, Voldemort tilted his head back and opened his mouth, conjuring a fireball within. It was the Fiendfire curse. Recognizing its nature, Xiaoxiao shouted to alert the surrounding Aurors. As her warning echoed, the fireball struck the ground, rapidly expanding like it had been doused in gasoline, transforming into a fiery dragon. Voldemort directed it towards the Aurors and Xiaoxiao with ferocious intent. The surging flames surged forth like a tidal wave, and with a swift flick of her hand, Xiaoxiao retracted the steel egg and Angela into her spatial ring. She leaped onto a nearby building, feeling the searing heat of the flames wash over her, nearly singeing her hair. The Aurors scrambled to evade the inferno. Some, in their panic, attempted to extinguish the flames with the water-making spell, but before the water could touch the Fiendfire, it was instantly evaporated. All spells end. One Auror suddenly shouted, raising his wand. The others quickly understood the cue, positioning themselves to encircle Voldemort and the Fiendfire. Xiaoxiao joined in, raising her wand alongside the Aurors. All spells end. Everyone, except for Xiaoxiao, unleashed the spell simultaneously, embedding their wands into the ground. The combined magical energies of the Aurors coalesced into a colossal circle, aimed squarely at the Fiendfire in the center. The fiery dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of flames that obliterated the spell in an instant. The two Aurors closest to it were engulfed by the flames, instantly transforming into fiery specters, reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Avada Kedavra. Seizing the moment of shock, Voldemort stealthily struck one Auror down, resulting in an immediate loss of 3 members from the 10-man squad. Damn it! The leading Auror's eyes glinted with resolve. Do not hold back. The minister has decreed that elimination is preferable to capture. Let us unleash the unforgivable curses. We must apprehend him today. Old Batty had previously granted the Aurors significant authority, including the use of unforgivable curses against Death Eaters, allowing them to kill without questioning. Now that Old Batty had become the Minister of Magic, the Aurors regained those powers. The remaining Aurors nodded in unison, raising their wands. Avada Kedavra. A multitude of green beams surged towards Voldemort. It became evident that the Aurors, when ruthless, wielded dark magic with even greater fervor than the Death Eaters themselves. Xiaoxiao stood transfixed for a moment, observing the tumultuous scene from her elevated position, occasionally dispatching a few Death Eaters while gradually moving closer to Nagini. As one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, eliminating it would significantly weaken his power. However, Xiaoxiao conceived an even more cunning plan. Nothing could be more devastating than turning Voldemort's loyal minion against him. Her eyes glimmered with intent, fixating on Nagini as she sought the opportune moment to strike. First, she needed to exhaust Nagini's strength, rendering it defenseless, before ensnaring it within her spatial ring, where the steel egg could subdue it. Following that, she would manipulate its mind, erasing and fabricating memories, an endeavor she was well versed in, given its high resistance to magic. Surely her spells would prove effective. As she contemplated this, she concentrated her power, bolts of lightning flickering in her palm. The air crackled with energy, the chaos around her obscuring her actions from the notice of others. Nagini was currently embroiled in combat with 2 Aurors, absorbing a barrage of spells meant for Voldemort. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as Xiaoxiao unleashed a lightning bolt, striking Nagini directly. Its flesh ruptured, some areas scorched, emitting wisps of smoke and arcs of electricity. This commotion instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Seizing the moment, Xiaoxiao deftly waved her hand, encapsulating Nagini within her spatial ring. Voldemort, what is happening? Where is my Nagini? Damn you, Xiaoxiao. What have you done with my Nagini? Chapter 155, A Brief Respite. Inside the spatial ring, Draco sat anxiously on the grass, his gaze fixed on the distant sheep. Despite the idyllic scenery before him, his heart remained unsettled. What was happening outside? Was Xiaoxiao unharmed? He frequently glanced at the azure sky, and at that moment, a white circle abruptly appeared in the air, followed by the steel egg and Angela descending from within. Although they fell, their descent was gentle, landing steadily. Seeing this, Draco assumed the battle outside had ceased, hastily rising from the grass, preparing to leave the area. The steel egg, having its blindfold removed, did not approach Draco but instead retreated to a distance, curling up to rest with its eyes closed. Upon seeing Angela, covered in blood, and with her once gleaming coat now turned pitch black, Draco was taken aback, his heart plummeting. He instinctively swallowed hard and cautiously stepped back. Why had this unicorn reverted to its dark form? Had it succumbed to darkness again? What should he do? Why hadn't Xiaoxiao released him yet? Draco wrestled with his thoughts as he anxiously awaited a resolution. Finally, the darkness faded from Angela's form, revealing a zebra pattern. Her eyes returning to their usual white with black pupils. Yet, the bloodstains on her body became all the more pronounced. Draco could distinctly smell the metallic scent of blood. What had she done during their absence? If only he could understand the language of animals like Xiaoxiao. Draco mused, yearning to know the state of affairs outside. After waiting for what felt like an eternity without further developments, Draco's anxiety grew, accompanied by a profound sense of helplessness. If only he were powerful enough to fight alongside Xiaoxiao, instead of being sheltered here, anxiously waiting. Clenching his fists, he resolved to dedicate himself to mastering formidable magic. Whether it be dark arts, or white magic, or even the unforgivable curses, he would grow strong enough to protect Xiaoxiao. Lost in his aspirations, Draco failed to notice another white circle forming overhead. A massive object began to descend from above, casting an ever-growing shadow. When he looked up in confusion, he beheld the figure of Nagini. Draco swiftly rolled aside, a flicker of fear crossing his face. What was happening? Why was that creature here? Nagini's wounds were slowly healing, arcs of electricity occasionally leaping across its surface, presenting a rather chilling sight. Angela and the nearby steel egg immediately heightened their vigilance, surrounding it closely and fixating their gaze upon it. Hiss! Nagini appeared exceedingly frail, flicking its tongue and straining to rise. Yet the slightest movement tugged at the gaping wounds on its body, inflicting unbearable pain. Draco was startled by its actions, instinctively casting several spells. Bind swiftly, he commanded. Multiple ropes shot out instantaneously, ensnaring the creature. Nagini emitted an anxious hiss, but it was of no avail. Draco remained vigilant, uncertain of how much time had passed, until he pondered whether Su Xiaoxiao had perhaps forgotten him while he was still within the ring. Suddenly, a familiar and anticipated sensation of summoning washed over him, and in the next instant, he vanished from his spot. The battle had concluded. This was Draco's first thought upon emerging. Observing his surroundings, he noted it was not the familiar hotel, but rather a vaguely recognizable place. Draco was still contemplating where he was until he turned to see Old Batty. Su Xiaoxiao stood beside him. They were in the Ministry of Magic, accompanied by other officials, including Professor McGonagall and his mother. Yet his father Lucius and Headmaster Dumbledore were conspicuously absent. Draco, are you all right? Mrs. Narcissa rushed forward the moment she saw him. I am fine, mother, Draco replied, shaking his head, then turning to Su Xiaoxiao, who had promptly placed him within the spatial ring for protection. He scrutinized her closely, asking with concern, Xiaoxiao, are you uninjured? I am unharmed, but we ultimately let Voldemort escape, Su Xiaoxiao sighed. After she had ambushed Nagini and ensnared it within the spatial ring, Voldemort had erupted in fury, shattering a jade talisman and vanishing in an instant. Yes, you heard correctly. Voldemort, fled. The remaining Death Eaters, witnessing this turn of events, promptly lost their will to resist, surrendering their wands. Subsequently, Su Xiaoxiao departed with the Aurors, encountering Narcissa, who had come searching for them, and they collectively left Austria. Arriving at the Ministry of Magic, Lucius's whereabouts remained unknown, and Dumbledore had yet to return from China. However, they had dispatched an owl to inform him. Given Voldemort's temperament, it was unusual for him to retreat in a fit of rage. This behavior did not align with his character. Old Batty, who believed he had dealt with Voldemort numerous times and understood him relatively well, posited that Voldemort's sudden withdrawal after the confrontation must signify something significant. Yet, he was also quite preservation-minded, as evidenced by his relentless pursuit of immortality. Perhaps, Professor McGonagall interjected, he felt that without Nagini's assistance, he could not ensure his safety against so many wizards, prompting his retreat. This possibility was not dismissed by an Auror, who nodded, recalling instances where they had encountered similar circumstances, but ultimately, it was they who had fled. Although it felt somewhat inappropriate to say so, he was merely stating a fact. During Voldemort's reign of power, he had indeed forced many Aurors to retreat. Amidst the discussions, Su Xiaoxiao remained silent, contemplating Lucius's whereabouts. While the situation was undeniably grave, there was little she could do. Returning to China was not a viable option. Even if she could locate Voldemort, she would have to confront an entire secret organization. Goodness, she did not believe her remaining lives would suffice to storm the lair of such a formidable organization. The Celestial Alliance in China had struggled against this grand entity, and despite her belief in her protagonist Aura, she dared not confront it head-on. The only course of action left for her was to adapt to the circumstances, confronting any adversary she encountered with all her might. The absence of Lucius during the confrontation suggested there was a secret yet to be uncovered. Chapter 156, Aftermath. Xiaoxiao and Draco were returned to Malfoy Manor. After all, they were still merely children, even though the Aurors believed Xiaoxiao's prowess nearly rivaled theirs. It was best for the adults to handle the ensuing matters. Old Batty was in a state of distress. Dumbledore had not yet returned, and he needed to seek counsel from the greatest white wizard. The emergence of Voldemort was a troubling omen. Not only did he need to devise a strategy to counter him, but he also needed to manage the aftermath of the incident in Austria. Given the numerous muggles who had perished and the multitude of witnesses, concealing the magical world was indeed a formidable challenge. However, these concerns were not for Xiaoxiao and the others to ponder. Lucius returned at an unspecified time. When Xiaoxiao and the others arrived at the manor, they found Lucius seated on the sofa, sipping tea, appearing rather content. "Father," Draco approached cautiously. "You didn't go to Austria today, did you?" Draco inquired tentatively, as Xiaoxiao had placed him within the spatial ring quite early, leaving him unaware of his father's involvement in the battle. He knew his father was a Death Eater, marked with the dark mark upon his arm. Lucius glanced at him but offered no reply, directing his attention towards Xiaoxiao. "We are all aware of your relationship with Draco," he stated. Xiaoxiao, suddenly thrust into the spotlight, was momentarily taken aback. "Including your parents. Had their secret been exposed so swiftly? Wait, how did her parents find out? Was it Lucius who leaked it?" Xiaoxiao felt a whirlwind of confusion. She had intended to wait until she was older to disclose this information. "Do not display that expression," Lucius shot her a glance. In truth, he had to thank their relationship. Otherwise, the Su family might not have been inclined to help him suppress the dark mark. When he sensed Voldemort's summoning, he chose not to confront him directly, but rather took a gamble, contacting Su Wumao and journeying to China. The dark mark was a form of magic akin to a soul bond, indelible. However, it could be suppressed through special means, provided Voldemort did not make contact. Otherwise, the suppressive effects would dissipate. Having received such a favor, Lucius's demeanor towards Xiaoxiao softened considerably. "I discussed with your family, and perhaps we can arrange a betrothal for you both, to be formalized in marriage upon your coming of age." At this, both Draco and Xiaoxiao were taken aback. Xiaoxiao was astonished that her parents showed no sign of opposition. This was hardly typical of Chinese parents. Meanwhile, Draco was caught between shock and delight. If that were the case, Xiaoxiao would be his fiancée. This was the most splendid Christmas gift imaginable. Even after ascending the stairs and returning to her room, Xiaoxiao remained in a daze. So, was this considered a familial alliance? Although she and Draco shared mutual affection, there seemed to be no hindrances whatsoever. The progression felt remarkably smooth. Lying in bed, Xiaoxiao's thoughts wandered, yet her heart was filled with joy. She began to anticipate adulthood and their wedding. In the ensuing days, the Ministry of Magic experienced a notable reduction in disputes between the Pure Blood faction, led by Lucius, and the Equality faction spearheaded by Old Batty. The atmosphere within the ministry became markedly quieter, though every face bore a serious expression and actions were hurried, particularly among the members of the Memory Erasure Command and the Muggle Issues Mediation Committee, who were utterly overwhelmed. The explanation for the Vienna Palace incident within Muggle society was that it had been attacked by a terrorist organization. The staff of the Memory Erasure Command employed magic to create a memory rain, with the assistance of the Muggle government, gathering all witnesses and subjecting them to a deluge of forgetfulness. Meanwhile, Voldemort and his followers remained conspicuously silent. It was uncertain whether they were plotting something anew. Xiaoxiao summoned the eagle from her spatial ring. The eagle, afflicted by the death curse, had not perished. Instead, it had merely succumbed to a 2-day slumber before awakening. The object lodged in its beak had long since been retrieved by Xiaoxiao. The metallic sphere was damaged, containing a golden coin, one side engraved with a skull and the other inscribed with the word death. Upon awakening, the eagle transformed into a pale, disheveled middle-aged man. Lucius recognized him, amusement glinting in his eyes. "Nor St. Jonathan, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament." Lucius Malfoy. Jonathan's expression darkened. He recognized Lucius as a Death Eater and could already envision his grim fate. With a cold sneer, Jonathan surveyed his surroundings, seemingly searching for something. "Where is Voldemort? Why does he not appear? The item is already in your possession. If you intend to kill me, do so swiftly. I, nor St. Jonathan, accept my fate, but I shall never submit. Want to die? Very well, I shall oblige." As the two prepared to clash, Xiaoxiao and Draco quickly intervened. "Do not be impulsive. Voldemort is not here. Mr. Malfoy is no longer a Death Eater. We are not villains and will not harm you. Do not deceive me. Unless you allow Lucius to roll up his sleeve for me to see." Lucius's expression darkened, a genuine impulse to kill Jonathan surging within him. Draco stepped beside Lucius, urging, "Father, show him, for that thing has already been suppressed. You must provide tangible proof to silence his accusations." Lucius paused, realizing the validity of Draco's suggestion. However, before he could react, Xiaoxiao had unexpectedly approached him, rolling up his sleeve. His left arm was bare, devoid of anything. To further convince Jonathan, Xiaoxiao even brushed her hand against it a few times. "Lucius." Jonathan remained cautious, though it was evident he had relaxed somewhat. "I understand that you are still skeptical of us, but consider this. If we were truly in league with Voldemort, why would we allow you to live this long? Moreover, we saved your life. We are your saviors." Xiaoxiao regarded him, tossing the coin toward him. "We retrieved this from your mouth. It must have shielded you from the Avada Kedavra curse, yes? Here, take it back." Jonathan instinctively reached out to catch the coin, staring at her in astonishment. They genuinely returned it? Did this imply that these individuals were not affiliated with Voldemort? Xiaoxiao's gesture instantly earned his trust, albeit limited to her. He remained skeptical of Lucius. Chapter 157, The Death Coin. Nonetheless, Jonathan was acutely aware of his situation at Lucius's residence. He recognized he had no opportunity to resist. Presently, they had not demonstrated any malice, prompting him to temporarily relax. Furthermore, the object he had long protected was now in his possession, sufficient proof of their sincerity. He was not one to disregard gratitude, thus he decided to divulge some information, albeit exclusively to Xiaoxiao, due to his animosity towards Lucius. Lucius snorted and departed the room with Draco. "Now may I speak?" Xiaoxiao seated herself on the sofa opposite him. Her curiosity piqued about the revelation he was about to make, especially given his air of mystery. Jonathan pinched the coin between his fingers. "This is the death coin." Xiaoxiao tilted her head in confusion, signaling him to continue. "It possesses incredible power. Legend has it that it can summon the Grim Reaper and open the gates of hell, allowing one to make a wish to the Reaper. Whether it be for supreme power, wealth, status, or even the resurrection of the deceased, the Reaper will grant it. Is that true?" Xiaoxiao asked, intrigued. The coin appeared ordinary, lacking any distinctive energy, looking decidedly mundane. "That is the legend, and I merely obtained it by chance, a decade ago after graduating from Hogwarts. I have always been fascinated by the unknown. At that time, I learned from others that there existed an ancient pyramid in Egypt, beneath which lay a sarcophagus. Inside the sarcophagus, the mummy held the death coin in its mouth." "So, you actually found it?" Xiaoxiao inquired. Jonathan nodded. "Indeed, I found it. But acquiring it was no easy feat. The mummy was alive, and I struggled with it for quite some time before finally securing the death coin. I have been researching it for years, yet aside from the legend, I have discovered nothing else." Jonathan sighed, disappointment lacing his tone. "However, today, I fortuitously learned of one of its functions." Xiaoxiao suddenly realized something. "You mean it shielded you from the death curse?" Jonathan nodded. "So, Voldemort attacked you to seize the death coin?" Xiaoxiao pondered. "But how did he learn of it?" Jonathan hesitated, seemingly recalling something. "I suspect I may know how. During preparations for this year's Coachella Magical Music Festival, I inadvertently revealed the death coin. I had a bit to drink, and someone expressed interest in it. In my inebriated state, I carelessly shared the legend surrounding it. Clearly, someone leaked the information." Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "Voldemort is notorious for his pursuit of power and immortality. His only fear is death. It seems he seeks to obtain the death coin to make a wish to the Reaper, either for immense power or eternal life." Jonathan remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In truth, he possessed crucial knowledge regarding the coin's use, but the conditions were exceedingly harsh. The foremost requirement was that one must die to summon the Grim Reaper. One must commit suicide while holding the death coin. Thus, the gates of hell would open, and the Grim Reaper would emerge, not waiting patiently to negotiate wishes, but rather swiftly reaping one's soul with his scythe. As for the death coin, he might take it, but it was equally possible he would not. Its retrieval depended solely on his whims, though there were rumors that the death coin served as bait to lure the greedy. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors, Jonathan would never be foolish enough to commit suicide. He had retained it thus far merely for its collectible value. After all, it was something he had personally obtained from the mummy's mouth, and selling it felt like a waste. Yet now, this object had become a veritable hot potato for him. Voldemort had set his sights on him, and he was uncertain when he would next find himself pursued. He feared that when the time came, his luck would not be as favorable, and he might not evade Voldemort's wrath again. While he had narrowly escaped this time thanks to the death coin, there was no guarantee he could do so in the future. Lost in thought, Jonathan gazed at Xiaoxiao, continuously rubbing the death coin in his hand. Suddenly, as if making a resolution, he halted his movements. "Xiaoxiao, I realize this is quite abrupt, but I need your assistance with something. I must take my leave. Remaining here only unsettles me." Jonathan stood at the door, waving goodbye. As he uttered the latter half of his statement, he cast a glance at Lucius. Lucius, offended by the implication, retorted, "Thank you. I am quite offended." "Humph, you are the one hastening towards your demise." Lucius let out a cold snort before turning on his heel and ascending the staircase, leaving the living room behind. Narcissa glanced back at him and shook her head slightly. She offered Jonathan a brief nod before following suit upstairs. "Are you truly not staying a few more days? It is rather perilous for you to depart now." Xiaoxiao could not help but inquire. Jonathan smiled lightly. "Do not forget, in addition to being the organizer of the Cochrane Magical Music Festival, I am also an adventurer. I must take my leave now. I wish you both a Merry Christmas." With that, Jonathan turned away and waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. Xiaoxiao stood there, also waving her hand, and once he had departed, she returned her hand to her pocket, her fingers brushing against a cool circular object, instinctively caressing its surface. In the ensuing days, the monotony of staying at the Malfoy residence drove Xiaoxiao to venture into the Muggle world to visit Hermione for a few days, and she also made a trip to the burrow to see her brother Harry and Ron, bringing along some Christmas gifts, albeit a bit late. Meanwhile, considerable changes were unfolding in the magical world. In a bid to resist and combat Voldemort's forces and the mysterious organization, Old Batty officially announced an alliance with the Huaxia Immortal Alliance and began establishing spatial teleportation platforms across various locations, including the British Ministry of Magic and Hogsmeade. Additionally, an embassy would be set up at the Ministry of Magic, and the Huaxia Immortal Alliance would reciprocate, with both sides dispatching ambassadors to enhance cooperation and communication, primarily to unify their efforts against a common enemy. In due time, the magical community in Britain would welcome a significant influx of wizards, magical creatures, and Taoist priests from Huaxia, a development that was met with considerable enthusiasm and support from the Wizarding Society, who lauded Old Batty's decision-making and capabilities, thereby enhancing his reputation. Before long, the day arrived for Hogwarts to commence a new academic year. On the first day of school, Xiaoxiao and Draco ventured to Diagon Alley together. The now brainwashed Nagini coiled around her wrist like a bracelet, albeit missing half of its tail, which lent it a certain tragic beauty. "I need to stop by Ollivander's wand shop," Xiaoxiao announced to Draco. "Would you accompany me?" Draco readily nodded, responding, "Of course." As it was the start of term, Ollivander's wand shop was bustling with many new students. After a brief wait, they finally reached the counter. "Mr. Ollivander. Ah, it's you. I remember your wand, a willow-wood shaft, with a phoenix feather core, 13 inches long. And this young gentleman here, a Malfoy, with a hawthornwood wand. Unicorn hair core, 10 inches long." Draco crossed his arms and nodded with a hint of pride. "What brings you both here today?" Ollivander inquired. Xiaoxiao, in response, retrieved a well-preserved strand of unicorn hair from her bag and placed it on the table. "I would like to request a wand crafted from this hair." Ollivander picked up the hair with great care and studied it, quickly recognizing its origin. "This appears to be hair from an adult female unicorn, not a natural shedding. The root is quite neat, suggesting it was severed by some sharp instrument. Oddly enough, I do not sense any negative or resistant emotional energy from this hair. Although the unicorn must have been in a dire state, either gravely injured or recently deceased." Xiaoxiao gave him a thumbs up. "That's remarkable. Your analysis is spot on. Flattery is unnecessary. It is merely the result of my years of experience," Ollivander replied. "How did you come by this hair?" "I am friends with them," Xiaoxiao said, recalling the scene from that fateful day, the unicorn incident in the Forbidden Forest, when I sought to investigate the unicorn herd. Only this large unicorn and its foal remained in their territory. I could not save them in time. All I could do was help them leave without suffering. That was her first time casting the killing curse. "You killed them?" Ollivander exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Xiaoxiao nodded silently. "It was their request. I could not refuse." Taking a deep breath, she continued, "Before I acted, the adult unicorn willingly offered its body to me, yet I did not accept it. I merely took a strand of its hair for preservation and buried it along with the foal by the riverbank." Ollivander nodded slightly, sensing that Xiaoxiao was not lying, as he could feel the emotions of the hair's owner. To earn the friendship of unicorns is indeed a rare accomplishment. He collected the hair, saying, "I do not often accept custom orders, but your bond with the unicorns has moved me. The fee will be half of the usual price. When I have crafted it, I will notify you via owl." "Thank you," Xiaoxiao replied, turning her gaze towards Draco. Understanding her unspoken request, Draco stepped forward and boldly asked, "How much in total?" The magical world was once again in a state of unrest. To say it was tumultuous would be an understatement. The escape of Sirius Black from Azkaban had captured the attention of the Wizarding Society, coupled with Voldemort's ambush on the Cochrane Magical Music Festival during Christmas. Fear gripped the populace, leaving everyone on high alert. After exiting Ollivander's wand shop, They proceeded to flourish and blots to purchase the required textbooks for their third year. Xiaoxiao stood at the entrance, waiting for Draco, munching on snacks she had brought from Malfoy Manor while glancing at a wanted poster affixed to the wall. This is Sirius Black. He is indeed quite handsome, she mused, realizing that the plot had diverged from the original narrative. Harry had neither violated any magical laws nor run away from home. He was currently quite content at the Weasleys. She wondered if Sirius would ever be able to locate him, especially since the Dursleys had lost all memories of Harry. If Sirius discovered that Harry was no longer with his Muggle relatives, would he go into a frenzy? Or perhaps if he overheard that Harry had been adopted by the Su family from Huaxia, would he cross oceans to find him? While Su Xiaoxiao's thoughts drifted, Draco emerged from the shop, cursing under his breath. His robe was somewhat tattered, prompting Su Xiaoxiao to laugh. Did you get into a fight? It was Neville. Draco glared at his ragged robe. I accidentally released the Monster Book of Monsters. Since I was closest, my robe got torn to shreds. Ha ha ha, it's all right. We still have some time. You can buy a new one. Draco promptly discarded his torn robe. Underneath, he wore a crisp white shirt paired with a dark green knitted vest adorned with a serpent emblem, his slender frame standing tall. Su Xiaoxiao felt that she could easily take him on 10 times over. What are you looking at? Draco glanced at the wanted poster on the wall. Sirius Black. A fugitive? Why are you interested in him? Su Xiaoxiao shot him a look. No. I was just casually looking. Now, do you want to buy new clothes or not? Let's hurry. On the Hogwarts Express, Su Xiaoxiao and Draco encountered Harry and the others. Ron was cradling Scabbers, and Hermione held Crookshanks. In a corner, Su Xiaoxiao noticed a stranger curled up under a blanket, sleeping, while the other three whispered among themselves. Hey, Xiaoxiao. Hermione stood up and embraced Su Xiaoxiao, while Crookshanks purred happily, for he too was a feline. We were just discussing when you would arrive, and then you appeared. By the way, have you seen the wanted poster? Sirius has escaped from prison. We have seen it. After all, it's plastered everywhere. Su Xiaoxiao nodded as she and Draco settled into their seats. My father remarked that Sirius Black's recent escape from prison likely means trouble for Harry and you, especially considering Harry's previous confrontation with the Dark Lord and your multiple interventions, Ron expressed with palpable concern. I've heard that Sirius is terrifying, a mad and ruthless individual. I truly hope the Ministry can apprehend him swiftly. Harry sat in silence, his brow furrowed with worry, lost in thought. Su Xiaoxiao comforted him by patting his shoulder. Do not fret. With us by your side, you are safe. Besides, Sirius is here to protect you. She withheld her further thoughts, eagerly anticipating everyone's reaction upon discovering the truth. It would surely be a delightful surprise. Yet, she might not be able to restrain herself from revealing the truth. But who can predict the future? Adaptability is key. Chapter 159, The Patronus. Outside the train window, rain began to pour heavily, the sky shrouded in a foreboding gloom. Dark clouds pressing down upon the earth like a suffocating lid, oppressive and dreary. Suddenly, the train jolted violently. It felt as though something had collided forcefully with the carriage, producing a deafening noise. What is happening? Ron exclaimed in terror, gripping his newly purchased wand, utterly bewildered. Su Xiaoxiao, however, was well aware of the cause. She gestured for everyone to remain calm and urged Harry and the others to squeeze in closer, positioning herself by the door. Ouch! Ron, you stepped on my foot. Hermione cried out in the dim light. There seems to be something outside. Ron pressed his face against the window, straining to see. The rain relentlessly streaked across the glass, and through the haze, he could make out numerous tattered shapes drifting by. It's Dementors, everyone, do not be afraid. Su Xiaoxiao attempted to lock the door, but to her dismay, the lock malfunctioned at that moment. The train continued to be jostled, with screams of panic echoing from other carriages, and the entire train seemed to come to a halt, the lights flickering out one by one. The atmosphere grew increasingly sinister. It feels like someone has boarded, Ron said, his voice trembling. Harry swallowed hard, and Draco's already pale visage turned even paler. He looked at Su Xiaoxiao with concern, whispering, Xiaoxiao, aren't you scared? Those are Dementors. And how do you know they're Dementors? They're out seeking Sirius Black, who has escaped from Azkaban, Su Xiaoxiao reasoned. Moreover, the Aurors are preoccupied with confronting Voldemort and the Death Eaters. During this perilous time, having lost 3 Aurors over Christmas, unleashing Dementors to track down Sirius must be old Barty's desperate measure. In a corner, Lupin, who had already awakened, couldn't help but feel surprised at Su Xiaoxiao's analysis. This student is quite astute, adept at such profound deductions. He refrained from acting hastily, curious to see what this student would do next. The carriage gradually fell silent. Hermione instinctively glanced at Xiaoxiao, her eyes betraying a hint of fear. Su Xiaoxiao offered her a reassuring look. Her wand was firmly in hand. Although she had never cast the Patronus charm before, she sensed that this was an opportune moment to practice. After all, human potential is immense. and it often remains unfulfilled without the right impetus. The Dementors seemed to draw closer. Frost patterns materialized on the glass, and the bottle of Professor Lupin's drink on the windowsill transformed into ice due to the sudden chill. Suddenly, Ron's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at the carriage door. Through the translucent glass, they could see a tall, floating figure draped in a tattered cloak slowly approaching. Its fingers resembled lanky reeds, ghostly as they gradually pulled the door open. The decayed, skeletal hand grasped the doorframe, and everyone stared wide-eyed, holding their breath. Xiaoxiao had countless joyful memories, or rather, she scarcely had any unhappy recollections. As her mind replayed those delightful moments, as if reliving them anew, she silently recited the incantation for the Patronus charm, poised for the right moment. The appearance of the Dementors seemed to siphon away all positive energy, leaving only despair and helplessness behind, as if all courage and hope had vanished. Xiaoxiao tightened her grip on her wand as the owner of that gnarled hand drew nearer. Crookshanks and Scabbers instantly sought refuge in their respective owners' arms. Expecto Patronum. Xiaoxiao seized the moment, her wand nearly thrust against the Dementor's face as she shouted the incantation. Simultaneously, joyous and beautiful memories flooded her mind. And to successfully cast the Patronus charm, she even employed a calming spell to shield herself from the negative energy exuded by the Dementors. At the tip of her wand, a silvery light burst forth. The instant the light appeared, the Dementor visibly hesitated. This is promising. Xiaoxiao focused intently and called out the incantation again. Expecto Patronum. This time, the light at the tip of her wand shone even brighter. A shimmering, silvery animal shape began to take form, resembling a feline creature. Perhaps a tiger or something similar. Sensing this surge of power, the Dementor was instantly repelled, seemingly retreating. A flicker of joy crossed Xiaoxiao's eyes. She eagerly anticipated discovering what her Patronus would be. Yet just as her Patronus was about to fully materialize, an imperceptible wisp of black mist erupted from the tip of her wand. In the darkened environment, the others remained oblivious to it. Had Xiaoxiao not possessed night vision and kept a vigilant eye on her wand, she too would have struggled to detect the dark vapor. The mist coalesced into a black cat, darting toward the emerging Patronus at an astonishing speed, the powerful impact instantly dissipating it. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but curse under her breath. Damn it, she was truly at a loss. Determined, she attempted the Patronus charm once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. Each time her Patronus neared completion, the black cat would disrupt it. Nearby, the Dementor, preparing to depart, circled back. Seemingly aware of her inability to successfully cast the Patronus charm, approaching her once more as if to retaliate. Expecto Patronum. Harry had somehow stepped forward, mimicking Xiaoxiao, directing his wand at the Dementor and uttering the incantation. Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted. This foolish child, why did he rush in like that? The key to casting the Patronus charm is not something one can just casually utter. Of course, Xiaoxiao understood that Harry merely wished to assist her, given his character. He would feel ashamed to be protected by a girl like her. Gryffindor is never lacking in courage to confront danger. Harry exemplified the very essence of Gryffindor bravery. His overwhelming courage, however, led him to become a target for the Dementor. At that moment, the narrative seemed to revert to its original course. Harry felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, as if joy would never grace him again. Darkness enveloped him, both around him and in his future. Life stretched ahead, long and devoid of hope, with neither paternal affection nor maternal love, a childhood devoid of happiness. What meaning could such a life hold? Expecto Patronum. Chapter 160, New Classes, New Professors. The Dementor was instantly repelled, a blinding light illuminating the compartment. Xiaoxiao turned to see Professor Lupin standing. His wand lowered after vanquishing the creature. Noticing her gaze, he offered her a gentle smile. After securing the door, everyone settled back into their seats. Harry appeared somewhat drained. Fortunately, Lupin's timely intervention had spared him from fainting. It seems you are all right, Lupin remarked, retrieving a piece of chocolate from his pocket and extending it to Harry. Consume this, it will help you feel better. What just happened? Draco asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice as he patted his chest. As this young lady mentioned, the Dementors were here in search of Sirius Black, Lupin explained as he rose to exit. I must speak with the conductor. Excuse me, who is he? Hermione inquired, cradling Crookshanks and retracting her gaze. The frost flowers on the window had mysteriously vanished, washed away by the rain. A new professor, it seems, Xiaoxiao replied. Before long, the train resumed its journey. As they disembarked onto the muddy path, they entered a carriage drawn by no visible creature. Xiaoxiao, having experienced death, could distinctly see that the carriage was pulled by a cadre of thestrals. They were gaunt, their ebony hides clinging tightly to their skeletal frames, sporting enormous bat-like wings. The heads of the thestrals bore a resemblance to dragons, devoid of pupils, their eyes reduced to mere whites, a sight reminiscent of denizens from the underworld. Aside from Xiaoxiao, Draco and those who had witnessed her death on Halloween could also perceive them. After all, they had seen her perish once, and Draco at least twice. By her singular presence, Xiaoxiao had increased the number of students at Hogwarts capable of seeing thestrals. Many gazed in astonishment at the creatures, fervently discussing their existence, while some who could not see them wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning if they were being deceived. In the Great Hall, Professor Flitwick, resembling a maestro, directed the students in song, each clutching a toad that harmonized beautifully with their voices. Neville's Trevor was among them, seated at the Gryffindor table. Xiaoxiao noticed that the professor's table had been significantly extended, with several additional empty seats. Indeed, he is a new professor, Ron exclaimed, pointing at Lupin, who sat beside Professor Snape. His gaze towards Xiaoxiao was filled with adoration, as if to proclaim, Xiaoxiao, you are my deity. Welcome back to Hogwarts for the new academic year, Dumbledore announced from the dais. Perched upon his shoulder was a diminutive Dumbledore clad in a blue nightgown, surveying the first years, who reciprocated with equal curiosity. Before you all become too dizzy with excitement, I have a few announcements to make. First, I am delighted to inform you that Professor Remus John Lupin will be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. At this, Dumbledore gestured toward Professor Lupin, who smiled and stood to acknowledge the applause erupting from the students. Our Care of Magical Creatures professor has decided to retire, and I am pleased to announce that our old friend, Rubeus Hagrid, will be taking his place. This news captured Harry and his companion's attention, who applauded fervently. Additionally, there is another thrilling piece of news, Dumbledore said, raising his hand to quell the noise, as the students leaned in attentively. This semester, Hogwarts will introduce 4 elective courses in Chinese magic, talismans, potions, ancient martial arts, and basic alchemical arts. The hall erupted in excitement. Aside from the first years, many others had developed a keen interest in the magic from Xiaoxiao's homeland, with some contemplating traveling to China after graduation to learn a few spells. They were surprised to see Hogwarts move so swiftly in establishing these elective courses. Now, let us give a warm round of applause to welcome our 4 new professors. Dumbledore led the applause, and the hall was instantly filled with enthusiastic clapping as students craned their necks to catch a glimpse of their new instructors. As the first rays of dawn broke, heralding the rebirth of all things, a voice, ethereal and enigmatic, resonated from above. Everyone looked up to see the starry ceiling of the Great Hall suddenly showering down yellow paper talismans. Xiaoxiao and Hermione recognized them immediately as talismans, while the other students, filled with curiosity, reached out to catch the floating symbols, intrigued by the strange designs drawn in cinnabar. Suddenly, the talismans erupted, transforming into flowers or fluttering birds, each one morphing into different forms, further capturing everyone's attention. They are transformation talismans, capable of randomly changing into various objects. Xiaoxiao held one in her hand, which, with a pop, turned into a snow-white rabbit. Professor Flitwick, too, curiously caught a transformation talisman, and before he could examine it closely, it exploded into a person. This startled both Professor McGonagall and Hagrid. My apologies for the fright, the figure said, revealing a slender man clad in loose robes, with long hair styled in a bun, holding a talisman. Though seemingly youthful, around 30, he exuded an air of ethereal wisdom. He leaped from the table and, with a flick of his talisman, conjured a child in a red apron who took the teapot from the table and poured tea for Professor Flitwick. Greetings. I am Zhihu from Maoshan, adept in talisman crafting. From now on, I will impart to you the profound knowledge of recognizing, drawing, and utilizing talismans. I look forward to your guidance. Zhihu, isn't he my brother as senior apprentice? He has come here to teach? Xiaoxiao thought, intrigued. As Zhihu settled into his seat, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Such a delightful scent. I feel invigorated, exclaimed one student. Just a moment ago, I felt a chill, but now it has completely vanished. As the aroma spread, more students began to notice and experience remarkable improvements in their well-being. Suddenly, a deep purple alchemical furnace soared into the air, spinning and releasing dozens of pills that landed on the long table, almost one for each person. Even the professors held a piece. Xiaoxiao picked one up, inhaling its scent. This is a calming heart pill. Consuming it will clear the mind and enhance focus. She promptly tossed it into her mouth. Chapter 161, all seated. The spinning furnace gradually came to a halt. The lid burst open, and a wisp of green smoke wafted out, revealing a woman clad in a white long robe. She beckoned, and the alchemical furnace floated over, shrinking to the size of her thumb, which she tucked into her sleeve. By Sushi, the teacher of the alchemy class, she stated, returning to her seat with an air of cool detachment. As By Sushi settled down, A sudden roar of a tiger echoed from outside the hall, startling everyone present. Even those with timid dispositions, such as our classmate Neville, nearly toppled from their chairs. Everyone turned toward the door, including Filch, who eagerly awaited the moment. Recalling Xiaoxiao's promise, this holiday, he had been anticipating the opportunity to study Chinese magic at the Immortal Academy. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, a massive white tiger charged through the entrance with breathtaking speed. Roar! The white tiger roared skyward, the tremendous sound wave nearly shattering the eardrums of those present. Immediately thereafter, a dragon's chant resonated, and a star in the ceiling twinkled before suddenly transforming into an azure dragon descending rapidly, heading straight for the white tiger below. Wow! It is the divine dragon of Huaxia. A scant few recognized the azure dragon, exclaiming in admiration, "How magnificent! How I long to possess such power!" No one could refuse the allure of the awe-inspiring Huaxia divine dragon, not even foreigners. Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow, observing the crowd's wide-eyed astonishment, and a proud smile emerged on her face. Hee, you're all in for a treat. The main event is still to come. The dragon and tiger engaged in a fierce battle. The white tiger surged with unstoppable momentum, its body as resilient as steel, exhibiting immense strength and remarkable endurance. With nothing but its primal instinct to bite and strike, it withstood the azure dragon's breath and magical assaults. The intensity of their conflict escalated, aptly illustrating the saying that when deities clash, mortals suffer. Had it not been for Dumbledore's timely magical protection, this hall would have been reduced to ruins. Suddenly, the azure dragon and the white tiger charged towards each other, and at the moment of their impending collision, they transformed into two individuals simultaneously throwing punches. The azure dragon morphed into a handsome young man clad in blue robes with long hair that flowed ethereally, while the white tiger became a man with a bronzed physique, bare-chested and exuding masculinity. The azure young man's fists appeared to radiate with mystical energy, while the white tiger's strength relied purely on physical prowess. Their fists collided, producing a powerful shockwave and sound. The students instinctively ducked, but thanks to Dumbledore's magical shield, they remained unharmed. However, Neville fainted in fright. TSK, another tie. The white tiger man shook his fists, casting an annoyed glance at the azure man, who stood with his hands behind his back, unfazed. The azure man paid him no mind, offering a slight bow to the audience, his voice gentle and refined. "I am Luo Yunxiao, a wandering cultivator and your professor for the Foundational Magical Arts course." "Cut the act, show off." The white tiger man scoffed, stepping forward and addressing the surrounding students with a fist clasped in salute. "I am Wanqi-chun, your instructor for ancient martial arts. Attend my class, and I shall impart my knowledge without reservation." "Professor, may I ask if by studying ancient martial arts we too can transform into a white tiger like you?" A bold and eager student raised his hand, captivated by Wanqi-chun's earlier display and intrigued by the ancient martial arts course. "Of course, once you reach my level, you will be able to transform your chi into form. Not only can you become a white tiger, but even a saber-toothed tiger is within reach." Another student interjected, unable to restrain himself. "But wouldn't it be simpler to learn the magical arts directly for transformation?" It seems you possess some understanding of Huaxia," Wanqi-chun replied, shaking his head. No. The transformations achieved through magical arts do not grant the formidable strength and physique I just exhibited. Furthermore, magical arts are prone to dissipate easily, whereas my chi transformation remains stable and possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Even the firearms of mere mortals or muggles would pose no threat to me. How cool. The students' interest in the ancient martial arts course surged dramatically. Observing their enthusiasm, Wanqi-chun shot a provocative glance at Luo Yunxiao behind him. "Childish," Luo Yunxiao shook his head, stepping forward and in the blink of an eye, seated himself at the professor's desk across from him. Wanqi-chun followed suit, and thus all four professors for the new courses had gathered and taken their seats. Professor Dumbledore stepped forward, standing at the owl-shaped lectern to continue his address. "In addition, next week we will welcome 10 students from the Immortal Cultivation Academy along with their supervising teacher. They will study alongside us here until the semester concludes. If all goes smoothly, we will also send 10 of our students to the Immortal Cultivation Academy for a semester of exchange learning next term." Cheers erupted from the audience. This news was fresh and intriguing to them, and they were filled with curiosity about the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Lastly, I must announce a rather unsettling piece of information. Dumbledore gestured for silence. At the request of the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts will be hosting a special group of guests, namely the Dementors from Azkaban. They will not depart until Sirius Black is captured. However, Minister Barty Crouch has considered the dangers posed by the Dementors. They will guard every entrance to Hogwarts and are forbidden from approaching any students. At this point, Dumbledore's expression grew serious, Even so, I must remind everyone that Dementors are the most malevolent of creatures. They cannot distinguish between prey and those who stand in their way. Therefore, I warn each of you not to give them the opportunity to harm you. If you notice a Dementor approaching, do not hesitate. Leave immediately. However, joy is omnipresent, and it is also a formidable force. After exiting the Hogwarts Hall, Xiaoxiao intended to return to the common room with everyone, but she was stopped by Filch. Xiaoxiao grinned, greeting him with a wave. Hi, old Filch. Filch was not swayed by her charm. You promised me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Of course not. Do I look like that kind of person? Xiaoxiao replied with a serious expression. It's just the start of the term. Why are you so eager? How about this? To ensure you don't think I'm playing tricks on you, I'll give you an answer the day after tomorrow. No, tomorrow. That's the best option. Filch, wide-eyed and clutching Mrs. Norris, turned to leave. Chapter 162, Course Selection. Harry Potter. In the common room. Harry was engrossed in a game of wizard's chess with Ron when a sudden voice startled him. Turning around, he saw Dobby, clad in a loose sweater, standing there with wide eyes, surprise. Dobby, Harry exclaimed, surprised. What are you doing here? Dobby, now a free house elf, cheerfully replied. Master Malfoy gave me a sock after Christmas. He said it was to punish me, but to me, it was Dobby's first and best gift. Draco? That guy actually showed kindness? Ron said, chewing on a bubblegum Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, astonished. Harry shrugged, acknowledging that Draco had certainly changed for the better compared to his first year. All thanks to small contributions, Ron remarked with a hint of admiration. What? Just then, Xiaoxiao entered, catching the tail end of Ron's comment and hearing her name. Hey Dobby, are you here to apply for a position at Hogwarts? Xiaoxiao, Dobby exclaimed. Xiaoxiao joined their conversation, and Ron offered her a piece of bubblegum Bertie Bott's every flavor bean. Xiaoxiao unwrapped it and popped it into her mouth. We were just amazed to see Dobby here, and upon learning that Draco granted him freedom, we remarked on his significant change. We guessed it must be your positive influence. Harry explained. Listening to Harry, Xiaoxiao nodded with satisfaction, graciously accepting the praise. Indeed, I believe so. Professor Dumbledore is a wonderful person. He has offered Dobby a job, providing him with a salary, allowing him to stay here and see Harry Potter and Miss Sue every day. Congratulations, Dobby. You're the first house elf with a paid job. Xiaoxiao smiled. Thank you. After chatting for a while, Dobby left to work, but soon returned with some pastries for them. Xiaoxiao, next week, we're going to Hogwarts. Are you ready to welcome us? Reclining comfortably on the sofa, Xiaoxiao indulged in delectable desserts while engaging in a lively conversation with Huang Yunyun, who was situated at a distance. Rest assured, we've made all the preparations and are simply awaiting your arrival. She exclaimed. Is that so? I'm eager to learn how you all have prepared. Have you adorned the castle with beautiful decorations and hung welcoming banners? She continued. Oh, by the way, Xiaoxiao mentioned his desire to see a little sprite in a maid outfit. Make sure to arrange that. While blowing bubbles. Xiaoxiao nearly choked upon hearing that last remark. Was he serious? Huang Yunyun stifled her laughter and nodded. Indeed. You must ensure it happens. Xiaoxiao chuckled in return. I'll do my best. Oh my, I'm utterly exhausted. At that moment, Hermione burst into the room, breathless from her exertions outside. Upon spotting Xiaoxiao sprawled on the sofa, she made her way over and slumped down beside her. Ron, intrigued, gazed at her and asked, Did you get into a fight? You look worn out. Hermione, her eyes glazed as she stared at the ceiling, weakly waved her hand. No, I was selecting courses. Selecting courses? Ron and Harry exchanged bewildered glances. You haven't chosen yet, have you? Hermione countered, noticing their blank expressions, and her fatigue instantly vanished. Goodness, what is wrong with you? Surely you haven't forgotten that you're in your third year. Can we still make it if we go now? Ron ventured weakly. Hermione rolled her eyes. You can indeed make it, provided you're not interested in the new elective courses. What do you mean? Harry asked, puzzled. You'll find out once you get there, Hermione yawned. But for now, I'm off to get some rest. I need to recharge. With that, she bid farewell to Xiaoxiao and Huang Yunyun before retreating to her dormitory. Harry and Ron, still perplexed, rose and left, determined to select their courses and uncover the mystery. Just then, Xiaoxiao finished her conversation with Huang Yunyun, and the three of them departed the common room together. Their first stop was Professor Bai Sushi's office for the potion class, which was overflowing with students. Next, they approached Professor Wan Qichen's office for the ancient combat class, where a similar throng had gathered. Since the offices for the basic celestial arts and ancient combat classes were adjacent, they only needed to glance over to see another long queue forming. Lastly, the office for the talisman class was no exception. It was no exaggeration to say these 4 courses had captivated the entire student body. Due to time constraints, students could only select 3 courses, leading them to reluctantly forego one. Aside from these 4 new classes, the older subjects, such as divination and runi, had lost their appeal, garnering little interest. Other professors looked on with envy, their expressions pitiful. Xiaoxiao shook her head. She didn't choose any of those 4 courses since she had already studied them. Instead, she opted for Hagrid's care of magical creatures and the divination class. The rest did not pique her interest, so she felt that selecting 2 courses sufficed. Harry and Ron, however, chose the ancient combat and care of magical creatures classes. They reasoned that they could learn the basic celestial arts and talisman skills from Xiaoxiao, but the ancient combat course offered knowledge they couldn't acquire elsewhere. As for the potion class, despite the beauty of Professor Bai, the mere sight of her stern demeanor conjured images of Professor Snape in their minds, which was utterly terrifying. Thus, a delightful day passed. On the first day of classes, Xiaoxiao awoke to find Hermione's bed empty. After yawning and stretching, she got out of bed to wash up and prepare for class. In a rare turn of events, Draco had not chosen the same courses as her. He enrolled in ancient combat, basic celestial arts, and talisman classes, all geared toward combat applications, revealing his strong desire to grow stronger. The weather today was remarkably pleasant. Xiaoxiao gazed up at the sky. Although it remained overcast, at least the rain had ceased. In the care of magical creatures class, Hagrid was visibly excited as it was his first time as a professor. Xiaoxiao carried a textbook on magical creatures, which seemed exceptionally docile, perhaps due to the innate affinity of magical beings for such creatures. Ahem, everyone, please stand in line. Hagrid called out to capture the students' attention, standing beside a tree. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from behind him. Curious, the students turned to see what was happening. Hagrid stepped aside to reveal a magnificent creature behind him, a hippogriff with a snow-white coat. Nearly as tall as Hagrid himself. The students gasped in awe. What is that, Hagrid? Ron could not contain his curiosity. Hagrid introduced Buckbeak to the class. Now, who would like to try riding him? Me. Xiaoxiao eagerly raised her hand, prompting the others to look at her with admiration. Though the class was not particularly large, Hagrid smiled appreciatively and beckoned her over. Xiaoxiao approached Buckbeak and bowed gracefully. The other students held their breath, anxiously observing the scene. However, contrary to their fears, Buckbeak returned her greeting amicably. Very well, now you may attempt to pet him, Hagrid encouraged. Xiaoxiao boldly reached out and stroked Buckbeak's fur. Perhaps Buckbeak can carry 2 people? She mused. Oh, what a bold idea. I believe Buckbeak wouldn't mind at all. Hagrid replied, pleasantly surprised by Xiaoxiao's enthusiasm, which eased his earlier nerves as a first-time professor. Who do you want to ride with you? Xiaoxiao turned to Hermione, who shook her head, evidently still a bit apprehensive. Her gaze wandered across the faces of her classmates, all of whom instinctively averted their eyes when caught in her glance. Harry, Xiaoxiao called out directly. Harry, looking bemused, replied, me? Why? Xiaoxiao nodded. Of course, who else would it be? Initially, Harry had intended to observe, but since Xiaoxiao had called him, he reluctantly approached. Don't be afraid, Harry. Just stand there. Yes, that's right, and bow, exactly like that. Once Buckbeak returned the gesture, Xiaoxiao patted his back, signaling, Harry, you go first. Harry, incredulous, pointed to himself, me? Shouldn't you be in front, with me as the boy protecting you from behind? Come on, don't dawdle. Get on with it. Xiaoxiao urged, prompting Harry to mount Buckbeak. Once he was settled, Xiaoxiao swiftly swung herself onto the creature as well. Buckbeak rose to his feet, and, with a powerful flap of his wings, soared into the sky. Woohoo! Xiaoxiao shouted joyfully, while Harry clung tightly to Buckbeak. However, he soon acclimated, gradually relaxing. The 2 of them shouted with abandon, akin to Tarzan, as they flew over the castle. Their exuberant cries capturing the attention of students and professors alike in nearby classrooms. The lesson proceeded without incident. Since Draco had opted out of the care of magical creatures class, the events from the original story did not unfold. He remained unscathed, and Buckbeak was unharmed. Hagrid, feeling relieved, busied himself preparing for the next class. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere was unexpectedly lively as students enthusiastically discussed the day's new course content. Seamus, who had chosen the basic celestial arts and talisman classes, shared his excitement after successfully drawing a talisman that morning, although its powers seemed somewhat flawed, resulting in an explosion that nearly demolished the classroom. Had it not been for the swift intervention of teacher Zhihu, the classroom would undoubtedly have been lost. In that moment, a streak of light shot in from outside, landing abruptly upon the long table before Xiaoxiao. Fixing her gaze upon it, she discerned an envelope, adorned with the seal of the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Instantly, a realization dawned upon her. Upon opening it, her thoughts were confirmed. It was indeed the admission letter for Felch. It was no wonder that Xiaoxiao was regarded as the most significant connection at Felch's age. It would be improbable for anyone else to secure his place in the academy, but for her, one simple request granted her a backdoor entry. An admission letter from the Immortal Cultivation Academy? For Felch, the Weasley twins immediately turned their attention towards her, their faces alight with curiosity. George snatched the letter from Su Xiaoxiao's hands and, standing in the aisle, began to read its contents aloud. Hey everyone, look! Our castle's gatekeeper, Mr. Felch, has actually been accepted into the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Fred chimed in. Mr. Felch is truly a dedicated learner. Not far off, Felch, who was standing at the entrance, heard the commotion and turned around, his expression darkening upon seeing the Weasley twins. You two again. Could you keep it down? It's mealtime. And this is not your home. He barked. What do you have there? Let me see. It's your admission letter, Ron replied. Mr. Felch, starting tomorrow, you can report to the Huaxia Immortal Cultivation Academy. What? Felch was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just as he was beginning to doubt, George magically floated the admission letter before him. Here, take a look for yourself. Trembling, Felch extended his hand to grasp the letter, meticulously reading each word, repeatedly confirming the name inscribed upon it. I can use magic now. His joy was uncontainable. He tucked the admission letter away and hurried off to find Dumbledore. He intended to request an extended leave of absence, allowing him to focus solely on mastering Huaxia magic. As they watched Felch's hurried departure, every face was adorned with expressions of heartfelt joy. Though they often found Felch intolerable, it was not from genuine disdain. They were all aware of his background and felt a pang of sympathy for his circumstances. Thus, upon learning of his opportunity, they felt a genuine happiness for him. Despite his often harsh demeanor towards the students, they did not take it to heart. Someone has seen him. Suddenly, Simon rushed in, breathless. Seen who? The others queried, puzzled. Simon gasped, Sirius Black. Someone has spotted him. Hogsmeade. That is not far from here. Hermione pointed at the article in the Daily Prophet. Harry's expression turned grave as he stared at the menacing photograph of Sirius Black on the newspaper. The first class of the afternoon was Defense Against the Dark Arts. In the classroom, all desks and chairs had been removed, leaving the students standing before a cabinet that occasionally trembled. Professor Lupin stood beside the locked Boggart cabinet, occasionally posing questions. Now, everyone, recite the incantation with me. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. He encouraged. Excellent. However, this is merely the simplest aspect. The ultimate way to defeat a Boggart is through laughter, striving to transform it into something humorous. Neville, come forward. Just as in the original storyline, Neville performed admirably, and Professor Snape appeared in a comically absurd grandmother's outfit, eliciting laughter from all. The students formed an orderly queue, with Su Xiaoxiao positioned in the middle, and Ron leading the way. Professor Lupin played a tune and called Ron to the front. Before him stood a gigantic spider. Ron, visibly terrified, summoned the courage to cast the spell with Professor Lupin's encouragement. The Boggart, now transformed into an enormous spider, donned roller skates and, unable to maintain its balance, tumbled to the ground. Soon, it was Harry's turn. Su Xiaoxiao watched in eager anticipation, believing that Harry's Boggart form would not be a Dementor. After all, he had exhibited such bravery on the train, and although he had been attacked by a Dementor, the impact on him was not significant compared to the original storyline. Moreover, Harry had not displayed any profound fear of the Dementors thereafter. Harry was equally curious to discover what it was that instilled fear within him. Clutching his wand tightly, he stared intently at the Boggart. It finally began to morph. To everyone's astonishment, Harry's Boggart took the form of Su Xiaoxiao, lifeless, reduced to a corpse. Oh, how novel. Professor Lupin's gaze flitted between Harry, Su Xiaoxiao, and Draco. Su Xiaoxiao appeared genuinely surprised, while Draco regarded Harry with heightened vigilance. Harry's pupils constricted as he aimed his wand at the Boggart, chanting the incantation. In an instant, Su Xiaoxiao transformed into a lively kitten adorned in a pink dress. As Harry returned to the line, he noticed Draco's intense gaze upon him and quickly explained, "Don't get me wrong, I only see her as family, like a sister." Having finally experienced the warmth of a family through Su Xiaoxiao, Harry was resolute in not wanting to lose any more loved ones, nor witness the death of anyone he cherished. Although he had remained silent, in his heart, Su Xiaoxiao had already become family. In Huaxia, Su Papa and Su Mama had treated him as their own child, and Su Gu had cared for him immensely. Those beautiful, joyous moments were forever cherished in Harry's heart. Really? Draco seemed skeptical, but upon witnessing Harry's earnest expression, he relented. After all, both families had consented. Su Xiaoxiao was undoubtedly his fiancée. With this thought, Draco's spirits lifted considerably. Hermione's Boggart was rather peculiar, manifesting as a test paper marked with a 0. Draco's, however, took the form of a grotesque apparition. As soon as the apparition appeared, it lunged at him, and the scene felt eerily familiar to Su Xiaoxiao. She recalled that during their first-year summer vacation, while standing on the bridge to the afterlife, Draco had been about to cross when a monstrous apparition had surged from beneath the bridge, sending him tumbling down. Consequently, Both he and Su Xiaoxiao had fallen, and she had lost her first life because of it. It was surprising to realize how deeply this incident had impacted him. Su Xiaoxiao felt a pang of compassion as she observed him. Just as Draco successfully dispatched the boggart, the grotesque figure transformed into a mere puppet. Turning around, he caught a glimpse of Su Xiaoxiao's face reflected in his eyes, and Draco raised an eyebrow, offering her a proud smile. Indeed, he was quite the conceited boy. Su Xiaoxiao reciprocated with a smile. Soon, it was her turn. You can do it. Draco winked at her. Su Xiaoxiao stepped forward, standing firm as she faced the boggart. The boggart stood still, locking eyes with her. Its form flickered momentarily before gradually morphing into a swirling mass of black mist. Su Xiaoxiao was baffled, as were the others. Professor Lupin furrowed his brow. This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Suddenly, a chilling sensation prickled at the back of Su Xiaoxiao's neck, and an intense sense of danger surged from within. She beheld, within the black mist, a pair of deep green eyes brimming with malevolence. Su Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted as the black mist erupted, revealing another version of herself, charging directly towards her. Ridiculous. Su Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, hastily uttering the incantation. Just before the boggart transformed into a comical pig's head, she thought she perceived it smiling at her. Those eyes, filled with malice and obsession, were etched indelibly in Su Xiaoxiao's mind. Are you all right? Professor Lupin stepped forward, inquiring gently. Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and offered a gentle smile. I am perfectly fine. Professor, please, do continue. After class, everyone ventured outside, where Professor McGonagall was collecting parental consent forms for students to visit Hogsmeade. Su Xiaoxiao and Harry presented their forms to Dobby. Filch had received permission from Dumbledore to use the spatial transfer platform to journey to the Immortal Cultivation Academy, leaving Dobby to temporarily assume his duties. Su Xiaoxiao and Harry had completed their consent forms during the holiday. The magical long-distance mirror possessed a wondrous ability to acquire items by merely touching its surface, completely disregarding spatial distance, proving to be exceptionally useful. Su Xiaoxiao handed their forms through the mirror to Su Wumao, who signed them and returned them without delay. In Hogsmeade, the members of HMC gathered together, sweeping through the village's shops as if an army were invading. More accurately, their congregation stemmed primarily from the presence of 4 newly arrived professors from Huaxia accompanying Su Xiaoxiao. Indeed, these 4 professors had also decided to explore Hogsmeade, eager to experience this foreign land. Their companionship with Su Xiaoxiao was not solely due to their shared heritage, but also because each had varying degrees of connection to her family. For instance, Professor Zhihu, who taught talismanic studies, was the eldest disciple of Su Baibai. When Su Xiaoxiao was quite young, he had visited her family and inadvertently endured an embarrassing accident. Despite her righteous indignation whenever the incident was mentioned, she would adamantly deny having wed him. Professor Bai Sushi, who taught potion crafting, had worked under Su Xiaoxiao's grandfather for several years upon her first descent from the mountain. In fact, Bai Sushi was a long-serving employee of the Su Pharmaceutical Company. As for Professor Wan Qichan, who taught ancient martial arts, he hailed from a distinguished family in the realm of ancient martial arts, and like many prominent families in Huaxia, the Su family maintained a cordial relationship with the Wanqi family. Lastly, Professor Luo Yunxiao, who taught basic immortal techniques, although a solitary practitioner, had graduated from the Immortal Cultivation Academy at the same time that Huang Yunyan enrolled. The latter had taken quite a liking to the senior, pursuing him relentlessly even after his graduation, seeking out his residence and obsessively vying for his affection. It seemed she had yet to relinquish her pursuit. Thus, through these connections, Su Xiaoxiao had become familiar with Luo Yunxiao, though he did not recognize her. Wait a moment. Could it be that Luo Yunxiao accepted a teaching position at Hogwarts to escape Huang Yunyan? Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt as though she had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Chapter 165. A date at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Little sister, do you have any recommendations for fun places here? Zhuhu inquired as he walked beside her, surveying the surroundings. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps you could ask the Weasley twins. They seem to know a lot about these things, Su Xiaoxiao suggested, pointing to the energetic duo bouncing ahead. The Weasley twins appeared to possess boundless energy, remaining lively from dawn till dusk. What's this Zonko's joke shop? Wan Qichan suddenly stopped, intrigued by the shop at the roadside. Professor, do you enjoy pranks? The Weasley twins chimed in, grinning at him. Just as Wan Qichan was about to respond, the twins exuberantly enveloped him, pushing him into Zonko's. Wait, I was just curious. He protested. But it seemed the twins were oblivious to his pleas, ushering him inside, as everyone else burst into laughter. After a leisurely exploration, they eventually parted ways. Su Xiaoxiao and Draco made their way to Madame Putafoot's tea shop, commencing their date. The tea shop was rather small and cozy, adorned with pink, somewhat gaudy lace decorations. Upon entering, Su Xiaoxiao and Draco were greeted by two golden cherubs who, upon spotting them, swooped down like wolves catching sight of lambs, singing romantic ballads while showering them with sweets. Su Xiaoxiao found it rather delightful. Though a tad too enthusiastic, it was undeniably romantic. Draco, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for her, and only after she was seated did he take his place opposite her. The establishment played soothing, romantic music, and Madame Putafoot approached them with warmth. "Oh, what a charming couple. What would you like to order?" "What would you like, Xiaoxiao?" Draco inquired, handing her the menu. Su Xiaoxiao glanced through it. "I'll have a Yorkshire pudding, a rose muffin, and lemon sorbet. For drinks, I'd like French rose tea." Draco nodded, turning to Madame Putafoot. "I'll have a French crepe and a glass of iced lemon tea. Thank you." "Very well. Please wait a moment while I prepare your order." Madame Putafoot smiled as she took the menu and waddled away. "What are you looking at?" Su Xiaoxiao rested her chin on her hand, gazing at Draco. Draco's lips curled slightly. "I am admiring my fiancée." If it had been another girl, such a statement would surely have caused her cheeks to flush crimson, followed by a shy retort. However, Su Xiaoxiao was no ordinary girl. With a mischievous smile, she abruptly stood and playfully lifted Draco's chin. "What can you see from so far away? Come closer for a better view, my dear fiancé." Draco's face instantly turned scarlet. His fiancée was too adept at teasing him. How would he manage if he couldn't hold it together? He was in quite a predicament. As he gazed into Su Xiaoxiao's face, mere inches away, with her sparkling, mischievous eyes, her pert little nose, and her luscious, inviting lips, Draco felt his throat tighten. Su Xiaoxiao, catching sight of his reaction, could not help but chuckle softly. A wicked thought surged within her. Gradually, she leaned closer. Draco froze, feeling the warmth of Su Xiaoxiao's breath as his heart raced. Though the weather was refreshingly pleasant, he felt an inexplicable heat rising within him. The scent of her body and the fragrance of her breath enveloped him like soft feathers, tugging at the strings of his heart. The music in the background transformed into a symphony of intimacy, echoing the flutter of emotions, the stirrings of love, and the intertwining of desires. Their breaths began to meld, the distance between them diminishing ever so slightly. Draco found himself inexplicably nervous, yet eagerly anticipating their first contact. Yet, just as he thought they would draw closer, Su Xiaoxiao smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief, and halted her advance, tilting her head. "You seem rather eager." Draco's face flushed a deep crimson. "Ahem, I am not." "Oh really?" Su Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with amusement, as if teasing him brought her great joy. "But your face says otherwise." Draco awkwardly averted his gaze, about to retort when suddenly, his cheek felt as though it had been brushed by a feather, warm and fleeting, a touch that sparked a tingling sensation within him. He widened his eyes instinctively, staring incredulously at Su Xiaoxiao, who had returned to her seat with a triumphant smile, unable to believe what had just transpired. Soon, their ordered treats arrived. Su Xiaoxiao appeared unfazed, happily indulging in the sweets, as if, in that moment, her world revolved solely around the delectable food. Truly, she was a glutton at heart. Draco, still enraptured by the lingering sensation of that kiss, found himself unable to extricate his thoughts from the moment. Not far away, Madame Putafoot, her eyes sparkling with pink bubbles, had witnessed the entire scene unfold and was fervently shipping the two of them. Truly, it was delightfully sweet. Madame Putafoot mused that her lengthy endeavor of running a couple's tea room was not in vain. The joy of witnessing such romantic moments up close each day was a treasure few could comprehend. After departing from Hogsmeade, Harry happened upon Professor Lupin on his way back, who beckoned him over, leaving Harry curious about what the professor wished to discuss. Oh, aside from Su Xiaoxiao, who, after all, held the script. No, the original plot. To be precise, in the original storyline, Lupin had a heart-to-heart with Harry regarding the boggart he had encountered in class, which turned out to be a Dementor. Although Harry's boggart was not a Dementor this time, the matter concerning Sirius would surely prompt Lupin to seek a conversation with him. Considering he was a close friend of Harry's father, Su Xiaoxiao chose not to join the fray. She was currently in the room of requirement, practicing the Patronus charm repeatedly. She couldn't shake the memory of facing a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express, where she had the ability to conjure a full Patronus, yet each time the crucial moment arrived, a black cat would inexplicably appear, causing her spell to falter. Expecto Patronum. Su Xiaoxiao lost count of how many times she had recited the incantation, thinking that under normal circumstances, she would have mastered the Patronus charm by now with so much practice. Yet, the reality was that no matter how she attempted it, her Patronus would always be disrupted by that elusive black cat. This predicament was becoming increasingly vexing. She resolved to seek out Professor Lupin the next day. As she contemplated this, she exited the room of requirement, unknowingly leaving behind a covered object shrouded in black cloth. As she departed, the cloth mysteriously fell away, unveiling what lay beneath, a mirror, inscribed with the words, "The Mirror of Erist." Chapter 166. I solemnly swear I have done no good deeds. Upon reaching the dormitory, Xiaoxiao found the Gryffindor common room bustling with people, with Professor Dumbledore also present. Before she could approach, she deduced the cause of the commotion. The ghosts had discovered the fat lady hiding behind a pastoral painting, and she had informed them that Sirius had appeared. This revelation sent waves of anxiety rippling through the crowd. Dumbledore instructed everyone to gather in the Great Hall, where the long tables had been removed, and the floor was laid with bedding. The doors were securely locked, with multiple magical protections activated, ensuring that no outsiders could enter or exit. Outside the castle, the Dementors drew closer, tirelessly searching. The night passed uneventfully, though truth be told, sleeping on the floor was far from comfortable. Fortunately, Xiaoxiao could transform into a cat, curling up in others' beds and resting in their arms. That morning's defense against the dark arts class was taught by Professor Snape. Bored, Xiaoxiao leaned on her desk, passing origami cranes back and forth with Draco. The thrill of mischief, especially under Snape's watchful gaze, was exhilarating, even if losing points stung a bit. The lesson focused on werewolves, a not-so-subtle dig at Professor Lupin, particularly as the full moon approached when he would be unable to control his transformation. After class, Xiaoxiao planned to seek out Professor Quirrell, hoping to borrow a few talismans for her reserves. Although she could draw talismans herself, she felt her skills were insufficient. The best talismans had to come from professionals. Today, let's explore that secret passage. Wait, do you think Sirius might be hiding in one of the secret passages? She pondered. That's exactly what I was thinking. Otherwise, how could he have entered the castle so stealthily last night? As they turned a corner, Xiaoxiao spotted the Weasley twins rushing toward her, Fred holding a piece of parchment and laughing with George. The Marauder's map. What a marvelous treasure. I must devise a plan to obtain it. A spark of ambition ignited within her as she called out, Fred, George, wait up. Oh hey Xiaoxiao, what's the matter? They chorused, halting in their tracks to regard her with curiosity. What have you got there? Xiaoxiao feigned ignorance, gazing at the Marauder's map with feigned intrigue. This. Fred lifted the parchment. It's a fantastic item we found in Filch's office. Don't let its blank appearance fool you. Utter the right incantation, and it reveals the most comprehensive map of Hogwarts, including numerous secret passages. The ultimate prankster's tool. The twins chimed in, boasting like two exuberant children showcasing their toys. Just a piece of parchment, is it? I expected something more impressive, Xiaoxiao scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. If we're talking about the top prankster artifact, that would be mine. As she spoke, Xiaoxiao produced several stickers from her storage bag, adorned with an array of unsightly designs, tiny pigs, chickens, and even grotesque beetles. The Weasley twins were immediately captivated. Are these just some ugly stickers? They wondered aloud. If that's all you think, you're sorely mistaken, Xiaoxiao declared, playfully shaking her finger as she carefully peeled off a sticker of a large-mouthed monkey and affixed it to George's shirt. To Fred's astonishment, George instantly transformed into the sticker's image. The red-haired monkey stared at himself in horror, but soon adapted, his expression shifting from terror to wonder as he gazed at the stickers in Xiaoxiao's hand. This is truly amusing. Compared to the Marauder's map, it seems these stickers are far more suited for pranking. Tell me, what must we do to acquire it? Fred asked, tilting his head, his striking red hair swaying with the movement. George chattered excitedly, seemingly imploring them to notice him, still a monkey and wanting to be turned back. Xiaoxiao pondered for a moment. I will only accept a trade, something of equal worth, for I am not lacking in funds. Upon hearing this, Fred understood immediately. He glanced at the Marauder's map and realized that, having memorized the routes, it held little value for them. It would be wiser to exchange it for something more entertaining. With this revelation, Fred playfully ruffled George's monkey head, ignoring his impatient demeanor as he chuckled. It seems my dear brother agrees. Xiaoxiao triumphantly acquired the Marauder's map. George, seeing her about to leave, rushed forward to grab her sleeve, looking quite frantic. All right. But the effects of that sticker last about a week before it wears off. George looked as if struck by lightning. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but chuckle. Just kidding. You can simply peel it off. George hesitantly released his grip, and Xiaoxiao swiftly made her escape. Fred peeled the sticker from George's back, only to find that George still resembled a monkey. You've been pranked, George. Fred laughed, thoroughly enjoying the sight of his brother's predicament. Fuming, George snatched the sticker from Fred and, with a swift motion, slapped it onto Fred's back, transforming him into a red-haired mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A monkey and a mouse engaged in a fierce quarrel, startling those nearby. However, it wasn't long before the two seemed to reach some sort of consensus, as Fred perched atop George's head and together they darted away, clearly concocting a mischievous prank. One could only wonder which unsuspecting creature would soon find itself the target of their antics. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao leaned against a doorpost, cradling a living map in her hands. I solemnly swear I have not done anything good, she declared. Instantly, ink lines began to appear on the blank parchment, rapidly spreading to form a moving map. Glancing at it, Xiaoxiao located Draco's name, noting that he was currently in the dormitory, engaged in some unknown activity, while Harry was on the Quidditch training grounds practicing with Wood and the others, as tomorrow marked the day of the Quidditch match, necessitating their urgent preparations. Her gaze drifted leisurely, and upon reaching the Whomping Willow, Xiaoxiao spotted Crookshanks and Fong lounging together. Chapter 167, The Master of Water Serving. The Quidditch match commenced amidst dreadful weather. A torrential downpour beset the field, intermittently accompanied by flashes of lightning. Prior to the start, the professors surveyed the open arena with a hint of concern etched upon their faces. Yet, the match must proceed. It could not be halted by a mere thunderstorm. "Fear not," suddenly spoke Ron, drawing the attention of those around him. Dumbledore turned to Ron, well aware of the myriad peculiar yet practical spells and items from the East, curious to see how Ron would address the situation. Stepping forward, Ron faced the biting wind and icy rain, swiftly gesturing with his hands while muttering incantations, before finally pointing his sword toward the sky and exclaiming, with urgency, "I command you, go." A beam of golden light shot forth, piercing the dense clouds above. In an instant, the light exploded, radiating outward and forming an energy cube that enveloped the entire Quidditch pitch. Towering and expansive, it shielded the players from the torrential rain and fierce winds, ensuring ample space for the competitors to showcase their skills. "Quite impressive," Professor McGonagall remarked, observing the transparent cube that clearly revealed raindrops splattering against its surface, as well as the Dementors lurking not far away. Not only did it block the downpour, but it also kept the Dementors at bay, ensuring everyone's safety. Soon, the spectators settled into their seats, while the competitors nervously prepared backstage. Xiaoxiao, pulled along by Hermione, found a spot in the viewing platform, brandishing a specially made cheer stick. Due to her unique circumstances, she held a lionhead cheer stick in her left hand to support her house and a snake cheer stick in her right hand for her boyfriend, perfectly balancing her allegiances. A quintessential master of serving water. Unlike previous matches, today's viewing platform was not only occupied by young witches and wizards from various years, but also by an assortment of bizarre creatures. While pigs, sheep, and chickens seemed relatively normal, astonishingly, there were even animated sock puppets and cacti. This eclectic mix of oddities lent a truly magical atmosphere to the gathering. On the high platform, professors like Dumbledore were initially casual in their observations, yet the sight of so many peculiar creatures below took them by surprise. "What is the meaning of this?" Professor McGonagall questioned, casting a bewildered glance at the children below. Professor Snape wore a disapproving expression, as if everyone owed him a fortune. Muttering, "This must be the work of the Weasley twins, or Xiaoxiao, undoubtedly their handiwork." "There's another possibility," Professor Flitwick interjected, suggesting that perhaps the three of them had collaborated on this mischief. "Indeed, entirely plausible. It bears their signature style," Professor Snape lamented. "It is a pity that Argus is not here. Had he been, these rascals would not be so unrestrained. I find it rather amusing," chuckled Professor McGonagall, enjoying the lively atmosphere. In a corner, Sushi sat with an icy demeanor, arms crossed, and exuding an air of aloofness. Hagrid, noticing her silence, attempted to strike up a conversation. "Professor Bai, you seem less than fond of this environment." Sushi stiffened but maintained her icy facade, replying tersely, "Not at all. Yet, you appear rather displeased." "I am always like this. This place is quite nice, yes?" "Uh-huh. Since you enjoy it, I must share with you about Quidditch. It goes like this, blah blah blah." Hagrid enthusiastically began explaining, oblivious to Sushi's increasingly stiff demeanor. Internally, Sushi pleaded, "Help. He is so enthusiastic. What should I say? Why did I agree to be a professor here? How embarrassing. Surrounded by strangers. Who will save me?" On another front, Crookshanks trotted lightly ahead, occasionally pausing to glance back, followed closely by a gaunt black dog. The dog trailed behind Crookshanks as they swiftly entered the castle. With everyone attending the Quidditch match, the vast castle lay deserted, save for a few house elves bustling in the kitchen to prepare dinner. Crookshanks expertly made his way to the kitchen, while the black dog waited outside. "Oh hey, it's Crookshanks, Miss Granger's pet." Dobby recognized him, recalling how someone frequently visited for meals and sometimes brought Hermione along, leading to a familiar rapport with the house elves. "Please wait a moment. I'll fetch you something to eat," Dobby exclaimed before vanishing with a snap. Crookshanks settled down, awaiting his treat. He had been punctual in visiting the kitchen for food, and Dobby, having learned from past experiences, now always prepared something in advance. Soon, Dobby reappeared, placing a small box of food on the ground. Cleverly, Crookshanks grasped the box's tied string and wagged his tail as he exited the kitchen. On a balcony overlooking the Quidditch pitch, Crookshanks perched, tail swaying as he gazed into the distance. Not far below, the black dog was devouring the food from the box ravenously. Since escaping from Azkaban, Sirius had scarcely eaten. It wasn't until he arrived at Hogwarts and met Crookshanks, the astute feline, that he found a friend who seemed to understand his true nature and recognized he was not a villain, often sneaking out to provide him various forms of assistance. Sirius had not left Hogwarts empty-handed. He discovered that Crookshanks belonged to Harry's friend, a remarkably clever girl. Additionally, he finally understood why he could not find Harry when heading to the Dursleys. Harry had been adopted by a student named Xiaoxiao from the East, who had used her magic to erase the Dursleys' memories of Harry. Upon learning this news, Sirius felt a mix of surprise and anger. However, after further inquiries, he discovered that Harry was happy and safe in this new family, which was all that mattered. Now, finished with his meal, Sirius gazed toward the Quidditch pitch, captivated by the agile figures soaring through the air. He looks just like James, he mused. Chapter 168, Gryffindor Triumphs. With the tempestuous winds and rain now absent, Harry soared through the air with exhilarating speed. As he deftly evaded the assaults of competitors from other houses, he searched for the elusive golden snitch, weaving gracefully and nimbly. Suddenly, he discerned a shadowy figure near the castle, fixated upon him. Harry widened his eyes in amazement, and through the haze, he could just make out the form of a large black dog. It seemed there was also a cat lurking nearby. Could it possibly be Crookshanks? Was that a classmate adorned with stickers from the Weasley twins? Why wasn't he that individual seated in the stands observing the match? Wait a moment. If that cat truly was Crookshanks, did that imply that the large black dog was Hermione? Harry was momentarily startled by this conjecture. Abruptly, a flash of gold darted before his eyes, snapping him back to focus as he reached out to seize it. At that moment, a Hufflepuff seeker dashed towards him, intent on claiming the snitch as well. Harry sidestepped deftly, and the golden orb ascended higher, igniting a fierce chase between the two. Harry! Harry! The spectators erupted, chanting his name. Hermione and Ron, as if in a competition themselves, shouted louder than ever, culminating in Xiaoxiao producing a massive megaphone, her voice echoing throughout the stadium, startling not only the audience, but also the players. Aware of the curious gazes directed at her, Xiaoxiao sheepishly tucked away the megaphone, exclaiming, "My apologies." The jovial atmosphere continued to attract the attention of the Dementors, who drifted anxiously just outside the Quidditch pitch. Above the castle, Sirius Black observed Harry glancing in his direction, questioning whether he had indeed spotted him. Surely, he wouldn't recognize him. After all, few were aware of his animagus form. Watching the Dementors swirl around the Quidditch pitch like flies, Sirius felt a pang of nostalgia. This was perhaps the only moment he could revel in the fresh air. As the students had successfully diverted the Dementors' gaze, he owed them a debt of gratitude. Just then, a gasp erupted from the Quidditch field. Sirius sprang to his feet. Witnessing Harry plummet from his broom, a wave of concern washing over him. Yet, something even more compelling drew his attention. Sirius fixed his gaze on a figure outside the Quidditch pitch and bolted forth. Arresto momentum. Dumbledore stood, palm directed toward Harry, the incantation rolling off his tongue. Harry's body descended gently to the ground, clutching a golden ball tightly in his hand, the golden snitch. Good heavens, Harry, do be more mindful of your safety. Hermione rushed over, joining the others and helping him to his feet. Just moments ago, in his eagerness to capture the snitch, Harry had stood atop his broom. But as he reached for it, his foot slipped, sending him tumbling down. The Hufflepuff seeker had attempted to assist, but alas, the broom had been uncooperative and failed to catch up. Fortunately, Dumbledore's wandless magic had ensured Harry's safe landing. No, I don't know what happened. My broom suddenly jolted, and I lost my balance. Harry explained, scanning the area. By the way, where's my broom? Ron pointed towards the direction of the Whomping Willow. I saw it flying over there. Hopefully, it hasn't landed in the willow. The mere thought of the Whomping Willow sent a shiver down Ron's spine as he recalled the unfortunate events of their second year. That semester, having been forced to use a broken wand was nothing short of a nightmare, with every spell rebounding upon him. Truly a painful memory. A broom out of control? This notion reminded Xiaoxiao of Quirrell possessed by Voldemort. She sensed the environment, but found nothing amiss. The match concluded with Gryffindor emerging victorious. Unsurprisingly, Harry's broom had been battered by the Whomping Willow, leaving him disheartened. Xiaoxiao patted his shoulder, offering comfort. It's all right, Harry. As the saying goes, out with the old, in with the new. Harry smiled weakly, but the loss still felt like a significant blow. In 2 days, Huang Yunyao and the others would be arriving, which filled Xiaoxiao with anticipation. She couldn't help but wonder how Greberth was faring, whether he had settled in, and when he might recuperate enough to return and surprise Dumbledore. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and in a flurry, she rushed outside, leaving Harry and the others bewildered. Producing the Marauder's map, Xiaoxiao noted that Professor Lupin was currently in his office. She intended to inquire about the Patronus charm and the mysterious black cat that always seemed to appear at critical moments. Just as she was about to fold away the map, she noticed a name moving swiftly across the parchment, revealing Peter Pettigrew's location nearby. How did Sirius discover him so quickly? She mused. Considering the timeline, he should still be searching for him. Intrigued, Xiaoxiao decided to investigate further. Casting her gaze upon the map, she spotted Tom Riddle's name near the Black Lake. However, she chose to disregard him for the time being. Despite their current connection due to a contract, ever since they had severed ties upon leaving the inner world, neither had reached out again. Stowing away the Marauder's map, Xiaoxiao made her way towards Sirius's location. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Xiaoxiao tracked the movements while occasionally glancing at the map. She was nearing Sirius and the others, but intentionally circled around, planning to ambush Pettigrew alongside Sirius. Although she had ample opportunities to confront him before, she had refrained from dealing with the rat until now. With a newfound determination to pursue him, it felt like a spontaneous decision. It was also the perfect moment to rendezvous with Sirius. Collecting her thoughts, Xiaoxiao tucked the map into her bag, transforming into an orange cat, and swiftly darted through the Forbidden Forest. Soon enough, she positioned herself ahead of Sirius and Pettigrew, perching on a branch like a leopard poised to pounce, intently watching the path they would take. Crack! The sound of twigs snapping underfoot reached Xiaoxiao's ears, and she readied herself for the encounter. Chapter 169. Pettigrew. Damn it, I must have opened the door to misfortune. I'm doomed. In the Forbidden Forest, Sirius sprinted with agility and speed, despite his lean figure. He was remarkably swift. His gaze was fixated on the fleeing rat not far ahead, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Pettigrew, expending every ounce of strength to flee, cursed inwardly. Why the hell did I have to run into him? If I had known he was nearby, I wouldn't have sneaked away from Ron. Just as he thought he had escaped a stranger in black, he turned to find Sirius, feeling utterly hopeless. Padfoot. Suddenly, a familiar voice resounded above him. Xiaoxiao descended gracefully from the sky, like a savior. Her captivating presence and resolute demeanor seemed to slow time for Pettigrew, the surrounding sounds fading until only she remained in his world. Xiaoxiao. In that moment, she appeared as a heroic figure, and Pettigrew, overwhelmed with emotion, ran towards her with all his might. Xiaoxiao bent down to cradle the spotted creature, her wrist adorned with the conspicuous Nagini bracelet. The creature, held delicately in her hands, cast a smug glance at the approaching Sirius Black. Peter Pettigrew, in awe, thought to himself that Xiaoxiao was indeed a goddess in his heart. Sirius halted, his gaze wavering and conflicted. He crouched low, letting out a series of low growls. Hesitatingly retreating a few steps, Xiaoxiao produced her wand. Yes, act swiftly. Eliminate him. Peter's eyes glinted with frenzied anticipation. Sirius, poised to flee, fixed his gaze on Xiaoxiao's eyes, only to witness her wink gently at him. Confinement now? A chain shot forth, ensnaring Peter tightly. He was instantly stunned. What is happening? Why am I bound? Confusion and fear washed over him. Sirius, too, was perplexed. He had been ready to escape, but upon seeing Xiaoxiao wink, he instinctively paused. His intuition told him that this sister of Harry had no ill intent, perhaps even goodwill. With that thought, he remained stationary, only to see Xiaoxiao's wand tip aimed squarely at Peter. Squeak. Peter, not lacking in wits, though unaware of why Xiaoxiao attacked him, quickly deduced that she was allied with Sirius. He began to struggle violently, even attempting to bite her hand. However, before he could act, an icy presence coiled around him. Hiss. A cold, serpentine form had suddenly wrapped around his body. Nagini, with her forked tongue flicking, fixed her cold gaze on him. Should he dare to move, she would strike, and he knew it. Instantly, Peter became compliant. He valued his life too much. Xiaoxiao could feel the creature in her hands stiffen considerably. Gently, she stroked Nagini in approval. Then, she took a step forward, crouching down, while Sirius cautiously retreated a step. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no malice, Xiaoxiao reassured, retracting her wand. I know who you are, Sirius Black, Harry's godfather, correct? Sirius's ears perked up, his wariness unabated, as if questioning how she knew that. Not only do I know your identity, but I am also aware that you are wrongfully accused. The one who betrayed James was Peter Pettigrew, not you. And Peter is the very creature I hold. Though she was unsure how he had acquired that information and escaped, she recognized that his will to survive stemmed from a powerful commitment to protect Harry. It was this conviction that sustained him, allowing him to flee from Azkaban to this very place. Xiaoxiao gazed into his eyes and smiled faintly. Am I correct, Mr. Black? Sirius silently nodded. Standing upright, She glanced back toward Hogwarts and noticed several Dementors approaching the vicinity. This is not a suitable place for conversation. Allow me to take you somewhere safe. Before Sirius could react, a flash from her ring enveloped both her and Sirius, causing them to vanish from sight. Inside the spatial ring, Angela and Steel Egg were engaged in their usual playful bickering. Steel Egg sported a helmet specially crafted by Xiaoxiao, with a mere thought. The black sunglasses would descend to shield its eyes, and similarly, with another thought, the sunglasses would retract, revealing its lethal weapon when in combat. Moreover, the helmet was secure and protective, much to Steel Egg's delight. Xiaoxiao's sudden appearance captured their attention, and they hurriedly gathered around her, eager for affection. However, this spectacle startled Sirius, who was still reeling from the novelty of the unfamiliar space. What are these creatures? Stay away from me, he whimpered, instinctively taking 2 steps back. Do not be frightened. This is Steel Egg, and this is Angela. They are my wonderful magical companions, Xiaoxiao introduced them. Hearing this, Sirius's form began to shift, gradually reverting to his human shape. Clad in prison garb, he revealed his human visage, tall and slender, with an aura of dark elegance. His tousled black hair and striking gray eyes conveyed a sense of depth and mystery. Though disheveled, his casual grace remained unblemished, exuding an air of aristocratic arrogance that, rather than repelling, rendered him undeniably attractive. Despite the stubble on his face, Xiaoxiao still found him remarkably handsome. You are indeed quite astonishing, Sirius remarked after a moment's contemplation. Such ambiguous praise was typically interpreted positively by Xiaoxiao. Thank you. I know I am quite impressive, she replied, unabashedly boasting, which elicited a chuckle from Sirius. Where are we? She lifted her hand to display the ring. Currently, we are within my spatial ring. It is exceedingly safe, rest assured. No one can locate us, not even the Dementors. Truly remarkable, Sirius mused. The mysterious and powerful East, indeed, produces wonders beyond imagination, including its wizards. Chapter 170. The Unformed Patronus. Xiaoxiao, filled with pride, stood tall. Though she was a creature herself, since the establishment of the unified nation, cultivators and magical beings had coexisted peacefully, fostering unity and a growing sense of belonging to both country and home. Moreover, as a transmigrator with her roots firmly in the heart of China, her patriotic fervor was intensified by this dual identity. What do you intend to do with him? Xiaoxiao inquired, gesturing towards Peter. Initially, with only Nagini present, the situation seemed manageable. However, Peter now found himself in an entirely unfamiliar environment, flanked by 2 formidable companions. And he was on the verge of losing control of his bladder from sheer terror. He began to contemplate how best to plead for mercy. Sirius, filled with rage, longed to rend him to pieces. This duplicitous coward deserved nothing less than 1,000 torturous deaths. Indeed, he does deserve punishment. Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. What? Sirius's confusion was palpable. Oh, it's nothing. I merely meant that I fully support that notion, she clarified. However, I believe you should first clear your own name before dealing with him, no? After all, Fudge is out of the picture now, and compared to him, Old Batty is quite honorable. He will surely restore your innocence and freedom. But that would prevent me from personally dealing with this rat, Sirius retorted, indifferent to his own reputation. He only wished to slay the wretched creature with his own hands. Xiaoxiao urged him gently. Ah, that line of thinking is flawed. Who says that once he is imprisoned in Azkaban, you cannot deal with him? Do you have a plan? Sirius regarded her with suspicion. Xiaoxiao replied with a mysterious smile. Are you familiar with the tale of the cat swapping the prince? No, Sirius admitted candidly. Ah, well, that is of no consequence. Just trust me, you won't be disappointed. Sirius scrutinized her, his eyes filled with curiosity. Upon witnessing her earnest confidence, he found himself compelled to believe her. Suddenly, a thought struck him. During the Quidditch match earlier, he had observed a figure clad in black standing outside the pitch. He surmised that Harry's fall from his broom might somehow be connected to this individual. However, by the time he rushed over, the figure had vanished, leaving only Peter Pettigrew behind. The figure in black? Xiaoxiao inquired, her brow furrowing slightly. Did you catch a glimpse of their appearance? Sirius shook his head. I was too far away, and the individual was shrouded in a dark cloak with a hood, so I couldn't discern their features. But I am certain it was not Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew muttered to himself, the fool is indeed me. Regretful, indeed. Fine, I understand. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore and ensure everyone remains vigilant. With that, Sirius temporarily retreated into her space ring. Although being in the company of these 2 evidently formidable magical creatures was somewhat unnerving, at least he no longer had to evade and hide. And there was an abundance of food. Moreover, with Pettigrew under her watchful gaze, he could not escape. Once he relaxed, he found it rather uncomfortable, considering the length of time he had been on the run. Xiaoxiao returned to the real world. Rather than hastily making her way to the headmaster's office to relay the news, she retrieved the marauder's map, meticulously scrutinizing the names inscribed upon it. Disregarding the known names, any unfamiliar ones discovered would raise suspicion regarding the figure in black. Hermione, Neville, Hagrid. Xiaoxiao searched with utmost seriousness. Her gaze swept over the Black Lake, where Tom Riddle's name remained motionless. Ultimately, she found no new information. There were no unfamiliar names on the map. Perhaps the figure in black had departed Hogwarts after Sirius sent a message, or it was possible that something about them could obscure the map's tracking capabilities. Regardless of which hypothesis was true, it was disheartening news for Xiaoxiao. With a heavy heart, she folded the marauder's map and hastened toward the headmaster's office. Yet, just as she took a few steps, an unsettling chill emanated from behind her, causing her to become alert. She swiftly dodged to the side, steadying herself before looking up to find a Dementor had just attacked her, whether it was a figment of her imagination or not. Xiaoxiao felt a sense of familiarity with this Dementor, as if it were the very one that had opened their compartment door on the train. Of course, she was aware that all Dementors bore a striking resemblance. Such a sensation was likely a psychological effect. Are you blind? I am a student of Hogwarts, not the one you seek. Although she knew Dementors could not comprehend human speech, she could not refrain from hurling insults. She wished to avoid a confrontation and transformed into her orange cat form, intending to escape the area. Xiaoxiao was eager to convey her message to Professor Dumbledore. Yet, to her dismay, several more Dementors encircled her, seemingly perceiving her as prey and drawing closer. Given her smaller stature, she was agile enough to evade their advances. But even her nimbleness could not withstand the overwhelming number of encroaching Dementors. They were far too many. Xiaoxiao found her path obstructed, and upon turning back, she realized her retreat was equally blocked. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the light was gradually devoured by darkness. Leaning against a large tree, she fixed her gaze upon them. This was no way to proceed. She had to break free. Damn it, it's time to take a gamble. Xiaoxiao reverted to her human form, drawing her wand as she leaned against the tree, her mind flooded with joyful memories. She shouted the incantation, Expecto Patronum. Perhaps it was the dire circumstances that compelled her. The brilliance emanating from her wand was more potent than during any prior practice. A powerful force surged from its tip, instantly repelling the surrounding Dementors. They hesitated, fear evident in their demeanor, yet they did not flee. Seeing the silver light cascading from her wand's tip, Xiaoxiao felt a flicker of joy, for she beheld a tiger's head beginning to take form. A Patronus. Her Patronus was on the verge of manifesting. By Merlin S. Bitter Tea Seed. Is my Patronus finally arriving? Yet, in the next moment, a scene that ignited her fury unfolded. Dark mist began to seep from the tip of her wand, gradually tainting the pure silver light. Within the murkiness, a pair of emerald green eyes emerged. A pitch-black cat leaped forth from the shadows, glancing back at Xiaoxiao with an inexplicable glimmer in its eyes. In an instant, her unformed Patronus was shattered. The tip of her wand was left with only dark energy. What is happening? Xiaoxiao attempted to halt the flow of magic, but it seemed as if the magic within her was uncontrollably surging into the wand. The original silver light was instantaneously consumed, hope vanished, leaving behind an abyss of darkness and despair. The Dementors, akin to hungry wolves catching the scent of blood, closed in on her once more. Chapter 171, The Power of the Amulet. Cold. Excruciatingly cold. Darkness. Endless darkness. It felt as if she had plunged into an unfathomable abyss, surrounded by countless desperate wails. Her body losing control as it gradually stiffened. What is happiness? Xiaoxiao found herself adrift in confusion, suffering through time that felt as though it stretched on for an eternity. She sensed her soul being relentlessly drawn away by some unseen force. Before her lay a void of darkness. Closing her eyes, her grip loosened. The wand slowly slipped from her fingertips. Suddenly, a hand caught it, firmly grasping the wand. Xiaoxiao's body fell backward, but another hand steadied her descent. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the bell around her neck shattered and fell to the ground. Expecto Patronum. The tip of the wand erupted with a surge of black energy. The dark mist coalesced into a massive black cat with emerald green pupils, exuding an aura of menace and ferocity. It soared into the air, baring its sharp fangs, and suddenly inhaled. The Dementors, as if struck by the Dementor's kiss, felt the energy they had just drained from Xiaoxiao being voraciously consumed by the black cat. This act sent the Dementors into a frenzy of panic. Typically, they were the ones who siphoned happiness and souls from others. They had never encountered such formidable resistance before, and this was their first experience of the Dementor's kiss from the other side. Yet, unlike their usual method, this black cat did not merely drain souls, it consumed flesh. 2 Dementors had already been swallowed whole. The remaining ones were thoroughly terrified, scattering in all directions until the forbidden forest was devoid of any dementors. The soul that had been extracted from Xiaoxiao turned to face her, cradled in the arms of its doppelganger. Had she opened her eyes at that moment, she would have been astonished to find that this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to herself, though her eyes possessed a deeper hue. Her aura was distinct, exuding a chilling essence of darkness. This was the third persona that had previously concealed itself. Unlike the second persona's madness and brutality, she appeared far more calculating and cunning. Beneath her seemingly cold and restrained exterior lay a fierce disregard for life. Having learned from past experiences, the third persona understood the art of disguise and concealment. On the day the second persona was vanquished, she had hidden away in the dark recesses of her psyche, pushing the second persona forward as a shield to safeguard herself. When it came to cunning, the third persona was unparalleled. She regarded Xiaoxiao with an impassive expression before gracefully waving her wand, causing the black cat to vanish in an instant, dissipating into dark mist with a soft poof. Immediately, the wand floated in midair, enveloped by a swirling black mist. As a powerful dark force penetrated Xiaoxiao's wand, gradually, from the depths of the black fog, a wand of a deep emerald hue took shape, an exact replica of Xiaoxiao's wand, yet distinct in its essence. The third persona had successfully duplicated Xiaoxiao's wand. After a moment of contemplation, she delicately tapped her finger against Xiaoxiao's forehead. In her unconscious state, Xiaoxiao seemed to sense something, her brows furrowing in pain. Slowly, 3 pale green orbs of light emerged from her brow. Though they appeared no larger than fireflies, they radiated an intense vitality. The instant they manifested, the surrounding flora erupted into frenzied growth, and the ethereal form of the third persona began to solidify. Yet, her finger did not cease its motion. A fourth light point exhibited signs of being extracted, but it seemed as though Xiaoxiao's subconscious was resisting, causing her to struggle slightly, her brows knitting together in distress. Could she still possess consciousness? The third persona regarded her with a flicker of intrigue beneath her otherwise calm demeanor. I shall see how long you can endure. With that thought, she intensified the force of extraction from the life essence. The fourth life orb was nearly freed from Xiaoxiao's brow. Just then, the protective talisman around Xiaoxiao's neck suddenly gleamed with a golden light, instantly piercing the third persona's fingers with a sharp pain. She recoiled abruptly, her gaze fixated on the talisman that radiated golden brilliance from Xiaoxiao's neck. A voice, imbued with an air of mysterious authority, echoed through the air. The third persona's expression shifted dramatically as she laid Xiaoxiao down on the ground, her eyes now filled with trepidation. Anticipating the arrival of the second syllable, she instinctively seized the 3 light points and swallowed them, along with her replicated wand, transforming into black mist as she fled towards Hogwarts. With the unexpected assistance of the Dementor, the third persona successfully extricated herself from Xiaoxiao's body, existing now in a form akin to a soul. This state resembled Riddle S, yet diverged from his essence, a peculiar existence straddling the realms of soul and consciousness. At that moment, not far away, a shadow stealthily emerged. Drawing closer, the cloaked figure observed the unconscious Xiaoxiao on the ground with a glimmer of delight, cautiously advancing towards her. His face was obscured, akin to a mosaic, adorned with a string of numerical identifiers on his chest. He was a member of a mysterious organization. It seemed Voldemort had relayed the news of Xiaoxiao's survival, prompting this vengeful organization to dispatch assassins once more. Moreover, this assassination list extended beyond just Xiaoxiao. I had planned to save you for last, but it seems you have delivered yourself into my hands. The cloaked figure smirked coldly, his dagger gleaming ominously. Then, with a sudden motion, he raised his hand, swiftly plunging it towards Xiaoxiao's heart. Just as the tip of the blade was about to pierce her heart, that same commanding voice rang out again. It resembled the clash of weapons, as if nature itself had risen in defense. In less than a second, at the very moment the voice resonated, the cloaked figure appeared to be struck by an unseen force, his body stiffening suddenly. Following that, a gentle breeze swept through, and the cloaked figure erupted into a cloud of blood mist. Xiaoxiao was instantly stained with crimson. The figure had seemingly been shredded by an innumerable array of razor-sharp entities, reducing even his bones and garments to fine dust. After a brief pause, the voice resonated once more. This time, devoid of the aggressive energy of the previous instances, it transformed into a soothing, healing force, mending Xiaoxiao's physical wounds and restoring her vitality. Golden light enveloped her form, and even Nagini, coiled around her wrist, awakened. During the third persona's emergence, it remained unclear what had transpired, causing Nagini to lose consciousness. However now, thanks to the talisman's assistance, not only had Nagini regained awareness, but even the tail severed by the sword of Gryffindor had regrown. Vigilantly, it surveyed its surroundings. And upon realizing that the blood on Su Xiaoxiao was not her own, it felt a measure of relief. After a moment's contemplation, Nagini swiftly expanded in size, darting at great speed towards the edge of the forbidden forest. Chapter 172, The Shallowest of Eye Colors. Hagrid's Hut. The porcelain doll Lucy reclined on the chair Hagrid had crafted specifically for her, donning a pair of sunglasses, exuding an air of comfort and tranquility. Not far away, Hagrid and Fong busied themselves in the vegetable garden. Hagrid was diligently tending to the pumpkins, while Fong was tasked with discovering the well-hidden pests that Hagrid had overlooked. Fong's nose twitched, nearly burrowing into the earth, with moist soil clinging to his snout and large ears. Who? Fong wagged his tail joyfully, occasionally letting out a grunt to alert Hagrid that he had found yet another large insect. Good boy, Fong. Well done. Hagrid gently removed the insect, freeing one hand to pat Fong's head in praise and encouragement. Receiving the commendation, Fong, akin to a child receiving candy, intensified his search. He moved forward to the edge of the vegetable patch when suddenly he caught a whiff of something. Raising his head abruptly to lock eyes with a pair of gleaming orbs peering from the bushes at the edge of the forbidden forest. Oh! Fong crouched low in fear, whimpering softly as he began to back away. What's wrong, Fong? Noticing Fong's tail tucked between his legs, Hagrid furrowed his brow in confusion. Lucy turned her head, removing her sunglasses to fixate intently on that direction. A rustling sound broke the silence, and a massive viper emerged from the underbrush, slithering swiftly towards Hagrid, its forked tongue flickering. Hagrid was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though he could not pinpoint why. Fong whimpered, hastily retreating into the hut. The viper continued to advance. Lucy observed it for a considerable time, seemingly contemplating something, before donning her sunglasses once more, appearing utterly indifferent. Hagrid, however, was growing anxious. He waved his small red umbrella wildly, turning to Lucy with a loud call. Hey, Lucy, get inside quickly. I'll handle this big snake. Upon hearing this, Lucy rolled her eyes beneath her sunglasses, then turned away, presenting her back to him. Hagrid assumed she had fallen asleep and hadn't heard him. So he rushed to her side, urging, Lucy, don't sleep. This snake is very dangerous. Lucy, irritated by his persistence, removed her sunglasses, rising from the chair, and, under Hagrid's astonished gaze, walked towards the viper. Nagini, is there something wrong? Hagrid, What? All right, I understand. After a brief exchange with Nagini, Lucy turned to Hagrid. Miss Sue is in trouble. You must follow Nagini at once. What? All right, I'm on my way. In the forbidden forest, Nagini led the way, with Hagrid close behind. Soon, they found Su Xiaoxiao, still unconscious. Nagini, displaying concern, lowered its head to gently nuzzle Su Xiaoxiao's hand. My goodness, what on earth happened? Upon seeing Su Xiaoxiao, drenched in blood, Hagrid was instantly struck with shock. He hurried forward to assess her injuries, only to discover that Su Xiaoxiao bore no wounds whatsoever. Then how did she end up like this? Puzzled, Hagrid decided to abandon the query and swiftly scooped Su Xiaoxiao into his arms, making a hasty exit from the forbidden forest towards Hogwarts Castle. In the infirmary, a place Su Xiaoxiao frequented, the bloodstains on her body had vanished, and she lay weakly on the bed, surrounded by a gathering of concerned individuals. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, listening intently to Madame Pomfrey's account. She must have been attacked by numerous Dementors. Poor child, we nearly lost the chance to see her lively self again. She now appears rather frail. However, I have administered the potion to her. Once she awakens from her slumber, please ensure she has some chocolate. Thank you, Bobby. Dumbledore nodded, his brow easing slightly, yet his anger remained palpable. The Dementors had attacked his student, nearly seizing her soul, and he would undoubtedly pursue this matter to its conclusion. Resolutely, Dumbledore turned to Professor McGonagall. I must visit the Ministry of Magic. Minerva, you are in charge of the school. Rest assured, Headmaster, McGonagall replied with a nod. Professor Snape cast a contemplative glance at the bed where Su Xiaoxiao lay. Wait, Headmaster, Snape interjected suddenly. What is it, Severus? Dumbledore paused to regard him. Don't you find it peculiar? When Hagrid brought her here, she was covered in blood, yet Madame Pomfrey found no external injuries. Dumbledore met his gaze. We shall only uncover the truth once the young lady awakens. Snape fell silent, and seeing he had no further comments, Dumbledore turned to leave. Su Xiaoxiao slept deeply until nightfall, over 2 hours past dinner time. Harry and his friends kept vigil by her bedside, where a mountain of chocolate lay piled up. When will she wake up? Ron sighed, reaching for the chocolate on the nightstand. Hermione swiftly smacked his hand. That is for Xiaoxiao. You mustn't touch it. But there is so much. Ron grumbled, though he refrained from reaching for it again. At that moment, Draco, who had been watching Su Xiaoxiao intently, suddenly exclaimed, Xiaoxiao is awake. What? That's wonderful. The other three rushed over. Xiaoxiao slowly opened her eyes, the first sight being Draco's concerned visage, alongside Hermione, Harry, and Ron. Yet, for some reason, their expressions shifted from joy to suspicion. Xiaoxiao, your eyes. My eyes? What's wrong? Xiaoxiao replied, bewildered. She felt slightly dizzy, extremely hungry, and her memories were a bit muddled, though they quickly clarified. Hermione retrieved a small mirror from her pocket and held it before her. Xiaoxiao, you should see for yourself. Xiaoxiao accepted the mirror. In it, her complexion was nearly as pale as Draco's, her lips devoid of color, appearing quite haggard. However, what drew immediate attention were her eyes. The faintly luminous, pale green orbs had noticeably lost their vibrancy, prompting Xiaoxiao to question whether she had lost yet another life. Was it due to the Dementor's attack? That seemed plausible. Yet, losing just one life shouldn't result in such a change. Xiaoxiao, what on earth happened to you? Why have your eyes become so pale? Draco understood that the lightening of her irises signified something grave. His expression was a complex mixture of concern and sorrow as he tightened his grip unconsciously. Chapter 173. The 3 lives stolen after that. I woke up here. Xiaoxiao recounted her experiences in the Forbidden Forest. Nagini had transformed back into a small snake, coiling around her wrist, harmoniously complementing the watch Draco had given her. Oh, and I also encountered Sirius Black. What? The others erupted in excitement. He didn't harm you, did he? Harry asked anxiously. Through his heartfelt discussions with Professor Lupin, Harry had learned that Sirius was a friend of his father, which complicated his feelings. Don't worry, Sirius is innocent. He is a good person. Xiaoxiao waved her hand reassuringly. Harry, he is your godfather. The one who betrayed your father was Peter Pettigrew, not Sirius. Xiaoxiao briefly recounted the events surrounding Peter Pettigrew and Sirius, as well as how Pettigrew had transformed into Scabbers and hidden at Ron's home. This revelation shocked both Ron and Harry, particularly Ron, whose face displayed disbelief. How could my Scabbers possibly be Peter Pettigrew? That is impossible. She speaks the truth. Came the voice of Lupin from the doorway. Professor? The group turned towards the entrance, and Harry's heart surged upon hearing Lupin's affirmation. Sirius truly was wronged. Peter Pettigrew's animagus form is a rat. Oh no, Ron lamented, hanging his head in frustration. Changing wands last year, now switching pets this year, Merlin's beard. Why is my luck so dismal? Professor Lupin sat with them, sharing tales of their shared past. Meanwhile, in the room of requirement, a swirling black mist penetrated the walls, entering the mirror of Erased. The mist gradually transformed into the likeness of Xiaoxiao. The third persona gazed down at her hands and body, her eyes betraying a glimmer of joy. Her form appeared considerably less translucent, nearly indistinguishable from that of a normal person. This was the boon of having stolen 3 lives from Xiaoxiao. Indeed, those 3 green orbs extracted from her forehead represented her 3 lives. 5 lives, lost in one fell swoop. The third persona raised the replicated wand, its dark green surface swirling with a black mist, brimming with sinister energy. Grasping the wand, she lightly tapped the mirror's surface, causing ripples to spread across it. A smile graced her features as she concentrated her magic at the wand's tip. A sharp crack echoing as the mirror of Erased shattered. The loud noise reverberated through the room of requirement. The third persona stepped slowly from the mirror, adorned in a black dress that seemed woven from the night itself, her bare feet soundlessly treading upon the shards of glass. She moved gracefully, the jagged edges slicing her skin, yet no blood flowed. Instead, wisps of black mist wafted around her. With a gentle flourish of her wand, the room's ambience shifted. The lighting dimmed, and a forest green haze enveloped the space. In the corner, an antique gramophone played an eerie yet somewhat romantic melody, its notes drifting through the air. The third persona began to dance, her movements fluid, sometimes on tiptoe, sometimes spinning, reveling in the atmosphere as if celebrating her liberation from Xiaoxiao's essence. As she waved her arms, dark butterflies emerged from the mist swirling around her, joining her in flight. Suddenly, sensing something amiss, the third persona halted. With a flick of her wand, the music ceased, and the butterflies dissipated into the air, much like the shattered mirror of Erased. Instantly, she transformed into black mist, vanishing into thin air. The next moment, the door to the room of requirement swung open, and several HMC student members entered. Although Xiaoxiao, the leader, seldom frequented this place, it did not preclude the club members from organizing activities. Colin, burdened with a multitude of responsibilities, gathering intelligence, taking photos, editing, reviewing, publishing articles, and organizing events, was busily engaged, expressing both the challenges and joys of his role. Perhaps after graduation, he could apply to the Daily Prophet. Due to his management of HMC, he is constantly engaging with the staff at the Daily Prophet, who have come to recognize him well and hold his abilities in high regard. Young Colin is poised to become the next Rita Skeeter. This is meant in a complimentary sense, not derogatory. It simply suggests that he is likely to achieve a similar level of fame in the realm of journalism. I remember placing the items right here. Let us all search diligently, as the Daily Prophet will need them by tomorrow, Colin declared, as he began to search alongside his companions in the room of requirement. Unbeknownst to them, a swirling mass of black mist quietly departed from the premises. The dark mist circled around Hogwarts Castle before zeroing in on its target, plunging into the depths of the Black Lake. Beneath the surface of the lake, mermaids and grindylows congregated in clusters, patrolling with remarkable discipline. At the heart of their watch lay a conch-like structure. This immense conch served as a prison, yet it housed no inmates, save for one, Tom Riddle. The interior was dimly lit, illuminated only by a few glowing blue stones. He lay reclining on a rudimentary stone bed, hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed in repose. 3 sides of him were surrounded by smooth walls, while the 4th was marked by a heavy iron door, which had a small opening through which many guards were stationed outside. The mermaids held a deep respect for Dumbledore and were keen to keep a vigilant eye on this specter, treating the task with utmost seriousness. A few grindylows occasionally peered through the small opening, making faces at Riddle inside, appearing quite mischievous. The black mist drifted closer, unnoticed by the mermaids. Though a few curious fish ventured into the dark cloud, only to emerge moments later as nothing more than a complete set of fish bones. One mermaid, noticing the unusual occurrence, swam forward to investigate. Before her lay a scattering of fish bones amidst the swaying aquatic plants. As she curiously picked one up, she remained oblivious to the encroaching black mist behind her. Chapter 174, The Anomaly of the Black Lake. The black mist silently consumed her, leaving only a pile of mermaid bones strewn across the aquatic foliage. The sudden disappearance of such a sizable mermaid quickly drew the attention of the others, who now regarded the advancing black mist with expressions of alarm. What is that? They murmured among themselves, as the apparent leader among the mermaids brandished a trident, directing the nearby grindylows to probe the situation. Upon receiving their orders, the grindylows erupted into a cacophony of squeals as they rushed forward. They plunged into the black mist, only to emerge as mere skeletons, their flesh stripped away, cascading into the depths of the aquatic plants, utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Within the conch, Riddle suddenly opened his eyes, a smirk gracing his lips as the cat ears atop his head twitched slightly. At last, the moment has arrived. The following morning, everyone returned to the hospital wing to keep company with Xiaoxiao. Professor Lupin took a sip of water and turned to her. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that your Patronus charm was malfunctioning. Could you demonstrate it for me again? Xiaoxiao nodded, sitting up in bed, gripping her wand tightly as she recited the incantation. Expecto Patronum. Magical energy flowed smoothly from the tip of her wand. Xiaoxiao could feel her internal magic gliding effortlessly through the wand, a sensation of unprecedented ease. A silver tiger had emerged. She watched it anxiously, knowing that at this stage, a dark mist and a black cat would typically appear to disrupt her yet to materialize Patronus. Hey everyone, did you see that? The Black Lake. There are so many mermaids. Colin suddenly burst through the door, rushing in. Xiaoxiao, momentarily startled, faltered and failed to successfully cast her Patronus. Colin Creevy, you better have a good reason for this. She shot him a fierce glare. The others stifled their laughter, nearly bursting into giggles. Colin weakly pointed towards the window. You'll know when you look outside. Xiaoxiao and the others turned to gaze out the window towards the Black Lake. The surface was anything but tranquil. Dozens of mermaids were surfacing, frantically waving their arms, their faces etched with fear and urgency, murmuring in their own language. A throng of curious students gathered by the lake, unable to comprehend the mermaid's speech, yet sensing an air of urgency, as if something significant needed to be conveyed. Professor Lupin furrowed his brow as he observed the scene, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. Stay here, I'll find the other professors. With that, he hurried off. What on earth is happening? Ron exclaimed, astonished as he leaned over the windowsill, straining to see the Black Lake. However, due to the distance, he discerned nothing. I'm not sure, Harry responded. But they keep pointing to the lake's depths, as if something lies beneath. Wait, what is that? Hermione suddenly interjected, directing the group's gaze toward a faint green light emanating from the center of the Black Lake. Xiaoxiao felt an inexplicable flutter of trepidation. Suddenly, her body stiffened, and Tom Riddle's voice echoed in her mind. Long time no see, Xiaoxiao. Riddle. The mere sound of his voice sent a jolt of unease through her. What makes you think you can reach out to me now? The memories of their previous encounters ignited her anger. I merely wish to inform you that soon you will have the opportunity to meet my corporeal self. Riddle's tone was tinged with delight, almost boastful. Oh, is that so? Xiaoxiao retorted coldly. Do you believe that having a body will free you from my control? Riddle remained silent. Xiaoxiao, seeing through his thoughts, couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Though she was unsure how he had escaped and acquired a body, she speculated that it must be related to the dark-clad figure Sirius had mentioned. Perhaps that dark figure was Voldemort, who might have sensed Riddle's lingering essence and infiltrated Hogwarts to retrieve him. Xiaoxiao pondered this, growing increasingly convinced of Voldemort's involvement. Do you truly think he is willing to assist you? I once believed you to be clever, yet here we are. What do you mean? Riddle questioned, glancing at the encircling black mist, where the third persona was fulfilling her promise to help him form a body. In return, Riddle would assist her for a duration of 3 years, after which he would decide his fate. A most advantageous deal, at least in their eyes. However, Xiaoxiao's words sparked a flicker of doubt in Riddle regarding the third persona's assurances. What do you imply? Simply that I look down upon you. Xiaoxiao stated. Think it over, but let me remind you, we are still connected, which speaks volumes. What do you mean? Your power to kill still rests in my hands. Riddle fell silent once more. Xiaoxiao spoke nothing but the truth. Previously, he had assumed that Xiaoxiao was supplanted by her third personality, believing that he would no longer be swayed by her influence. Consequently, he revealed his true self. However, he later discovered that a formidable force had emerged in Huaxia. One that not only eradicated the second personality, but also frightened the third personality into retreating to the dark recesses of Xiaoxiao's psyche. Now, he found himself contemplating whether to continue the collaborative relationship with the third personality. Subsequently, Xiaoxiao engaged him in conversation, and soon they reached a consensus. Xiaoxiao retrieved the live point map and located the name of Riddle, alongside which was another Xiaoxiao. Shifting her gaze, she saw her name alongside those of her peers in the infirmary. Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. As he had said, she indeed possessed a third personality. Why were there 2 Xiaoxiaos? Hermione also took note of this remarkable map, and, upon seeing the 2 Xiaoxiaos, was filled with astonishment. An incident had occurred. Xiaoxiao's expression turned grave. Tom Riddle had been unleashed by this version of Xiaoxiao. They swiftly exited the infirmary and found the professors, explaining the situation. After which the professors dispersed the students gathered by the Black Lake. Upon arriving at the lake's edge, they recognized just how conspicuous the green light at the lake's center was. Chapter 175, Riddle's Stance. Dark mist rose from the lake's surface, and the merfolk were unceremoniously placed into the river within Xiaoxiao's spatial ring. Headmaster Dumbledore had kept him confined beneath the Black Lake without any prior incident. Why would such an occurrence arise today? Professor McGonagall's expression was serious as she gazed at the lake's surface, worry etched in her eyes. Fear not, everything will be fine. After all, we are not to be trifled with. M.O. Kitchen remained unfazed, having witnessed grand spectacles before, and was not perturbed by such an event. Professor Snape cast a sidelong glance at him but remained silent, redirecting his attention to Xiaoxiao and the others. You lot, why are you still here? The professors suddenly remembered that these students were still present. Professor White, would you kindly escort them back to the castle? Professor McGonagall's sudden cue jolted by Sushi back to reality. She nodded solemnly, and then looked at Xiaoxiao and the others, chillingly uttering a single word, leave. Let them return. I must stay. Xiaoxiao stated, glancing back at Hermione and the others. I have a contractual link with Riddle. Remaining here could assist you. Are you certain you won't be a hindrance? Professor Snape shot her a glance, laden with disdain. We shall remain as well, Harry declared resolutely, gripping his wand tightly. No. Xiaoxiao and the professors nearly simultaneously rejected him. Harry pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat reluctant. Listen, Harry, I understand your desire to help. But consider this. If we all remain here, what will happen to our classmates in the castle? Xiaoxiao shifted her perspective to persuade Harry, who, upon reflection, found her reasoning sound. You all have a more important task, which is to ensure everyone's safety. Very well. Harry relented with a nod. They turned and hastened back towards the castle. Above the castle, several Dementors fluttered restlessly. Sushi followed suit. Professor McGonagall cast an appreciative glance at Xiaoxiao. At that moment, the black mist on the lake's surface grew increasingly dense. Beneath the Black Lake, the emerald light intensified. It's coming. Xiaoxiao suddenly stated in a low voice. Everyone fixated on the lake's surface, ready to spring into action at the slightest sign of emergence. Suddenly, the water's surface erupted with a tremendous splash. A mass of pitch-black mist surged from the lake's depths, accompanied by countless bones, creating a ghastly spectacle. Heaven's net. Luo Yunxiao seized the opportunity, extending his wand toward the black mist, and a beam of white light dispersed into a vast net, ensnaring the dark mist instantly. The black mist froze momentarily, then began to struggle fiercely. We've got her. Professor Flitwick exclaimed excitedly. No, that's not her. Everyone clear out. Su Xiaoxiao shouted urgently. Just as her words fell, the black mist trapped within the net unexpectedly dissipated, and from the depths of the lake, a black cat, one that was all too familiar to Su Xiaoxiao, leaped forth, charging directly at her. Su Xiaoxiao had sensed it in advance, and swiftly dodged to the side. Avada Kedavra! Suddenly, a green laser shot forth from the black mist. It narrowly grazed past Su Xiaoxiao. The professors were not to be outdone. Dozens of spells and incantations were hurled toward the black mist. Uncertain whose power struck the mist, it exploded with a thunderous bang, revealing two figures immediately. It was Riddle and the third personality. Upon seeing the third personality, astonishment swept through the crowd. Had she not been eliminated by Yang Lizhong, the director of the Shinnong Healing Institute, long ago? Why did she still exist? Yet, even amidst their myriad questions, now was not the time for such discussions. Now is the moment for you to fulfill your promise, the third personality said, glancing slightly at Riddle behind her. He nodded subtly, his gaze locked on his Su Xiaoxiao, his eyes brimming with turbulent light. The professor stood on high alert, the atmosphere tense and serious. Riddle raised his hand, clutching a replica wand. Avada Kedavra! The familiar green light re-emerged, shocking everyone present. For the tip of his wand was aimed at the third personality, not at Su Xiaoxiao and her companions. The third personality frowned slightly, lowering her gaze to her abdomen, where a fist-sized hole had been pierced through. Indeed, aside from herself, no one could be trusted. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the depths of her eyes. After hitting her, Riddle did not remain stationary but swiftly moved to Su Xiaoxiao's side. They had reached a mutual understanding while still in the infirmary. Riddle compromised for the sake of his survival, while Su Xiaoxiao merely saw him as still possessing some usefulness. Using the guise of a contract, she aimed to control Riddle as a threat. Su Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a tinge of wickedness. Such a valuable tool should not go to waste. The third personality transformed back into a mass of black mist, but did not flee. Instead, it rapidly spread. This is one of her attacks. Be wary of being tainted by the mist, Riddle warned in a low tone before retreating himself. He cherished his own life more than anyone else. This black mist possesses strong corrosive properties. We cannot allow it to spread further. Observing the plants that instantly withered upon contact with the mist, Zhihu urgently declared, pulling several talismans from her sleeve and tossing them into the air while reciting incantations. A tempest suddenly swept in, dispersing the black mist. Professors McGonagall and the others simultaneously unleashed gusts of wind, and the vicinity of the Black Lake erupted like a tornado, swiftly whisking away the black mist. Inside the castle, students stood at a height, anxiously watching below. Harry gripped his wand tightly, contemplating the scene beneath with pursed lips. Draco bore a similar expression. This is unacceptable. We must do something. Hermione suddenly spoke up, her demeanor solemn, her spirits dampened. Even Crookshanks at her feet seemed to share her gloom. But what can we do? Ron lamented, leaning against the windowsill, staring at the towering tornado in a daze. Wait, do you see something running over there? Harry suddenly pointed at a distant shadow. Everyone turned to look. That seems to be a running black cat? It seemed to have emerged from the black mist. Could it possibly be that mischievous little creature? A classmate suddenly speculated. We must not let it escape. Now it is our turn to take action, Draco declared, brimming with enthusiasm. After diligent study in recent days, he was eager to showcase his newfound abilities. Chapter 176. Professor McGonagall was furious, and the consequences were dire. It was the first time everyone had witnessed Draco so motivated. His words instantly ignited a sense of urgency among the others. After all, they had been practicing their magical arts for several days, and each of them felt an impulsive desire to give it a try. Let us go. Let us do this. Suddenly, a student from the Ancient Martial Arts elective shouted an authentic expletive in a perfectly enunciated manner. The Ancient Martial Arts class not only taught traditional Chinese martial arts, but also included Mandarin, albeit in a rather informal fashion. Hermione opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately remained silent, instead drawing out her wand. The group, filled with fervor, prepared to leave the room. Just as they approached the door, Hermione suddenly called out to them. Harry looked at her with a puzzled expression. What's wrong, Hermione? You're not trying to stop us, are you? Hermione shook her head vigorously. No, I want to inform you that Professor White is guarding the door. If you all strut out so boldly, she will surely intervene. Due to her social anxiety, Sushi had instructed them to stay inside while she guarded the corridor outside. If anything were to go awry, she would rush in at the slightest cry for help. That makes sense. But how shall we exit? Neville asked, frowning. Harry surveyed the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze out the window. Do you all remember what we learned in ancient martial arts class? Wait, are you suggesting we use lightness skills? Ron's eyes lit up, but upon glancing at the distance from the window to the ground, he gulped nervously. Exactly. This is a splendid opportunity to test our skills, Harry exclaimed, spotting the black cat that was still fleeing. "We cannot let it get away. We must pursue it at once." Harry was the first to leap out. He nimbly climbed onto the windowsill, using both hands and feet. As the teachings of Professor Wanchi echoed in his mind, carefully and agilely, he leapt across the walls of the castle, springing off the protruding bricks. Seeing him jump first stirred a sense of dissatisfaction in Draco, who promptly followed. Next came Hermione, Ron, the Weasley twins, and others. More and more students began to leap from the castle. Some employed lightness skills, others affixed flying talismans to their legs, while a few adept in magical arts simply soared down with spells. A variety of jumping techniques emerged, cascading down like dumplings, one after another. The castle was left with only a handful of younger students. Some wished to contribute, but, lacking the ability, could only watch from the castle and cheer for Harry and the others. Others were simply too timid, and of course, there were those reluctant to take risks. But Harry and his friends did not cast any judgment. There was no need for moral coercion. In the corridor outside, Sushi stood with her arms crossed at the door, a slight smile gracing her lips. Did these little ones truly believe that her presence outside would render her oblivious to their activities within? However, Sushi chose not to intervene. The younger students in the castle needed protection as well. Well, it seems quite a bit has been cleared. Xiaoxiao stowed her wand, wiping away the sweat. The environment by the Black Lake was in utter disarray, ravaged by the tornado. The grass, eroded by the black mist, spiraled into the sky before plummeting down, while soil and debris lay scattered about, a scene of utter chaos. The wind died down, and the mist dissipated. Yet, the third persona was nowhere to be seen. It appeared she had managed to escape. Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of regret. Having let her slip away this time would complicate future attempts at her eradication. No matter, we shall be prepared next time. When she returns, we will capture her in one fell swoop. Wanchi Chin's golden aura receded, and his formidable presence vanished in an instant. He was right. The sudden appearance of the third persona had caught them unprepared, coupled with their lack of understanding regarding her. Her escape was somewhat excusable. "Wait, what is happening over there?" Zhihu Weizi exclaimed, flicking his wand in surprise towards the direction of the Whomping Willow. There. Flashes of light flickered continuously, accompanied by the occasional crack of thunder, creating an intimidating spectacle. "It seems someone is battling," Luo Yunxiao remarked, narrowing his eyes as he gazed in that direction. "Let us go and take a look." Xiaoxiao was the first to charge ahead. But before she could make her escape, Professor McGonagall halted her. Children should not rush to the front. Xiaoxiao obediently nodded and followed behind Professor McGonagall. At the Whomping Willow, led by Harry, students of various ages, both boys and girls, gripped their wands, launching an assault on a black cat. The feline was shrouded in dark mist, its fur bristling as it emitted low growls. The third persona was on the verge of losing her temper, having just emerged from Xiaoxiao's essence. She had expended a life force to help Riddle reconstruct his body, significantly diminishing her strength. She had anticipated that by collaborating with Riddle to eliminate the original, she could replace Xiaoxiao. Yet, to her dismay, Riddle betrayed her after reaping the benefits. After being struck by Riddle's killing curse and subsequently attacked by Xiaoxiao and the others, she had barely managed to escape by transforming into a black cat, only to be besieged by this group of students who had inexplicably appeared. What a stroke of bad luck. If it weren't for the mysterious spell that had severely weakened her in the Forbidden Forest the previous night, how could she have ended up in such a dire predicament? Wait, the secret passage. The third persona suddenly recalled something. She had long been concealed within Xiaoxiao's inner world, but not merely to hide herself. As another facet of Xiaoxiao's psyche, the third persona possessed fragments of her memories, including knowledge of the Whomping Willow's secret passage. Swiftly dodging a spell, the third persona seized the opportunity and darted toward the entrance beneath the willow. The already irate Whomping Willow thrashed its branches wildly, attempting to repel any creature that dared approach. A branch struck the third persona, fortuitously propelling her into the secret passage. Just as Harry was about to pursue, he was forcibly halted by the nearly frenzied Whomping Willow. A branch of such magnitude would surely prove fatal if it struck. "Weren't you all supposed to remain in the castle?" came Professor McGonagall's irate voice from behind. Harry and the others shuddered, turning to see the professor standing there, with Xiaoxiao winking at them from behind Professor McGonagall. "Everyone back with me. Have you lost all sense of decorum? Are my words falling on deaf ears?" The safety of her students was of utmost importance to Professor McGonagall. Her tone was sharper than usual, stemming from her deep concern for the children. If anything were to happen to any one of them, she would never forgive herself. After all, Dumbledore entrusted her with the school during his absence. It was clear to everyone that Professor McGonagall was genuinely angry. No one dared to utter a word, and the earlier spirited atmosphere of confrontation had vanished. With their heads bowed, they obediently followed the professors back toward the castle. Chapter 177, Richard's General Store. In the Great Hall, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Everyone stood in a cluster, heads bowed, afraid to utter a word, scarcely daring to breathe. Professors McGonagall and Snape wore the most somber expressions. They were already quite stern by nature, but now they appeared even more so. Even the typically mischievous twins dared not make a peep, underscoring just how furious Professor McGonagall truly was. Sirius Black remains unaccounted for, and the outside is teeming with Dementors. Although we managed to repel one of them, the threat still looms large. How could you disregard my words and venture forth from the castle to confront her? If anything were to happen to you, how would I explain it to your families? Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow and cast a stern gaze over the assembly, her eyes lingering particularly on Harry and his companions. These students were truly a source of exasperation for her. They seemed to be at the heart of every rule violation. Harry, despite appearing quite earnest, had inexplicably inherited James' reckless nature. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore of this matter. It will be up to him to decide your punishment. Now, everyone return to your dormitories. A collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd as the prefects hastily escorted their charges from the Great Hall. It appears that peace will elude us for the foreseeable future, Professor Snape remarked suddenly. Professor McGonagall sighed, internally lamenting when Dumbledore would return. Professor Lupin pondered for a moment, but chose not to disclose the situation regarding Sirius Black. Believing Severus would not trust his words, it would be best to wait for Dumbledore's return. In the Forbidden Forest, at the Centaur encampment, Firenze stood atop a rise, gazing up at the stars scattered across the night sky. The evening breeze swept through, carrying a chill. With a furrowed brow, Firenze was engaged in stargazing, attempting to discern the future. He observed a star that shone a deeper crimson than the others. It was Mars. In both Eastern and Western astrology, Mars is an ominous sign, symbolizing war and death. Yet, beside it flickered a star representing hope and rebirth. The two coexisted, entwined, embodying both fortune and misfortune. It was difficult to ascertain whether this was a portent of good or evil. Suddenly, Firenze's thoughts shifted towards Hogwarts. The original course had been altered. Where would the wheel of time roll next? A small golden-spotted butterfly flitted its wings, stirring up a tempest in the wizarding world. Following his earlier failure in Austria, Voldemort had not only lost several Death Eaters, but also severed his connection with Nagini. He had yet to acquire what he sought, and found himself in a lamentable state. Thus, he refrained from returning to China. His immediate objectives were to locate Nagini, reclaim the Deathly Hallows, and eliminate Xiaoxiao as well as the boy foretold in the prophecy, Harry Potter. However, the priority remained the retrieval of the Deathly Hallows. Before him, a serpent slithered up his pant leg, coiling around his shoulder and whispering hisses into his ear. So, she has fled to France. Voldemort gently caressed the serpent resting on his shoulder, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his gray-white eyes. He then cast the serpent aside, propelling himself into the air, soaring towards France. In Paris, France, Jonathan, clad in black and sporting a top hat while clutching a suitcase, surveyed his surroundings. Satisfied that no suspicious individuals were present, he strode purposefully towards a row of vintage residences across the street. Upon reaching the door of a fourth-floor room, he knocked 3 times, paused for 2 seconds, and knocked 3 more times. Moments later, the door creaked open, revealing an empty room filled with an array of seemingly useless items: a tattered old coat, a patched teddy bear, a broken windmill, and a handkerchief embroidered with roses, all haphazardly stacked, yet surprisingly tidy and dust-free, indicating regular cleaning. Jonathan stepped inside, and the door closed behind him automatically. Welcome to Richard's Emporium," came a sharp, hoarse voice from behind a pile of clutter. Jonathan navigated around the mess to find a diminutive, bespectacled goblin perched atop a stool made of stacked books, his long-nailed fingers meticulously polishing a bronze goblet. Name: Jonathan Norsent. Purpose: I wish to preserve my most cherished belongings. Very well. What is the duration? Jonathan hesitated. Richard looked up impatiently. Forever. No, I want to leave them here. And if a worthy soul desires to take them, I ask that you ensure they read my letter. Ah, so you wish to sell them? Richard snapped his fingers, and a thick ledger and quill flew towards him. Fill in the requirements, and once registered, you may depart. Richard, without glancing up, continued, by the way, I will take 40% of the sale, and how shall I remit the payment to you? Jonathan offered a wry smile. If there were indeed a paradise. He wondered if the currency here could be sent to him by other means. Are you even listening? Seeing Jonathan's delayed response, Richard frowned and raised his voice. Unperturbed by Richard's brusque demeanor, Jonathan retrieved a letter from his pocket and handed it over. As for the payment, just send it to the address on this letter. Additionally, there are 2 letters inside. Please ensure that the parchment one is sent along with the money, and show the parchment one to the buyer during the transaction. Understood. Richard huffed, waving his hand dismissively. Jonathan placed his suitcase on the ground and turned to leave. After his departure, Richard jumped down from his stool and opened the suitcase he had brought. It was nearly filled to the brim with rare and ancient magical items. Some so valuable that even the goblin, who considered himself a connoisseur, was momentarily struck with desire. Such rare treasures, and yet he chooses not to keep them for himself? If it were me, I would take them to my grave, Richard muttered, but aside from his astonishment, he harbored no ulterior motives. With a flick of his fingers, magic flowed from his fingertips and into the suitcase. The precious items instantly levitated and arranged themselves in the most prominent places within the room. After completing this task, Richard retreated to an inner chamber, where he inscribed the names and prices of the items in a colossal tome. This book seemed to possess magical properties, as Richard wrote. A stack of cards beside the tome displayed the contents he had just recorded. Chapter 178, The Riddle Development Plan. Although Riddle had not attacked them at the time, having instead betrayed his third persona, trust in him remained elusive. No one wished to believe a traitor so easily. Riddle was once again confined to the dungeon. Whether he would stay or leave depended upon Dumbledore's decision. Professor McGonagall had already informed Dumbledore, who was at the Ministry of Magic and would return in the afternoon. In the dormitory, Xiaoxiao lay on her bed with her eyes closed, appearing to be asleep while actually communicating with Riddle. Based on my understanding of the headmaster, he will certainly grant you a chance to remain at Hogwarts. Huh. I beg to differ, Riddle scoffed, harboring a consistently poor impression of Dumbledore. Oh. You must learn to set aside your prejudices and trust me. Dumbledore will not make things difficult for you, Xiaoxiao asserted confidently. In the afternoon, Dumbledore returned from the Ministry of Magic, accompanied by an Auror. The Dementors were escorted away by the Auror, under Dumbledore's strong insistence. Old Batty reluctantly agreed to remove the Dementors, though he warned Dumbledore that should Sirius Black indeed enter the campus, all consequences would rest upon Dumbledore's shoulders. In the dungeon, Professor McGonagall had conveyed everything to him on her way here. Observing Riddle confined in the dungeon, Dumbledore felt a twinge of astonishment at the sight of him possessing a corporeal form. You seem to be faring rather well, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at him as though he were an old friend. If you've come merely to gloat over my misfortune, you may leave, Riddle replied with an air of indifference. Certainly not, Tom, Dumbledore shook his head. Your decision to refrain from aiming your wand at us signifies that you still hold potential for redemption. Redemption? Riddle scoffed as if he had heard the most ludicrous jest. I require no redemption. Spare me your pretentious concern. With that, he closed his eyes, dismissing Dumbledore entirely. Dumbledore, undeterred by Riddle's demeanor, remained calm. His eyes flickered with a glimmer of resolve. A rehabilitation plan for Riddle? In the headmaster's office, Xiaoxiao gazed at Dumbledore in disbelief. But, headmaster, didn't you initially oppose this plan? What has prompted this sudden change of heart? As she tugged at little Albus, who was squirming in frustration, attempting to kick her with his stubby legs, Dumbledore took a sip of his tea, contemplating. Upon reflection, the plan you proposed does seem to warrant implementation. Since Tom has been reborn, we cannot allow him to tread the same path he once did. We must guide him towards the right direction. Very well, Xiaoxiao nodded, conceding, as she tossed little Albus onto Fox. The little one dove into Fox feathers, startling the majestic creature. By the way, you don't mind if I use a memory charm on him, do you? Fortunately, Riddle had severed his connection to Xiaoxiao's mind, rendering him oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he might have raised quite a ruckus in her head. Dumbledore remained silent, simply nodding in acquiescence. After departing from the headmaster's office, Xiaoxiao headed directly to the dungeon. She had long desired to perform a little mind-altering on Riddle. With the prior experiences involving the basilisk and Nagini, she had honed her brainwashing skills to perfection. Hello. Upon entering the dungeon, Xiaoxiao found Riddle reclining against the wall, eyes closed in contemplation. At the sound of her voice, he opened his eyes. What brings you here? Of course, I'm here to bid you farewell. Xiaoxiao beamed, standing outside the specially designated cage for him, ready to cast her spell on the defenseless Riddle. Riddle regarded her with confusion. As if struck by a realization, his expression darkened. Dumbledore sent you to kill me? No, 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 Xiaoxiao shook her head. I am here to aid in your rebirth. With a flash of light, Xiaoxiao skillfully implanted crafted memories into Riddle's mind, erasing all remnants of his previous memories. However, during the process of obliterating his memories, Xiaoxiao stumbled upon something infuriating. No wonder my eye color has lightened. I thought it was the Dementor's doing. But it turns out the third persona seized my 3 lives while I was unconscious. And she even used one of those lives to reconstruct Riddle's body? How utterly infuriating. When the newly transformed Riddle opened his eyes, he beheld Xiaoxiao outside the cage, furiously muttering to herself, visibly upset. His name is Tom Riddle. He is an orphan. His parents passed away long ago, and it was Dumbledore who took him in. Dumbledore treated him like a beloved grandson, and he revered Dumbledore as family. He has a brother named Voldemort, who has been brainwashed by a mysterious organization and stands opposed to him. Having organized his memories, Riddle rose to his feet, surveying his surroundings, pondering why he found himself imprisoned in this dungeon. Cough, cough, you're awake. Xiaoxiao cleared her throat, nonchalantly fabricating a story. This incident was not your fault, so please, do not blame yourself. Come out quickly. Riddle contemplated for a moment, a look of enlightenment dawning on his face. The previous day, he had been captured as a hostage by the third persona due to his inadequate strength, nearly endangering everyone, which left him feeling guilty. Thus, he had confined himself in the dungeon as a form of self-punishment. Xiaoxiao was there to persuade him to return. No, I will not go back. Riddle shook his head. Once he recalled the reason for his confinement, he became deeply immersed in the life story crafted by Xiaoxiao, altering even his personality slightly. He began to spiral into despair, at odds with himself. Oh, come on. Why must you be so stubborn? Hurry, Dumbledore is back, and he wishes to see you. At the mention of Dumbledore's name, Riddle's body trembled, and he turned to her. Grandfather has returned? Xiaoxiao, suppressing her laughter, nodded and then opened the cage door. Well, I've done my part. Whether you go or not is up to you. I'm leaving now. With that, she turned her back and exited the dungeon. To be honest, if she lingered any longer, she would be unable to contain her laughter. Merlin's beard. Did I go a bit overboard with the memories I crafted for Riddle? I hope Dumbledore doesn't take it out on me. Suddenly having an additional grandson is bound to bewilder anyone. Wait, if Grindelwald finds out, will he misinterpret the situation and argue with Dumbledore? Xiaoxiao was momentarily taken aback by her own thoughts. Chapter 179. Dobby is a free elf. Thus, an increase in pay is warranted. When Dumbledore learned that he had unexpectedly gained a grandson, he nearly spat out his tea. What did you say? Despite being typically composed, Dumbledore's calm demeanor faltered at this revelation. That is precisely how things stand. Acceptance is your best course of action, should you refuse. I am at a loss for what to do. Xiaoxiao shrugged. Unless you wish for me to perform another memory wipe and implantation. But that would cause irreversible damage to his brain. Dumbledore was rendered speechless. What could he say? He could only nod, reluctantly agreeing. Xiaoxiao grinned. All right then, I'm off. Tomorrow, I need to welcome the companions from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. She remembered that the mischievous Xiaoxiao wished to see the little elf in a maid outfit. Though it sounded absurd, there was no helping it. Xiaoxiao was inclined to indulge him. The little elves would have to endure a bit of discomfort. Oh, by the way, regarding Sirius Black, I have some matters to discuss with you. Xiaoxiao suddenly recalled something and turned back before leaving. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Looking at her. He is currently within my space ring, along with little Peter Pettigrew. You captured them? Dumbledore tilted his head slightly. Xiaoxiao frowned. What do you mean captured? I merely utilized my skills, as you rightly pointed out. So, do you wish to meet him? She raised her hand, showcasing the ring. By the way, you do know that Sirius was wrongfully accused, right? It was actually little Peter Pettigrew who betrayed James and Lily. He is one of Voldemort's followers. Dumbledore nodded gently. We must ensure that he is exonerated. As for the past, I also have some questions for him. Please release him. Xiaoxiao nodded, her fingers trembling slightly. And in an instant, a flash of light illuminated the room as Sirius Black's figure materialized. He appeared somewhat dazed, still coming to terms with his surroundings, tightly clutching a rat in his hand. Xiaoxiao? Sirius blinked in surprise, suddenly recognizing the familiar layout of the space. He spun around abruptly to find Dumbledore seated in the headmaster's chair, a warm smile gracing his face. Professor Dumbledore, it's been a long time. Continuing, Dumbledore's gaze descended upon Scabbers, exclaiming, Ah, so this is the infamous rat, is it? I recall it well. It appears to be Ron's pet mouse. What was its name again? Ah yes, Scabbers. Xiaoxiao nodded affirmatively, stating, You carry on with your conversation. I must take my leave now. Do not forget to inform Minister Barty that Sirius is innocent. Without waiting for Dumbledore's response, she turned and dashed away, heading straight for the Hogwarts kitchen. Upon entering, she spotted Dobby and Winky engaged in a heated debate over whether salty or sweet tofu pudding was superior. The moment they saw Xiaoxiao, they rushed towards her like contestants seeking a judge. Miss, do you prefer salty tofu pudding or sweet? They implored. Only a child would choose, Xiaoxiao replied nonchalantly, her eyes flitting between them, seemingly measuring their heights. I want both. Miss Sue must choose one, insisted Winky. And Miss Sue is just a child. I'm not even human. Xiaoxiao pouted, and suddenly, two fluffy cat ears sprouted atop her head, quivering adorably. Dobby and Winky were momentarily taken aback. All right, I want to tease you further. Both salty and sweet tofu pudding have their admirers. There is no need for contention. Food cannot simply be deemed good or bad. It is either edible or inedible. Her words struck Dobby and Winky with clarity, enlightening them. Now, I have an announcement to make, she declared. What is it, Miss Sue? You need only command us. Winky exclaimed. I will do my utmost. Well, it's nothing particularly serious. Tomorrow, the cultivators from that academy are coming. And I have a friend who, has a slight issue. He keeps insisting on seeing a little elf in a maid outfit. Xiaoxiao gestured to her head. The two elves stared blankly. Clearing her throat, Xiaoxiao reassured them. You needn't worry about the costumes. I've prepared them for you. All you need to do is wear them during the welcoming ceremony tomorrow. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Winky hesitated. Though she couldn't fathom what a maid outfit entailed, the very name suggested it was hardly respectable attire. Not at all. I can just imagine how adorable you both will look in maid outfits. Xiaoxiao insisted fervently. It's settled then. Come to my dorm later, and I'll fetch the clothes for you. But Dobby is a free elf. Wearing a maid outfit is not part of Dobby's duties. Dobby protested. Xiaoxiao thought Dobby was about to refuse and prepared to persuade him further when he continued. If you wish Dobby to wear a maid outfit, it will require a different price. Is this truly the Dobby she knew? Xiaoxiao couldn't shake the feeling that this was a different Dobby altogether. Nevertheless, the little elves agreed to her plan. That evening, Dobby arrived at Xiaoxiao's dormitory to collect the garments. Dumbledore pinned a letter to the Ministry of Magic, aiming to assist Sirius in clearing his name. Meanwhile, Colin, under Xiaoxiao's directive, informed everyone of Sirius's innocence and crafted a joint letter to the Ministry and the Daily Prophet, expediting the process of exonerating Sirius. With Barty's integrity, it was believed that Sirius would soon regain his rightful place in the public eye. As for Peter Pettigrew, Sirius had no intention of letting him off the hook, and Xiaoxiao would undoubtedly lend her support. In France, atop the Eiffel Tower, Voldemort stood impassively, surveying the world below. Indeed, the air was quite refreshing up here, though the wind was rather strong. Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and vanished from his spot in an instant. Jonathan hurried along the street, oblivious to the passers-by, each engrossed in their own affairs, even as a theft occurred nearby, without a single soul turning to glance. Jonathan found himself at a loss, unsure of where to flee. The world was vast, and he had traversed countless places, yet now, he could think of nowhere to go. Perhaps he should visit Huaxia? The image of Xiaoxiao, the Huaxia girl, surfaced in his mind. It is said that the East, particularly Huaxia, is the most mysterious and powerful nation, filled with opportunities yet governed by a remarkable order. Resolute, Jonathan turned around, heading for the airport. However, upon spotting a trench-coated man across the street, he halted, a wry smile creeping across his face. Chapter 180. Huang Yunyan finally arrives. What was destined to come has indeed arrived. Jonathan faced Voldemort with unwavering resolve. I expected you would take a few more days to track me down, Voldemort. You've underestimated me. Voldemort sneered, slowly approaching him. At that moment, a car suddenly sped from the side, careening towards Voldemort, yet he remained unperturbed, merely raising a hand to stop it. The moving vehicle halted abruptly under the force of his single hand, its wheels spinning violently before coming to a standstill. The rear of the car slammed heavily to the ground, leaving bystanders in a state of shock. The driver, equally astonished, soon transformed that shock into sheer terror. In an instant, a blinding green light erupted from Voldemort's hand. With a resounding crack, the car's windshield shattered. The Muggle driver instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. But the green light pierced through the glass, striking him directly in the brain. The killing curse snuffed out his life in an instant. His face frozen in a mask of horror, hands still unraised to defend himself. This scene incited chaos among the crowd. Defenseless Muggles screamed and fled, gazing at Voldemort with the horror reserved for monsters. It dawned on them that this trench-coated man was, in fact, a living corpse. With pallid eyes and skin marred by decay, the overpowering scent of perfume could not mask the stench of rotting flesh emanating from him. In moments of extreme fear, the human brain magnifies the very essence of what terrifies it, presenting the most dreadful features of that fear. Jonathan furrowed his brow. As a wizard of Muggle origin, he had never deemed his background inferior to that of a wizard, nor did he consider these non-magical humans to be weak. They were formidable, in many ways surpassing wizards. Clenching his fists instinctively, Jonathan observed that Voldemort seemed unsatisfied with merely slaying one innocent Muggle. With a flick of his fingers, more Muggles fell one after another. Enough! Jonathan's eyes blazed with fury as he shouted, drawing his wand and aiming it at Voldemort. A spell shot forth towards him. Voldemort did not retreat. A barrier shimmered to life in front of him, absorbing Jonathan's attack. This time, the mysterious organization had provided him with a protective charm capable of absorbing all magical assaults. Jonathan, undeterred, unleashed another barrage of spells, including several unforgivable curses. Yet, whether it was the lethal Avada Kedavra or the torturous Cruciatus curse, Voldemort remained stationary, unyielding, absorbing each and every one of Jonathan's attacks with that impenetrable shield. Jonathan's pupils constricted. What sort of treasure did Voldemort possess that even the killing curse could not breach? Seemingly bored with the encounter, Voldemort made a subtle gesture. Jonathan felt an invisible force constricting his throat, his body suddenly stiffening as he clawed at his neck, as if an unseen rope was tightening around it, pulling upwards. Jonathan was lifted into the air, his face turning crimson as his eyes rolled upwards incessantly. His wand had long been discarded on the ground. Crack! Voldemort suddenly clenched his fist. A faint sound resonated, and Jonathan's body immediately slackened, devoid of life. Humph! Easily vanquished. Voldemort released his grip, and Jonathan's lifeless form collapsed onto the ground. With a disdainful glance at the surrounding muggles, whose eyes were filled with terror, Voldemort felt a surge of delight. He turned on his heel, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from sight. Voldemort departed with nonchalance. Yet his ostentatious pursuit of Jonathan left the Ministry of Magic with a plethora of troubles to contend with. Not long had passed since the Christmas incident, which had only just been resolved, and now such a debacle had arisen. Old Batty was practically beside himself with rage. Fortunately, this news had yet to reach Hogwarts. They were busy preparing to welcome the students and faculty from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Banners of welcome adorned the premises, and a number of lively, affable students, alongside house elves clad in maid outfits, stood outside the spatial transmission chamber, awaiting their arrival. Among them was Xiaoxiao, who could hardly contain her enthusiasm to reunite with Huang Yunyan and the others. With a soft sound, a plume of white smoke erupted from the spatial platform, and moments later, several individuals materialized atop it. First came the professors from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Following their descent, more white smoke billowed forth, and soon 10 students appeared. All accounted for. Welcome, welcome. We are delighted to have you at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Dumbledore greeted the 3 professors with a warm smile. He had previously met them when he visited the Immortal Cultivation Academy to borrow 4 teachers for the expansion of Hogwarts curriculum. Thank you, thank you. These little ones are among our school's most outstanding, a group of well-behaved children. I entrust you to take good care of them this semester. It is our pleasure, indeed. Ignoring the adults, Xiaoxiao was thrilled to see Huang Yunyan and the others, and she waved excitedly. Xiaoyan, Xiaoyang, Xiaoxiao, Xinxin, Xiaoxiao. Huang Yunyan sprinted towards her and leaped into her embrace, nearly toppling Xiaoxiao over. Draco, observing from the side, immediately rolled his eyes and rushed to help Xiaoxiao up. Before he could say anything, Huang Yunyan took Xiaoxiao's hand, laughing and chatting. At last, I see you in person. You little rascal, how could you not take care of yourself without us around? Oh, let us not talk about that on such a joyous day. What do you think of this welcome ceremony? I took your advice and had the house elves wear adorable maid outfits. Faha! Huang Yunyan burst into laughter, playfully tugging at the embarrassed Xiaoxiao. Do you like it, old bear? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing that it was Xiaoxiang's idea, Dobby's eyes widened in surprise. Sir, Dobby is a free house elf, and wearing a maid outfit is not part of Dobby's job description, so you understand. Dobby recalled what Xiaoxiao had taught him the previous day. Rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, Xiaoxiang shot a glance at Xiaoxiao, knowing full well she was behind this. Didn't I say to wear the armor of celestial soldiers? Xiaoxiang gritted his teeth, forcing a smile as he glared at Huang Yunyan. Huang Yunyan blinked innocently. What? I didn't know? Fists are clenched. All right, children, I believe everyone is hungry. Let us proceed to the Great Hall. Dumbledore called out. Chapter 181, Sorting Ceremony. In the bustling Great Hall, the ceiling was enchanted with a magical illusion of celestial clouds, casting a golden-red glow that draped everyone in a shimmering cloak. Ghosts flitted about, either curiously or warmly welcoming the guests from the Immortal Cultivation Academy. Peeves couldn't resist causing trouble, leading to a near disaster at the hands of Xiaoxiao, who nearly sent him fleeing in terror. Fortunately, Huang Yunyan intervened just in time, or Hogwarts would have been left with only the legend of Peeves, without a ghostly presence to be seen. I apologize for the ruckus. I thought I was encountering a wandering spirit, Xiaoxiang remarked, casting a glance at Peeves, who promptly shrieked and floated away. Although only 13 individuals had arrived, Dumbledore still arranged for many extra seats, and the Great Hall had been augmented with the undetectable extension charm, making it appear even more spacious. While the Ministry of Magic prohibited the casual use of the undetectable extension charm, who was Dumbledore? Even in Old Batty's presence, he would not face any reprimand. That was the power of influence. Moreover, Old Batty was far more astute than Fudge. Everyone settled into their seats. Dumbledore stood at the front, ready to deliver a speech. Professor McGonagall stood beside him, a stool beside her bearing the familiar sorting hat. Xiaoxiao rested her chin on the table, idly playing with her fork. Hey, Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, Huang Yunyin's voice chimed from behind. What is it? Xiaoxiao turned to see Huang Yunyin twisting her body and winking at her with a mischievous grin. What's that ugly, wrinkled, pointy hat? Oh, that? It's the sorting hat. It's only brought out on the first day of school to sort the first-year students into houses. As she spoke, Xiaoxiao glanced at Professor McGonagall and continued, aside from sorting, the hat usually gathers dust in the headmaster's office, so it's a bit strange that it's out today. However, I suspect it's meant for you new students. Do we have to be sorted too? Tai Xin, who had overheard their conversation, eagerly chimed in with curiosity. Xiaoxiao nodded. It seems so. After all, you'll be studying here for a semester. Since you're here, you have to abide by local customs, so of course, you must be sorted. I see. I know there are 4 houses here, but I don't know much about them. Could you give us a brief overview? No problem. Xiaoxiao readily agreed, thinking it would be a good way to pass the time. Though old Dumbledore wasn't too verbose. The 3 professors from the Immortal Cultivation Academy still needed to take the stage to speak, so the idle time would naturally be a bit longer. Across the Slytherin table, Draco frequently glanced over at Xiaoxiao, his eyes revealing hints of vigilance whenever he looked at Feng Shuyang and Xiaoxiao. He understood that these two were Xiaoxiao's childhood friends, having grown up together, and he couldn't rule out the possibility of them harboring feelings for her. He needed to be cautious. Rival in love number 2. Draco quietly pulled out a small notebook, jotting down a couple of notes. On stage, Professor Lin Jingxiao finally concluded her speech. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao had just finished explaining the 4 houses to Tai Xin. That sounds so interesting. Tai Xin gazed at the sorting hat, beginning to speculate which house she might be placed in. I'm definitely going to Ravenclaw. Huang Yunyin crossed her arms, her tone brimming with certainty. I'm so clever. There's no way I wouldn't go to Ravenclaw. Oh, please, your intelligence is lacking, Xiaoxiao retorted disdainfully. Hey, you little one, how dare you look down on me? Huang Yunyin immediately pouted. At that moment, Professor Dumbledore passed the floor to Professor McGonagall, clearing her throat. McGonagall raised her hands to quiet the crowd. Next, when I call your name, step forward. Indeed, it was time for the sorting. And Huang Yunyin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly gazed at the stage. AOU. The first summoned individual was the illustrious AOU of the Xian Yin generation. Although he shared the same surname as the Dragon King, he was not a direct descendant, merely a bearer of the same name. His residence, while colloquially referred to as the Dragon Palace, was formerly known as the Dragon's Hall. Indeed, his abode lay beneath the ocean's depths. AOU was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an aura as gentle as jade, with captivating sea blue hair and eyes of a crystalline azure, embodying a quintessentially two-dimensional aesthetic. He ascended the platform and, at Professor McGonagall's prompting, took a seat upon the stool. The sorting hat was placed upon his head, enveloping his visage in its broad brim, casting his sight into shadows as the voice of the hat echoed in his ears. Another wondrous race, endowed with unimaginable power. Beneath a facade as gentle as water lies an abyss of profound hatred. Have you heard the saying? AOU's voice was soft and melodious, a pleasure to the ears. What saying? The sorting hat inquired with curiosity. The more you know, the quicker you perish. Slytherin. The sorting hat, startled, hastily proclaimed the result. It yearned to extricate itself from his head. The boy was utterly formidable. Professor McGonagall carefully removed the hat from AOU's head. The assembly, including the professors, was taken aback that such a courteous and humble individual was sorted into Slytherin. Those familiar with AOU understood that his temperament seemed more suited to Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff. Yet, no one delved deeper, lest the sorting hat had simply deemed dragons and serpents akin, leading to his placement in Slytherin. Of course, this was merely a jest. Zhihu. The second to be called was a radiant girl with a high ponytail, embodying the essence of sunshine. A human cultivator, as Huang Yunyin remarked. Zhihu excelled in her studies, consistently securing top marks, an epitome of an academic overachiever. Zhihu will undoubtedly be sorted into Ravenclaw, Huang Yunyin declared with utmost certainty. If you doubt me, let us wager. If I win, you shall wash my socks by hand for a week. Ravenclaw. The sorting hat barely grazed Zhihu's head before it promptly announced its decision. Amidst the enthusiastic applause from Ravenclaw, Huang Yunyin excitedly clapped her hands and turned to Xiaoxiao, exclaiming, I was right. Xiaoxiao, you owe me a week of sock washing. Xiaoxiao shot her a disdainful glance. When did I agree to such a wager? Feng Shuyang. The unassuming and silent boy, Feng Shuyang, approached quietly. Upright, loyal, honest, and unafraid of hardships. These are commendable qualities that mark you as a natural Hufflepuff. Chapter 182. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Gryffindor. With the final individuals sorted into their respective houses, the 10 exchange students from the Cultivation Academy returned to their designated positions. Huang Yunyun, Mo Yin, and Zheng Qian were all sorted into Gryffindor, while Feng Shuyang, Tai Xin, and Yang Lulu found their places in Hufflepuff. Chun Zhihu and Xiao Tiantian were placed in Ravenclaw, with Aou and Li Muzi concluding their journey in Slytherin. Once the sorting was complete, a flurry of little elves adorned in maid outfits presented a lavish feast before them on the long table, overflowing with delectable dishes that emanated tantalizing aromas. After their meal, several student representatives guided them on a tour. Xiaoxiao was responsible for the 3 new Gryffindor students. And though she was unfamiliar with Mo Yin and Zheng Qian, her innate sociability allowed her to bond with them quickly during the meal. Allow me to take you to a rather entertaining place, the Room of Requirement. It is elusive, only appearing when you are in dire need, and its decor transforms to reflect your heart's desires. How enchanting! Mo Yin, a delightful girl and fellow human cultivator, exclaimed. Indeed. However, it has currently been claimed by our HM Club, serving as our stronghold. Come, allow me to show you. As Xiaoxiao narrated, she led them into the Room of Requirement. The interior remained unchanged, adorned as it was by the members of HMC. Several desks, a snack cabinet, and in a corner, the mirror of Erist stood. The privileges of your club are astonishing. But wait, what is the situation here? Huang Yunyun approached the mirror of Erist, her curiosity piqued by the shards of glass scattered about. Ah, this is the mirror of Erist. How could my grand mirror have shattered? Xiaoxiao gasped, astonished at the sight of the broken pieces. She couldn't fathom why the mirror, in pristine condition, would suddenly be in ruins. The mirror of Erist? What treasure is that? Zheng Qian inquired with intrigue. Xiaoxiao explained. The mirror of Erist reveals our innermost desires. It is a magical mirror that reflects what our hearts yearn for. It sounds so fascinating. What a pity that it has shattered, Zheng Qian lamented. Xiaoxiao remained silent, her brow furrowing as she recalled the second persona that had emerged from the mirror of Erist within her inner world. Perhaps the third persona had also originated in a similar fashion. After exploring the Room of Requirement, Xiaoxiao guided them through other areas of the castle. Riddle, unbeknownst to them, had emerged from the dungeon, perhaps discontent with solitude in the dark and damp confines. He made his way directly to Dumbledore's office, standing outside and attempting various incantations, yet none proved correct. At that moment, Professor Snape approached from down the corridor, his expression shifting upon spotting Riddle lingering outside the office. He approached Riddle, eyeing him warily. What are you doing here? Upon hearing Snape's voice, Riddle turned to him, nodding respectfully. Professor Snape, I am here to visit my grandfather. But I realized I forgot the password to his office. Could you assist me? Snape's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Riddle with incredulity. Grandfather? Dumbledore is your grandfather? Surely, this must be a jest. Is this the Riddle I know? Snape's suspicions arose. Could this courteous Tom Riddle be a disguise crafted by Xiaoxiao? Xiaoxiao, cease the charade. I know it is you, Snape asserted. Xiaoxiao? Riddle paused, casting a wary glance around. Aside from the two of them, there was no sign of Xiaoxiao. Still pretending, are we? Xiaoxiao, your audacity knows no bounds. Snape scoffed. If you do not end this childish ruse, I shall deduct points. Riddle blinked innocently. I assure you, I am not Xiaoxiao. What on earth is Professor Snape talking about? Riddle queried, confusion etched upon his face. Apologies, Professor, I do not comprehend your meaning, he replied, exuding a sense of helplessness. Snape's expression darkened. Gryffindor loses 10 points. Just as Xiaoxiao arrived, she overheard Snape deducting points and was momentarily taken aback. Wait, Professor, if Riddle has wronged you, why deduct points from Gryffindor? That is quite unjust. Ah, Xiaoxiao, you've arrived. Riddle exclaimed, relief flooding his features as he spotted her emerging from around the corner. Professor Snape seems to have misunderstood, believing I am you and accusing me of impersonation. I attempted to clarify, yet he remains unconvinced. Riddle shrugged, signaling his efforts had been in vain. Understanding dawned upon Xiaoxiao. It appeared that Dumbledore had yet to inform the professors of his newfound status as a grandfather. However, given that he had only learned of this matter the previous night, and with the arrival of guests from the Cultivation Academy today, it was reasonable that Dumbledore lacked the time to elaborate. Xiaoxiao discreetly pulled Professor Snape aside, softly explaining. Professor, allow me to clarify. This Riddle has been brainwashed by me. He is no longer Voldemort, but rather the beloved grandson that Professor Dumbledore brought back from the orphanage. Ignoring the complex and somewhat astonished expression on Professor Snape's face, Xiaoxiao glanced at Riddle, who was obediently standing nearby, and continued, in short, that is the situation, Professor. As long as you understand such an important matter, and you choose to disclose it only now? Professor Snape was at a loss for words. Does Dumbledore know? Xiaoxiao nodded. I only brainwashed Riddle after receiving his consent. She added, I've said all I needed to say. Professor, shouldn't you restore our house points? Snape turned on his heel and walked away. 10 points to Gryffindor. Though the latter statement was uttered softly, Xiaoxiao, with her keen hearing, caught it clearly, and a grin spread across her face. Snape truly was the proud old bat, huh? What brings you here, Riddle? Xiaoxiao approached him, and upon hearing her voice, Riddle's face broke into a gentle smile. I came to find my grandfather. Oh, well, the password is 8 treasure rice, Xiaoxiao replied. However, he might not be inside right now. The people from the Immortal Cultivation Academy are here today, so the headmaster should be accompanying them. Understood, Riddle nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Chapter 183, The Phoenix, Huang Yunyan. When classes officially commenced, the fifth-year students were astonished to see Riddle in the same classroom. Nobody dared to approach him, and whispers of speculation rippled through the room. This perplexed Riddle immensely. After class, he casually seized a classmate by the arm. Why does everyone avoid me? Why are you afraid of me? The classmate gulped, and no. We aren't avoiding you, nor are we afraid. We're just a bit, surprised. Yes, surprised. Surprised? Why? Riddle inquired, puzzled. Yet, the classmate seemed reluctant to elaborate, offering a hasty apology before departing. This was utterly bewildering. During dinner, Riddle entered the hall alone. The expressions of the onlookers varied widely. Some were shocked, others anxious, some skeptical, and a few disbelieving. Riddle felt a touch disheartened as he scanned the room, only to find that Xiaoxiao and her friends regarded him without any unusual glances, which provided him with a modicum of comfort. You seem rather downcast, Riddle, Xiaoxiao observed, having been engaged in conversation with her friends until she noticed his gloomy demeanor. I don't understand why everyone looks at me so strangely. I truly cannot fathom what I have done wrong, Riddle lamented. Xiaoxiao, you are the most popular student here. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what I did to incur their disdain? I would appreciate it, and I will make amends. Riddle, after being brainwashed, appeared somewhat pitiable. Xiaoxiao opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed, patting his shoulder. That's merely your perception. Don't take it to heart. Tomorrow, no, this afternoon, during class, you will discover something entirely new. Why? Riddle tilted his head in confusion. Oh, there's no need for so many whys. Go on and have your meal at the Slytherin table. There's a spot next to Draco. All right. Riddle nodded and turned to leave. That handsome guy is so striking. Who is he? Huang Yunyan asked, munching on a chicken leg while staring at Riddle's retreating figure. Xiaoxiao shot her a glance. Aren't you enamored with Professor Luo Yunxiao? Have you already moved on? You don't understand. This is called knowing when to advance and retreat. Huang Yunyan rolled her eyes, then suddenly lowered her voice. And haven't you noticed? There's this, indescribable vibe between Luo Yunxiao and Wan Qichun. I can't quite articulate it, but it feels like they share a subtle connection. Xiaoxiao gasped. No way. Instinctively, she glanced toward the head table, where Wan Qichun childishly snatched the food that Luo Yunxiao had been eyeing and popped it into his mouth, chewing with a smug expression. Luo Yunxiao sighed helplessly, turning to select from another dish. All right, I'm beginning to feel that way too. Huang Yunyan nodded slightly. So, why shouldn't I seek new pastures before becoming too entangled? After all, he doesn't like me, right? Huang Yunyan diverted her gaze. Xiaoxiao was momentarily at a loss for words. She sensed that this girl hadn't entirely moved on from her unrequited affection. Nevertheless, it was indeed wise to cut losses, though shifting her affections to Riddle seemed implausible. It wasn't that Huang Yunyan was lacking. On the contrary, her status, conditions, and beauty were such that Riddle would hardly be deemed to have ascended by winning her affection, considering she was a noble phoenix. Yet Riddle appeared to be oblivious to matters of the heart. At least, that had been the case before his brainwashing. She wondered if the newly brainwashed Riddle would experience a novel understanding of love. Unable to escape Huang Yunyan's insistence, Xiaoxiao briefly introduced her to Riddle. The Dark Lord? Holy moly, is he that impressive? Indeed, so are you going to give up? Xiaoxiao inquired casually. Absolutely not, Huang Yunyan exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, startling Hermione. Such an intriguing and handsome fellow. I must have him. As she spoke, a sudden idea seemed to strike her, and she swiftly stood up, declaring, I'm off to pursue love. Wish me luck. Xiaoxiao watched as Huang Yunyan dashingly made her way toward Slytherin. Witnessing her assertively displacing a classmate from beside Riddle and seating herself right next to him amidst the astonished gazes of those around. What is she doing? Hermione asked, bewildered. Xiaoxiao shrugged. Oh, it's nothing, don't mind her. This girl has flirted with countless handsome fellows since childhood, yet not one has ever succeeded. She'll likely cool off in a few days. What an amusing girl. Fred suddenly commented. Perhaps she might like our new product? George added, his eyes gleaming. At that moment, a flurry of owls entered the hall, dropping letters in a cascade onto the tables. Dun Dun tossed a copy of the Daily Prophet onto Xiaoxiao's plate. Dun Dun. Xiaoxiao snapped. Don't let me catch you next time, or I'll stew you. Dun Dun quickly flapped its wings and flew away. As Xiaoxiao opened the Daily Prophet, the first thing that caught her eye was a heart-wrenching piece of news. Jonathan Norsent had died. He was publicly murdered by Voldemort on the streets of Paris, France. Several innocent muggles were also among the victims. Voldemort's sudden appearance mirrored the previous incident in Austria, catching everyone off guard. The leaders in the Muggle world expressed their outrage. The Ministry of Magic promptly dispatched personnel to erase the memories of the Muggles who had witnessed the event. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Voldemort had now openly used magic to kill in the Muggle world twice. Unless he was dealt with, Voldemort would continue his rampage, leaving the Ministry of Magic in a precarious position, constantly under pressure from both the Wizarding Society and the Muggle government to erase memories while intensifying efforts to locate Voldemort and implement various defensive measures. However, this would render time exceedingly tight, and no one can predict when Voldemort's next assault will occur. If they continue to remain passive, the magical world will inevitably be exposed. Xiaoxiao can already envision how overwhelmed old Batty must be feeling. With so little hair to begin with, he might end up completely bald. She can't help but feel a pang of sympathy for his hair. Chapter 184. Xiaoxiao's Patronus. Instinctively, Xiaoxiao slipped her hand into her pocket, where the deathly hallow coin entrusted to her by Jonathan still resided. Jonathan's death is an irrevocable fact, she pondered, as Voldemort has now allied himself with a mysterious organization, making him considerably more formidable. Furthermore, aside from him, they must contend with the entirety of this enigmatic group. In addition to this, they must remain vigilant against the elusive third persona. Although they had successfully driven it away last time, her strength was not yet restored then. Should her power be fully regained, she is uncertain just how formidable she might become. Nevertheless, with the presence of those from the Immortal Cultivation Academy, dealing with the situation should not pose insurmountable difficulties. Apart from this news, there was another piece of information that surprised everyone, although it did not catch Xiaoxiao off guard. Sirius Black's name has been cleared, while Peter Pettigrew has been sentenced to life imprisonment in Azkaban. This news, at least for Harry and the others, was relatively positive. Sirius is his godfather, a dear friend of his father. He has not entirely lost his family. But what of Sirius? Having been exonerated, why has he not come to find me? Harry, suppressing his excitement, inquired. Xiaoxiao had a good idea of why Sirius had not arrived sooner. He is likely preoccupied with seeking vengeance. After all, he has borne the burden of wrongful blame for so many years and suffered greatly. Sirius would certainly not be satisfied with merely seeing Pettigrew imprisoned for life in Azkaban. He intends to confront him personally. The switch of roles is akin to the tale of a cat replacing a prince, and Sirius is already prepared for this, thanks to the support and resources provided by Xiaoxiao. Vengeance? Harry questioned, perplexed. Isn't Pettigrew already punished? Well, you can wait for him to return and ask him yourself. It should be soon. I don't care about anything else. I just know that my pet is gone, Ron lamented, slumped over the table. His joy has vanished. It's all right. You can ask either Sirius or Harry to get you another rat. Xiaoxiao reassured him, patting his shoulder. Why must it always be a rat? Ron grimaced. Anything else would suffice, Harry suggested. What do you think about a Niffler? Ron pondered for a moment. Are you out of your mind? Hermione interjected, unable to contain herself. Have you been watching Fantastic Beasts too much lately? But who could resist a fluffy, treasure-seeking Niffler? Ignoring Ron, Hermione turned to Xiaoxiao, her expression tinged with concern. Mr. Jonathan is dead, and with Voldemort rampaging through the Muggle world, he cannot be attempting to expose the magical world, can he? I'm not entirely sure. But given the current trajectory, the likelihood of the magical world being exposed is quite high. Don't worry, even if that day comes, it won't be catastrophic. Humanity will learn in due time, and we cannot remain hidden indefinitely. After all, progress is inevitable. The magical world must not continue to isolate itself. Having comforted Hermione, Xiaoxiao found her appetite waning. She hastily consumed a few bites before departing. She sought out Colin, assigning him a task. I understand. I guarantee I will complete the task, Colin exclaimed, glancing at Riddle in the distance and nodding vigorously. Good luck. There will be a reward once you succeed. Xiaoxiao watched him scurry away before turning to leave the great hall. Afternoon. After lunch, Riddle, who had spent half the day alone in the dungeons, calculated the time and arrived early in the classroom. The room was empty, and he quietly took a seat in the corner, engrossed in his book. Soon, classmates began to trickle in. Good afternoon, Riddle. Good afternoon, Tom. You're here early to study? Can I borrow your homework for class? As the greetings multiplied, Riddle looked up, bewildered, unsure how to respond. Is something wrong, Riddle? A classmate asked. You weren't like this in the morning. Riddle, feeling somewhat dazed, moved his lips and ultimately smiled. Shaking his head, nothing. Good afternoon, everyone. While Riddle was alone in the dungeons, Colin was busy scurrying through the castle, diligently working to fulfill Xiaoxiao's task. The assignment was not difficult. He merely needed to convey to everyone that Headmaster Dumbledore had asserted that Riddle was a good person and his great-grandson, advising them to treat him kindly. Now the entire Hogwarts community was aware of the fact that Riddle was Dumbledore's great-grandson. Although they were unaware of the reasons behind it, they were not concerned, as the result alone sufficed. Surrounded by such a chorus of friendly voices, Riddle initially felt somewhat overwhelmed, but gradually he adapted and accepted the situation. He did not comprehend what emotions were, but at that moment, he seemed to grasp the essence of friendship. It was a delightful feeling. In today's defense against the Dark Arts class, Professor Lupin intended to teach everyone the Patronus charm. Although the Dementors had departed, given the current severity of circumstances, he felt it necessary for everyone to learn this spell. A battle was inevitable in the future. Professor Lupin did not believe that the Ministry of Magic would continue to restrain the Dementors. He sensed that these dark and malevolent creatures would remain beyond the Ministry's control. Furthermore, the Patronus could not only repel Dementors but also serve as a messenger, making it quite convenient. Though, with their current abilities, they were still far from being able to command their Patronus to speak. First, you must focus your mind, conjuring the happiest memory you possess. Professor Lupin explained to the class. It must be a memory that brings a smile to your face when you think of it. When you feel ready, you must recite the incantation, Expecto Patronum. At this juncture, Professor Lupin glanced at Xiaoxiao, gesturing for her to demonstrate. Me? Xiaoxiao responded, startled by the sudden attention. And somewhat reluctant, she replied, But Professor, you saw that day. I was unable to cast my Patronus. Precisely why you must come up to demonstrate for everyone. Professor Lupin encouraged. You can't give up, can you? Reluctantly, Xiaoxiao nodded and approached with her wand in hand. Standing before the class, she took a deep breath and intoned, Expecto Patronum. As the words left her lips, a brilliant silver light erupted, and a majestic white tiger leaped forth from the tip of her wand. Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. The magnificent white tiger landed gracefully, its regal king emblem on its forehead lending it an air of authority and elegance. Wow! The collective gasp from the class echoed in the room. Chapter 185, Draco's Happiest Memory. This is my Patronus? Xiaoxiao exclaimed, shifting from astonishment to joy. My Patronus has manifested. Suddenly, she recalled that her previous inability to conjure the Patronus charm was linked to that black cat. That black cat was none other than the embodiment of the third persona. Realizing this, Xiaoxiao focused her attention on her Patronus. She had always believed her Patronus would be a cat, given that she herself was a cat demon. The white tiger crouched before her, its gaze soft and affectionate. Xiaoxiao reached out, gently stroking its head, a sensation that defied description, an inexplicable and wondrous feeling. Cool and refreshing, smooth and slippery. This was merely a mass of energy, yet it could be touched, which left Xiaoxiao in a state of wonder. What an impressive spell, Professor Lupin exclaimed. Most wizards are unable to conjure a fully formed Patronus, but you have succeeded admirably. The white tiger form of your Patronus is a sight I have never encountered before. Does it hold any significance, Professor? Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. I am aware that in our country, the white tiger is one of the 4 sacred beasts, a god of war and slaughter, possessing various divine powers such as warding off evil, averting disasters, rewarding good deeds, and bringing prosperity and good fortune in relationships. This left Professor Lupin momentarily speechless. Each Patronus reflects the character of its conjurer. However, various other factors also influence the form of a Patronus, meaning it may change in the future. Regardless of its form, there is always a reason for its existence, a significance that only you can truly comprehend. Xiaoxiao nodded, somewhat understanding, before returning to her seat. Next came the practice session for the entire class. By the end of the lesson, only a few students had succeeded. Notably, Harry and Hermione were among those who did. While Huang Yunyun's Patronus, like Dumbledore's, took the form of a phoenix, Emo Yan's was a leopard, and Zheng Qian's manifested as a gray wolf. When Professor Lupin observed Zheng Qian's Patronus, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he quickly regained his composure. After class, everyone engaged in discussions about their patron uses. Draco was also diligently practicing. Xiaoxiao sat beside him, occasionally offering corrections. By the way, Draco, what is your happiest memory? Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Draco set down his wand and sat beside her. My happiest memory? Well, he paused for effect. There are quite a few, like when you agreed to be my girlfriend, when your parents accepted our relationship, or our last date at Madame Putafoot's tea shop when you kissed me. So many? But why have you not been able to conjure it? Xiaoxiao tilted her head. Perhaps it's because it was so long ago, I can't recall clearly, Draco replied, a sly smile playing on his lips. Actually, you could help me create a memorable moment right now. How do we do that? Xiaoxiao asked, intrigued. Just close your eyes, and I'll guide you, Draco said, his eyes sparkling. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoxiao, having lived 2 lifetimes. Figured she could not be fooled by such a simple trick. Yet, she chose not to reveal her thoughts and instead nodded, closing her eyes. Draco's essence gradually enveloped her. And even with her eyes shut, she sensed him drawing closer. Their breaths intertwined, warm and charged, as Draco's throat bobbed, his gaze fixated on Su Xiaoxiao's lips. The soft, tender contact sent waves of nervous excitement through her, despite her prior mental preparations. Noticing her lack of resistance, Draco felt a slight easing of his anxious heart. He grew bolder, caressing her cheek with one hand while intertwining their fingers with the other. Their golden and orange locks mingled, creating an intimate and tender tableau. Draco, no longer satisfied with mere lip brushes, sought something deeper. Clumsily and naively, he attempted to delve in with his tongue, but Su Xiaoxiao's anxious lips remained firmly closed, leaving Draco feeling somewhat exasperated. He reluctantly released her lips and whispered into her ear, "Xiaoxiao, relax." Su Xiaoxiao's face flushed deeply. Draco's warm breath tickled her ear, stirring her heart into a rapid flutter. How did Su Xiaoxiao become so passive? Suddenly struck by inspiration, she opened her eyes, her gaze glimmering with emotion. Met Draco's, causing his heart to skip a beat. With a playful smirk, she suddenly pushed him to the ground. "You should have said you wanted to kiss. I wouldn't have denied you the chance." Without allowing him a moment to react, Su Xiaoxiao leaned down and captured his lips. Unlike Draco's gentle and tentative approach, her kiss was assertive and filled with an irresistible force. Draco's face turned a deep shade of crimson. He attempted to retaliate, but Su Xiaoxiao, seeing through his intentions, firmly pinned him down, even gripping his wrist to immobilize him. The result of their kiss was that Draco successfully conjured his Patronus. It took the form of a cat, remarkably similar to Su Xiaoxiao's own feline shape. It seemed Draco truly experienced joy. Yet, one thing vexed him. He had initially planned to take the initiative, only to be countered by Xiaoxiao. This left him feeling somewhat inept. In Huaxia, a mass of black mist drifted in with the clouds. Raindrops began to fall. The sky cloaked in a gloomy overcast, unnoticed by anyone. A particularly dark cloud descended swiftly to the ground. Meow. A black cat leapt from the underbrush, its striking green eyes shimmering against its dark fur, adding to its mystique. This black cat was the third personality that had fled from Ingwada Huaxia. From Su Xiaoxiao's memories, she learned that Voldemort had joined a mysterious organization and become even more powerful. Thus, she contemplated the possibility of regaining her strength through this organization, enabling her to return to Hogwarts and erase her dark past. After all, there is a saying that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. She aimed to eliminate Su Xiaoxiao, and since the mysterious organization and Voldemort sought to do the same, why not collaborate? However, where exactly was this mysterious organization? Su Xiaoxiao had no knowledge, nor did the third personality. But perhaps Su Wuma and the others had uncovered something. After all, she bore an appearance identical to Su Xiaoxiao's. Perhaps she could. Determined, the third personality transformed back into human form, mimicking Su Xiaoxiao's mannerisms, and followed the route imprinted in her memory toward the Su residence. Chapter 186. The Spell of Bean Soldiers. Today, I will teach you the spell of bean soldiers. In the classroom, Zhu Juezi stood at the podium. A cloth bag filled with yellow beans resting on the table. The spell of bean soldiers? That sounds so cool. Seamus whispered to Neville, glancing at the open book before him. Yellow beans are the best for beginners to practice with. Once mastered, you can use any nearby objects to cast the spell. First, you must focus your thoughts and concentrate your magical power at your fingertips. Zhu Juezi demonstrated, scooping a handful of yellow beans from the bag and, while chanting the incantation, cast the beans onto the ground. Taishang Laojun, urgent as the law commands, bestowed with divine might. Bean soldiers arise. With the incantation, the scattered yellow beans shimmered with golden light, transforming upon hitting the ground into formidable warriors clad in silver armor and helmets. Each soldier bore a serious expression, their divine aura unmistakable, as the shimmering armor captivated the attending boys, who gazed on in envy. The strength of these bean soldiers correlates directly with the power of the spellcaster. The greater your prowess, the more formidable your soldiers. Moreover, their appearances are not fixed but can change according to your thoughts. The utility of bean soldiers is vast, whether for military campaigns, skirmishes, or simply to assist with various tasks. They are invaluable allies, as they possess no independent will and obey only the commands of their conjurer. After a class, Su Xiaoxiao noticed the peculiar appearance of numerous bean soldiers at Hogwarts. While those clad in traditional Chinese armor or European-style armor seemed relatively normal, the sight of giants in skirts, skeletons, and bean soldiers adorned with pink bows was rather bizarre. Ever since that fateful kiss, Draco had been seeking any excuse to ask Su Xiaoxiao for more kisses, which left her feeling somewhat apprehensive. Consequently, She found herself sticking closely to her friends almost every day, as Draco tended to restrain his advances in their presence. Xiaoxiao, I've learned the bean summoning spell today. Would you like to see? Draco's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at her. You can demonstrate it here. It's a perfect opportunity for everyone to witness. No, I must show you first. With that, Draco took hold of Su Xiaoxiao's arm and led her to a secluded spot. Huang Yunyan watched them depart like an enthusiastic shipper, munching on sunflower seeds with a grin spreading across her face. They must be sharing a kiss, right? That boy Draco is undoubtedly leading Xiaoxiao towards something scandalous. Hermione huffed softly, appearing somewhat displeased. I'd rather believe they merely held hands at most. Oh, don't be sad, little Hermione. Su Xiaoxiao is just infatuated and neglecting her friends. But you still have me. Huang Yunyan teased while draping an arm over Hermione's shoulders. Just then, her gaze caught sight of Riddle in the distance, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Never mind, little Hermione. I must pursue love. With that, she dashed off without waiting for Hermione's response, moving like a flash of red lightning. Hermione stood there, disheveled by the sudden turn of events. And you say Su Xiaoxiao neglects her friends. You two are quite similar. When Draco and Su Xiaoxiao returned to the Great Hall, Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks were noticeably flushed. Xiaoxiao, would you like me to keep you company at dinner? No, you should return. Su Xiaoxiao waved her hands in refusal. Draco sighed. All right then, I shall go. Su Xiaoxiao made her way back to the Gryffindor long table and sat beside Hermione. Shortly after, Huang Yunyan returned, wearing an air of triumph and a bright expression. Did you succeed? Hermione glanced at her, taking a sip of pumpkin juice with an unreadable expression. Hee, not yet, but I feel I'm close. Huang Yunyan chuckled, her gaze drifting to Riddle across the long table. Upon catching his eye, she flashed him a radiant smile, causing Riddle to promptly lower his head. How terrifying. Su Xiaoxiao's friends are absolutely frightful, Riddle thought, remembering how he had just been playfully teased by Huang Yunyan, his heart racing uncontrollably. He quickly focused on his meal, eager to escape the hall and return to his studies. Nothing was more important than knowledge. Oh my goodness. A loud shout erupted from the entrance, drawing everyone's attention. The Weasley twins were being relentlessly pursued by a magnificent phoenix with golden red feathers, which occasionally spewed flames at them. We were wrong. We will never prank you again. Fred and George shouted as they ran, causing chaos in the hall. Is that Fox? Professor Flitwick paused, looking slightly bewildered. It resembled Fox, yet it did not seem quite right. The differences between Western and Eastern phoenixes were significant, and having not encountered many, he mistakenly confused the two. Dumbledore also looked up, unable to resist the spectacle. Huang Yunyan's expression shifted, and she quickly leaped into action. Feng Shuyang. Huang Yunyan soared into the air, her form enveloped in a burst of crimson flames, transforming into a phoenix nearly indistinguishable from Feng Shuyang himself. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Feng Shuyang had a crown atop his head and 3 long tail feathers, while Huang Yunyan lacked a crown and had only 2 tail feathers. Huang Yunyan, now in her phoenix form, quickly pursued Feng Shuyang. She opened her mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Feng Shuyang, then flapped her wings with force, delivering a sharp blow to his head. The startled Feng Shuyang lost his balance and plummeted toward the Hufflepuff table. A massive fireball hurtled towards the crowd, prompting everyone to duck for cover. However, some students were too slow, and just as Feng Shuyang was about to crash into them, a soft light intervened. Dumbledore smiled at the approaching Lin Jingxia, nodding in approval. Well-timed spellcasting. Thank you, Lin Jingxia replied with a smile, retracting her hand. Simultaneously, Feng Shuyang landed on the table and reverted to his human form, his eyes gleaming momentarily before returning to clarity. What happened? Feng Shuyang looked at everyone in confusion, puzzled by the alarmed expressions directed at him. You lost control, Huang Yunyan said, turning to the Weasley twins. Did you two prank him and accidentally touch his head? The twins nodded, still somewhat bewildered. But why would touching his head lead to that? George pondered, recalling how they had merely intended to test a new prank on him since he was alone. As soon as they touched his head, Feng Shuyang had erupted in chaos. Chapter 187, Pansy's Dilemma. He had experienced such episodes since childhood. Touching his head acted like a switch. Anyone who wasn't too close to him would trigger him into a frenzy. And only a thorough beating would bring him back to his senses. Huang Yunyan explained, and Feng Shuyang stood silently to the side, his ears tinged with red, appearing somewhat flustered. Now I understand. My apologies for our ignorance. The Weasley twins offered their apologies. Feng Shuyang waved his hands dismissively. It's all right. Once we become familiar, perhaps you can try again. Let us not go there. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, clearly placing Feng Shuyang on their do not prank list. Better safe than sorry. After all, he is not very good at speaking, so don't take his words to heart. At the head table, Dumbledore stood and cleared his throat. All right, everyone. Since the matter is resolved, please continue enjoying your dinner. Soon, the crowd of onlookers dispersed, observing the increasingly close bond between Draco and Xiaoxiao. Crabbe and Goyle gradually drifted away from Draco, indulging in their own leisurely pursuits of food and dreams. Pansy occasionally sought them out to inquire about Draco's whereabouts. But their responses were always the same. Draco is with Xiaoxiao, Crabbe would say. Pansy clenched her fists, silently departing. She wandered aimlessly, oblivious to the darkness settling outside, her heart brimming with anger. Pansy had always believed that Draco and Xiaoxiao were merely playing around. Yet, who could have anticipated their growing closeness? Even hearing rumors of their engagement? This was utterly insane. How could the noble Slytherin be with a Gryffindor? And a cat, no less? Draco simply could not. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, feeling it was utterly unreasonable. Unbeknownst to her, she had wandered near the forbidden forest. A gust of wind swept through, carrying a faint scent of blood, likely from some small creature that had fallen prey to a predator within the forest. As night fell, many creatures ventured out in search of food. Pansy jolted, the anger in her heart nearly dissipating as she realized she had inadvertently wandered into the forbidden forest. How had she ended up here? She quickly turned to leave, but her peripheral vision caught a fleeting shadow by a massive rock. Who was there? Pansy screamed, her piercing voice startling the birds perched in the trees into flight. Trembling, she retrieved her wand, her anxious gaze fixed on the stone. The faint glow emanating from the tip of her wand was insufficient to illuminate her surroundings, yet it provided her with a modicum of reassurance. A gust of wind swept through, causing the shadows of the trees to sway, and Pansy, unsure if it was merely her imagination, detected an alluring fragrance of perfume carried on the breeze. Suddenly, a rabbit leaped out from behind the stone. Phew, you scare me to death. Pansy exhaled, lowering her wand and placing a hand on her chest as she turned away. Before her stood a man clad in a trench coat, his pallid complexion strikingly unnatural. In her moment of distraction, Pansy collided with him, the overpowering scent of his perfume assaulting her senses. Even as someone who adored fragrances, she nearly retched. However, she managed to suppress the urge. The impact caused her forehead to throb, and the unfamiliar man's chest felt unnervingly cold and rigid, akin to the temperature of a corpse. Do not inquire why such a morbid association arose. It was of little consequence. What mattered was that once this thought crossed her mind, she could not shake the feeling that the man before her was indeed a lifeless body. Fear surged through her being. Who are you? Pansy gasped, sinking to the ground in terror, her wand slipping from her grasp, forgotten. A soft, contemptuous chuckle escaped Voldemort's lips, his voice a raspy timbre reminiscent of wind howling through pipes at the edge of a precipice, sending chills down her spine. He stepped closer, leaning over the quivering Pansy, his pale gray eyes glinting with mockery. I shall spare your life for the moment. Why the fright? Who are you? Why are you searching for me? Pansy's voice trembled as she mustered the courage to question him. No, 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 you are not my intended target. You merely stumbled upon me by chance. Voldemort straightened, casting his gaze towards the night sky. Beneath a shroud of dark clouds, a crescent moon hung amidst the branches, casting a silvery glow. The full moon approaches. Then, might you refrain from killing me? After all, I am not your target. Pansy gulped. I swear, I will not disclose your presence here to anyone. A living person's vows pale in comparison to the secrets kept by a silent corpse. Upon hearing this, Pansy's heart sank, as she felt tears welling in her eyes. Voldemort frowned. If you dare to cry, I shall take your life in an instant. If you wish to survive, heed my commands. I will obey. Please, do not kill me. Pansy nodded vigorously, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Voldemort produced 2 small vials from the pocket of his trench coat, one containing a pink potion and the other a deep blue one. This pink vial contains a potent love potion. Devise a way to have Harry Potter consume it. Then bring him here. The blue vial must be poured into Xiaoxiao's drink or food. Ensure she ingests it. As he spoke, he tossed the 2 vials into her hands. Pansy quickly caught them. Remember, you must complete these 2 tasks. Otherwise, Voldemort suddenly seized her arm, leaving behind a skull mark. Pansy's pupils dilated as she gazed at the brand, momentarily forgetting the pain of the imprint. He is Voldemort. Once she emerged from the forbidden forest, Pansy felt disoriented. Voldemort had granted her a week. If she failed, he would take her life without hesitation. Pansy was terrified of death. Yet, she was equally anxious about exposing her true allegiance as a Death Eater. She tightly clasped her arm, concealing the dark mark beneath her voluminous sleeve. What is wrong, Pansy? Upon her return to the dormitory, her roommates noticed her distracted demeanor and couldn't help but express their concern. Pansy, however, seemed oblivious, hastily retreating to her bed. Her roommates exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Sensing her distress, they opted to remain silent and settled in for the night. Throughout the night, Pansy found little respite. Every time she closed her eyes, Voldemort's face and his chilling words echoed in her mind. What was she to do? Chapter 188. Seeking advice from Dumbledore. The following morning, Draco and Xiaoxiao, along with others, practiced their spells in the Room of Requirement. The students enrolled in ancient martial arts were experiencing a blend of pleasure and pain. The agony stemmed from Professor Wanshi Chun's relentless physical training. His methods were nothing short of inhumane. Running and squats were manageable, but the subsequent bouts of sparring were unbearable. Yet, after a grueling session, their bodies felt both sore and invigorated. A sip of the body-enhancing potion distributed by Professor Wanshi sent a wave of warmth coursing through them, alleviating their aches in a manner that was indescribably pleasant. Moreover, they discovered that their physical conditioning had significantly improved. Some students were even capable of shattering solid stone with a single punch. Observing her classmates, who appeared far less frail than before, Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exclaim, "I can already envision what future duels at Hogwarts will look like. Should a fight escalate, two students might just snap their wands in half. You cast a spell, I'll throw a punch. You unleash a spell, I'll deliver a flying kick. It would be a veritable chaos." Draco, reclining with a book on Xiaoxiao's lap, chuckled at the thought. At that moment, a sound emanated from the storage bag containing the crystal ball. Xiaoxiao retrieved it, discovering that it was a call from Bye. "What is up, brother?" Draco quickly moved out of the frame to avoid being seen. The first face that appeared on the mirror was Fong Rongqing, who was nestled in Bye's lap, enthusiastically greeting Xiaoxiao. "Hello, little sister." "Greetings, Qingqing." Xiaoxiao replied warmly. "Xiaoxiao, you must be hiding something from us," Bye remarked with a serious expression. Taken aback, Xiaoxiao pondered. There were countless matters unknown to them at home. What was he referring to? "Oh, what tone is that? Don't frighten little sister," Fong Rongqing chided playfully. Then turned back to the crystal ball. "You see, yesterday your brother returned home and found you there, which piqued his curiosity. Since little sister was present, he refrained from asking uncle and auntie. Today, while visiting the sect, he decided to inquire about the situation. I was at home." Xiaoxiao blinked in surprise, suddenly recalling her third personality, who bore an uncanny resemblance to her. Her expression shifted. How did that individual end up at her house? Bye furrowed his brow. "So, you're saying the Xiaoxiao I saw at home yesterday wasn't to you?" Xiaoxiao nodded, explaining succinctly the events of the past couple of days. "The third personality?" Bye stroked his chin. "If I recall correctly, last year, Director Yang from the Shinong Healing Institute eliminated your second personality. Why has a third one suddenly emerged? I'm not sure, but I have the distinct impression that she must have been hiding somewhere, perhaps within my inner world or some other realm. Nevertheless, that is no longer significant. She has come forth." Xiaoxiao continued. "However, I cannot fathom why she would go to my house. Did Mom and Dad not notice anything amiss?" Bye shook his head slightly. "Although I haven't explained this situation to them yet, I have a feeling they are aware of something and have been playing along." "Oh, then that's a relief." Xiaoxiao nodded slightly. The injuries on her third personality had yet to heal, and if she returned home now, it would be akin to walking into a trap. "Brother, if you have the chance, it would be prudent to discuss things with Mom and the others. The third personality is rather cunning, so be wary of her tricks. Rest assured, no matter how crafty that individual may be, her audacity to come home indicates a lack of intelligence," he replied. "All right then. The third personality is in your hands." "Indeed." Bye nodded. "By the way, what happened to your eyes? They appear significantly lighter than before." "Ah, this. Have you exhausted your life force again?" Bye's expression darkened. No, it was that third personality. She stole 3 of my lives," Xiaoxiao admitted, touching her nose while casting a furtive glance at Bye's reflection in the mirror. Crack. The teacup in Bye's hand shattered under his grip. "Understood. Leave this matter to us. That person is our responsibility." It seems the third personality is doomed, Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Bye's current demeanor was enough to indicate his anger. Though he appeared calm, the slight furrow in his brow and the tightness of his lips betrayed his fury. Xiaoxiao had long since grasped her brother's temperament. After the call ended, Xiaoxiao stretched lazily, and Draco instinctively nestled beside her. "It seems that the one who looks like you is in for a rough time," Draco remarked, toying with her long hair, a smirk playing on his lips. Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement. "By the way, isn't the full moon approaching in a few days?" she suddenly recalled. Draco replied affirmatively. "Yes, what's up?" "Nothing much." Xiaoxiao shook her head, contemplating whether she should contact Uncle Xiaoxiao to inquire if he had any means to suppress the transformation into a werewolf or to control the werewolf form at will. As for why she would consult Xiaoxiao, it was because he was a wolf demon. Wolf demons and werewolves. Well, they both involved wolves. so her uncle might be of assistance. She and everyone else greatly appreciated Professor Lupin's role as the defense against the dark arts instructor. He taught well and was humorous, making his classes beloved by nearly all. However, it was said that the course had been cursed by Voldemort, causing any professor who taught it not to last more than a year. Xiaoxiao stroked her chin, unaware of how to break the curse. But she had a rather dubious idea that might halt it. She was known for turning her thoughts into action. After leaving the request-fulfilled room, Xiaoxiao arrived at the principal's office, where she found Riddle standing behind Dumbledore, massaging his shoulders. Xiaoxiao was no longer surprised. The brainwashed Riddle had become quite the warm-hearted individual. Dumbledore appeared quite pleased, increasingly convinced that he had made a wise decision. However, this could not be termed brainwashing. That term seemed inappropriate. It was an act of redemption. Dumbledore found Riddle increasingly agreeable. Xiaoxiao, is there something you need? Dumbledore gestured for Riddle to cease his massage. Riddle nodded, greeting Xiaoxiao before quietly returning to his book on the nearby sofa. Your life seems rather pleasant these days, Professor. Xiaoxiao remarked as she casually took a seat. I actually came here to propose a suggestion. What suggestion? Chapter 189, A Shocking Revelation. Dumbledore glanced at her. What dubious idea do you have now? Oh, how can you say that? Xiaoxiao replied, slightly indignant. It's not a dubious idea. Dumbledore regarded her silently. Should I leave? Riddle inquired, lifting his head. No, you can stay. It's not a matter of great secrecy. Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively, then turned her attention back to Dumbledore. Hee. Do you remember that curse? The one that prevents the defense against the dark arts professor from teaching for more than a year? That's merely an unfounded legend, Dumbledore interjected, clearing his throat and instinctively glancing at Riddle, who was quietly reading. How could he not know about this curse? The individual who cast it was right there. Come now. I know your mind is as clear as day. You needn't pretend with me. As for Professor Lupin, I am aware that the full moon is soon approaching, and I worry he might leave the school because of it. We all like him and his teaching style, so you understand my concern, right? Xiaoxiao blinked rapidly as she hinted. So you specifically sought me out to discuss this? Dumbledore raised his eyebrows slightly, his glasses flashing with an air of wisdom. Since you're here, why not share your thoughts? Well, the curse seems to target the defense against the dark arts course, doesn't it? Dumbledore nodded. Exactly. And the curse is nearly impossible to break. Even killing the caster won't suffice, right? Most likely. Hee. Then why not take an unconventional approach and change the name of the defense against the dark arts course? Dumbledore was taken aback. Even Riddle, who had been quietly reading, looked up in surprise. This was indeed a perspective they had not considered. It sounded peculiar, yet it possessed a certain logic. Your idea is sheer genius. An old portrait of a former headmaster on the wall suddenly interrupted Dumbledore, offering an approving glance to Xiaoxiao. Dumbledore regarded her thoughtfully for a moment before suppressing the words he had almost uttered. Upon reflection, it seemed feasible. What name do you think would be appropriate? How about Guardians of Justice? Xiaoxiao suggested earnestly. Guardians of Justice? Yes. It's simply a rephrasing of the essence of defense against the dark arts. After all, isn't it about safeguarding justice? Dumbledore pondered for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. The defense against the dark arts course would be abolished, replaced with a required course titled Guardians of Justice. Within the castle, everyone was fervently discussing the news Dumbledore had just announced. Guardians of Justice sounds incredibly cool, Ron exclaimed excitedly, eagerly anticipating what was formerly known as Defense Against the Dark Arts class, now Guardians of Justice. By the way, who will be the new professor? Hermione suddenly interjected. My goodness, Hermione, when did you arrive? Ron gasped, startled, as he distinctly remembered her not being there moments ago. I've been here all along. You were just too engrossed in your food to notice me. Hermione shot him an annoyed glance. Xiaoxiao's gaze fell upon the time-turner necklace around Hermione's neck. A splendid item indeed. It seemed that Professor Lupin would still be teaching the new course. Although there was no new professor, Lupin's teaching prowess was something she could accept. Professor Lupin is absolutely fantastic. Pansy, what are you doing over there? Come here. At that moment, a voice from a nearby Slytherin girl called out. Xiaoxiao and the others turned to see Pansy standing beside her, her left hand tucked into her pocket, a fleeting look of panic crossing her face. Xiaoxiao regarded her with confusion. Pansy had always treated her poorly, and she understood why. It was merely because she was with Draco. So, what was Pansy doing approaching her? Standing right behind her? Judging by her expression, it seemed she had just committed some mischief. I came to apologize, Pansy said awkwardly, her momentary panic giving way to a reluctant gaze. Despite the lingering disdain in her eyes, her words were unexpectedly surprising. Apologize? For what? Xiaoxiao asked, bewildered. I must confess, the fact that you are involved with Draco has stirred within me feelings of jealousy and anger. However, after some contemplation over the past few days, I have come to realize that you and he are quite a compatible pair. Therefore, I have resolved to relinquish him to you, and from this moment forth, I shall no longer direct my ire towards you. Pansy spoke swiftly, her gaze flickering, hesitant to meet Su Xiaoxiao's eyes. I accept your apology, Su Xiaoxiao replied, her expression earnest. However, I must clarify that Draco is not a mere possession to be transferred at will. He possesses his own choices, and our relationship is mutual. You are correct. Pansy tightened her hidden fist within her sleeve, though she seemed to recall something, quickly loosening her grip. A sudden smile graced her lips, bright and cheerful. In that case, why don't we raise a toast, as a gesture of reconciliation? As she spoke, Pansy picked up an untouched drink from the table and gestured towards Su Xiaoxiao. After a moment of hesitation, Su Xiaoxiao also lifted her cup. Pansy. At that moment, Draco's voice rang out from behind them. What are you doing here? I've been searching for you. Draco, I came to apologize to Miss Su. After all, I was too petty before, always targeting her, Pansy said, casting a shy glance at Draco, a flicker of joy in her eyes. Draco affectionately hooked his arm around Pansy's. Yet his gaze towards Su Xiaoxiao was tinged with disdain. This scene left not only Su Xiaoxiao bewildered, but also the others present in utter confusion. What was happening? Wasn't Draco supposed to be with Su Xiaoxiao? How had he suddenly rekindled his connection with Pansy? Hadn't he previously shown disdain for her? The onlookers were in a state of bewilderment, unsure of how to react. Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow. Draco, I believe you have mistaken your girlfriend. What? Draco scoffed, a derisive tone in his voice. Do you truly think I have any affection for you, Su Xiaoxiao? Pansy nestled into his embrace, her demeanor exuding shyness. Miss Su, you are indeed right. Draco is not something to be casually exchanged. He has his own choices, and his choice is not you, but me. Pansy regarded Su Xiaoxiao with pride, her face radiating satisfaction. Draco and I are the ones truly endeavoring towards each other. Chapter 190, Poisoned. The once lively hall fell into a hush. Su Xiaoxiao did not cast a glance at Pansy, but instead fixed her gaze on Draco's face, as if scrutinizing something. Very well, I understand. I wish you both happiness. The crowd reacted with expressions of shock and surprise. What was wrong with Su Xiaoxiao? Why was her response so subdued? Pansy, too, was taken aback by Su Xiaoxiao's calmness. She had expected an outburst of anger or some other strong reaction. Su Xiaoxiao's final words of blessing caught Pansy off guard. Are you serious? Pansy inquired instinctively. Su Xiaoxiao nodded with enthusiasm. Of course. Little Hermione tugged at her sleeve. Concern etched in her eyes. Is Xiaoxiao all right? Has she been rendered foolish by anger? Huang Yunin rolled up her sleeves, her demeanor fierce as she prepared to strike the pair. Feng Shuyang, ever attuned to her intentions, swiftly intervened. Get out of my way, Feng Shuyang. I must avenge this injustice today. Calm down. Perhaps there is a misunderstanding, he urged. Misunderstanding my foot. Xiaoxiao, can you tolerate this? Why should you? You can. I cannot. Feng Shuyang, let me through. I will not let them off lightly. Pansy and Draco exchanged terrified glances, retreating in fear. Someone stop her. All right, everyone, cease this commotion. Su Xiaoxiao sighed, turning to Huang Yunin, her voice soothing. I am fine, Xiaoyan. Please calm down. There is no need to pursue this matter. It benefits none of us. As she spoke, she glanced at Draco, feeling a strange unease. For reasons unknown, he appeared peculiar. His demeanor had shifted drastically, and his gaze seemed oddly vacant. Yet when looking at Pansy, it sparkled with an unsettling fervor. Since that is the case, we can coexist amicably, can't we? Pansy had not forgotten her objective. Steeling herself, she glanced nervously at Huang Yunin, who was fixated on her, swallowed hard, and once more raised her glass towards Su Xiaoxiao. Of course, we are classmates. Su Xiaoxiao lifted her cup to clink with hers. Pansy declared, I shall drink first as a sign of respect. Su Xiaoxiao quickly followed suit. However, upon raising her cup and observing the liquid within, she frowned slightly. If her memory served her right, she had ordered pumpkin juice, while the drink's color appeared unchanged. A closer inspection revealed a slight darkening. The rich, sweet aroma of pumpkin juice filled the air. Yet Su Xiaoxiao's keen senses picked up on an odd scent that did not belong. What is it? Pansy, having finished her drink, noticed Su Xiaoxiao's hesitation. Su Xiaoxiao met her gaze, subtly placing her cup down and reaching for the one beside Hermione. It's nothing. That cup seems to have been used by someone else. I'll switch to a different one. Hermione paused, glancing at the cup in Su Xiaoxiao's hand, thinking, but that cup is one I drank from. Hermione's drink was mulberry juice, tart yet refreshing. Su Xiaoxiao downed it in one go. Pansy flashed her a smile. Well then, Miss Su, Draco, and I will be heading back to Slytherin. Enjoy your meal, everyone. With a slight bow, Pansy took Draco's arm and departed. Crack. Huang Yunin crushed the brass cup in her hand with a fierce grip. What is she flaunting? That girl better pray she doesn't end up in my grasp, or I will teach her a lesson. Huang Yunin huffed, tossing the shards to the ground. What are you all staring at? Aren't you going to eat? Seeing others still gazing at her, Huang Yunin glared. Placing her hands on her hips, her presence commanding, prompting everyone to hastily return to their seats, averting their eyes to focus on their own affairs. Huang Yunin's temper was well known. No one dared to provoke her. After all, none wished to be on the receiving end of her wrath, a fate both embarrassing and painful. Riddle observed Huang Yunin for a moment, but upon her sudden gaze meeting his, he quickly averted his eyes. Humph. Huang Yunin resumed her seat, directing her attention to Xiaoxiao. You too. Why did you stop me from teaching them a lesson? Xiaoxiao, who was usually not one to back down, remained surprisingly composed. Huang Yunin suspected there was something amiss. Hermione, too, turned her gaze towards her. Meanwhile, Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, examining her cup of pumpkin juice. Hermione was correct. There were indeed many suspicious elements. What is it? Curiosity piqued among the others. As Xiaoxiao inspected the cup, she voiced her thoughts. Her fingers tracing the rim. A small amount of dark brown powder clung to her fingertip. Bringing it closer, she detected that the powder's scent matched the strange odor in the pumpkin juice. But what could it be? As she pondered, Neville suddenly let out a cry of pain. As the crowd turned their attention towards him, they were met with the sight of Neville collapsing to the ground. Before anyone could react, two loud thuds echoed as Ron and a girl also fell. Xiaoxiao's brows knitted as she stood up, noticing the spilled drink near Ron. The remnants on the table emitted a faint, corrosive white smoke. Xiaoxiao's pupils constricted. Everyone stop. Do not eat. All individuals instinctively ceased their actions. Those who had raised cups to their lips halted abruptly. There is poison in the drinks. Do not partake. Xiaoxiao commanded, her gaze shifting to assess the conditions of Neville and Ron, only to discover that their bodies were turning a ghastly shade of purple, their eyes tightly shut, with faint rises and falls in their chests, as if they might cease to breathe at any moment. A cold sweat broke out on Harry as he realized that the beverage Neville had consumed was originally his own. He had merely refrained from drinking it, while Neville, in his eagerness, had choked on his food, prompting Harry to hand over his own drink. Although it was a disheartening thought, he could not help but ponder the grim possibility. What if he had been the one to drink it? Harry dared not dwell further on that notion. Quickly, summon the professors. We need more people to take them to the infirmary. Xiaoxiao directed loudly, and nearby students sprang into action at her words. Where's Pansy? Where has she gone? Xiaoxiao's eyes swept over the Slytherin table, but there was no sign of her or Draco. Blast it, I should have noticed sooner. Reflecting on Pansy's earlier odd behavior, Xiaoxiao lamented her failure to recognize the warning signs in time. Just then, a sudden pang of pain gripped her heart. Darkness enveloped her, and Xiaoxiao lost consciousness. Chapter 191. The time turner. When she awoke, she found herself lying on a familiar hospital bed. Xiaoxiao, you're awake. Hermione beamed. Sitting at her bedside, not far off, Draco kept his head down, yearning to approach but hesitating, stealing a timid glance at her. What has transpired? Xiaoxiao still felt a faint ache in her heart, though it was bearable. Her thoughts were somewhat muddled, but with careful recollection, she was able to piece together the events. Time rewound back to the moment Xiaoxiao collapsed. Everyone had rushed the four of them to the infirmary, but Madame Pomfrey was unable to identify the poison they had ingested. Consequently, Professors Bai Sushi and Su Feng collaborated to investigate, only to discover that the toxin originated from Huaxia. This poison, known as Mijong, was a deep blue liquid, odorless. Yet a single drop was sufficient to kill an ordinary animal. While it would not be lethal to humans, it would induce cardiac failure, turning the body a zombie-like shade of purple, gradually erasing self-awareness, rendering the afflicted a puppet to the one who had brewed the Mijong. Su Feng's words sent a chill through the assembly. I am familiar with this poison. Some malevolent practitioners concoct it to turn individuals into mindless zombies, employing vile and heinous methods, declared Zhuwei. Yet the formula for Mijong has long been lost to time, and it has not surfaced in many years. I cannot believe we have come across it here. Is there any hope for them? Concern etched on everyone's faces. Yes, Bai Sushi responded. And I have discovered traces of herbs within their bodies that counteract the Mijong poison. As she spoke, she retrieved a snow lotus from her storage bag. This snow lotus is the primary antidote. Consuming it directly will only suppress the Mijong toxin. However, the energy from the snow lotus within their bodies is currently inhibiting the poison's further encroachment. Truly peculiar. What shall we do now? Hermione inquired, her expression anxious. Suddenly, Dumbledore seemed to have an epiphany. He turned to Hermione, his glasses reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. When uncertain of how to proceed, it may be wise to pause and reflect, seeking answers and objectives in the past. His words left the group somewhat perplexed. Yet Hermione appeared to be struck by inspiration. Her eyes lighting up, Dumbledore gestured an okay to her. I know what to do, Hermione exclaimed, pulling Harry's arm as she prepared to leave. Before they had taken more than a few steps, Hermione seemed to recall something else, quickly returning. Professor Bai, can you tell me how much Snow Lotus would be required to achieve such an effect on them? 2 petals of the Snow Lotus, Professor Bai replied, somewhat puzzled by Hermione's inquiry, but nonetheless providing her with the answer. Then, Professor, could you grant me 2 petals of the Snow Lotus? Bai Sushi bemused, nonetheless plucked 2 petals from the large Snow Lotus in her hand and handed them to Hermione. She carefully stowed them away, thanked the professor, and hurriedly pulled Harry along as they departed, leaving Dumbledore with an understanding smile and the rest of the group in bewilderment. In a deserted stairwell, Hermione and Harry stood together, and she produced the time turner. Harry watched her actions with curiosity. Hermione, what are you doing? Hermione ignored him, swiftly fastening the chain around both of them and carefully turning the time turner 3 times. Before leaving the infirmary, Dumbledore's gesture had appeared to be a simple okay. Yet only Hermione understood that it signified for her to turn the time turner 3 times. As Harry observed in confusion, the world around them began to rewind, shadows dancing on the walls as time flowed backward. He could distinctly feel the passage of time reversing. Harry looked around with intrigue. But before he could fully comprehend the extraordinary phenomenon, it vanished. This is the time turner, Hermione explained. As you can see, I rely on it to attend all my classes. Now we must locate Pansy. Xiaoxiao and the others were poisoned, and it likely relates to her. We must stop her. Hermione's expression was grave. Additionally, I must remind you that we must not be seen by anyone, especially not by ourselves. She outlined further precautions before they cautiously made their way out. At this time, everyone was in class. Thinking quickly, Hermione recalled that since she had attended all her classes, Pansy was likely in Professor Bai's potion class with her. They maneuvered through the castle, avoiding potential encounters with students, and arrived outside the potions classroom. Standing by the door, they could even catch whiffs of the fragrant concoctions wafting from within. What shall we do next? Harry whispered. Hermione bit her lip, producing 2 invisibility charms from her pocket. These are invisibility charms. Once applied, we will remain unseen until we remove them. After class ends, we will follow Pansy and observe her actions. All right, Harry nodded, and together they affixed the charms to themselves. Since they had both applied the charms, they were able to see one another. After a brief wait, the classroom door finally swung open. Professor Bai emerged first, appearing more eager to leave than the students, hurrying away. As she passed by Hermione and Harry, her body momentarily hesitated, but she did not linger. She yes out. Hermione's gaze fixated intently on Pansy within the classroom, and she soon noticed that Pansy was nervously concealing her left hand, clutching it tightly within her sleeve with her right, seemingly oblivious to her friend's calls. Pansy hurriedly exited the classroom. Hermione and Harry trailed closely behind, following her into the Slytherin common room and then into her dormitory. This was their first time entering the Slytherin common room, and it was distinctly cold and dark. Pansy locked the dormitory door behind her. Hermione and Harry stood a short distance behind her, watching as she retrieved 2 small vials from beneath her pillow. One vial contained a pink liquid, while the other held a deep blue one. It's Mijong. Hermione immediately recognized the blue vial, having just learned about it in the infirmary. As for the other vial, combining its color with Draco's peculiar behavior, Hermione's keen intellect deduced its nature. It's a love potion. Hermione felt a twinge of surprise within her. An impulse surged to rush forward and shatter the vials, yet she restrained herself. This was not an opportune moment for such actions. Chapter 192. So it was like this. Pansy seemed to have made a resolute decision, slipping 2 vials of potion into her pocket. Having completed this task, she sat on the bed, a look of melancholy on her face, rolling up her sleeves to fully expose her left arm. Hermione and Harry looked on with curiosity. Upon seeing the dark mark on Pansy's arm, shock swept across their faces. Pansy was, astonishingly, a Death Eater. This revelation was undeniably explosive. The very notion that there was a Death Eater among the students at Hogwarts was utterly terrifying. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. The other dormitory members were returning. Pansy hastily lowered her sleeves and rose to open the door. Pansy, what's been going on with you lately? You've become so withdrawn. A roommate inquired with genuine concern as she stepped inside. Nothing, just feeling a bit downcast, Pansy replied dismissively. You're not still pining over Malfoy, are you? Another roommate chuckled. You should really give it up. I hear that Xiaoxiao and Malfoy are quite the pair, and their parents have even arranged their engagement. You really don't stand a chance. Better to set your sights elsewhere. Oh, please don't say that, Pansy thought bitterly, her mood already souring further. She remained silent, her hands hidden in her sleeves, unable to resist clenching her fists. She had changed her mind. A potent love potion? Using it on Harry Potter would be a waste. It would be far more prudent to utilize it wisely. After all, the ultimate goal was to deliver them to Voldemort, and how that was accomplished mattered little. Resolute in her decision, A smirk crept across Pansy's lips as she departed the Slytherin common room. At mealtime in the Great Hall, the room was bustling with students. Thankfully, with the use of an invisibility charm, Hermione and her friends could navigate through the throng. To be seen by so many, including some of their own, would yield dire consequences. At that moment, Headmaster Dumbledore announced the transition of defense against the dark arts into a course on the defense of justice. After his declaration, he returned to the staff table to dine. Professors typically ate quickly. Hermione and Harry trailed closely behind Pansy. She approached Draco's side, pouring the pink potion into his drink while the others were preoccupied, then left the Slytherin table to join Xiaoxiao and her friends. Watching the tainted drink, Harry hesitated before glancing at Hermione. Should we do something? Hermione, eyeing Draco and then Pansy, shook her head. We don't possess anything to counter the love potion, but you could try to take it away and dispose of it. She's over there with Xiaoxiao. I must go now, Hermione declared, hastily leaving the Slytherin table. Harry pondered for a moment, then decided to intervene after all. He cautiously approached, extending his hand to retrieve the potion-laden drink. Just then, the unfortunate Draco also reached out and took a large gulp. Not that I didn't want to help you, Draco, Harry sighed, casting a sympathetic glance before turning away. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor, Xiaoxiao was engaged in lively chatter with her friends, oblivious to Pansy's stealthy approach. Not far behind Pansy, Hermione was rushing over, having witnessed her surreptitiously pour the love potion into several cups. 4 cups had been tainted in total, those belonging to Xiaoxiao, Hermione, Harry, and Ron. One of them was bound to fall victim. However, just as Pansy prepared to leave, her roommate called out to her, causing Xiaoxiao and the others to realize that Pansy was right beside them. What followed was predictable. Hermione and Harry aimed to retrieve the 4 cups, but the crowd surrounding them obstructed their path, rendering their efforts nearly impossible. Yet, opportunity was not entirely absent. Hermione suddenly remembered Xiaoxiao's extraordinary sense of smell. Since the love potion was odorless, she could add something with a distinctive scent to draw Xiaoxiao's attention. With this plan in mind, Hermione sprang into action. She retrieved a packet of red powder from her bag, left over from a failed potion class with Professor White. Unlike successful potions, the failed concoction emitted a foul odor. As Xiaoxiao raised her cup, Hermione seized the moment to quietly approach her, adding some of the red powder into the drink. The powder dissolved in the liquid, though the pumpkin juice appeared a bit darker. Following this, Draco's arrival prevented Xiaoxiao and Pansy from clinking cups to drink. Shortly thereafter, the chaos unleashed by Huang Yunyan sent everyone scattering away from the Gryffindor table, providing Harry and Hermione with an excellent opportunity. Using magic, they swiftly crushed the snow lotus petals and added them to the other 3 cups. After Pansy and Xiaoxiao drank their respective potions, Pansy and Draco exited the Great Hall. Hermione and Harry hurriedly pursued them, trailing directly to the edge of the Forbidden Forest. When Harry and I saw Pansy press her hand against the dark mark on her arm, it instantly summoned Voldemort. She informed him that she had completed her task, and that soon he and Harry would become zombies. Moreover, Voldemort intended to mark Draco with the dark mark as well, leaving us with no choice but to attack him and bring Draco back. Hermione took a sip of water before continuing. After that, we returned just in time before the time turner expired and informed the professors about Voldemort's actions at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, professors, led by Headmaster Dumbledore, gathered around, encircling Voldemort. Pansy was filled with terror. She was utterly frightened as Voldemort had taken her as a hostage against the professors, his wand pressed to her head. How could she not be afraid? Do not kill me, Dark Lord. I have followed your orders. Please spare my life, my lord. Pansy's voice was shrill and grating, quite unbearable. Impatient, Voldemort magically sealed her mouth, silencing her piercing cries. Dumbledore, your student is in my grasp. I trust you would not wish to see her perish before your eyes. Hand over Xiaoxiao, and I shall release this poor girl immediately. What say you? Absolutely not. Professor McGonagall firmly rejected his demand.